Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 7 of Wrong Way of Using Healing Magic. The final destination of the journey, Hinomoto, the land of beasts. What was waiting for us when we visited Hinomoto to save Amako's mother, Kanoko, was the fearsome plan of Jinya, the chief of the Beastman tribe. With the help of Assistant Chief Hayate and his subordinates, we managed to stop Jinya's plan and the situation seemed to be under control, but then the demon Koga, who calls himself the leader of the Demon King's second army, appeared and we had to fight him. As a result, we were able to get him to admit defeat and leave, but in reality, it was as if he missed us. After that, we succeeded in returning the precognition magic that had been stolen from Jinya-san by Nia to Kanoko-san and awakening her, and we left Hinomoto to return to the Lingal Kingdom after staying there for 3 days. Did such a thing happen in the land of beasts? Yes. Currently, we had left the Beastman's realm and were headed to the third country we visited, Myarak. Norn-sama greeted us as if she had anticipated our arrival, and after sending a hoot bird to the Lingal Kingdom, she invited us into the underground cave where Falgasama was. There, she first told Falgasama about what had happened in Hinomoto. That was a close call. If the Beastmen were to team up with the demon race, this would have been the first place they would have targeted. Even if it was just a matter of that, if they attacked us when we hadn't rebuilt yet, we wouldn't have been able to survive. Norn-sama seemed relieved after hearing my story. It's true that Jinya-san would probably try to attack Myarak first. It didn't happen because Koga decided that the Beastman tribe couldn't fight, but if I hadn't stopped Jinya-san's outburst like that, it might have happened sooner or later. When I think about it, I'm glad I was able to stop him. Precognition magic is a magic that, if in the hands of a greedy person, will lead to ruin. Forgetting the present and thinking about the future, one day even the present will become invisible. That man Jinya can't even accept the reality in front of him, and he's come to fear even the future that will eventually come. It is well said that too much power will destroy you. After muttering this, Falgasama now turns his gaze towards us. But another user of dark magic. I was able to take a peek at the memories of your gauntlet just now, and it seems that you have a moderately troublesome temperament. That's right. I've been spotted by a really nasty person. You may be destined to attract such people, aren't you? Yet. I'm kidding. I'm not laughing at the joke. Or rather, I don't think Falgasama's joke is a joke at all, but he doesn't change his expression or anything at all. Wait, that wasn't a joke. Yeah, it actually is the truth. Behind me, the little fox and the vampire are whispering something, but I ignore them. I'm never going to admit it. Even though there are a lot of things that come to mind when I think about it. But I see that your journey has finally come to an end. Yes. Now we can finally return to the kingdom of Lingal. It's been about 3 months and a half. It feels surprisingly short, but the events that happened during that time were all shocking. It seems that your friends, the heroes, were also involved in disturbances in various places. Man-eating thunder incarnate and forest-eating evil monster, both of which were defeated by the 2 heroes. Wow, seems like they're fighting against something that sounds dangerous. Both of them are dangerous calamities in a different way than the wicked dragon. The female hero, Suzuan, fought the incarnation of thunder, a demon that kills any living thing that steps into its domain. A mutated demon with advanced intelligence and lightning as its weapon of choice. But the most dangerous thing about it is that it is no less cunning and brutal than the wicked dragon. Did Inugami-senpai fight it? It's lightning versus thunder, so maybe they were a good match. If it were me, I wouldn't want to fight such an opponent. I'm not sure I would want to get a shock all over my body. It's both troublesome to run away from it or to face it head-on. The evil monster that Kazuki fought was a dark demon that came from the depths of the forest. The current hero, the young man, has sealed the forest where the elves are living, and the forest has been protected by them however. It seems that the seal has been loosened with the return of the demon lord. Fortunately, it seems to have been defeated by the heroes before it regained its full power. Regain its power. It will devour an entire forest in a single night, turning into a voracious eater. Oh wah! Behind me, Nia let out a grunt of disgust, but I felt the same way she did. The 2 of them must have been fighting some pretty serious opponents. When you think about it, the commotion that happened to me doesn't seem like a big deal. Don't kid yourself. That's not the case. I'm sure it's not. You're just as bad as them. From what I've heard so far, that's about right. I received a reprimand from Amako, Nia, Arc-san, Falgasama and Norn-sama in that order. The expression on their faces twitched with a certain deja-vu. Why are they denying me all at once like this? Is there no one on my side? As I slumped my shoulders in response, Falgasama, the corners of his mouth twisted in amusement, opened his mouth. The heroes are already on their way to the Lingal Kingdom ahead of you. Safely, of course. Oh, I see, I'm glad. We were in Hinomoto for a long time, so the time for us to return was delayed. Both Senpai and Kazuki traveled by horse, so they're faster that way. As if sensing what I was thinking, Falgasama opened his mouth while giving Norn-sama a look. I'm having the ship you guys are on ready. Norn. Yes. We were making preparations before you arrived, so you can leave today. Thank you so much for everything. Phew, that's not even close to enough. I wonder how long it would take us to get there by boat? After all, it's faster than a horse, so we might be able to reach the vicinity of the Lingal Kingdom in 2 or 3 days. The return trip might be really easy. Yusato. Yes? What is it? For the last time, it's about the hero's weapon. It's Senpai and Kazuki's, right? Yeah, I'll tell you right now that creating a weapon from scratch will take quite a bit of time. Perhaps we won't be able to make it in time for the invasion of the Demon King's army. I want you to keep that in mind. I understand. I'll relay that message to the two of them. I dare not ask about Falgasama's body. He knows what he's doing, and he's doing it. It would be rude to stop him. The weapon of the hero created by Falgasama. I wonder what sort of shape it will form when they hold it. For some reason, I can kinda imagine what Senpai's weapon will be like. Having finished our conversation with Falgasama, we returned to the surface with Norn-sama. Later, after we had said our goodbyes to Norn-sama, we were escorted by a familiar maid to the boat that would take us to our destination. We took the horse and Blurin that had been waiting outside the castle and proceeded through the streets of Myarak. As usual, I was subjected to strange stares since I had Blurin with me, but I was used to it and didn't mind. The city is recovering nicely, hey? Yes. It's not in full swing yet, but we have diplomatic relations with other countries, so it looks like we'll be able to regain the lively atmosphere of the city in the near future. As I looked at the streets of Myarak while being guided around, I saw a bustling landscape there, different from the first time I visited. Truly, I'm glad I was able to help Karen. Speaking of which, I wonder how Karen and Leona-san are doing. Maybe I should ask the maid. Excuse me. How are Karen-san and Leona-san doing? Karen-sama is busy with paperwork at the castle. After Yusato-sama left for the Beastman country, there was a lot of discussion about his punishment, but thanks to Norn-sama revealing his origins and persuading everyone, a heavy punishment was avoided. If he explained Karen-sama's origins, does that mean the people of this city now know that Karen-sama is a descendant of Falgasama's dragon? Karen-sama himself wanted to be punished heavily, though. Due to the effects of his dragon personification, he couldn't walk without a cane, and Norn-sama gave him the position of directing the reconstruction work of the city. I didn't know that. This is a secret, but he was trying to sneak out of work when he heard Yusato-sama was coming, you know? He was then tied to a chair by mistress, though. Hat. I twitch a smile at the maid who lets out a giggle. Is that it? He's being tied down by the butt. Well, I'm glad to hear he's doing well. I'm sure Leona-sama will recognize. Soon. What do you mean? Phew. Puzzled by the meaningful words, I followed the maid and arrived at the edge of the city, at a harbor with many ships lined up in chains. As if in a quandary, most of the ships were not moving, but there was one ship that was crowded with people. Oh. As for the size of the boat, it was probably about 2 times bigger than the fishing boat in my original world. The boat was just right, not too big, not too small, and I could see a few sailors carrying in their cargo in the back of a blonde woman I recognized. Spotting her, the maid called out from behind her in a somewhat good mood. Leona-sama. What's up? Something from Norn-sama. I've brought Yusato-sama and his party. Leona-san froze at the sight of us. Tilting my head at the sight, I greeted her. It's not like it's been a long time. Hello, Leona-san. How have you been? Yeah, you look well. Why is she behaving so suspiciously? Was she unconsciously imitating Rose? As I put my hand on my cheek in worry, the maid opened her mouth with a smile. Leona-sama. I'll leave the rest to you. Oh. Then, gentlemen, have a good trip. The maid bowed deeply to us as well, and left the place. Leona-san, who was left behind, moved her gaze impatiently, but looked at me as if she had made up her mind. I'm going to accompany you on this boat trip as your escort. You are? Is the castle going to be okay? She shook her head in response to my and Arksan's questions, as if she didn't need to worry. Don't worry about that. I have a man who is working for me right now, whining and whining. I'm sure he's just as happy to be working with his wife watching over him. Karen or. It seems that even though the Dragon Man's case is over, his ordeal is not over yet. Well, he's got his wife with him, so I guess he's still happy. Maybe. In addition, I have been instructed by Norn-sama. She said that she can't let the person who saved Myarak from danger return without any kind of escort. That's why she sent Leona-san too. I'm not sure if it's too much to ask for a guard, although at first glance she doesn't have the staff of a hero. But she's the most reliable escort I've ever had. If Leona-san is working on Nornsama's orders, why bother to say no? Well then, please take care of the escort. Leona-san. Yeah, it's nice to be on board. Then let me show you around the ship immediately. I'll also have to introduce you to the captain and crew. Yes. Leona-san urged me to go up to the ship. I was worried about whether or not Blurin and the horse would be able to fit on the ship, but I didn't have to worry about that because Nornsam had thoughtfully placed a sort of hastily built stable in the back of the ship for Blurin and the horse. There were about 7 people on board, including the captain and crew, and they must have heard about us, because they introduced themselves and thanked us. As usual, I'm not used to being thanked, so I gave an awkward response, but I was glad to get on the boat without any problems. As we were being led to our room after introductions, I noticed that Amako was looking at the lake surrounding Myorak that we could see from the ship. Is this your first time on a boat, Amako? No, I think it's my 3rd time on a boat. I see. Well, I snuck onto the ship when I was sneaking into Myorak and when I was leaving. Oh, I see. That's right, the only way to cross the other shore from the Beastman's domain is to get on a boat. So does that mean this is the first normal boat trip for this girl? Come to think of it, Nia had been cooped up in a village for a long time before she started her journey. What? When I saw Nia walking near Amako, she had her arms crossed and a disinterested expression on her face. However, although she was acting like she wasn't interested, she was glancing at the surface of the lake frequently, so I could tell that she was curious. Nia, there's no need to push yourself, okay? Why and no, I'm not pushing it. The boat is unusual, isn't it? I understand, everyone is excited when they first get on board. Do I look like a child? Why do you always have to be so thoughtful? As I looked at Nia, who was desperately trying to deny the truth, with a smile on her face, Leona S.A. walking in front of me, turned to me. These 2 rooms are yours. It's roughly 2 to 3 days from here to the vicinity of the Lingal Kingdom. Normally, we should be able to get there much faster, but there's a danger of demons, so we'll have to travel by boat while being cautious. There will be demons. Yeah. But don't worry, they're not that powerful. This ship is also loaded with weapons, so you don't have to worry about it sinking. If that's the case, I'm relieved. The idea of a demon living in the water doesn't bother me, but I'd rather not encounter one if I can avoid the danger. We stepped into our respective rooms, Amako and Nia, and me and Ark-san. As I was about to enter the room with my luggage, Leona-san called out to me, as if she had suddenly noticed something. Speaking of which, Yusato. What happened to the uniform you always wore? Oh. It got torn. I got into a bit of a tussle in the land of beasts. By the way, I was still wearing the cloak Hayate-san gave me. I always wore my uniform in front of Leona-san, so it was understandable that she was curious. What? Are you okay? Yeah, I got a bit of windpipe on my shoulder, stomach, and leg, but I was fine. I don't think that qualifies as okay though. Wait, what did you say? Your windpipe. Leona-san touched my shoulders and stomach, flustered. For some reason, the fact that Amako, who had been looking at the surface of the lake earlier, was looking up at me with no expression on her face gave me a bit of a fright. You don't have to worry about it, since it's been cured by the healing magic. Yeah, I see. But it must have been something serious for you to be injured. What kind of demon was it? Or were you caught in a landslide? Why is it limited to demons and natural disasters? I don't know how to answer this question, as if I'm unconsciously excluding the possibility that I was injured artificially. At any rate, it's going to be difficult to explain right now. I'll talk to you about this when I have more time. I see. Oh, I'm sorry for calling you out. Leona-san, who had hurriedly stepped back, cleared her throat once to regain her composure, then opened her mouth again. We'll be leaving soon. It might be a little bumpy, so be careful. I'm going to go talk to the captain, so if you need me, feel free to call me. Yes. Saying that, Leona-san turned her back on me and headed towards the direction of the captain's office. After seeing her off, I was about to enter the room assigned to me and Alk when I suddenly turned my attention to the view outside the ship. The long journey is almost over, hey. It's kind of a strange feeling, like I'm both happy and sad. Remembering my journey so far and feeling deeply moved, I put my luggage back on my shoulders and put my hand on the doorknob of my room. Author's note. Due to Norn's meddling, Leona will be accompanying him on his escort. It's not too late for Inugami-senpai to make her full appearance in the main story. This is the first time I've traveled on a ship in my life in another world. I've been on a boat before in the world I was in, but the one I'm on now doesn't shake as much and makes me feel as if I'm on the ground. I don't have to worry about getting seasick, and the trip is going to be much more comfortable than I thought it would be. A few hours after we left the ship, night fell and we had our first dinner on the ship. Can you for once please understand just how dangerous of a technique you are trying to pull off? I'm sorry. I was being lectured at the dinner table. The whole thing started because during dinner with the five of us and Leona-san, Nia gossiped about my healing flying fist and healing striking fist. Upon hearing this, Leona-san went pale with a spoon in her hand, and after looking at me in the seat next to her with the movements of a rusty machine, she began to lecture me. The technique you used is like making a small hole in a bag that has swollen to the brink of exploding. Even though you have the gauntlet, if you had done it in the flesh, you might have blown it off from the elbow up. Oh, so that's what happened. Ah, what a lifesaver Falgasama's gauntlet is. That's not the point. Leona-san, out of breath, poured a drink into the cup that was placed beside her and drank it down in one go. What did you just pour into the cup, Leona? It wasn't water, was it? That's a strange idea. Why did you try to make your fist fly? Sorry. Why would you shoot your fist at zero distance when you can make it fly? Yes, you're right. I can't argue with a good argument. Rather, I wondered if being genuinely worried and lectured was this much of a burden on my mind. The only time I've ever been lectured has been mercilessly, without a hint of kindness, so it's quite bearable. Your technique is not magic, it's a martial art. I'm sorry I keep hitting you. What's healing magic? It's this. No, it's not. I showed her a normal healing magic and she denied it. What the heck is different about? I showed the healing magic in my fist to Amako, who was sitting next to me on the opposite side of the table from Leona-san, eating her meal in silence. Amako, this is a healing spell, right? No, it's not. It's a healing punch. Oh, yeah, that's right. Ha ha ha. Wait, that's not it. You're trying to tell me that healing punches and healing magic are two different things. Yes. This little fox nodded without hesitation. Nia. You think they're different, don't you? I looked at Nia and saw that she was propped up on the table with a cup in her hand that looked like she had only taken about 2 sips. Nia, what's wrong? Nia's down from drinking something she's not used to. Why? No wonder you've been so quiet. You know what you said. When you're my age, you can handle a keg of this stuff. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go that far. As I sobered up and became depressed, Leona-san hurriedly leaned over me. It's a bit close, isn't it? As I tried to pull away, I noticed that her face was strangely red. Leona-san, are you drunk? I'm not drunk. I'm a knight, you see, and I try not to drink in case of an emergency. I see, I must have imagined it. Then good. So, when did Usato become able to alter himself into 3 people? No, I wouldn't be surprised if you could. I immediately picked up the cup beside Leona-san and the bowl she was pouring from. Sure enough, I could smell alcohol. And there's Nia, prostrating on the seat in front of Leona-san. Nia, you little. I'm so worried about you. Really, I'm so glad that you came back safely. Yug, you. Wait, Leona-san. You're not a normal human. And I know you're not the kind of person who would lose his life so easily. But more than that, you're dangerous to watch. Because of the way you fight with no regard for yourself. Leona-san. I guess I had made Leona-san worry quite a bit. Indeed, I may have been a little too self-conscious. I'll have to reflect on that. Looking at it up close, it's like watching a raging bull that's lost its grip on its teeth. Usato, I guess it's true that when someone's drunk, their true feelings come out. Oi, you shut up. When I said that to Amako, who had quietly said such a thing, Leona-san became depressed, as if she thought it was directed at her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being such a nagging 20-year-old. You. Oh, I wasn't talking to you, Leona-san. Leona-san grabbed onto my shoulder at the earliest opportunity, her voice becoming teary. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Does she have a crying problem when drunk? I've never done this before, but can you sober someone up with healing magic? This is like a kind of abnormal condition, isn't it? I was in a hurry, so I decided to call Ark-san when I was in trouble. Oh, Ark-san. Ark-san went to borrow the kitchen to make some snacks. He was in a really good mood. Ugh, I don't want to get in the way of good-tempered Ark-san. Wait a minute, the way this is going, it's not like Amako is sipping on alcohol too. Wait a minute, you're not drunk too, are you? Alcohol? I'm only 14, so I don't drink. Also, it's a nice dinner. Common sense told me that was true. I had forgotten that Nia looked like she was in her mid-teens, but she is actually over 300 years old, so it's not like she can't drink alcohol. But the most important thing is that Nia is drunk and fainted. I'm sure she'll be fine, she's still breathing, but I'm going to release a healing magic bullet just in case. Let's eat too, Yusato? It's the only time you can eat Myorak's cooking, right? I guess so. If we miss this, it looks like it won't be for a while. Yet. But before that dash. I nodded at Amako's words and tried to reach for the food laid out in front of me, but for some reason, she looked at me with a blank stare. That gaze is right next to my... Shouldn't you do something about her? She's sleeping. And she's sleeping with her head on my shoulder. Aren't you a little too weak for alcohol? I'm not a drinker, but even I can tell. Don't drink and be drunk, right? Yeah, I'll be careful. It seems that no matter what world you live in, you have to be careful with alcohol. I supported Leona-san, who had fallen asleep drunk, and performed healing magic on her while escaping from reality. The first dinner on the boat trip was chaotic thanks to Nia, who brought out a bottle of liquor. After that, I punished Nia by giving her a finger-flying healing magic bullet, a healing finger bullet, when she got up with a dazed look on her face. But what the heck, the Myorak fish dish served for dinner and the snacks made by Arksan were delicious, so it was a good memory. Oh, Yusato, yesterday was... Leona-san, I don't mind, you know. And the next morning, while I was feeding Blurin and the horse, I found Leona-san on the edge of the boat with her hands over her face, screaming in agony. I guess I don't have to tell, but it must be because of what happened at the dinner table yesterday. Apparently, she had a subtle memory of the time when she was drinking, and as soon as she saw me, she made her face turn bright red. But I could tell that Leona-san was very worried about me. Did I say anything else? You know, something rude or... You did say that I was like a raging bull that had lost control of itself. Mujiu. What have I done? I did not mean any of that, absolutely not. How? I guess that's exactly what it means to fall for a story. I look at the flowing river from a distance. It's so beautiful, I bet it would feel good to jump in. Haha. I've been treated like a monster a lot lately, so it's refreshing to be compared to a normal animal. Oh, really? It's not that I was depressed. Rather, if I was depressed at this level, there would be no end to it. Yusato. There was something I wanted to ask you. What is it? I tilted my head at Leona-san, who asked me a question in a reserved manner. What is it? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the fact that she was drunk on alcohol. She pulled out a piece of paper from her long skirt pocket and handed it to me. The maid at the castle gave me this, and when I looked it over, this is what it said. Feeling a bad premonition, I opened it and found that it was an article about Inugami-senpai that I had seen some time ago. While I was silently impatient, Leona-san somewhat awkwardly turned her gaze towards the river. I could tell from your reaction. Yusato, I congratulate you guys on. Leona-san. First of all, please let me explain what's going on here. It took 5 minutes of desperate explanation to Leona-san, who squeezed out her words with extraordinary determination, perhaps because of some misunderstanding. After hearing about the situation, she folded her arms and nodded her head as if she understood. I see. To refuse the confession of a prince from another country? Even though there was a problem on that side who tried to confess in front of the public, the hero Suzune is also doing something bold. That's why I'm confused, though. Why did she mention my name? Yusato, it's because... Yes. No, it's nothing. Leona was about to say something, but when I asked her back, she just shook her head and brushed it off. What kind of man are you? Towards the hero Suzune. She's a friend of mine. She's a curious girl who jumps on a lot of things. Oh, she gets carried away when you're nice to her. You're introducing me to a human, right? It sounded like an introduction to cats and dogs to me. Oh shit. No, because if I were to be honest about Inugami-senpai's character, I would have to explain it this way. I guess I should have explained it better. It's a matter of honor for senpai. Well, it's difficult to describe senpai in words, but... She's not a bad person. Rather, she is a good person. Before I came to this world, I thought she was really perfect, but in reality, she's more human than anyone else. Oh, I see. You and the two heroes came from another world, didn't you? Yes. And that girl told me that she had no intention of going back to her original world. And that is... I don't want to go back to my original world. When I was lost in the darkness of Lingle, I saw senpai vomit out such sentiments, and the image I had of her by that time completely collapsed. No, to be frank, it was as if it had crumbled right after she was summoned. As for me, I think it's good that senpai is enjoying this world. I'll be troubled even if I'm involved in the quirk, though. Turning to the article that mentioned senpai and smiling, Leona-san turned to me with a somewhat troubled expression. Would you want to go back to your world? Me? Currently, there's no way to return to that side. I've heard that the Wellshis of the Lingal Kingdom are desperately trying to find a way to return, but it's a long shot. But if I'm forced to choose between going back and not going back. Right now, I don't know. I have family and friends in the world I was in before. But there are people in this world that I don't want to leave as much as I do. Now that I think about it, I've met a lot of people since I was summoned to the Lingal Kingdom and started my journey. My relationship with them is just as important to me as it was when I was in the original world. It's not an easy decision to make and divide. I wondered if my pent-up feelings were showing on my face, but Leona-san gave me an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I asked you a question that was hard to answer. No, don't worry about it. It's something I'll have to think about someday. I have to make a decision on the coming day. Which world should I choose, the one I was in or the one I'm in now? The moment I thought about it, one concern came to my mind. Farewell, hey. What would I do if Inugami-senpai and Kazuki, who were faced with the same choice, chose different answers? I'm not sure I can accept parting with my two best friends in this world. In a way, it's the worst thing I could have imagined, and I had to shake it off and look at the scenery in front of me to calm myself down. Author's note. I've been treated like a monster all my life. If you just take out the dialogue here, it doesn't look like the main character who had a difficult childhood. Once you get used to living on a ship, you start to see the many ways to enjoy it. I was able to enjoy a different kind of peaceful journey, gazing at the changing scenery and the flowing river. It was noon on the third day after we boarded the boat. We would be arriving at the kingdom of Lingal in about half a day. As I was leaning against the edge of the ship, remembering our journey so far, Nia, who had taken human form, came up next to me. You look bored. Yeah, I guess so. We basically had nothing to do on the ship, since the sailors were doing all the work. Oh, come to think of it, Ark-san has taken the lead in cooking-related matters at some point. Blurin is coasting, Amako is writing a letter to Kanoko and Rinka, and Leona-san is cleaning the spear she brought instead of the hero's weapon. So, it was only me and Nia who really had nothing to do at the moment. Nia, there's something that's been bothering me for a while. What is it? You're a vampire, aren't you? Hey? Why the hell are you asking that right now? At this point, I thought I'd ask Nia something I was a little curious about. I hadn't heard of it for some reason. No, but I'm just curious, do vampires in this world drink blood and increase their own kind? By this world you mean, is that true in Usato's world as well? In our world, vampires are fantasy creatures, but there are many stories about them. In my world, I'm not sure if they exist or not, but it's a common setting for vampires to suck blood to increase their army. Nia opened her mouth at my words, turning her head away. It's not impossible, you know. Really? Without thinking, I took 3 steps away from Nia. Why are you distancing yourself? Because, you know? You'll suck all the blood out of humans and turn them into ghouls, right? No, I wouldn't do such a horrible thing. How freaky are the vampires in your world? Apparently, I was wrong. After calming her breathing down, Nia looked away from me with a slight hesitation. The way we increase the number of our kind is not by sucking blood. Rather, it's the opposite, we feed them blood. Feed them? The blood of vampires. Yes, of course. Not just any blood, of course. It can't be just blood because that would violate the prohibition against transforming humans into demons. To put it simply, it's a special kind of blood that contains highly pure magical power. It will reconstitute the human body into our body. Is it really that easy to do? Phew, of course it's impossible. Nia laughed hilariously at my words. There's no way a normal human being can withstand the kind of load that would remake their body. Even if you're lucky and your body can withstand it, your mind will be destroyed and you'll end up like a slightly stronger zombie. That's some egregious stuff. Well, I'm knowledgeable about it, but I've never tried it. I would never want to be a zombie, or a slightly stronger zombie. But turning a human into a demon, isn't that kind of dangerous? As I was inwardly reaffirming the abnormality of vampires as demons, Nia turned a mischievous smile towards me. If you're physically and mentally ridiculously strong, you can do it, can't you? What say we give it a try? It will raise the upper limit of your physical body and increase your lifespan incomparably to that of a human, you know. Nia said, peeking out her sharp fangs. I sighed at Nia and lightly poked her in the forehead. Ouch. You've got to be kidding me. I still want to be human. Geez, of course I'm joking. You're not human enough at this point. How long do you want to act like a human, you muscles for brains? You would go that far. I know with your illusions that I'm not so human, okay? And I'm aware that I'm not human, but that doesn't mean I've stopped acting like a human, right? You on the other hand. She was angry and glaring at me with tears in her eyes, but then she suddenly noticed something and turned her gaze towards the river. What's wrong? I think I just saw something move down there. Is there a fish or something? I wondered the same thing, and like Nia, I leaned forward to take a peek at the river, but at that moment, with a huge splash, something the size of a man jumped out at us. Gag. Hey! The poisonous-colored thing jumped up right in front of us, and our eyes met. It had a rotund physique, viscous skin, and a long tongue. Its appearance was similar to that of the frog on Earth. However, the moment I saw it in my field of vision, which was many times larger than the frog I knew, I almost reflexively slammed my gauntlet fist into its abdomen. None. Giga phew. The giant frog returned to the water with white eyes. It's probably a demon, but... Well, I was surprised when it came out of nowhere, but that's about it. It's not even as scary as the ghost or Rose. Blurg, my gauntlet feels really sticky. Hat, you just naturally punched it without hesitation. Sometimes I can rely on that. Kind of unwaveringly. Can you stand, Nia? Yeah, I can. As I brush the mucus off my hands, I help Nia, who is slumped over in surprise, to stand up. Then, from a different place than where we were, several of the same giant frogs from earlier climbed onto the boat. Gag. Oh. In an instant, the top of the ship was in trouble. The sight of a giant toad bouncing around on the ship made Nia and me twitch our cheeks. Hearing the commotion, the sailors, Leona-san, Arc-san and Amako come out from the ship. A bunch of aqua frogs. What's with all the numbers? Yusato, are you okay? We're fine over here. Amako and the captains, please stay hidden. Jero. Tisk. The two giant frogs, the aqua frogs, must have noticed me, because they jumped and hit me. I don't want my gauntlet to become slippery, so I aim with my right fist and fire 2 healing blows. The healing magic bullets released with the sound of air popping knocked the aqua frog down into the river. Okay, let's just knock them all down to the river for now. Even though I'm saying this now, are you really a healing magician? Think of me as the new generation of a healing magician. After confirming that with Nia, who had turned into an owl, she had flown to my shoulder while uttering an excuse that I found painful, I moved to Arc-san and the others while keeping the aqua frog in check with my healing magic bullets. Leona, Arc. Do you have any feedback? Somehow, I'm starting to think Yusato is pioneering a new kind of magic. It's great to see it again. Yeah, really. Leona-san replied to Nia's words with a somewhat distant look on her face, while Arc-san gave her a normal compliment. However, she immediately changed her expression and pointed the point of her spear, which was different from the hero's weapon, at the aqua frog. It seems that because the ship didn't pass through, this has become aqua frog's territory. I didn't expect them to come up to the ship, but... What kind of demons are these guys? On their own, their combat power isn't very high. You just have to be careful not to get caught by their sharp claws, the poison they secrete from their backs, or their tongues. The problem is the number of these dash. As far as I could see, there were a dozen or so aqua frogs bouncing around on the ship, trolling around. It's a sight that would normally scare me in more ways than one, but it doesn't matter to us right now. Well, with you guys, it won't be a problem. Yes. Leona-san generates ice magic in her hands, and Arc-san makes his newly made sword glow red. I'm the only one holding my fist without using magic. I've never been in a fight where I felt like a magician. The first thing I learnt from fighting the aqua frog was that it was dangerous to touch it with your bare hands because it looked too slimy to touch, but even without that, the poison that covered its body surface was dangerous. With my healing magic, I could quickly heal the poison, but there was no need to waste magic power, so I decided to safely fight off the aqua frog. Gag. Too slow. Jiu. I grabbed the tongue sticking out like a spear with my gauntlet and threw it outside the ship after having Nia cast a restraint spell on it. Oi, you gotta be kidding me. Making me feel a little sorry for the aqua frog as it fell into the water with a look on its face that said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I've already noticed it. Healing magic burst palm. Gee. Oh. The aqua frog is blown off the ship by the bursting palm. Anyone could tell when it flopped down from behind and approached us. I knew it, normal demons are no longer a match for you. I know I can't help it, but... You're really not human. There's a frog with its mouth open, do you want me to throw you in? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but don't grab me by the ears and pull me down. Nia clutches my cloak tightly and fights back as I sigh and fires a healing finger bomb from the gauntlet into the wide open mouth of the aqua frog. They are much less powerful and have a range of less than 3 meters, but they are much faster than healing magic bullets. The aqua frog that was hit in the oral cavity writhed in confusion, then lost its balance and fell into the river. Well, now that that's mostly taken care of. Are Arc-san and Leona-san okay? After dropping all the aqua frogs in the vicinity from the boat, I looked at the two who were probably dealing with them elsewhere. Arc-san was using his flaming sword to fight off the aqua frogs, and there were no scorch marks from the flames or even dead aqua frogs around him. As expected of Arc-san, I don't need to help him whatsoever. As for Leona-san, most of the aqua frogs had been defeated on Leona-san's side as well. Using ice magic and a spear that she hadn't shown in her fight with Karen, she was able to toss the aqua frogs around and knock them off the ship in a fluid motion. Freezing the floor and manipulating magic bullets remotely, the variety of techniques as always was something to marvel at no matter how many times I saw them. Usato Dono, all the demons that came up to the ship have been cleared. It seems so. Well, I'm glad it wasn't a strong demon. I don't want to encounter a powerful demon even on my way back home, you know. No, I really don't want that. I'm in a desperate state of mind, like I can't go home normally with the Lingal Kingdom in front of me. After dispatching all the aqua frogs, I was conversing with Arc-san, who had put away his sword, when I noticed that Leona-san was still clutching her spear and had a grim expression on her face. Leona Dono, is there still something lurking? No, I don't know yet. Leona-san replied vaguely to Arc-san's words. Aqua frogs are demons that act in packs. The boss of the aqua frogs, Mother Frog, is supposed to be in that flock, but I've been wondering why she hasn't shown up yet. I see, so that's why you were still on alert. But Mother Frog is the parent of Aqua Frog, so Mother? There are two possibilities I can think of. One is that either Mother Frog has already died out. The other is that she's trying to attack us when she's exhausted from hitting us with her child, Aqua Frog. In case you are wondering, how is that Mother Frog different from a regular Aqua Frog? It's dash. Just as Leona-san was about to continue, the surface of the water in front of the ship exploded vigorously, and a huge object the size of a light car flew high into the air. A purple frog, incomparably larger than the aqua frog. With a somewhat distant look, Leona-san pointed at the purple frog. Yeah, well, it's not as big as that one. No, no, no. If that thing falls on the ship, we'll sink. Nia was right, there was no way the ship could withstand the weight of that thing. I mean, how high is it jumping? They're not trying to board the ship, they're trying to destroy it. Usato, Arc-dono. We'll use maximum firepower to repel them. Alright. Maximum firepower? I'm a healing magician though. Leona-san was ready to throw a spear filled with ice magic, and Art-san was holding a flaming sword that was even more brilliant. I can't be clueless anymore. Yeah, I'll have to use it. I put the maximum amount of magic power into my gauntlet and move into a healing fist stance. To be honest, it may seem like overkill, but if it falls into the ship, we're finished. I'm going to try to leap, keeping my eyes on the mother frog that is falling towards us. Wait. Something's flying at us from the side. What? The moment Leon-san's voice stopped me, a crescent-shaped magic blade with a dazzling electric shock hit Mother Frog from another direction. The crescent-shaped magic blade blew away the Mother Frog's huge body and at the same time scorched it with electric shocks. Wah! This electric shock is... No way! The Mother Frog fell a short distance away from the ship, making a huge splash. The rolled-up water rained down on the ship, but I ignored it and looked in the direction where the magic blade had flown. In my line of sight, I saw the reflection of a black-haired girl who had swung her sword with a gush of lightning. When she spotted me, she waved at me with a big smile on her face. Inuyagami-senpai. Inuyagami-senpai, one of my best friends whom I had vowed to meet again. It was unexpected that I would see her again before arriving at the kingdom of Lingal, but it was a joyous occasion for me. It was by chance that I saw the scene. A large ship moving down a river. On the boat were people with weapons fighting demons, and a giant frog jumped up to crush them. I knew I had to save them, so I ran to the riverbank alone and shot a magic blade with a thunderbolt to repel the giant frog. However, the situation did not end there. My relief was short-lived when my eyes met his as he looked at me from the top of the boat. I couldn't put my mind at ease at this unexpected reunion with Usato, the man I had vowed to see again 2 months ago, so all I could do was give him a twitchy smile and wave. Afterwards, the boat that Usato was on dropped anchor near the riverbank where Kurumiya and I were. As I waited for them to come ashore, tormented by the joy of seeing them again, fear and some anticipation of how Usato would react, I saw Arc-san, Amako and a strange blonde woman descend from the boat, led by Usato. Who is that woman? What's more, she's tall and quite beautiful, isn't she? From the way she acts, I can tell she's a very talented woman, but... Suzune-san, how long are you going to stay frozen? Wah! When I came to my senses at the sound of Kurumiya's voice, Usato-kun was already approaching right in front of me. On his shoulder is a small, black owl. So cute. I can't. I can't be in awe at the owl now, right now I need to apologize to Usato-kun. Usato-kun, long time no see. Yes, it's been a while. I'm glad to see you again, senpai. Seeing Usato-kun smiling at me, I couldn't help but back away. I guess that's what you call a smile that's smiling but not laughing. The lack of inflection in his words makes the fear more pronounced. Yusato-kun. What is it? Could it be that you're angry with me? The fact that I had turned down another country's prince's proposal of marriage in the form of mentioning Yusato-kun's name had caused quite a stir. No, I'm not mad at you. I know that you'll be angry. What? Looking at me in dismay, Yusato-kun finally lost his expression and smiled. I'm sure you're aware of the situation. Of course, if someone confesses to you in the middle of a crowd, there's no way you can handle it calmly. Even if I were to refuse, I would need a reason to convince the other person, so I know it was the spur of the moment. Yusato-kun. Besides, senpai seems to be reflecting on it a lot, and it's clear that you didn't spread it on purpose. I couldn't help but put my hand over my mouth. I knew there was no way he would forgive me so easily. I had thought that maybe Yusato-kun was thinking of a way to get back at me. But now, I was ashamed of myself for imagining such a thing. Aren't you glad that he understood you? I nodded to Kurumiya, who whispered from behind. And since you're my senpai, I think it was just the momentum of the moment, or the tension that got the better of you and you couldn't stop it, so you couldn't go back. Ugh. Wow, that's great. You understand Suzune-san very well, Yusato-sama. I was taken aback by the surprise, but Kurumiya, who was standing next to me, clapped her hands in admiration. This guard. You're enjoying the situation, aren't you? Ah, it's been a while, Kurumiya-san. It's been a long time, Yusato-sama and Amako-sama. How have you been, Ark-kun? Yes, how about Kurumiya? And she's having a friendly conversation with them, which is the opposite of what she was doing earlier. What's this difference? Oh, by the way, senpai. Ha ha he. When I was stunned by the scene before me, Yusato-kun shifted his gaze to me and took out a folded piece of paper from the pocket of his grey cloak and unfolded it so that I could see it. Do you understand? Here. Yes, it's not acceptable for this handsome nobleman to have a deformed picture or some other rootless rumor circulating. Ugh, the story I feared most. As I behaved suspiciously, Yusato-kun, with a lecherous smile on his face, tapped the paper with his hand. What's with this? He can use healing magic to blind, or punch you, or even be gold-bound. That is. This is so much more than that, you know? How can healing magic wield that much? So what are you gonna do about that? I am sorry, okay. The rumor spread from Mirak to Lukvis. This is where Yusato-kun traveled, so they must have made up a story with no roots, adding a footnote to his character. No matter how much Yusato-kun, he would never do something so out of the ordinary. Probably. Anyway, it's all my fault. I have to take all his words and show them. Oh, Yusato. Isn't that enough? Her knees are shaking. Yusato, I don't think you should lie, no matter how much you want to. I guess so. The blonde woman says this as she looks at my knees almost giving out, flustered. At the woman's words, Yusato relaxes his shoulders. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. I was just teasing you a little bit, senpai. Now the payback is over for now. As I said before, I'm not really mad at you. My cheeks burned with shame at the fact that I was being teased by a younger man. However, I was sure that somewhere in the back of my mind there was a part of me that felt happy about this nostalgic exchange. I haven't been able to meet Kazuki yet, but I'm really glad that I was able to safely reunite with senpai. Yeah. I'm glad too. 2 months may seem like a short time in terms of numbers, but the events that took place during that period were so intense that they cannot be described in a single word. The man who is here now, Yusato, must have gone through a lot of rough times during his journey. That's why I'm so happy that we were able to meet again in one piece like this. Payback, for now. As I was about to burst into tears, I suddenly realized that there was a part of his words from earlier that stuck with me. In a different way than before, I asked Yusato-kun with a quiver in my voice. Yusato-kun, for the time being, is perhaps not in the right frame of mind. Yusato-kun? Can you not smile in silence? Say something please. Even so, Yusato's mouth still twisted up in silence. In front of him, I couldn't help but be terrified of the prank in the name of revenge that might happen any time in the future. I hadn't seen senpai in 2 months, but she hadn't changed in a good way. She was still the same person who likes to tease people, but when it came time for me to do the same, she was as weak as ever, and I ended up teasing her too much. After playing a few tricks on senpai, I decided to introduce Leona-san to senpai and Kurumiya-san. I'll introduce you. She is Leona-san, the hero of my Arak who escorted us here. At my introduction, senpai looked at Leona-san in surprise. Receiving the gaze of senpai, Leona-san took a small bow and then stepped forward. It's my first time meeting you. Inyakamai Suzundano, a hero of the kingdom of Lingal. I am Leona, the hero of my Arak. I was entrusted with escorting Yusato and the others on this occasion, and I accompanied them here. A hero. I knew you were quite a talented person, but I didn't think you were a hero like me. No, I'm just a knight who was given the title of hero. It wasn't long that I officially became known as a hero. Leona-san's cheeks reddened with embarrassment, she denied the words of senpai, but in fact, she is a very good hero. I fought with her and I know her well enough to say that. Leona-san and I fought together during the commotion that happened in Mirak. Thanks to her cooperation, we were able to stop Karen-san's dragon form that went amok. I see, I didn't know much about the details of the situation, but does that mean Leona-san is one of the people who led to the resolution of Mirak's commotion? I nodded at Kurumiya-san's words. Then I noticed that Senpain with her arms crossed was swaying to the side and looking at Leona-san. Leona-san, you're... What's going on? Suzundano. After checking her entire body, from her toes to her head, Senpai turned to me. I'm not sure if it's my imagination or not, but I have a strange feeling of deja vu and a bad premonition. Yusato-kun. Blonde knights are really nice, right? What's more, she's the cool type. I'm relieved that you're the same as usual. Guess she hasn't changed one bit. I'm sure this crazy behavior in front is exactly what Inyakamai-senpai is. Perhaps it's a reaction she's used to, but Kurumiya-san, who's standing next to her, is also cowering her shoulders and smiling. Yusato. What is Suzundano talking about? COOL. She means that you're cool. It doesn't mean anything weird, so please don't worry. Yeah, I see. I can't give this person any weird knowledge. When I explained it so simply to Leona-san, I noticed that senpai who had been so excited earlier was strangely quiet. If you look at her, she is looking at me and Leona-san alternately and tilting her head. No, there's something a little strange about Leona-san's reaction to Yusato-kun. What's wrong with that? Well, I don't know. Senpai also tilted her head as if she didn't quite understand. For some reason, Amako who was standing nearby let out an exasperated sigh. Well, whatever. There's no point in thinking too much about it. For now, I think I'm done with Leona-san's introduction. I'll introduce Nia next. I can't wait to see what kind of response I'll get. Well then, next I'll introduce the companion who became a familiar during the journey. Nia. She didn't react when I called out to the owl on her shoulder, but seemed to be observing senpai closely. I thought you've been awfully quiet since just now, what's wrong with you? Are you stunned because she's so far removed from the hero you imagined? Yusato-kun. The girl's name is Nia-chan, isn't it? Now, if you'll let me touch her. I guess she's been holding back quite a bit, but senpai is starting to become a bit of a dangerous person. This reaction is rather natural, since she looks cute from the outside. As I was hesitating about what to do, Nia jumped lightly from my shoulder and jumped onto senpai's outstretched hand. Siuyut. Ahaya wei bija. Yusato. Suzundano is kind of a sensual person. Leona-san, it's okay to say it more clearly. Leona-san looks bewildered at senpai who raised her voice in an ungirlish way. As for me, it's normal behavior, but maybe not so from the side I start to feel nostalgic for Inyakamai-senpai, the highborn girl of my former world. It was an admiration for me back then. Finally, there was a demon that treated me normally. I feel like crying. Kurumiya-san. No way, not even during the trip. Yes, you guessed it. How hungry was this person to touch a demon? I was starting to feel sorry for her all over again. I'm not sure if she was trying to pet Nia, but her hand trembled as she tried to extend it to her head. Once you take a look at the hand, you'll see that it's not a hand, but a wing. Nia-chan. Please don't pet me so carelessly. As soon as she says that, Nia spreads her wings and returns to my shoulder, and looks at senpai, who is so surprised that she can't even speak and her mouth is gaping like a carp. I knew the heroes of the other world were different. The magic power, quality and everything else is totally different from ordinary humans. Wah. No way, you can talk. It's not only senpai who is astonished by the owl that suddenly began to speak, but even Kurumiya-san. It's no wonder. I've been surprised many times before, but Nia is a humanoid demon that can speak human language. I would be surprised if a being who rarely appears in front of people became my familiar. It wasn't what I expected, but I was able to surprise senpai, and now I'll introduce Nia. Let me introduce you again. This is my familiar, Nia. She looks like an owl, but this is just her temporary form. Okay, Yusato. I can at least introduce myself. Interrupting my words, Nia jumped down from my shoulders and simultaneously released her transformation. After a moment of light, Her original form, a black-haired, red-eyed girl, crossed her arms with a proud expression. Good day, hero of another world. I am Nia, a mixed breed of vampire and necromancer. I am the familiar of this monster named Healing Magician. Dojiko, clumsy girl, dot. Clumsy. Who are you calling clumsy? Nia was about to introduce herself with the mysterious atmosphere of some mastermind, but those words from Amako made that atmosphere fragile. Amako turns away from the angry Nia. I was annoyed that you were acting. That's all. This. Don't you dare interrupt my brilliant self-introduction. You little fox. Chibi? Did you just call me little? Hey. Don't go starting a fight now. I grabbed Nia and Amako by their collars to stop them from fighting, leaving Senpai and Kurumiya-san behind. Let go of me, Yusato. Today is the day I'm going to make this little fox see who's better. I'll shave off that useless hide and chest. Asai escaped me as the two of them loud and fussed while grabbing me by the collar. I feel like we've become even more quarrelsome since we left Hinomoto. That's why we've become closer, though. Hey, I wonder why you guys fight over the slightest thing. Well, I'm sure Amako Dano and Nia aren't really angry either. Anyway, Yusato Dano. Suzun-sama is. Yes. Prompted by Arc-san's troubled look, I look at Senpai. Yusato-kun, am I still a useless hero? I've never had a good encounter with a demon, and the demons I've encountered have all been rather bleak. Kyuyu. Not only is she an owl but also your familiar who's half vampire and necromancer. What's more, she's a black-haired red-eyed girl, and also a dojiko. Phew, is Yusato-kun the only one transported to such a fancy fantasy world? I was already feeling like I was going to fall into darkness with just one more push. Instantly confirming the situation, I called out to Nia. Nia, be an owl. Ha! I'll take care of this little fox right now. You'll be an owl, won't you? Yes. I'll be an owl right now. I asked with a smile, and Nia, her face turning blue, transformed into an owl again. After confirming this, I immediately grabbed Nia and put her in the hands of Senpai who had empty eyes. Senpai. You can do whatever you want with this one. Hey. Really? Wow, what a smile. Senpai showed a smile that made anyone fall in love with her all over again, and Nia who showed an expression of despair. And while I'm at it, I'll get back at Nia for her sometime now. This girl, she also has Kimomimi attribute. Fway. How many attributes do you have to add? I can forgive just about anything. Woo. Hey wait. Help. USA. Nia lets out a squeal of anguish as Senpai rubs her cheek. I never forget the humiliation I've received at any time. Almost always. And when I can, I'll always return it. Only to those I can return it to. Yusato is the type of person who is very persistent. He's a bit insidious in his ways. I'll offer you to Senpai next. You're a real human being, aren't you? Yet. I'm amazed at how quickly you've changed. You know why she refuses when she sees Nia being played with like that? Well, it's that. Nia, I want you to be my sacrifice to Senpai. I'll make it up to you later. Oh, you're so cute I want to eat you already. Hi. I clasped my hands together inwardly, and could only watch the scene of Senpai squirming Nia. It seems that Nia's existence was much bigger than I had thought for Senpai. I had thought that she would be confused, but I didn't expect her to be that distraught, but thanks to my quick thinking and Nia's dedication, I was able to bring the situation under control. This woman. How dare you play with me so much? Sniff, I will definitely get my revenge for sure. Nia, who has escaped from Senpai's clutches in human form, hides behind me, wiping her eyes and saying such bitter things. On the other hand, Senpai is wringing her hands and nipping at me. Come here, don't be afraid. I'm not scary, come here. Don't talk in your sleep. There's something evil about you. How can a hero be called evil? Well, from my point of view, Senpai now is just a weirdo. Yusato-kun. Give Nia-chan. No, even that's a little too. Never. Even if you are both weirdos, I'd rather have Yusato. Please don't abandon me, Yusato. I don't agree with being treated like a freak. But when I saw Nia having her first infantile regression in a while, I realized that I had gone a little too far. Rather than that, isn't Senpai's love for demons too great to push Nia this far? Ha. That's too bad. In the first place, the contract between me and Yusato is a very special one, so it won't be easy to break. We're under a contract until he dies. When I hear it again, contract until death, it sounds really bad, doesn't it? In reality, it's no different than a normal familiar contract. Wait. A lifetime with Yusato-kun. Ah, there's a bit of a situation. About this. Well, anyway, please calm down, Senpai. Senpai right now is a bit of a pervert, to say the least. Pervert you say? I guess I was too blunt, but Senpai was flustered as her cheeks turned red. Then, as if to push her over the edge, Kurumiya-san put her hand on Senpai's shoulder. Suzune-san. If you are persistent, you will be disliked. I'm also curious about the situation, but it's not something we need to pursue right now. Yusato-sama, Ark-kun, let's discuss our future plans for now. Ah, yes. I understand. Nodding one to both mine and Ark-san's replies, Kurumiya-san pulled Senpai's hand and walked towards the knights who were waiting some distance away. Leona-san, who looked at the back of Senpai, opened her mouth with a somewhat awkward expression. Like the wind, it comes and goes. She's actually a kind person, you know? It's just a shame that she's a bit of a disappointment in some places. She's your friend. I have no doubt that she is a good person. In fact, I'm relieved that she's so human. What do you mean by that? Did you think Senpai has no feelings? No. I can't imagine it at all. She's too much to be one. To be honest, she was not at all the hero I imagined her to be. I was imagining someone more like this. Person who doesn't have any weaknesses as a human being. Haha, that's the furthest thing from what she is. Maybe Senpai in the past would be close to that. A perfect person who everyone admires, who can do everything, and who has no flaws whatsoever. If she had not been summoned to this world and reality had continued as it was, she would have continued to live her daily life with her true self pushed aside. What would have happened to us if we had not been summoned to the Lingal Kingdom and had been able to return home without incident? The first thing that would have happened would have been that I would have been attacked by my classmates. Would I have made friends with Kazuki? He was in the same class as me, and although we were awkward at first, we would have been able to talk to each other normally in class. So what about Senpai? Yusato. Hey, I'm sorry. I was in a bit of a daze. There's no point in thinking about what ifs. What I'm thinking about now is not what if, but now. After taking a glance at the place where Senpai walked off to, I tried to consult with Ark-san and Leona-san about the future. Ark-san. It's fine that we were able to meet up with Senpai, but do you want to get off the ship like this? It's roughly a day from here to Lingal Kingdom, so it should be fine if we get off the ship now. Do you mind if we do that, Leona-dano? I'm afraid you are going to have to finish your escort duties halfway. Leona-san shook her head at Ark-san's words. Don't worry about it. As long as you guys return to the Lingal Kingdom safely, that's all that matters. I'm sure the captain will be satisfied with that. It might be rude to think this way about a woman, but she's so manly. Anyway, we have to bring back the luggage, Blurin, and the horses that we left on the ship. At that time, we should say thank you and goodbye to the captain. After deciding what to do for now, we left to discuss with Senpai. After packing up our luggage on the boat and waking up the sleeping Blurin, we made our way to the riverbank and after greeting the captain and his crew, we got off the boat. Thank you for getting us here, Leona-san. We're the ones to thank. I haven't been able to relax my shoulders for a while now. I'm glad I followed Falgasama and Nornsama's words. When Leona-san came to see me off, I thought of Falgasama's image. I could understand Nornsama, but it was a bit surprising that Falgasama ordered it as well. Falgasama asked for this escort too. He told me I was being too hard on myself. Maybe Falgasama and Nornsama gave the order for the escort because they wanted Leona-san to rest. She would be forced to work for the reconstruction of the city. This was my first time traveling like this. Until now, I've only been on missions, like going on expeditions with my fellow knights. Was this trip different in any way? Yes. The short trip I took with all of you was difficult to describe, but it was noisy, lively, and very fun. After saying these words, Leona-san, who had been meditating for a few seconds, looked a little bitter. Perhaps the next time we meet again will be in a battle. Still, I'll be with you and you guys again. Perhaps she was referring to the battle against the Demon King's army. Certainly, the next time we meet, it could be in the middle of such a situation. I smiled at Leona-san, who had stammered. I'm also looking forward to the day when I can meet you again, Leona-san. Dash. Yes. After a bit of surprise, Leona-san finally smiled at me. Shortly after that, Amako, Nia, Ark-san, and also Blurin said their farewells to Leonazan. See you later, Leona-san. But don't drink too much, okay? Don't be reckless like what you did before. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, Leona-dano. Gwa. Yes, thank you so much. It was really good to meet you guys. Leona-san was seen off by us and went up to the ship. But for some reason, she stopped in the middle of it. Yusato. Yes. Without looking back at me, Leona-san called my name. I wondered what was wrong. Did she forget to say something? As I tilted my head, she said in a slightly raised voice. I think I'm going to make an effort, to be worthy of being a hero for you. So, then. TL note, my Kokoro. Leona-san said and took a short run to the ship. What you just said is a reply to what I said to Leona-san when we left Miyaraki, right? What can I say, there's something embarrassing about it when you do the same thing to me. I have to work hard, too. But I'm glad Leona-san got the message. If it was my mistake, I would have been so embarrassed. As I sit on the boat, waving back to Leona-san and the crew, I feel a slight shock on my cheek and hip. What's up? Nia, Amako. Yusato, didn't you lose your sensitivity to humanity in the rescue squad? Or did they correct you so that all you can think about is your training? With that in mind, it makes sense that my charms don't work either. What is it, guys? Did I do something wrong? The goggle-eyed owl and the little fox gave me an unwarranted accusation. I can't deny that I've changed when joining the rescue squad. If they said that Rose had corrected my character, I would easily believe them. She's done it, hasn't she? Suzune-san. WH what should I do, Kurumiya? I can't believe this happened while Yusato-kun was out of sight. When I turned my attention from the ship to the direction where Senpai was, I saw Senpai and Kurumiya-san looking at me with a somewhat shaken look while whispering in conversation. What's going on? Is Senpai going to go out of control again? Putting her hand over her mouth in a panic, Senpai let out a voice that made me tremble more than ever. My dependable heroic trait will be taken away. Hey! I couldn't understand the meaning of her outlandish statement, so I could only reply with such a foolish reply. Your hero trait? You're worried about your character being covered? I don't think you need to worry about that because Senpai is a proper hero. I'm going back to the Lingual Kingdom with her now, but I wonder if she'll be okay. With Senpai and her guard, we walked under the sky that was turning madder red. They mainly traveled by horse, but now they are getting off their horses to walk with us, and I feel a little sorry for them, but I look sideways at Senpai who is pulling the horse. I never thought I'd be able to meet up with Senpai, so it's kind of a strange feeling. Yusato-kun. Have you been wondering about this guy? Noticing my gaze, Senpai happily patted the horse's mane. This boy is called Sanyo-kun, the Thunder Horse. That's a nice name. What can I say, he's very charming. I know, right? I was sure Yusato-kun would understand. You seem quite happy. I just said what I thought was normal. Hey, Kurumiya-san. Could it be that Suzune is also from? Also, does that mean Yusato-sama? That's unexpected. Amako and Kurumiya-san are whispering behind me, but I can't hear them. Guess I'll let it pass. I guess Senpai didn't hear them because she happily introduced me to Sanyo-kun. We've been together since Lookvis, you know. It's not an exaggeration to say that we've shared a lot of pain and suffering together. Indeed, he seems to adore Senpai very much. Sanyo-kun's eyes narrowed pleasantly as Senpai stroked his mane. This might be the first time I see a non-human creature that doesn't reject Senpai. Yusato-kun, how did you and Nia-chan meet? Me and Nia. I'm not sure how to answer this abrupt question because my encounter with Nia was, in a way, one of the worst. After all, Nia had tried to trap us by disguising herself as a village girl to catch us. In the end, she revived a wicked dragon and caused a catastrophe beyond the level of annoyance. If you look at Nia who is casually standing on my shoulder, she is absent-mindedly sighing and doesn't seem to be bothered. Nia, can I talk about it? Fua. I don't mind. It's not like I'm going to go out of my way to hide it. It's fine if she's allowing it. I call out to Senpai who is looking at Nia rubbing her eyes with her wings looking sleepy. It's going to be a bit long, but do you want to hear it? I don't mind. The longer the better. Well then. It begins a little after we departed from Lookvis. I'm going to start after we leave Lookvis. After rescuing a village girl from a zombie attack, we were invited to the village, and after some twists and turns, we ended up defeating the necromancer that was putting the village in danger. We were invited to the village, and after some twists and turns, we ended up defeating the necromancer that was endangering the village. Necromancer. And necromancer, but they listened to me with excitement. However, when Nia's true identity was revealed and the manipulated Mr. Ark was stopped, his expression changed to one of confusion. WW Wicked Dragon? Jarion? That does sound delicious. I couldn't help but smile at Senpai as she joked with me while moving her eyes impatiently. Even at a time like this, she never forgets to make a joke. You're a good listener, Senpai. It's a wicked dragon. It was very difficult at that time. If we made one mistake, many people's lives might have been in danger. I managed to defeat it, but it was absolutely impossible for me to do it alone. Well, that's good to hear. But how did you defeat it? We, all of us, worked together to destroy the heart of the dragon. Well, To be precise, we just pulled out the previous hero's sword that was stuck in the dragon's heart. Use Hano Katana. Why the one word? Oh, that's right, I'll explain about the gauntlet while I'm at it. If I explain this one, I can save myself the trouble of explaining about the hero's weapon that Falgasama makes. In that one case, I recovered the sword of the previous generation of heroes, and in Mirak, it was reborn as my special armor. I rolled up my sleeves and unfolded the silver gauntlet. It's not as good as Kanoko's, but I don't forget to look smug. Senpai's expression froze as she saw my elbow and beyond covered in silver with a cashin sound. This is the gauntlet that I got in my Arak, and I had it remade by Falg. Renowned craftsman. Hold on. Please, wait. Senpai stopped and grabbed both of my shoulders intensely. I guess she was that surprised, because if I looked around, I saw that Kurumiya-san and the knights guarding me were also looking at me with nervous faces. Which means that, you fought against the existence of the wicked dragon and got the sword of the previous generation of heroes, which you obtained at the end of the fight, and had it made into your own special, is that correct? Yes, that's right. What's the matter with you, you fought a wicked dragon? No, I'll leave it at that, but that gauntlet. It's so cool. She pointed to the gauntlet on my right arm. Her eyes seemed to be moistening. I've been looking for your gauntlet on the way here, but I'm surprised you already have it on you. Does it automatically equip you? Excuse me. Don't apologize. You're making me even more miserable. What should I do? I'm getting more responses than I expected, and I'm confused. I have to follow up on this it. Well, even so, there are almost no special abilities in this. If I had to pick one, it would be an unbreakable gauntlet that is impervious to any phenomenon. All that's left is to assist in manipulating magic power. That's enough. The only thing I've gained on this trip is the ability to deal with ferocious demons. It's not much at all compared to Yu. Finally, she turned her head and became depressed. This is not good, so I called my friends for help, but Nia was asleep before I knew it. Amako, perhaps bored and expressionless, grabbed the strap of her luggage and twirled it around. The last person to ask for help, Ark-san, is watching over us with a smile on his face. Ark-san, do you want me to pacify Senpai by myself? Alright, I'll do it. I'm sure you've experienced a lot of battles. How can it be that Senpai had no big deal when you dealt with such a dangerous monster, the incarnation of thunder that eats people? But, please have confidence in yourself. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that you've been able to protect many people from such dangerous demons and finish the mission successfully. Yeah. Okay, let's just keep the momentum going and push it through. Senpai finally regained her composure and looked up, but she immediately noticed something and tilted her head. Wait a minute, how come Yusato-kun knows about that thunder beast? Even though I only let the Lingal Kingdom know that it's a lightning monster. As shit. I have to keep Falgasama's existence a secret as much as possible. The existence of Falgasama was a secret, even in Mirak, except for the Queen, Nornsama, and her relations. There's no way I can simply say something about an existing divine dragon. I have to deceive her somehow. It's natural that I'm also worried about you and Kazuki, so I should at least know the recent situation of my precious best friend. So, is that so? So you were worried about me? Hehe. I'm worried that this girl might get cheated one day. What she said was true and genuine, but I didn't expect her to fall for it so easily. Actually, I was going to tell you about this after we reach Lingal Kingdom first. Senpai. Hehe. What is it, Yusato-kun? Is what I just said supposed to make you that happy? What I said was true and untrue, but I didn't expect to be caught so easily. For Senpai and Kazuki, the same armor as mine, or even better, will be made. What is it? Yes, the armor of the previous generation of heroes. It's the same one. She was so shocked that she was speechless and her shoulders were shaking. You don't need to explain to understand that it's not sadness, but a tremor of joy. I'll report the details of what happened in front of Lloyd-sama. For now, I'll just tell you that the armor will be made for Senpai and Kazuki as a hero. Are you listening? I was worried about her shivering and not responding, so I was about to approach her when she looked up at me with a bang. Yusato-kun. You're my... Oh, Suzuan, look out. Like Gu. Senpai. Amako's luggage flew from the side and hit Senpai's head as she tried to open her arms. I hurriedly supported Senpai, who collapsed with an unladylike voice, and questioned Amako who sent the luggage flying. What's wrong with you suddenly, Amako? I'm sorry. I was playing with it and it flew away. But there were only clothes in my luggage. You're apologizing to the wrong person. Here, you should apologize to Senpai. Yeah. Amako approached Senpai with an apologetic expression. Perhaps the impact wasn't too great, but Senpai immediately got up and made eye contact with Amako. Amako moved so that her back was to me and bowed her head, I'm sorry. It's okay. I was just a little startled, that's all. But it's dangerous to throw things around like that, okay? Don't do it again, okay? Yeah, okay. But, you know. Amako looked up at her as if staring at her from below. Suzune is in the wrong as well, okay? You can't just do something like that on the spur of the moment. Senpai's expression twitched as she met her gaze. What do you mean by that? Did Senpai do something to Amako? The silence that had reigned in the room began to change when Amako, who had reclaimed her luggage, suggested that they start walking. In the end, when I asked Amako and Senpai about what had just happened, they were just dumbfounded and didn't give me an answer. But when I heard about it, I was struck by the smiling face of Amako and the pale face of Senpai. Author's note. Yoshano, Katena. The pronunciation is roughly like this. A day has passed since I met up with Inugami Senpai and we shared the journey home. As I expected, the trip with Senpai was more lively than usual. Nia and Amako, who were being tangled up with the strangely excited Senpai, looked tired, but on the other hand, Blurin was able to ward off the evil hand of the Senpai. But on the other hand, Bulin is showing the same steel plate strength as ever, repelling Senpai's evil hand. Finally, after a long journey, we finally made it back to the place where it all began for us, Lingle Kingdom. We're finally back. Yet. I muttered, feeling deeply moved as I stood in front of the gates of Lingle Kingdom. When Arksan calls out to the gatekeeper to open the castle, the nostalgic scenery comes into view. There's a place I really want to head to first, but we'll get to that later. Shall we head to the castle first? I've got a lot to report. Usato-kun, there's nothing you haven't told me yet, right? Usato-kun. That is, if I were to tell you about it, I'm sure you'll faint. As a matter of fact, the only thing I told her about what happened in the Beastman country was that I was able to wake up Kanoko-san safely. I've learned the hard way what kind of reaction I'll get if I tell the truth. No, I'm already used to it when you talk about the wicked dragon. Don't tell me you have a story that can one-up that. There's no comparison. Well, I'll tell you about it when I report to Lloyd-sama. While replying softly to Senpai who held up her hand as if preparing herself, I shifted my gaze to the scenery of Lingle Kingdom that I hadn't seen in a while. Wow, so this is Lingle Kingdom? It's a beautiful place. Nia muttered to herself as she was looking around the city in human form. Come to think of it, this girl doesn't know this place because she became one of us during our journey. This is going to be your home for a while. Well, it doesn't sound like a bad place to live. But I can feel some eyes staring at us. One of the country's hero had returned, so it was only natural that she would attract attention. I'm not sure if I can say it myself, but I'm a member of the rescue squad myself. As I walked down the street leading to the castle, waving back at the people who were happy to see us back, Amako, who was walking next to me, suddenly stopped in her tracks. When I followed her gaze, I saw Sarla-san, the woman who had lived with Amako in the kingdom of Lingle, with a surprised expression on her face. Usato. Go ahead. We'll be fine on our own the rest of the way. Yet. Amako nodded happily and ran to Sarla-san's side. After seeing her off, I turned to face forward, once again relieved to have completed my journey safely. Before entering the castle, we left Blurin in the hands of the guards and went to the hall where Lloyd-sama was waiting for us. In the hall, Lloyd-sama was sitting on his throne, and Sergio-san was standing beside him. I also found Welshi-san and Sigurdsson-san. In terms of time, our time apart was brief, but it felt like it had been a very long time since we had seen each other. Suzune, Usato. I'm glad you made it back safely. The knights who served as your escorts also did their best. Yes. I bowed my head while kneeling down. Looking at Nia from the side, she is bowing her head quietly. This girl could have been rude and caused a scene, so I was really relieved that she could read the air at times like this. Keep your head up. I've heard about your successes in Hootbird and by the reports and letters of intent from other countries. You've really done a great job. I raised my face in accordance with Lloyd-sama who said so in a gentle tone of voice. You must be tired from your long journey, right? You can report back later. Kazuki and Celia are looking forward to seeing you again. Kazuki has already returned. Yes, about 5 days ago. He was very worried about you guys. Thank goodness. Kazuki had returned safely too. I really wanted to follow Lloyd-sama's words and go get some rest, but I had something I needed to report right away. Lloyd-sama, I have something important to report. What is it, Usato? As Lloyd-sama and the others looked at me quizzically, once I had organized what I was going to say, I expressed words slowly. What I'm about to tell you is also a major secret of the floating city of Mirak. Mirak's secrets, hey. I'm sorry, but the knights will have to leave this place for a while. The knights, including Nia and Arksan, left the room. Only a few vassals, Welshi-san, Sinus-san, and Inuyagami-senpai remained. In the quiet hall, senpai speaks to me in a hushed voice. Yusato-kun, by talking, do you mean the hero's weapon? I'll apologize while I'm at it. There's something I haven't told senpai yet. With that, I turned to Lloyd-sama. After confirming that everyone has left, Lloyd-sama urged me to talk to him. Then, please, Yusato. Yes, Lloyd-san, are you aware of the events that took place in Mirak? Of course. You said that a knight of Mirak turned into a dragon and went on a rampage, right? Yes. During that event, I had an encounter with a being. I cut off his words and took a small deep breath. Even though I can't help but explain about the hero's weapon, I'm nervous to talk about him. Shinryu Falgasama. He is the dragon that controls peace and harmony that is said to have created the armor of the previous generation of heroes. Humph. What was that voice that almost spewed out just before he started to salivate? No, for the sake of senpai's honor, let's not look next to him right now. As I was distracted from my neighbor, Welsi-san spoke to me, her voice trembling. Shinryu. So Shenlong is real? Yes. He is quite old, but he does indeed exist. We have proof. With that, I rolled up my right sleeve and unfolded the gauntlet created from the swords of the previous generation of heroes. This is a gauntlet that was remade by Falgasama, based on the previous hero's sword that I obtained on my journey. Yusato-san. May I see it for a moment? I show the gauntlet to Welshi-san. After a few dozen seconds of carefully observing the gauntlet, she rolled her eyes in astonishment. Can we say that this is a magical tool? At the very least, it's not something a human could create. It's as if the metal itself became one with the arm end. Would be impossible to even imitate with existing technology. The people in the hall buzzed at Welshi-san's reaction. In the midst of this, Lloyd-sama, who had been silently observing the situation, opened his mouth. Yusato. I'll take your word for it. Thank you. Falgasama is going to make a special hero warrior's armor for this generation's heroes, Senpai and Kazuki, for the coming battle against the Demon King. Oh my. That is, however. It seems that Falgasama thinks that the Demon King is that powerful. Lloyd-sama put his hand on his chin, lost in thought. I had no idea that a being like the one in the story was still alive. At my age, I'm still amazed. Thank you, Yusato. I know it's been hard for you. I've just been doing what I wanted to do, in a way. It's been tough, for sure, but almost everything I've done has been either by sticking my neck out or by getting involved and sticking my neck out. That's why I've never regretted anything in my journey so far. At my words, Lloyd-sama pressed a hand to his forehead. I heard in the report received by Hootbird the other day that you also had a battle with the 2 legion leaders of the Demon King's army in the Land of Beasts. The text sent by Lucas of Samaria stated that you had broken the terrible curse that had consumed the royal family and saved his daughter. What do you mean, Yusato-kun? Lloyd-sama's expression frowns in regret, while Senpai looks at me like a machine that has run out of oil. I listened to Lloyd-sama's words while avoiding eye contact with Senpai. Both Suzune and Kazuki have had a dangerous journey, fighting powerful monsters. I can't thank you guys enough for fulfilling your mission and returning to the kingdom. It has indeed been a dangerous journey. But it was not a meaningless journey, in my opinion. I say this to Lloyd-sama who regrets sending us on such a dangerous journey. It was a great experience for me to meet so many people and broaden my knowledge of this world. How was it for you? Senpai was a little surprised to be asked to speak out of the blue, but she quickly smiled and looked at Lloyd-sama. I feel the same way as you do, Yusato-kun. I'm convinced that this trip had a great meaning for me as well. Suzune, Yusato. Lloyd-sama meditates on our words for a few seconds. I can't read what Lloyd-sama is thinking from his expression, but he doesn't seem to be regretting his actions as he did earlier. I am an old geezer. Your lordships have grown much more than I thought possible. Once again, as the king of the Lingal Kingdom, I send you my thanks. Yes. Lloyd-sama smiled gently at me and Senpai, who bowed our heads while kneeling. However, he began to growl a bit, as if he remembered something when he saw us. How may I help you? I saw you guys and I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind. Yes, what is it? What is it that he's beating around the bush? There are rumors flying around the country that you two are in love. At the unexpected topic, Senpai's shoulders shook and she became frozen. In her place, I explained to Lloyd-sama what had happened. I see, so that's what this is about. We almost had the whole kingdom come together to celebrate. That was a close call, wasn't it? Senpai. Ish that show. For some reason, Senpai turned her face away from me. Seeing us, Lloyd-sama expressed his relief. But in a way, I'm relieved for you. Why is that? Well, in the letter sent by Lucas, the king of Samaria, there was also a letter from his daughter enclosed. By some mistake, it was put in the same envelope, so I read a little bit of it, but it's, you can't keep your head in the sand. Sergio-san hands me the letter, which is carefully folded in half. After receiving it, I look through it and see a thank you note from Lucas-sama's daughter, Eva. If it were handed to me in a normal way, it wouldn't be the kind of text that would make me realize that I was in love with her. However, if you change the situation, the perspective changes drastically. Why you've done it now, Lucas-sama? You Sato-kun? The king's daughter is a princess, isn't she? As your senpai, I'm a little curious as to what the content is. I'm sure you enclosed this on purpose, right? It's a roundabout way of asking your parents for help, right? The content itself is quite ordinary, but the purpose is to get Lloyd-sama's attention, isn't it? But I can see your ulterior motive. In the back of my mind, as I was being left to my own devices by senpai, who shook my shoulders with an awkward smile, I was reminded of Lucas-sama's slightly evil smile. At any rate, the full-fledged report to Lloyd-sama was to come later, so we left the hall. After parting ways with Arc-san, we were walking through the passageways of the castle with senpai and Nia. The curse of Samaria, hey? I didn't think you were involved in an incident related to witchcraft. It was an outrageous incident. A soul bound to this world by a magician attacked me with an entity, and to be honest, I didn't feel like living. How does a soul attack you? It's like a translucent skeleton biting you with its clinking bones. Senpai says with a pale face, wow. I'm not very good with ghosts, and that time was a bit traumatic for me. And when they forced the memory of the ghost into my head, it was a terrible pain. It's okay to swallow and make small talk, but where are we going now? Nia blurted out as she transformed into an owl and jumped onto my shoulder. I've already reported Nia to the people in the castle beforehand, but I hope she doesn't transform in a place where people can see her like that. We're going to see me and senpai friends. Could that be the other hero? Yes. According to Lloyd-sama, Kazuki is waiting for us in another room with Celia-sama, so we're on our way there now. As we were walking down the passage, smiling at Nia who was in a good mood after hearing that we're going to visit another hero, we stopped as a figure popped out from around the corner. Yo, I finally found you. Kazuki. Kazuki looked relieved as he approached us at a fast pace while catching his breath. Weren't you supposed to be waiting for me in my room first? When I heard that you two were back, I couldn't stay and ran out of the room. Ha ha ha. Kazuki's smile is as fresh as ever, and I feel nostalgic. What can I say, it's really a different kind of reunion from when I was with senpai. I'm happy for both of them, though. But I'm really glad you're both okay. I was worried about you the whole time. Oh, don't cry, Kazuki-kun. Me and senpai panicked as Kazuki's voice became more and more tearful. Seeing Kazuki like that, Nia whispers to me in a slightly withdrawn tone. Unlike Suzuan, he's frighteningly devoid of evil spirits, this one. It's scary in a different way. Kazuki is a pure young man. He has a pure heart, not like mine and Inugami-senpai's. Kazuki, who was so worried and emotional, wiped his eyes and continued to speak. I'm sorry. But when I found out that senpai and Yusato fought a dangerous existence, I really didn't feel like living. Did Lloyd-sama tell you about this? No, I heard it from a fortune teller I met in an elven settlement. So, yeah, elves, hey. Senpai was really upset. Elves are a staple of fantasy, so it must be really bothering her. He's managing to keep his self-control for now, but I don't know when he'll fall apart, so I'll ask the question for him. What did the fortune teller say about us? He said that 2 of the 3 plagues on this continent were prevented by a hero with lightning in his body and a white healer. The white healer, are you talking about me? Yes. I knew right away that it was referring to Yusato. The white healer is normal, no, it's very cool. Though I wonder how it came out of the elven fortune teller's mouth about me in the first place. The wicked dragon, man-eating thunder beast, and forest-eating rampaging monster. I managed to defeat the rampaging monster, but it was a very strong enemy. Without the help of the elven people, I can't even imagine what would have happened by now. That's why I've always been worried about the 2 of you who fought an entity that was as powerful as the monster I was relative to. Did the elves' divination put the wicked dragon in the same league? Well, that thing was a nuisance, spreading destruction and poison all the time if left alone. It's not surprising that it was treated as such. But it's good to see the 3 of us together again like this. Kazuki says happily, and senpai and I laugh along with him. Suddenly, Kazuki tilted his head as he looked at Nia who was on my shoulder. Yusato. I was wondering, what's that owl on your shoulder? Oops, that's right. I'll have to introduce Kazuki to Nia. This is Nia, a companion and familiar who joined us on our journey. Nice to meet you. The other hero. The owl talked. Could it be a talking demon? That's amazing. Phew, fun. Right. Of course I'm amazing. Nia sticks her chest out at Kazuki, who is normally surprised and amazed. I guess she's happy to be honestly praised. Oh, I should introduce you to my new friends too. Kazuki, don't tell me you two have a familiar. No, that's not it. Senpai was relieved. I'd like her to hide her behavior at least a little bit, but that doesn't seem to be the point for her. She's an elven hunter. In her village, she was the only daughter of the chieftain, but after some twists and turns, she joined us. Is she here? There's an elf girl in this country? If there are, introduce them to me. Yes. Please calm down, senpai. I stopped senpai who was about to question Kazuki with bloodshot eyes by choking him. Kazuki smiled nostalgically at senpai, who quieted down like a borrowed cat after a few seconds or so, and me, who was exhausted and weak. I knew it, it's this exchange. Senpai and Yusato are. Yeah. Kazuki-sama, where did you go? A familiar voice came from afar. I'm not sure if it's Celia-sama or not that is looking for Kazuki. Oh, no. Celia is looking for me. Aside from you, what about Yusato? Do you want to go with her like this? What should I do? After thinking for a bit, I tell him my plans for the future. I guess me and Nia will be going back to the rescue squad. I see. Well, now that we're back in this country, we can always meet up. I'll introduce you to my new friends later. Yeah. Well then, senpai, I guess we'll break up here. Well, see you later. I left the place with Nia. It's been a while since the three of us were able to talk together. But for me, it still doesn't mean I'm truly home. After all, home for me is the rescue squad. I don't need anyone to tell me that. That person is waiting for my return at that place. Hey, Yusato. What is it, Nia? I'm going to live in the castle, so why don't we part ways here? I chuckle at Nia's suggestion. Nia, it's okay. No one is going to discriminate against you because you're a demon. No, it's not that. Because even though they're human, most of them are just like demons. Does that include you? Don't worry. I don't care what anyone says, you're coming back with me to the rescue squad. Hey, will you listen to me? I'm saying that you don't have to take me to the rescue squad because I live in the castle. I'll be with you through every hard time. Obviously I do not want to go. I see. So you do want to come with me. I'm so happy. Hey? You're listening and ignoring me, aren't you? Wait. Don't grab me by the wings. Let me go. You're my familiar. It's part of your job to share your fate with your master. With Nia desperately trying to escape from my grasp, I made my way to the rescue squad's quarters. After leaving the castle with Blurin, Nia and I headed straight for the rescue squad. The streets of the kingdom of Ringle, the road leading to the rescue squad, the lush trees surrounding the area leading up to it, everything I saw was nostalgic. I wonder how everyone is doing. Well, of course they're going to be fine. Gwa. I see, so you're glad to be back too. While patting the head of Blurin who was walking next to me, I turned my attention to Nia on my shoulder. She'd tried to escape earlier, but realized it was pointless in front of my reflexes, and now she's being unfaithful and quiet. Well, the rescue squad isn't as bad as you might imagine. I can tell when you're lying. I'm not lying. It's just that almost everyone who belongs to it is too unique. Would you stop talking as if you're not unique? I don't know anyone who's more unique than you. That's rude. I'm pretty sure I'm at the bottom of the list. No, there are monsters in the rescue squad, and the leader is far more dangerous than I am. If I had to choose between fighting the wicked dragon and the leader, I would choose the wicked dragon without hesitation. No, there's no point in trying to scare me with that. I can't believe you would even choose the wicked dragon. From my point of view, I wouldn't want to deal with Rose, who surpassed me in almost every aspect. Unlike the wicked dragon, she could use small techniques or push her way through, and even now that I have the gauntlet, I can't imagine any vision of being able to fight Rose. Well, I guess we'll find that out when we meet. Oh, but I'll have to introduce you to the rest of the team as well. The tough guys, Ferrum, Nak, and Olga-san and Ulverson at the infirmary. Ferrum, you mean the demon race that was summoned by Falga's magic in Mirak? Yes, that's right. It's been almost a month since then, but I wonder if she's calmed down a bit. No, I don't think she's calmed down because she's that girl. I'm worried about her getting along with Nak, but with Rose there, I guess she's okay there? I wonder if I'll be able to do it. The members are already so dense, I'm starting to worry if I'll fit in well. Haha, you're pretty much the same, so I think you'll be fine. Hey, what do you mean by that? Nia is a mix between a vampire and a necromancer, an owl, a screw-up, and many other things, and even if the rescue squad is full of idiots, she can't lose in terms of personality. No wait, if you ask me, she might be able to win. I'm not sure if my words were convincing or not, but as I walked along, soothing an angry Nia, I finally saw the rescue squad quarters. Yes, it's surprisingly normal looking. I thought they'd have torture equipment or something. You're overreacting. This is a place to help people. There shouldn't be such a thing. It was then that I noticed something lying in front of the dormitory. A black-haired boy named Nak and a silver-haired demon girl named Farum. The two of them were in tatters and had fainted while reaching for the door of the dorm as if they had run out of strength. When Nia noticed after me, her face turned pale and her voice trembled. Hey, you Sato. You say that this place is to save people, but there's two people lying over there. This is just routine for the rescue squad. It's not unusual at all, so don't worry about it. I'm going back to the village. No. I immediately caught Nia as she attempted to flee. I speak in a flat voice to Nia, who moves her wings frantically. Ha ha ha. Are you homesick now, Nia? Don't worry, this is going to be your new home. Why do I have to live in a place where it's normal for people to be lying in front of their house? How bizarre of a group are you? This is the only place you can go back to. This is the only place you can go. I won't let you choose any other place. How badly do you want to drag me into this? To be honest, I was afraid that they would be angry with me for tearing up the group uniform. I thought that if one of us, Nia, knew what was going on, it might ease Rose's anger a little. I don't think it would have much effect, but it's better than nothing. With Nia in my grasp, I walked over to the unconscious Nak and Farum. Farum is useless, she's completely blank-eyed. Nak is Yusato, San is here. Nak. Are you okay? Hat. The leader's training is hell. After all. Nak. Hey, get a grip. Nak. I turned my face away from Nak, who was fainting from exhaustion. As expected of Rose. Even though a healing spell has already been cast and there's no room for healing, the mental damage alone is enough to knock him out. There's nothing I can do about it. Let's just call it. I just got a glimpse into the daily life of a crazy rescue squad. Gyu. I let the unconscious Nak and Farum lie in a nearby field, letting Nia and Blurin's gazes flow. Maybe they'll wake up in an hour or so. It would be better for them to rest for an hour than to wake up now. That's what I thought when I was training. Alright, I guess we should get Blurin to the stables first. Gwa. I walked to the stables with Blurin, who let out a single cry. The stables near the dorm still had a lot of straw piled up, and Blurin dived into the bundle with all his might, falling asleep with a sigh in a matter of seconds. Good work, Blurin. Keep up the good work. You must have been so tired. Well, it's no wonder. Nia, who had returned to her shoulder, muttered to herself as she looked at Blurin. At that moment, a small black shadow jumped out from behind the straw in front of us, aiming at us. I immediately noticed the shadow's identity and tried to catch it without taking a stance, but somehow the small shadow went not towards me, but towards Nia on my shoulder. What? What's going on, Bugoo? In her owl state, Nia was hit by a body blow, and the shock caused her to revert to her black-haired, red-eyed human form. In the place where Nia had been a moment ago, Rose's pet Kukuru, a noir rabbit, was moving its distinctive ears with a smug look on its face. You're still the same as always. How have you been? Kukuru. Q. He looks very cute, but he's a dossy rabbit just like his master. Basically, his job is to deceive people with his appearance and knock them down to the bottom of despair. You damned rabbit. You've got some nerve suddenly knocking me down. Yusato. What the hell is this guy? This guy is the leader's pet, the name is Kukuru. He's a rare demon just like you. Q. I don't care how rare it is. That's mine. Transforming into an owl again, Nia charged at Kukuru. However, Kukuru, who had avoided Nia with a light movement and moved to the other shoulder, gave Nia a sneer as if to say, that's sweet. When she returned to her original position, Nia's body shook with anger. Yusato, what the hell is this guy? He's getting on my nerves. Well, calm down. Anyway, Kukuru, is the leader in the quarters. I asked Kukuru while calming down Nia, and he nodded his head. So, let's go straight to the quarters, shall we? I left the stables and entered the quarters, feeling like a tamer, with Nia on my right shoulder and Kukuru on my left. I'm afraid that if Inugami-senpai sees me now, she might lose her mind and attack me. I don't see any of the tough guys. Are they training this time of day? Q. Hugh? What are you looking at? You goddamn rabbit! At any rate, I'd rather they didn't fight over my face. Sighing, I look around the interior of the quarters and get deeply moved. I guess the leader is in her office. If she's waiting for me, that's the only place I can go. She probably already knows that I'm coming back. Then, I should head straight for the office without any hesitation. Determined to do so, I walked up the stairs and stood in front of the door of the office where Rose was. Phew. Here goes nothing. I made up my mind once again and knocked on the door of the office. The word enter came back shortly, so I nervously put my hand on the doorknob and opened the door. The first thing I saw was Rose sitting on the chair with her arms crossed. When she recognized me, she smiled with a fierce smile that was the same as the day I last saw her. Well, there are a lot of things I want to say, but we'll get to that later. Not caring that I was speechless, she continued to speak. I'm glad you're back. Yusato. I try to hold my chest as tightly as I can, suppressing the feeling of being overwhelmed by her words. I try to say it out loud, firmly. I'm back. Leader. At this moment, I realized that I had finally come home. After that, I was in the office briefly explaining to Rose about the events that had happened during my trip so far. Unlike Senpai, she listened to the story of the wicked dragon and Falgasama without moving an eyebrow, and was a little disappointed. Quite well, it seems you've had a delightful journey. After listening to the whole story, Rose crossed her arms thoughtfully and then said something like that. Pleasant is. She easily summed that up. Haha, well. Yes. I ain't complimenting you, idiot. You're sticking your nose into people's problems. It's a good thing that it all came out right in the end, but you need to think before you act. Yes, I'm sorry. It's true, so I honestly admit my fault. I can't help that she got angry here, but there's one more matter that might make her angry. Fearfully, I try to broach the subject with Rose. It's about the uniform. You're talking about how you were ripped to shreds by the second commander. Let me see it. I take out the cloth-wrapped uniform from my luggage and hand it to Rose. She unfolded the uniform, and after a few seconds of staring at the hole that had been cut and made by Koga, she turned her gaze back to me with a somewhat grim expression. Let me tell you straight up, I'm not that angry. What? She looks ridiculously grumpy. Rose held her forehead in her hands at my reaction. This thing is for your protection. There will come a time where it will be torn to pieces. Which means you've done what you were supposed to do, right? But this is the rescue squads. This thing is just a slightly more durable outfit when you get right down to it. The only thing that matters is you. Me. I was a little perturbed by Rose's words as she carefully folded the group uniform and placed it on the desk. I can remake this thing as many times as I want, but there's only one you. I don't need to compare who I prioritize more, you or this group uniform. Leader. To care so much about me. Oh no, I'm about to cry at her seldom kind words. Well, on the other hand, I would have blasted you if you had come back in a neat little state. The tears retracted. I was a little thankful for Koga. Once I was done talking about the group uniform, the next topic of conversation was about Nia. So, that black one over there, is that you're familiar? Yes, her name is Nia. She's in owl form now, but she's a demon in human form. I motioned for Nia to turn into a human. Rose sighed lightly, a little surprised to see Nia in human form with the light. You've got a brat who's a healing magician, and now you've got a familiar who's a magician. You're not mistaking us for a group of street performers, are you? Well, we're all in the same boat, including you. It hurts so much that I feel like my face is going to be crushed. Rose grabbed my face so fast that I couldn't react, and the fear that I had almost forgotten came back. As I scream in anguish, Nia looks away and just shivers, but Rose looks at her. Hey. Why If you're Yusato's familiar, you're formally in the custody of the rescue squad. I'm not going to give you any special treatment just because you're a demon, okay? Oh, no, that's... Nia slumped, unable to answer. I can't help but feel defensive in front of the leader. I'll answer for her. She seems to be fine with it. Nia looks at me with a look of disbelief. When I told her not to worry about it, she punched me on the shoulder with tears in her eyes, but it didn't hurt or itch, so it was just a pleasure. I see. Well, I guess we'll have to check how much you've grown along with her magic. What do you mean, check? I asked with a vague feeling of fear, and Rose smiled thinly. You both will be my opponent. Yes, we'll die you know? Both me and Nia. I'll go easy on you, don't worry. Even if you take it easy, there's nothing but despair. With vacant eyes, I smile at Nia next to me. Then we're safe. We did it, Nia. Our lives are spared. Goodbye Yusato. It's been fun so far. I don't move, I just meditate on Nia as she tries to escape for the umpteenth time today. I know it. I know that there is no way I can escape in Rose's territory in this situation. Rose's hand shakes for a moment, and something explodes in Nia behind her, and she goes quiet with a shrill cry. Leader. Are we doing this today? No, I'll give it a few days. I'm sure you'll be busy with your reports too. As for today, since you're back, Alak and the others are preparing a place for dinner. Olga-san and Uller-san are coming too. Yes. That means all the members of the rescue squad will be here for the night. I have a lot to talk about with Nak, and I'm looking forward to it. Author's note. The flag for the battle with Rose has been raised, but only a little further. My reunion with Rose was also the beginning of a new ordeal. A mock battle to see how much I've grown since I finished my journey. I had to go toe-to-toe with Rose, who, to put it mildly, could be described as more of a monster than me. To be honest, I can't even imagine my power coming through. But as much as I felt despair, I also wanted to know how well I could fight against Rose right now. Nia, your room is here. After finishing my talk with Rose, I left the office and took Nia, who had woken up from her stupor, and led her to the room she would be living in. In the room I was led to, Nia was in a bad mood. Wait a minute, someone's living in this room though. You know, the basic rescue squad uses one room for 2 people. I'm no exception to that. I'd rather have you than live with a stranger. In case you haven't noticed, you're a girl too. You can't have a guy and a girl in the same room. Wait, why did you just say in case you haven't noticed? I ducked Nia's question, and carried the futon into the room. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to enter the room without permission from the owner, but I have Rose's permission, so there's no problem in terms of appearance. Nia, holding her training uniform, which is the rescue squad's normal clothes, glared at me with a fierce look. You don't have to give me that irritated look, it's a girl just like you who lives in this room. I don't know why she's in an even worse mood than before. I looked around the room, not sure what it meant, but it seemed to be cleaned properly, the futon on the bed was folded and well organized. I guess I'll have to carry the bed for Nia later. It's clean now, but it was originally a storage room. I guess I'll just have to put up with this for now. With that in mind, I put the futon in the space on the opposite side of the room from where the bed was placed. Okay, I guess this is okay for now. I'm tired again today, A voice from behind me. I turned around at it and found myself eye to eye with a brown-skinned girl with silver hair and horns. After a few seconds or so, when she recognized me and Nia, she backed away bloodily. Why oh you lot? What are you doing in front of my room, Yusato? Oh, I'm back. Farum. Oh, welcome back. My foot. Why, of all people, are you in my room without permission? Also, was it today that you'll be back? Well, I would be angry too if a man suddenly walks into my room. I decided to honestly apologize to Farum, whose face turned red and angry. I'm sorry about that. I only just got back, and the reason I'm in your room is because a new member of the group is going to be living in the room with you starting today. Hey! I introduced Nia to Farum, who is bitingly surprised. When Farum found out about Nia, she got angry as expected and pointed at Nia. Why do I have to live in the same room with this thing? That's what I'm talking about. I don't want to live with a little prick like you. What the hell? You milk monster. Shut up. You goat head. Words for words. I knew they were going to fight, but I didn't expect it to go this far. It was as if I was watching an exchange with Amako. Nia and Farum grab each other's clothes and start to fight as I sigh and pull them apart. Alright girls, let's not fight, okay? Yusato. I don't like her. We don't get along. Farum may not talk much, but she's just not honest with herself. You're older than her too, so you can turn a blind eye to that. I don't like how she gets carried away. I sigh at Nia, who turns her face away with a huff. This girl's mental age is too low. The 300-year-old is annoyed for a moment at her apparent stubbornness, but then she looks at Farum. She's as cautious as a cat, but she's easy to deal with as far as I'm concerned. Farum, do you want a convincing reason? Yeah. The leader's decision. Damn it. In an instant, Farum's anger was extinguished and she held her head in her hands. She had experienced firsthand the horror of defying Rose, so she could understand why she would do so. The only thing to do here is to cajole her without provoking her badly. Farum, you're the senpai here, so you should teach Nia a lot. You should be the one to teach her since you've been traveling together. Together. That was kind of a stinging way to put it. I'll teach him too, but so will you, my roommate, as well, okay? I'd like you to be friends with her too if you can. I can't do that. Surprisingly, they do seem to get along. I chuckle at the two of them answering at the same time. They look like they don't get along, but they seem to be surprisingly compatible. Just like Amako. Anyway, don't fight too much, okay? I'm sure Farum knows that, but Nia. If the leader catches us fighting. If we get caught. Nia swallows. No, it sounded like she gulped an entire water. No, I'm not going to tell you. I don't want to scare you. Oh, come on, just say it. I'm even more scared now. What's that horrible woman going to do to me? Nia was trembling, and Ferrum was looking pale, probably remembering the time when Rose was punishing her. Seeing the two of them, I decided that they were fine and decided to head to my room. Well then, I'll be going to my room soon. Oh, I heard that all the rescue squads are going to get together for dinner today, so come earlier than usual, okay? I said to them and left the place. There's still time before dinner, so after changing, I'll rest a bit until that time. After unpacking and changing, I decided to lie down on my bed and take a short nap. I've slept in all sorts of places, from the wild to beds in kingdoms, but I felt most at home in this bed, and I fell asleep in the blink of an eye. My roommate? I woke up when I was poked by the tongs of the mere old man, and I got up, kicking at the strong face that was too shocking to wake up from sleep. Yawn, it's already this dark. Why you bastard got some nerve, flying at someone's face with your foot. I'm sure a kick will suffice for anyone who pokes someone in the head with force. I was very offended by this, as well as disturbing my sleep. I didn't need to feel guilty, because I could see the look on his face as if he had played a prank with a lot of enthusiasm. I thought you'd be a little more polite back home, but you've still got that damn cocky attitude, dude. Polite? Do you have any respect for anyone but the leader here? Phew. Phew. We grabbed each other by the chest and glared at each other. After a few seconds of silence, Tongue twisted the corner of his mouth as he pulled his hand away. Apparently, you've never learned to be polite, but you don't seem to have lost your gut. Of course I haven't. You wouldn't forget the teachings of this place so easily. Ha, no. All the members of the group had experienced Rose's hellish training. It's not just the body, it's imprinted in the mind, and it's not something that can be forgotten. It's dinner. Almost everyone's already there. All right. Then let's go right away. I left the room with Tongue and headed for the dining room. While I was there, I decided to ask Tongue about the latest developments in the rescue squad. Did anything happen here while I was gone? No, nothing really happened except that Nak joined the rescue squad. If I had to guess, the only thing that happened was that Mill cooked something without permission and made the leader mad. My hands trembled as I remembered the fierce attack that had taken place in the rescue squad. I can't forget the violence to my taste buds and the foreign feeling that even healing magic can't heal, even if I wanted to. Hey? Did he make something like that again? He never learns, really. From my point of view, I'd like to know what I can make to piss off the leader like that. The less you know, the better. I guess so. After talking with Tongue for a bit, we soon arrived near the entrance to the dining hall. Then I saw Nia and Ferrum there, as well as 2 men and 2 women, Olga-san and Yururu-san. Upon spotting me, Yururu-san smiled and waved at me. Ah, Yusato-kun. Welcome back. I'm back, Yururu-san. How about the both of you? Nia and Ferrum. This woman is making me squirm. I still don't like her. I nodded my head at Nia and Ferrum, who seemed to be out of breath. For now, I let Tongue go to the cafeteria first and ask him to talk to them about why they are in this state. You and Ferrum are close, aren't you? Yes, we are. I was a little scared of her at first because she's a demon, but once I met her, it wasn't like that at all. In fact, we're so close that I end up being mean to her because of her cute reactions. Saying that, Yururu-san stroked Ferrum's head with her familiar hand. The actual Ferrum looks incredibly disgusted. Don't touch the corner. Don't touch my hair. Don't stroke it. Ferrum, who brushed off Yururu-san's hand, ran straight into the cafeteria. Yururu-san regretfully saw it off, but she hugged Nia, who tried to run away after her, and captured her. Gah! Hey, this girl. I heard she's Yusato-kun's demon. Yes, her name is Nia. Please make friends with her. Hey, Yusato. This girl seems to be just like Suzune. Nia-chan, let's have dinner together. I have a lot of questions for you. Oh, there's a seat right next to Ferrum-chan. No. Don't come near me. You're so tough. Yururu-san. Her cheerful personality is one of her strong points, and she's not afraid to take on Rose. It's a good thing that the rescue squad has expanded the friendships between Nia and Ferrum. In that sense, Yururu-san's gung-ho personality may be a boon. Ha ha ha, you're still the same, Yururu. Olga-san. Welcome back, Yusato-kun. I'm glad to see you're back in one piece. Olga-san smiled at me, and I smiled back. How was your trip? It was tough, but I got a lot out of it. Personally, I enjoyed it. Olga-san nodded kindly at my words. If that's what you think, then I'm sure it is. As for me, I'd like to listen to you talk about your trip at length, but I'll let him have it here. Yeah. Him. Olga-san's eyes turned to the back of my head. If I look behind me to match him, I see Nak, a boy in a rescue squad uniform, standing there with an expression of surprise and joy combined. I thought it was the usual dream, but this time it was different. Usato-san, you're really back. It's nice to see you like this, Nak, as a member of the rescue squad. Are you a little stockier now? I feel like he's getting tougher. I've seen him on Mirak, but I haven't seen him in person since we parted ways in Lukvis. How's life here? Well, it's not so bad, so much so that I can't even think about it anymore. Yeah, I know. I understand. I can't even put it into words. Yes. Since he couldn't express it in words, he had to substitute the word hell for now, which was Rose's training. But I'm just a kid, so the training isn't that tough, she says. Personally, though, it was even more unreasonable than the training I received from Usato-san. She's the leader of the group. Well, she's definitely more capable than me as a leader, so the results should follow properly. It's time to move on, we can't keep talking at the entrance of the cafeteria forever. Let's take a seat for now. We can talk as much as we want then. Would you like to join us, Olga-san? Yes, I guess so. I think I'll sit down too then. Oh, I'll go get 3 seats, then. I chuckled at Nak as he ran into the cafeteria to get a seat. You've really grown a lot since you were in Lukvis. When I first saw him, I had the impression that he was a weak boy, but now he's an accomplished member of the rescue squad. As someone who had trained Nak, even if only for a short time, I was both happy and somewhat itchy at his growth. It's really getting crowded, isn't it? Olga-san, who was looking around the cafeteria next to me, murmured with deep emotion. Looking at it again, there are 9 people in the cafeteria, including the 5 strong men, Ferrum, Nia, Nak, and Yururu-san. Yes. I'm really glad you're here. Hey. I can't help but look at Olga-san's sudden words. Thanks to you coming, No, Rose's stop time has finally started to move. Stopped, time. Yes, for Rose, Usato-kun, you are. Olga-san was about to continue to speak in response to my question, but then was hit in the head with a hammer. Phew, she made such a sound as Rose hit Olga-san in the head. Don't say unnecessary things. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if Rose was taking it easy on the weaker Olga-san, but she immediately stood up and glared at her. Olga-san shifts her gaze to me with a twitching smile on her face. Ha, well, that's how it is, then. Why yet? Holding my head, I watch Olga-san's back as she heads towards the seat that Nak has prepared for us. What was Olga-san trying to say to me? Was she trying to say that I'm Rose's sandbag or that I'm her best disciple? I'm personally quite happy with the latter, but I don't think it's that sweet. Hey, Usato, how long are you going to stand there like that? Get to your seat. Yes, I understand. Oh, and... I was about to turn around, but Rose continued to speak. Today is also the occasion to celebrate your return. It's okay to ruffle a few feathers, but don't leave any fatigue for tomorrow. Yes, I understand. After a bow, I headed for my seat this time. I guess I don't need to think about what I am to Rose. Maybe Rose will reveal it to me when the time is right. That's why I'm just going to go about my daily life as a rescue squad until that time comes. Author's note. Nia and Ferrum are now in the same room. In case you are wondering, Nak is in a single room. In this world, the existence of elves is similar to that of beastmen, but slightly different. Unlike the beastmen, who cut off all relations with humans out of fear and hatred, the elves are a race that has always kept a certain distance from humans and lived in hiding. As such, their culture is quite different from that of humans, and according to one theory, they have established a lifestyle that places more emphasis on magic and magical tools. You can be sure that it must be a very lucky thing to be able to meet such elves by chance. Also, when it comes to fantasy, you can't go wrong with an elf girl, and I'm already soaring beyond words. Kazuki-kun introduced me to an elf girl, Flina. With shoulder-length, fluffy cream-colored hair and long ears typical of elves, she was much more soft-spoken and sensible than I had imagined. She followed Kazuki-kun alone from the elven village, and as expected, she was a hoot for him. At one point, I feared that a shouting match with Syria the princess of the Lingal kingdom might develop, but that didn't happen. Phew, what did you do then, Flina-san? Well, I didn't want to get covered in mud, so I ran away at once. Then the boar got really angry, and it was really tough. There's no such thing as a fight between Syria and the elf girl Flina, who is currently chatting in front of me in the garden of the castle in the kingdom of Lingal. In fact, they seem to be good friends. Did anything happen between them the other day? I casually asked, but the answer came back. It's a secret between ladies. The answer came back mischievously. I'm also a girl, but I wonder if I should have pursued the matter. Suzune-sama. Hat? What's wrong? Oh no, you look like you were kind of in a daze. Oops, I must have got lost in my thoughts. There are only 3 of us here, Syria, Flina and me. Kazuki is not here because he is working on his own training at the training grounds. At their gazes, I smile, hurriedly to hide my thoughts. Kazuki has often told me that the people of the White Healer live in a different place from the castle, right? You mean Usato-kun and the rest? Yes, and what did Kazuki tell you about him? He told me that he's his best friend, and he seemed so happy about it that it made me jealous, so I was wondering what he's like. Once Syria asked, does Kazuki-sama like Usato-sama? I don't think it's right for 2 men to be together. But I assure her that this is not the case. And if that were the case, Kazuki would be my archenemy. It's better to meet him in person to know him better. Do you want to go there? To the rescue squad where Usato-kun is. If you don't mind? But Syria is. Flina looked at Syria awkwardly, but she smiled at her. I was going to go towards Kazuki-sama, so you don't need to worry about me. I see. I see, then. I think I'll go too. With Syria's approval, Flina and I headed to the rescue squad where Usato-kun was. We got ready to go out for now, and as we moved to the front of the castle, I noticed that Flina, who was wearing a robe, had her hood pulled up tightly over her eyes. I know the people here aren't the kind to discriminate or anything, but I don't really like being the center of attention. Does it bother you that people look at you or something? She nodded with a troubled expression at my words. I guess being an elf is unusual and attracts a lot of curious glances. As we continued walking in the direction of the rescue squad, Flina looked at me and put her finger to her mouth as if she was remembering something. I was surprised when I first met Suzune too. You suddenly said, are you the elf girl in question? And then came at me with glittering eyes. You, I'm sorry about that. No need to apologize. I've heard from Kazuki that you're not a bad person, but someone weird. I couldn't help but blush at Flina's imitation of my voice. I admit that the tension was a bit strange at the time. Kazuki is a serious person and you are a very cheerful person. I was wondering what kind of person Usato would be like as he is friends with the both of you. Kazuki-kun didn't tell you about his personality. Well, to be honest, I've only heard half the story. Oh, why? Flina looked a little troubled when I asked her that. Because, based on common sense, it's a little too unrealistic for healing magicians to be fighting and punching. In addition, even though he is a healer by divination, it is more natural to think that he has a special power other than healing magic to overthrow the wicked dragon. Oh, sure, that's what people usually think. I would have to actually see Usato-kun in person to believe it. At this point, a bit of mischief started to form in me. If I didn't tell Flina about Usato-kun here, she would be surprised when she found out about him. I'd recommend that you meet him anyway. Yeah, that would be the best thing to do. Honestly, one of the reasons is that I'm not confident that I can explain her the truth and have her believe me. Then we came to the front of the rescue squad quarters. Flina muttered with deep emotion as she looked around at the green landscape that had changed from the castle and castle town. I'm surprised. I can't believe there's a place like this in the kingdom. This is the dormitory of the rescue squad Usato-kun belongs to. Maybe that's Usato-kun training. I look around in front of the dormitory, and find a single figure a short distance away. A figure a little smaller than Minak, the boy I met in Lokvis before, came running towards us when he noticed me and Flina. On the way back from the trip, I had heard from Usato that he had joined the rescue squad, and I was relieved to see that he seemed to be doing well. Suzune-san. You're here to see Usato-san. Yes, I did, but he's in training. Yes. A while ago, he went running into town with the rest of the group except me. Let's see, is that person? Nak-kun gives a quizzical look to Flina, who has her hood up deeply. Since it's troublesome to be misunderstood in a strange way, I think about what to do after having Flina briefly introduce herself. So, Usato-kun went for a run? Do you think he'll be back soon? Haha, no way. There's no way the rescue squad's run-in will be over that quickly. They won't be back for at least half a day. Hey! Flina, who was behind me, let out a voice that sounded like she was in a daze. It was unbelievable, but this was common knowledge in the rescue squad Usato-kun belonged to. Would it be faster to go to the city then? I guess so. Now the city. If that's the case, it would be more efficient to wait for Usato-kun to pass by somewhere. Thinking of going towards the castle town, I suddenly remembered the demon girl who was put into the rescue squad. A demon tribe, the Black Knight, who was taken prisoner during the battle against the Demon King's army. If I'm not mistaken, Usato-kun did mention that her name is Farum, right? I wondered how that girl's doing now. I was curious, so I asked him. Nak-kun looked toward the city and smiled. Oh, if it's her, she's gone with Usato-san and the others. Is that fine? Even though she's a demon. They were wary of her at first, but now they don't even care. Everyone seems to be convinced that it's because we're the rescue squad. Oh, if you say so, I'll be convinced too. Behind me, you're convinced by that? Flynn muttered in a tone of disbelief. As for me, I think it's a bit premature, but if Rose has given her permission, then I guess I can rest assured. You didn't go with him, did you? Farum-san recklessly went along in an attempt to compete with Usato-san, but I can't keep up with him at all now. It's not that I want to get in the way, but I do want to train with them. I'm just going to be me and make sure I do the training I can do now. I see. You've grown so much, you look different. Physically and mentally, he's not the same person he was when he left Lookvis. He's becoming an adult too. Well then, I guess we'd better head towards the city. I'm sorry for interrupting your training. No, oh, by the way, that confession thing. Good luck with your training. Let's go. Flynn. Whoa. Hey. Suzuan. Flustered by the unexpected question, I grab Flynna's hand and walk away. When the dorm was out of sight, I let go of Flynna's hand and wiped my forehead. That was dangerous. I didn't expect to be pursued about that article. Suzuan, you said something about demon race earlier, is there anyone else there that you're worried about? That's the demon girl I took prisoner during the last war. There was no particular reason to hide it, so I revealed to Flynna about Farum. She seems to be fitting in quite well here. Is that fine? She used to be a user of dark magic, but now she has a magic tool to contain her magic, so it's safe. In addition, she is capable of driving me and Kazuki-kun to the brink of death, even if only temporarily, but let's not say that. Although I have my own thoughts on the matter, it's not what I want to create a rift by citing it. A user of dark magic is. How could you take someone like that prisoner? It wasn't easy. I don't know what would have happened if it wasn't for Usato-kun's healing magic. Oh, with healing magic? Why is there healing magic here? Well, the simple explanation is that the weakness of dark magic is healing magic. Just the thought of Usato-kun not rushing over to me at that moment sends a chill down my spine. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here now. I'm getting into a little bit of a gloomy mood. Let's head to the city quickly. Dark magic and healing magic? What do you mean? How can healing magic, which has no offensive power to begin with, be the weak point of dark magic? What are you muttering about, Flynna? Let's get to the city. Okay. I said to Flynna, who was tilting her head, and turned my gaze towards the city. I wonder where would be the best place to wait for Usato-kun. I think I know of a place, so I won't just stand there in a random place. If I'm going to wait, I'd at least like to be in a place where I know someone, though. Hey. I don't know many people in the castle town. If it's people from the kingdom of Lingle, there are some familiar faces, but I don't even know their names. No, wait. There's only one person I can think of. So that's why Suzuan came to me? How did you find this place? Haha. In the castle town, in front of one of the stalls, Flynna and I were meeting a girl. She is Amako. She's a beastman girl who had been traveling with Usato-kun. I found her sitting on a chair, tending to her store, and took advantage of the opportunity to talk to her. It wasn't hard to find you. After all, this is where you are. Yes, it was. I'm aware that I stand out. Amako's existence is known to many people in the kingdom of Lingle. If she's a cute beast girl who works as a storekeeper, it's probably natural in a way that she attracts attention. Flynna is surprised to see Amako working as a shopkeeper, exposing her ears, a characteristic of beastmen. I'm surprised. There's a beastman girl, too. I've never met an elf before either, so I was surprised. Hey, you can tell. Yes. I'm a user of precognitive magic. Nice to meet you, Flynna. I'm Amako. I chuckle at Flynna's eyes widening at Amako's magic, and we introduce ourselves to each other. Flynna, who has regained her composure after taking a few deep breaths, looks at me as if she wants to say something. I didn't hear that you're a user of precognitive magic. My heart is taking too much damage. Haha, sorry. Besides, a demon and a beast person. Suzuan's friendships are very strange. I ask the word companionship and tilt my head. Amako and I are certainly friends, but I'm not the one who has deep ties to her. If anything, Usato-kun is the reason why I got to know Amako. And Farum, Usato-kun took her prisoner during the battle. I don't know, every time I hear about it, I feel like Usato is a hell of a person. Flynna holds her forehead and Amako tilts her head as if to say, what are you taking for granted? Amako tilts her head instead. As much as I'd like to say so, she won't believe me until she actually meets Usato-kun. Amako, do you know where Usato-kun is running? Usato ran through here with the rescue squads on his back with Blurin a little while ago. He'll be coming through here again soon. He's also carrying Blurin on his back? Then maybe I'll get a chance to pet Blurin. Today is the day I want to be able to fondle that blue fur to my heart's content. Then you don't mind if I wait here, do you? That's okay. Besides, we'll have more customers when Suzune is here. She's such a strong girl. Admiring Amako, I waited until Yusato-kun came running down the street. Then, Flynna tilts her head, as if some part of our earlier conversation had caught her attention. Hey, I believe you said he was running for training, right? What do you mean he's carrying Blurin on his back? Blurin is his pet demon. He's very cute. Wow, what kind of demon is it? It's a blue grizzly. He's just a kid, though. Flynna tilted her head with a smiling face, as if she didn't understand. After a few seconds, she finally comes to an understanding, and with a drawn-out expression, she closes in on me. Why you kidding, right? A blue grizzly is a ferocious demon that several adults can't even stand up to. It's crazy to think that he's carrying it on his back. I don't think it's right for a human to be carrying a bear on his back. As a matter of fact, Yusato-kun was carrying it out, so my senses were paralyzed. I'm sorry, Flynna. Normally, it's not right to carry a bear on your back. I wasn't considerate enough. It's not right either when there's a ferocious blue grizzly in the kingdom. Don't worry, Blurin won't go berserk. Even if he does, Yusato can hold him down. Hold him down? A healing magician is. Flynna held her head at me in Amako's words. Her expression was full of frustration, as if she was cornered by something. Could it be possible that I'm being shown illusion magic by someone? And I'm the only one with illusionary magic. What should I do? Yusato-kun's story is so out of the ordinary that I'm beginning to think that the reality I'm seeing is a hallucination. Suzune. Yeah, what is it? Flynna, who stood up silently and shakily, grabbed my shoulders with great force and forced me to meet her gaze. Flynna. Come back to reality. It's only in fairy tales that a human can match a demon in arm strength. No, there are exceptions to things, you know. That's a man who can hold a blue grizzly bear with his bare hands and run with it on his back? Such a monster of a man. Ooh. I shuddered at the cry of Flynna's soul. It's really amazing to hear it again from someone else's mouth. I noticed that the people around us were all looking at us, but their gazes were somewhat warm. She's right, that's what people usually think. She's a sensible girl. I hope she continues to grow up like that. Nothing is more unrealistic than reality. The pitying eyes of those who know the rescue squad. I'm sure the people who witness the rescue squad's training every day are dazzled by the fact that Flynna has common sense. Suzune. Humans can't defeat demons without using magic. The hopeless race difference will never be overturned. It's an incredibly serious scene, but I can't even laugh at the fact that there are two healing magicians who are overriding it with their arm strength. However, there is nothing that can explain Yusato-kun's power, so there is nothing I can do about it. Oh, Yusato's here. At the sound of Amako's voice, Flynna and I both looked at the back of the street. Then, like Moses, the crowd cracked open, and we saw several figures coming from it. You guys must have relaxed while I was gone. You stupid bastards. That should be my line, you bastard. Yusato, aren't you the one slowing down? Who's the one who's slacking? I can take that as a sign of a fight. The exchange of words is so loud that I can hear it from a short distance away. One of them sounds familiar, but it's much rougher than I remember, and my mouth twitches. Then let's up the pace, you fuckers. Bring it on, asshole. Why am I even here? Flynna and I saw in our field of vision 5 strong men and a huge figure running in the middle of them, or, to be more precise, Yusato-kun carrying a blue grizzly with an unconscious silver-haired girl strapped to his back. Nia, the messenger. The demon Farum. The demon Blurin. Yusato-kun, a human. It's not a trinity, it's a tetrahedron. I don't dare to comment on the fact that the owl on Blurin's head has somewhat vacant eyes. Oh, Amako and Senpai? When he noticed us, he waved at us. The girl, Farum, strapped to Blurin's back with her clothes swaying, but now is not the time to worry about her because I have to deal with Flynna, who just can't even speak to the reality in front of her. That's impossible, but all that, you must be lying to me. This thing called Yusato-kun is... Really? But, Yusato-kun. You always go far beyond my expectations. It's frustrating. Very much so. But that's what I love about you too. Author's note. This time, it was the appearance of Flynna, the common-sense elf. It's a very valuable position for a genuine tsukumai in this work. When Yusato-kun appeared in front of us, Flynna was standing there looking stunned. The man in question urged his friends in the rescue squad to go ahead, then lowered Blurin with Farum on it to the ground and faced me and Amako once more. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your training. No, That's okay though. Aside from Amako. What is senpai doing here? I was looking for you. Me. I tapped the still falling apart Flynna on the shoulder, bringing her back to her senses and encouraging her to introduce herself. Right, yes, my name's Flynna. It's hard to tell right now with my hood up, but I'm an elf. Elf? Oh, the one Kazuki met on his journey. Nice to meet you, I'm Yusato Ken. The owl over here is my familiar, Nia. The owl, which had remained silent on Yusato's shoulder, stared at Flynna from her toes to the top of her head. It looks as if she is observing her, but it's the privilege of being cute so I let it off. I wonder if she'll let me fluff her later. Perhaps my evil thoughts have leaked out. Nia, with all her hair bristling, moves to the opposite shoulder of Yusato to hide from me. I was soberly shocked, and Flynna looked a little surprised at Yusato-kun's normal response. You don't need to use honorifics with me. I think we're probably about the same age. Human age-wise. I see. Well then, nice to meet you again. Wait a minute. Isn't this a good opportunity to get Yusato to drop his honorifics for me as well? I'm not too pushy here, but I'll try to start casually. Yusato-kun, you don't need to use honorifics with me either. In fact, you can call me by my nickname without hesitation, Suzu-tan. I cannot do that. Why not? Because senpai is senpai. He rejected me like a flowing stream. Bitterly laughing at me for being so upset, he looked around. It's a little conspicuous here. Why don't we talk somewhere else? In that case, there's a place to sit next to the store. At Amako's urging, I sat down where the wooden boxes were. On that occasion, Amako, who was asked to take over the shop, had somehow secured a seat next to Yusato-kun. It was such a natural movement that I didn't feel that it was wrong of her to do so. Yusato, why is this person on Blurin's back? Amako asked Yusato about Farum, the demon girl on Blurin's back. She collapsed while running. Because of her position, I couldn't just leave her here, so I strapped her to Blurin and carried her away. Amako listens to Yusato-kun's story and gives Farum a sharp look for a moment. What is it with her? As I tilted my head, Amako lowered her voice slightly and spoke to Yusato. Are you sure about that? That person seems to already be awake. Amako's words made Farum's body shake with fear. However, Yusato-kun on the other hand smiled smugly. Ha ha ha. Of course I'm aware of it. I'm planning to make her run until she faints after this. I see. I'm a little surprised though. I can't believe Yusato's not mad. Well, to be honest, I didn't think she'd want to take the initiative to participate in our training. That's why, for my part, I'm glad that Farum is participating in the rescue squad's training. Maybe I'm just too focused on the training. A smile without a hint of malice. However, Farum on Blurin's back is shaking her head to indicate her rejection, but Yusato-kun is talking with Amako without noticing it. She tried to keep up with us earlier and pushed herself too hard, so I'm letting her rest for now. Afterwards I'll firmly assist her as a healing magician and make her run. Oh, is that okay? Don't worry. I won't let her faint. Farum shivered as Yusato said this with a smile. A kindness without any malice. But when it comes to the standards of the rescue squad, it's so terrible that it transcends malice or good intentions. What should I do, Suzun? I couldn't understand what's okay or not anymore. Don't worry. Me too. The words that would make me flutter if said to my face are not at all enviable in a different situation. No, I would be lying if I was a little jealous, though. As I was struggling inwardly, Flynna asked Yusato-kun a question. Why are you running with a blue grizzly on your back? To train, I guess that's the main reason. My role in the rescue team is to move and heal people who are wounded in battle to safety, so I'm training like this so that I don't get tired at a critical moment. Oh, yeah, I see. It may look shocking on the outside, but Yusato-kun's training has a well-defined purpose. I guess you could say it's Rose's skill that she's able to train with a proper understanding of the significance, rather than just training her body in the dark. I'd like to ask you about the wicked dragon as well, if that's okay. Oh that? That's totally fine. Yusato-kun nodded after giving Amako and Nia a look. To him, Amako and Nia were both involved in the fight against the wicked dragon, so I guess he was checking to see if they confirm? First of all, did you really defeat the wicked dragon? I didn't defeat it by myself, but... in a sense, we defeated the wicked dragon. What kind of opponent was it? A dragon corpse. With scars all over its body? Still, it had great power, deadly poison, and scales that would not allow a half-hearted attack. I also tried to hit it, but it was too hard to get through and my fist felt electrifying. You what? You hit the wicked dragon. Flynna was surprised by the statement, but Amako on the other hand nodded in agreement with Yusato-kun's words. I was surprised at that time too. Yusato, you usually go for the punching bag. That's the quickest way to find out for sure. Amako and Usato-kun exchange nostalgic words with each other. Let's not worry too much about the fact that the conversation is very surreal. Honestly, if I hadn't heard about the wicked dragon from Usato-kun beforehand, I think I would have reacted the same way as Flynna did. Are you really a healing magician? Hey? What do you mean by that? Well, normal healing magicians don't carry blue grizzlies on their backs or punch wicked dragons, so I thought that. You're too far away from being a human. He glares at Amako with his smile twitching, who is holding back her laughter as she looks sideways at Usato-kun, and he coughs once before opening his mouth. It's true that I'm a little different from the average healing magician, but I'm still a healing magician. You can say I'm a bit of an overtrained healing magician. There's nothing special about me other than that. A little? I don't think a little can describe you. You can't do that, Usato. Don't lie to me. Is this where I can keep your mouth shut? Amako hurriedly covered her forehead as Usato-kun took a decoupling stance. His physical abilities were the result of his bloody efforts. I'm sure I can't even begin to imagine how many hardships and unspeakable tormenting experiences his words, spoken without a second thought, must have gone through. There are other people like this besides Kazuki. I feel like I've just been reminded of how naive I am. Is that the right place to describe as naive? I feel that the existence of healing magicians like Usato-kun and Rose-san should be treated as rather out of the ordinary. Can I ask something this time? Oh, yes. What is it? Is there any connection between the monster that Kazuki fought and the wicked dragon? In response to Usato-kun's question, Flynna paused for a few seconds before opening her mouth. That's not for me to know. My grandmother's fortune-telling says only that it's 3 plagues that are eating away at the continent. But if there's any similarity, it's that they were both sealed away by the previous generation of heroes. Sealed by a hero, right? If the wicked dragon's awakening was unintentional, but the ravenous monster's awakening was intentional. 3 calamities are consuming the continent. I've killed one of them, a man-eating thunder beast, but it was just a mutated monster. However, the beings that Usato and Kazuki fought are the same in terms of the root cause of their occurrence. They were both unsealed. Perhaps Usato is wondering about this too. Do you think it was the work of the previous hero that woke up the ravenous monster, Usato-kun? I don't know. The hero is no longer in this world. I thought about the possibility that the previous hero is still alive, but that would be too ridiculous. That's certainly true. Ordinary humans can't live for several hundred years. It's not unthinkable that the previous generation of heroes might, but there's too much judgmental material to conclude that. The most likely thing is revenge on the people who used them, but I don't understand why that would be on people hundreds of years in the future. If it's revenge, it should be directed at the people of that time who made them suffer unreasonably, right? Looking back, what is the previous generation of heroes that we know? A hero who saved humanity from the threat of the Demon King? A tragic person who was exploited by humans? Although hidden behind the glamorous legends and sagas, the battles of those days must have been horrific and far from beautiful. What did the heroes of the past who fought through the glimpse of that reality try to do? There's no point in thinking about it, is there? Nia voiced out as we were pondering about it. Next to me, Flynna showed a what face which I don't know how many times I've seen that expression today. That's true. It's better for me to move my body without thinking than to think about the details. Amako, senpai, Flynna-san, it's about time I get back to training. After saying that, Usato-kun stood up and shifted his gaze to Ferrum, who was at Blurin's back. She was still pretending to be unconscious as before, but her shoulders shook greatly as if she was afraid when Usato called her name. Okay, Ferrum. It's time to get up. We're running now. Don't worry about me, you should be doing your own training. Sigh. Ferrum. Did you think I'm that heartless? Shrugging his shoulders in disbelief, Usato-kun lifted Ferrum's collar with one arm and made her stand up before speaking with a serious expression. Don't worry, I won't abandon you, no matter how weak you are or how badly you fall. I'm going to get you back up on your feet, and I'm going to push you to run on that back of yours. Oh, yeah. No, wait. That means you're going to force me to run no matter what. I'm at my wit's end. If you still have the energy to whine, that means you can still do it. The real limits are the ones you can't remember. As long as you can say you're at your limit, you're fine. This guy doesn't listen to me at all. Give it up. He's probably listening to you but ignoring you. The ex-Black Knight was half crying when some kind of switch was flipped on her and she went into hot-blooded mode. Nia looks somewhat distant at Usato-kun's reaction. I'm not sure if it's a familiar sight to Amako, but she's not going to let it get to her. Okay, Blurin. I'm going to do that thing I did in Lookvis. Get on my back. Grr. And Nia, give me a binding spell. Yeah. Usato was getting into the groove, carrying Blurin on his back. Nia's magic had spread a thin layer of magical patterns all over his body, and Usatokan locked onto the retreating Farum running so fast she could have been mistaken for a raging bull. Farum's face contorted in horror at the sight of Usatokan's bizarre run, as she ran for her life. I don't get it, I don't get it. Why are you chasing me? There's nothing difficult about it. Don't worry about it and just run. It's the same way Nak went. Fahahahaha. Usatokan and Farum disappeared in the blink of an eye with screams and laughter that seemed to echo throughout the kingdom. As soon as the people in the castle town saw them off, they immediately returned to their normal lives as before. Like them, Amako, who was standing next to them, looked up at us with a small sigh. Well then, I'm going back to guard the store. Yeah, good luck. Yeah. Amako walked back into the store. I spoke to the still stunned Flina with a little bit of respect for her, who wasn't fazed at all. Well, as expected of Usato-kun, right? Like the storm. Flina. Just now. I listened to Flina, who muttered something to me. Didn't that owl just talk? Oh, did I not mention that? Usato-kun's familiar is a vampire. She's cute in her owl form, but she's also really cute in her real form. What's the matter with you, approaching me with such an angry look on your face? Famuyuuu. All of a sudden, Flina came over to me and pressed both of our cheeks together. The suddenness of it all makes me sound dumb with surprise. Suziuni. Rurut arfu duriayan? What are you doing? Why didn't you say something earlier? Also, are all other worlders like that? Or is he the only one who's crazy? For the time being, it seems that she has got to know Usato-kun, but the encounter with him was a shock to her in many ways. That being said, if you don't get your hands off my cheeks soon, my cool image as a hero will be destroyed. Also, she's surprisingly strong. Funua. If you're still hiding something, tell me now. Is he hiding a ridiculous weapon, or using magic in an unusual way, or fought and survived an enemy even harder than the wicked dragon? Spit it out now. If you don't, I'll lose all sense of common sense. What to do, the fact that all of that is true. My expression twitched as she played with my cheeks, and I spent the next hour trying to figure out how to explain this to Flina. Author's note. It was Usato-kun who was more lively than usual when it came to training. As I mentioned in the activity report, I posted a new story for the new year. The title is The Wrong Way to Use Anti-Poisoning Skills, Breaking Through the Limit by Strengthening Potions. If Usato is the type of protagonist who trains and trains and trains, this is the type of protagonist who strengthens and strengthens and strengthens. The content of the story is a slightly offbeat class transfer. I've been running around the country with a bunch of tough guys, chasing Nak and Farum around on my back with Blurin, and spending my days as a rescue squad, but today I wasn't training, I was visiting the castle. The four of us were gathered in a room in the castle, me, Ark-san, Amako, and Nia. In front of us, seated in the chairs provided was Alfie-san, the woman who had explained to me and Amako about other countries when we set out on our journey, looking at us with pen in hand and eyes full of anticipation. It looks like everyone has gathered here. Yes, we are. A report of the events that happened on the way of the journey. However, I was aware that the trip had been so dense that an hour or two was not enough time to report, so I asked Alfie-san to summarize the report once and then I would show it to Lloyd-sama. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I can't believe I'm going to get to hear about an adventure story full of vicissitudes. I heard that you had unimaginable experiences, so I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep at night. So, Usato-sama, the format of today's report is that I will be writing the report, and you can just tell us about your trip in a light-hearted manner. You think I can't write so quickly? No need to worry. I'm used to reading and writing fast because of my profession. Usato, isn't this guy talking too long? He talks so fast that I can only catch about half of what he says. He hasn't changed at all. Nia and Amako who had come along with me said this in a slightly reluctant tone. I've only met this person once, but I remember him well because of his strong impact. Ark-san, should I talk to her instead? Yes, you should. We'll supplement the parts that are vague in your memory. I'm nervous when it comes to reporting. I'll try to order my speech in my mind so that it won't be confusing. Alfie-san, is it okay if I start my report? Yes, whenever you're ready. So, let's start with our departure from Lukvis. Before arriving in Samaria, I talked about the situation where Nia tricked me and as a result, I had to fight the wicked dragon. Alfie-san was listening to me with a high level of tension, but after about 30 minutes, his expression began to tense up. Well, that owl on your shoulder is a familiar, a vampire, a necromancer and the one who revived the wicked dragon? Why is this happening when we haven't even arrived in Samaria? You're in a lot more trouble than you've been told. Next, we talked about the events in Samaria. For this, Lucas-sama informed the kingdom of Ringle that I had something to do with the lifting of the royal curse, so I can honestly tell them what happened in Samaria. The curse of Samarial. Why are you involved in such a disturbing thing when I went to give you a letter? Did physical attacks work on the ghost? Why are you trying to hit a ghost in the first place? I don't know why I was being scolded. After calming her anger for the time being, I resumed my report. Next, I reported on the events in Mirak. I knew this from the article, but you're challenging a dragon person with your bare hands. Yet, after being blatantly pulled away, I also finished my report on Hinomoto, the land of beastmen. Alfie-san, who was interested in the culture of the beastmen, showed an unusual interest in this report, so I gave her some information that did not touch the secrets of the beastmen country. It took 2 hours. After listening to all the reports and arranging the bundles of reports, she took a breath and looked up. Let me conclude. If I show this to Lloyd-sama as it is, he will collapse from the shock. That's severe. Even I would have a stroke too. You're in too much danger everywhere you go. I don't know what to say to Alfie-san, who has a somewhat tired expression on his face. The owl on my shoulder is saying, well, obviously. I'm aware that I've been on an unusual journey, but I didn't expect it to be such a shock. Anyway, I'll summarize the report here. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave it to you. No, that's my job, too. And although I was surprised, I also heard a lot of interesting things, so rather I should be thankful. As for me, I'm afraid I'm going to be up all night with that smile on my face. As I returned an awkward smile to Alfie-san, who was beaming with happiness, a question suddenly came to my mind. Passing the letter to another country was the purpose of our trip, but what would happen after that? Well, we handed over the letters to the countries, but what happens after that? Will they form an alliance? That's right. Right now, we are trying to coordinate with other countries for the next attack of the Demon King's army. Collaboration with other countries, hey? Joining forces would be more important than anything else in confronting the threat of the Demon Lord's army. Is everything going well? It's going smoothly, thanks to Yusato-sama, Kazuki-sama, and Suzune-sama. Thank goodness. I guess what we did wasn't in vain. When I first received the order, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to deliver the letter, but I guess I can do it if I try. I guess it's not that, it's just that a lot of the kings and such that we met were special people. Yeah, I guess. I know it sounds a little bad, but there weren't any decent people. Don't say it, because I have too many ideas when I think about it. Lucas-sama, the king of Samaria, who is light on his feet and plans to take me into his registry. Norn-sama, the queen of Mirak, who was covered in potions when we met. Jinya-san, the head of Hinomoto, was ready to trap us from the beginning. Now that I think about it, I really think I've met a lot of people. This time, we're taking some countermeasures based on our previous mistakes. Countermeasures? Against the Demon King's army, right? Yes. One of those countermeasures is to detect the advance of the Demon Lord's army as soon as possible. Is it true that there are guards posted near the territory of the Demon King? Alfie-san nodded at Arc-san's words. So you knew about it, Arc-san. In the last battle, we were too late to anticipate the attack of the Demon King's army, so we had to place a sentry. I see. Before, it was really just a sudden attack. If we have more time, we can take various measures as well, so we won't have to worry about the Demon King's army doing whatever they want. The rest can be done in the not-too-distant future. The people representing the 3 neighboring countries will gather for a meeting. And by neighboring countries, you mean? The 3 countries are the Kingdom of Kamhelio, the Kingdom of Nirvana, and the Kingdom of Samaria, where Yusato-sama went. The representatives of the 4 kingdoms, plus the Kingdom of Ringle, will be meeting in the magic city of Lukvis. Kamhelio and Nirvana. That's the country. That Senpai and Kazuki gave the letter to, right? As for Kamhelio, I only remember the name because it is the place where the article about Senpai and I circulated. Perhaps, Kazuki-sama, Suzune-sama, and Yusato-sama, who delivered the letter, will also be heading to the meeting. It wouldn't make sense for me to go, right? You see, I'm a healing magician, so for appearance's sake, I'll just go. With Kazuki and Senpai. That's not going to happen, Yusato-dono. Do you really think you're an ordinary healing magician? It's okay for you to have more confidence in yourself, Yusato-dono. I tried to say no, but was immediately corrected by my friends. I'll be punishing Nia later in the name of training. A meeting with Lukvis, hey? If I have time, I might be able to meet Kiriha and the others. Well, the meeting itself is a little while away, so you don't have to worry about that right now. I see. Let's leave the meeting behind, shall we? For the time being, we finished our trip report, so we decided to break up there. We parted ways with Arc-san, who was returning to his duties as the castle guard, and we walked slowly through the castle. As we walked slowly through the castle, Amako looked sideways at Nia, who was walking with us in her unusual humanoid form, and asked her a question. So, Nia, are you doing well in the rescue squad? No, of course not. Nia somewhat overreacted to Amako's question as she walked next to her. I don't think there's anything I can deny that strongly, I thought to myself. The monster next to me is still a training idiot, the people around him with the horrible faces are just as bad as him, and the boss is just too much bullshit for words. She's even worse than Yusato. I think I'm going crazy. What kind of training idiot are you? Training is a large part of the daily life of the rescue squad. I'm just carrying on with my daily routine, you know. I'm sorry, but the only sane person in there is that demon girl. What about Nak? I'm pretty sure he's on the rescue squad too, right? What if I say he's a mini version of Yusato? Ah. Okay. Wait a minute. Don't go with the flow as well, Amako. What do you mean, mini-me? Nak is like a role model for the rescue squads, taking the initiative in voluntary training without me telling him. When I explained this to Amako, she gave me a more disgusted look. No, let's change the subject. Well, come to think of it, Nia got along pretty well with Ferrum, didn't she? Hey There's no way that's true. That's exactly what Nia refutes, as if she can't admit it. From the sidelines, it looks like they get along well. That cheeky demon, she takes my food, she doesn't bother with the bedding, she doesn't do her washing properly, she's so sloppy she's practically a grown-up child. Amako, what do you think? I think they just don't want to admit it because they're so similar. After all, they don't know that they're unconsciously taking care of each other. Right. She's a former village girl. So she's a dependable lady, so she's taking care of her. It was probably a good decision to put her on duty with Ferumu. However, she is a bit sloppy in her daily life. It is not unreasonable to think about her own origins and the circumstances of the dark magician that Koga told us about. But I think I should get on with training Ferum about what it means to live in the rescue squad. I don't even want to think about what led me to that thought, but after chasing around town with a bear on your back, you still want to do something. Even I would feel sorry for her. No, you're not out of this exception. What? At my words, Nia put a finger to her chin and tilted her head. Amako muttered, oh, it started again, as she pulled her hood up tightly. I need to do something about Ferum's sloppiness in her daily life, but there were things about Nia I need to help as well. I've been thinking about this for a while. I've been meaning to work on your physical side. But I'm the type of person who uses magic and other things to assist me. Hey, look. I've been training with Yusato using magic, right? Isn't that already enough? Until now, you've been observing, which means it's a trial period. I slowly shake my head as Nia speaks in a desperate manner. As for the current training, I've seen definite results. But it's only training for me. If that's the case, Nia and Blurin will never grow up. In the future, we may need you to fight against enemies like Koga, who do not hesitate to use any means necessary. But it's also a battle where you, with your low durability, will be the first target. I clenched my fists tightly, remembering my deadly battle with Koga. I really don't want to find myself in a situation where I have to fight, but I have to think about it. Fighting a strong enemy would mean that Nia would be in greater danger of being attacked. What do we do for that? The only thing that's obvious is training. I've been thinking about this for a while, but stop trying to solve everything with training. I don't want to build muscle or anything for nothing. Don't worry. All you need to work on is your strength here. I indicated my chest with my thumb while trying to look cool. That's right, it's not just your body that you can train in the rescue squad. It's also the mental strength to endure any kind of abuse and suffering. If your mind is strong, you can keep your cool in any situation. Yes, even if a sword snatches you by the nose. Now that I've got to that point, will there really be a heart at all? There is. Where? I'm the proof. Nia, do you think I don't have a heart? Can't you see that your very existence is a source of anxiety? That's a terrible thing to say. I may have changed a bit compared to when I was a normal high school student, but I'm still me. Hey, Yusato. As I was thinking about how to persuade Nia, Amako, who had been silent until now, called out to me. Nia, who had been teary-eyed, looked at Amako as if asking for help, but she didn't care and spoke up. Do you mind if I join the rescue squad next time? I don't mind, but I don't think there's anything particularly interesting. It's just me and the other members training. If Yusato's there, I'm fine. I couldn't see her expression with her hood up, but I knew she was saying that with embarrassment. What can I say? This is what I mean when I say it warms my heart. Do we need to talk about this now? Nia raised her voice, as if she couldn't stand the silence for more than 10 seconds. Amako glared at Nia with a frown. Nia, why don't you just give up? You can say that because it's someone else's problem, but from my point of view, it's a matter of life and death. It seems that she hates being trained as a rescue squad so much. I don't want to make the training that hard, but how can I convince her? Leaving it up to Rose is too much, but it's more like throwing a small animal, Nia, into a territory ruled by a lioness. Oh, Yusato. Hey. Hey. I turn around at the sound of a voice coming from behind me. Kazuki, who had changed into something more comfortable to move around in, and Flynn-san, the elf girl I met the other day, were walking side by side. When Kazuki spotted me, he ran over to me, waving his hand happily. Yusato, what are you doing here today? To report on my trip. Are Kazuki and Flynn-san training now? Yeah, I figured I'd better train as hard as Yusato. Right, Flynn. That's right. He's still a relaxing best friend. But when I see him training, it makes me feel like I can't lose too. Speaking of which. Where's Senpai? Oh, that's right. She went to the rescue squad to see Yusato. I guess we got mixed up. Is she looking for me because of something? Well, if it's Senpai, she might come to see me even if there's nothing going on, but I've done something wrong. I should have told her beforehand if I was going to be in the wrong place. Yusato, what are you going to do after this? Well, I was thinking of going back to the rescue squad and training as usual. Then why don't you join us? I was surprised by Kazuki's unexpected offer. Kazuki scratched his cheek in embarrassment at my reaction. No, when I think back. We've never done any training together. Yusato lives far away from the castle, so we don't get many opportunities, and I thought now would be a good time. Okay, let's do it. I said that before thinking about it, but I had no regrets. Rather, I haven't stopped being human enough to turn this down. No, even if I were to stop being human, I would still give my approval. Senpai? I'm sure she'll be back someday. What about you two? I asked the two next to me, Amako and Nia, who both seemed to be coming with me. Aside from Amako, Nia seems to want to know Kazuki's power as a hero. Hehe, let's go to the training grounds right away then. Hurry up, Flynn. Oh, wait a minute, Kazuki. Flynn-san followed Kazuki as he happily headed outside. I've seen him train before, but this is the first time we're training together. I would also get to see how much Kazuki's powers have grown over the course of the trip. But hey. It bothered me a little. Or a lot that Flynn-san's expression twitched slightly when she agreed to participate in the training. I'm not sure what made her look that way, but I have no idea. Author's note. Alfie is the character that appeared in chapter 44, right? Next time, Flyn's common sense will be put to the test again. After reporting on our trip, we had moved to the training grounds in the castle grounds to train with Kazuki and Flynn. When I went to the training grounds with Amako, Nia, Kazuki, and Flynn, fortunately there were no people there. It must be the time of day when the other knights are not training. It was quite convenient to be able to train in a spacious area without worrying about the surroundings. What kind of training do you always do, Kazuki? Strength training, sword swinging, and basic magic training, I guess. I asked Kazuki, who was doing the preparatory exercises with me, and in a way I got an unexpected answer. I was a little surprised at how solid the training was. According to Welshi, training the basics is the best way to go. Is what he suggested. The basics of magic, hey. I've learned healing magic almost entirely by gut feeling, so I don't really understand the basics of magic. Through today's training with Kazuki, I might be able to get something out of it. What kind of training does Yusato do? Hey? Just run and do strength training. Amako, you heard what they just said. Yeah. They're almost completely different. You're making me nervous, you little animals back there. I glare at Amako and Nia, who are sitting in the field under the shade of a tree. I see, so we're the same. No, you're Yusato, so you're training even harder than I am. I guess so. I'm kind of embarrassed. Oi. The ones behind. I can hear you. I don't think Kazuki is brainwashed. As I was silently letting the pressure fly behind me so that Kazuki wouldn't notice, Kazuki was calling out to Flynn-san next to him. Flynn, what's wrong with you? Hey. No, I'm fine. Really? If you're not feeling well, ask Yusato to. See, I'm fine. I'm so energetic I can run for miles right now. Oh, is it? Kazuki was surprised to see Flynn-san look up and start stomping her feet with a big smile on her face. However, after laughing at her, who immediately blushed and turned over at her statement, Kazuki spoke to me in a hushed voice. She's only known Yusato for a short time, so maybe she's having trouble with distance. Hey. Because she didn't know the outside world, in a good way or a bad way. I think she's afraid of what she doesn't know. In other words, Flynn-san has a kind of fear of me? I'm a little shocked, but considering how she reacted when I first met her, I have an idea. Well then, what should I do? You can just act as you usually do. Even if you mend it strangely, she'll just misunderstand you. That's something I don't like either. I smile shyly at Kazuki, and suppress a pang of embarrassment. Lately, I've had so many times where I've been rejected or not even treated like a human being, that this kind of exchange feels new to me. While I was inwardly happy, Kazuki had finished his preparatory exercises and called out to me. Well, now that we've finished our prep work, I'd like to start training, but what do you say, Yusato? I'm sorry to ask you to fit in my training regime. How about some magic training? I have some thoughts about my own magic. I've only been thinking about combat-oriented techniques since the battle with Koga, haven't I? This is the place to go back to the drawing board. No, I can't. It would take me back to the days when I was in training hell, where I had to keep healing myself. It is also possible to face my own healing magic again, as if searching for a new world. Magic. Would you be okay with that, Flynna? I'm fine with it. Kazuki got Flynna's approval and stepped into the training area. I follow him and move to a large area where we can practice magic. In the training area, there are targets for practicing magic and bow and arrow shooting, and it's a moderately large area, so it looks like we can use magic to our heart's content. First, let's show each of us our magic. We can't train if we don't know each other's magic. I guess that's true too. Well then, I'll show you my magic first. Nodding at Flynna-san's words, Kazuki moves about 10 meters away from me. Okay, let's do this. Taking a slow, deep breath, Kazuki flooded his hands with glowing white magic. The magic power, shining as faintly as fireflies, gradually formed into magic bullets about the size of a dozen ping-pong balls, floating fluently above his hands. Without looking at his hands, Kazuki looked up at the sky and launched the magic bullets in his palms all at once. The launched magic bullets lined up in the air in circular and star shapes, each one moving like a different creature to form various shapes. What's great about this is that Kazuki, looking up at the sky, looks like he's literally doing nothing. He is just gazing up at the sky, his hands are down, and his shoulders are relaxed. He was manipulating a dozen or so magic bullets as if they were his own limbs, as if this was a natural process. As I watched in fascination, Nia, who had transformed into an owl, jumped onto my shoulder. After all, heroes have extraordinary strength, don't they? I knew at first glance that you were different from normal people, but this is really not human work. Is that what it looks like to you? Yes, he's a monster in a different way than you. I, for one, will not allow you to treat Kazuki as a monster. As I was protesting this to Nia on my shoulder, Flynna-san was talking to Kazuki. You're as beautiful as ever, aren't you? I mean, Kazuki's magic. Really? From my point of view, it's just dangerous magic. Kazuki replies to Flynna-san. He kept his gaze fixed in the air, but the movement of the magic bullets did not disturb him at all even when he was talking normally. This isn't about concentration or anything like that anymore. When I was just admiring him, Kazuki came up to me with a huffy expression on his face. The expression on his face seemed to be somewhat tense. How is it? My magic. Oh my gosh, I can't find any words other than awesome. How do you do it like that? How can you control your magic so naturally? I found myself getting uncharacteristically excited. With a reply like that, Kazuki held his head in embarrassment and brought the magic bullet that kept moving above his head back to him. What I'm conscious of when I handle magic is to be natural. Being natural. Yet, I don't want to manipulate the magic, I want to move it like a limb. With that, he combined the multiple magic bullets in his palm to form an elaborate sword. Well, she called this technology a new form of magic. It's not that big of a deal, though. Ha ha ha. If system enhancing is the secret of magic, then Kazuki's is probably a form of magic that has been mastered. He is a hero, and he has acquired this skill by working hard on the basics. Awesome, that's so cool. What else can this technique do? You can put it on a sword to strengthen it, or surround an enemy and launch it. You can do a lot of things with it. Not many, but anything, right? I still remember the one where you turned the cronies of a ravenous monster into charcoal in an instant in a fit of rage. Well, I got a bunch of scars on my arms from it. Hey, don't say that in front of Yusato. I wasn't really supposed to use it in such a dangerous way. If he wanted to, he could do some pretty nasty things. But did Kazuki attack in anger? There doesn't seem to be any scars left on his arm where he says he was injured, but it must have been a pretty tough situation. What did Kazuki do at that time, Flynna-san? He clothed his left arm in light magic and unleashed it just like that. It was different from Kazuki's usual magic, but it was really shining, wasn't it? Releasing magic power. It is not strange in itself, but the problem is that Kazuki's light magic damaged himself, the user. One possible answer is... Kazuki, did you use system enhancement? Oh, yeah, I did. I was still practicing, but it was a dangerous situation if I didn't use it. No, I'm not mad at you. I'm the one who's in danger when it comes to system enhancing. From the looks of it, you didn't even leave a scratch on your arm, so I'm relieved. Yusato. I'm not in a position to say anything about system enhancement. In fact, I'm sure they should be angry at me instead. You're finally aware that you're doing something dangerous. That's right. He's done more dangerous things than you can ever imagine. What dangerous things? I don't know, I have too many and I lost count. While I was ignoring the words of the small animal on my shoulder and behind me, Flynn-san spoke up. Could it be, Yusato, that you can use it as well? I can use it, but my system enhancement isn't that powerful. Rather, it only increases my healing power, so I don't have any offensive power. So you punch them instead. With a smile on my face, I turned around and released a healing finger shot, but Amako, who had been in the shade of a tree earlier, had already moved about 10 meters away from me. The tiny magic bullet I fired missed. Tisk, out of range, hey? What's wrong? Suddenly turning around and... Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I laugh at Flynn-san, who is surprised by my sudden action, and cover it up. You're doing a good job, Amako, to agitate me after reading my movements with your precognitive magic. I've shown you my magic for now, what's next? Oh, I'll show Yusato my magic next. I'm sure it'll be less interesting than what Yusato is going to show. I don't think so. With that, Flynn-san stepped forward and showed both of her palms for me to see. Purple magic power was released from her palms, enveloping both arms. Purple magic power? I've never seen that before. That's a little weird. It doesn't seem like magic that would be used for attacking. Nia and I each give our own impressions. My system magic is illusion. It's a magic that allows me to show my opponent illusions. Show illusions? Like a magic eye to show people illusions. Haha, it's not that powerful, but it's a lot more useful. My illusionary magic shows illusions to anyone who is hit by my magical attacks. Show illusions to those who are attacked by your magic? You say as if I understand what that means, but I don't. I'm a little frustrated that Nia is reacting as if she understands something. Haha, you're confused in a good way. Well then dash. Oi. Flynna. Just as Kazuki was about to stop me, Flynna-san put her hand on my shoulder. Instantly, magic flows from her and scrapes away before a shadowy figure appears. In front of me. Something appeared, but then disappeared. Didn't you see that? The shadow appeared for a moment, but then it disappeared. That's weird. If you're in a defenseless state, you'll get it easily. Did you just suddenly try to show me an illusion? It's not that I don't like the fact that you're trying to cast a spell on me, but you should have at least said something. From the looks of it, it's supposed to give illusions to those who are touched by the purple magic. But why wasn't I affected? As I was wondering, Nia spoke to the dismayed Flynn-san in a casual voice. It's just that his mental capacity is a monster. At the very least, in normal times, this guy can nullify a normal mental attack. Why is his mental power so out of control? This person. He was able to withstand the mental attacks of hundreds of souls. There's no way an individual's illusion will work now. Kazuki crossed his arms in admiration at Nia's words. It's amazing, isn't it? I can't believe Flynna's illusion didn't work. I was so surprised the first time I got hit. Kazuki, notice it. Normal people don't unconsciously resist mental attacks. You mean Yusato is more than normal, right? He's also been through that much bloodshed, so it's not strange. What's with this unusual trust? I'm a little scared, Kazuki. A slightly teary-eyed Flynn-san protests, but Kazuki just nods his head. I didn't think a mental attack from the souls of Samaria would come in handy here. Flynn-san, somehow, I'm sorry. And anyway, I'm going to show you an illusion, okay? Don't get defensive, just relax. Okay. It's not every day that someone can make you relax in order to show you an illusion. I take a light deep breath to calm my mind and a black figure appears in front of me again. As the figure slowly becomes clearer, I have a bad feeling about it and call out to Flynn-san, who is desperately trying to cast a spell on me. By the way, what kind of illusion are you trying to show me? Well, what do you think is the scariest thing you've ever seen? Scary? Horrible? I thought of the wicked dragon, ghosts, Karen, and Koga, and then my defensive instincts kicked in just as the figure in front of me was about to change into a long-haired woman. Nuh-uh. My magic has been drowned out again. I put all my energy into my body and drowned out the illusion before the figure in front of me could reveal its full form. Why are you resisting? My body has refused to see the illusion. I sent all my magical power into it and everything. Is this person really human? I'm confident I can still keep my composure if it's an wicked dragon or a ghost or something, but not Rose. Moreover, the vision I was about to see was definitely Rose on the verge of a serious breakdown. Yusato, why don't you let the illusion take you? It's not that bad. Nia. What would you do if the leader suddenly appeared in front of you in a state of seriousness? I'm sorry. I guess that can't be helped then. I'm glad you understand. I nodded to Nia, whose face had turned pale. For now, Kazuki and I decided to cheer up Flynn-san, who was losing confidence, and have her show us another vision. The vision they showed me was one of my favorites. The result was, and I found out that my training had seeped into my deepest consciousness. I didn't expect the tools used for training and Blurin to appear. So, I guess it's my turn at the end. It's a little plain, but I think I'll try system enhancement. I guess the goal is to shorten the time it takes for system enhancement to activate. The shorter the time it takes to activate, the more it can make up for the gap caused by the decrease in healing power against me, which is the disadvantage of healing magic's system enhancement. That's a bit plain for Yusato. Are you sure you don't want to show off that unconventional new technique? A new technique that questions common sense. Flynn-san, who must have heard Nia's words, shakes her shoulders and backs away. Not good, if I make a healing flying fist here, not only Flynn-san but also Kazuki may be affected by it. I smile at Nia on my shoulder. Nia, if you say anything unnecessary, I'll get you involved in training. Yes. I'll shut you up. Good to know. After nailing Nia, I turned to Kazuki and Flynn-san. Alright, then, I'll try to do system enhancement. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen a system enhancement up close. I've never seen a user of it on the road on my journey. Oh, I see. If it's okay with you, I'll show you as much as you want. I have to be a good example for Kazuki to strengthen himself. With that in mind, I was about to focus my attention on activating system enhancement when I suddenly looked outside the training area. I felt a familiar voice calling my name. USA to Ku NNN. The next moment, there was a flash of lightning and shock that could have been mistaken for thunder. From the shadows that I could barely follow with my eyes, I understood who it was, and rather than being surprised, I was convinced that it was me. Senpai, can't you come in a little more quietly? The moment I left, I was rejected. You can surprise me a little more. Senpai, who appeared with a gush of electric shocks, rushed towards me, shivering at my reaction. The people behind me and Nia on my shoulders seemed to be speechless at Senpai's sudden appearance. To be honest, I was also surprised by Senpai's flamboyant appearance. She literally moved like lightning as I saw her. I was surprised to hear that you were coming to the castle when I asked from the rescue squad. If you were coming, you could have told me. That doesn't mean you have to make an appearance like this. It didn't seem like Yusato-kun was staying in a particular position, so I rushed over. It's not that I'm in a hurry. Is that it? Do they think that I'm always on the move during the day? So, what are you guys doing here? Training. At Kazuki's suggestion, we're going to do some magic training together. Are you going to join us? Yes. Wow, what a smile. I laughed at Senpai as usual, and the four of us, including her, decided to train together. In fact, it hadn't even started yet, so perhaps the timing of Senpai's arrival was just right. Suzune, how did you just get here? It looked like you were surrounded by some kind of electric shock. Oh, I came with my new technique, more like a fighting style. Fighting style? I invented it based on the Thunder Beast, but instead of manipulating lightning, I strengthened myself with lightning itself. It's still a work in progress, though, and only works for about 10 seconds. Is that how you got here from the rescue squad? I think it was quite a distance. I can run through that distance with ease. I don't want to lose you, Yusato. I don't want to hear you say that while you're giving me a thumbs up. Rather, you're wearing a tremendous technique, even if it's limited to 10 seconds. What's more, it was created with reference to the Thunder Beast. What can I say? That's cool. I bet it is. I know. I'm secretly calling this the Magic Armor Thunder Beast mode, what do you think? That's so cool. So you do know what I mean. Kurumiya snickered at me. Senpai's naming sense is too much of a bomb. I don't know how you can come up with such a cool name like Magic Armor Thunder Beast mode. I take my hat off to your naming sense. Kazuki, Suzune? No way. Oh, you know too? Actually, me too. Wow, that Suzune is a little surprising. For some reason, Flynn-san let out a deep emotion while looking at me, Kazuki looked at me and Senpai with warm eyes, and Nia and Amako looked at us with cold eyes. It's the first time in a long time that I've been able to enjoy the company of friends while being exposed to such stares. Author's note. It's my own talent that I'm afraid of. This is a god story that has almost nothing to do with the main story. In this episode, Kazuki and Suzune show off the results of their journey. This time, it's more like an unveiling of the fruits of Kazuki and Suzune's journey. Suzune has figured out how to use magic on her own, just like some ex-Legion leader, and Kazuki has reached a new level after continuing to master the basics. Flena's illusion magic is actually quite a nasty magic. But the person who she casted was just hopelessly bad, harsh. After returning to the kingdom of Lingle completing the journey to deliver the letter, my body has finally become accustomed to the cycle of life in the rescue squad. I hadn't missed a single training session during my journey, but the training at the rescue squad was completely different. If you're training alone, you've got the group tongs to push you, to get you going and to make you work harder. No, it's just a matter of buying and selling words, which leads to running at full speed. It's such an easy environment to move in for me, but one thing has been bothering me lately. Blurren, you got fat, hey. Fugwa. I noticed it early in the morning when I was feeding Blurren at the stables. He's always been big, but now he's kind of rotund. For me, it's a good weight to carry and run with. I didn't mind it, but I couldn't overlook it if he got so bulky that I could see it. I walked all the time on the trip, so I didn't gain any weight, but you've been eating and sleeping a lot lately. Gah. It's no good, isn't it? After finishing his fruit and trying to coast to sleep, Blurren shakes his body and looks up. Seeing him like that, I made up my mind to make him exercise. You're a rescue squad too. Grr. You can't just shake your head like that. You know that, right? You know you can't do this. He was still shaking his head. I had no choice. I didn't want to do this, but oh well, I'll leave it to the leader. Grr. Grr. I see. So you're motivated. I'm glad you're motivated. I smiled at Blurren, who got up in a ball and punched me in the leg to show his motivation. If that's the case, let's get started today. Today's menu was to run with Tong and the others. Normally, I run with Blurren on my back, but today I decided to have him run with me. Although he has gained weight, he has been my partner in this journey. The potential of the blue grizzly is not something to be trifled with. He's breathing hard, but he's keeping up with the pace of me and the thugs. Oh, you Sato. You didn't bring Nia with you. Alec in front of me asked that as we were running through the city. Nia is being trained at the rescue squad's training grounds. That means she's with Nak and Ferrum. Yeah, well, as far as she's concerned, it's just running. Naturally, Nia was reluctant to participate in the training. She didn't want to the point of regressing into an infant. However, crying it out was not an option for me, who had a heart of gold, but I felt sorry for forcing her to participate, so I decided to change my approach. After my initial attempts to persuade her failed, I went to her room to see if I could find a time when Ferrum and Nia would be together. Ferrum is able to do it normally, but well, guess we can't do anything about it if you can't do it. Ferrum was able to do it though. Ferrum. Just like we talked about, let's just leave our conversation as is. Nia can't seem to keep up with you. Yet. Oh, of course it's normal. As if some run-off-the-beat demon can keep up with me. What's more, there's no way I'm going to lose to that lump of fat on her chest. Why you dare say that to me? To sum it up in a very simple way, Nia equals Koroi. And thus that is how she got involved in training. In fact, it was a decision that was reached after an hour of questioning and fighting. Now it would be time for her to compete with Ferrum in a death-defying race. You're a pretty gruesome guy, aren't you? I think you're starting to look like leader. Oh, come on, the leader would have used force in the first place, so it's totally different. I'm still on the gentle side. When I refuted Gomu and Mir's words, the tough guys sighed in disgust. Why are they sighing at me? But I'm pretty annoyed when these guys sigh at me. Oh, by the way, you're going to have a mock battle training with the leader. Ah, yeah, I guess so. Are you sure you're okay with that? I'll ask you the opposite, do you think you'll be okay? When I replied to Tong's words, all the thugs answered in unison, I don't think so. Well, no shit. These guys know Rose's fears better than anyone. And because they know, they understand and respect her unbelievable ability. Of course, that includes me. Nihei, who would you like to bet on who will win, you Sato or the leader? Well, I'll bet on you to win. It's obvious who's going to win. Gold. There's nothing worse than a bet that you know who's going to win. There's no bet that tastes as good as this one. Well, the rescue squad doesn't allow gambling. Idiots. I agreed that there was a winner and a loser, but it annoyed me that they were making it a bet. I was annoyed enough that I would have charged Rose if Alec hadn't stopped me. So, how are you actually going to fight this? I don't know. I guess I'll just use Nia's help and just go hand-to-hand combat. She's probably going to use her bare hands to knock down any long-range attacks. Probably the restraining spell won't even buy me time as well as Karen's. However, there's no point in doing the same thing to fight Rose, whose everything is organized at a higher level than mine. For now, the first thing I need to do is avoid the leader's first blow. Then, I'll take a shot at her. I have an image of what I want to do, but I know that Rose will move beyond my image, so I go in with the idea of moving beyond my expectations. The corners of his mouth naturally turned up, and the thug saw it and frowned at his rugged face. I guess the only one who doesn't notice is him. When he first came here, he was just some little shit. Right. Now he's a monster second only to an ego, sis. And when he gets mad, he changes. Sometimes it seems like there are two of an ego. No, that can't be helped, can it? It's not unreasonable for him to become like this if he's been seriously trained by an ego. The blood vessels in my forehead popped out. I can't just lose my temper without saying anything to these people. I tried my best to smile and squeezed out my voice without revealing my inner anger. Ha 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 ha, say whatever you want, you monsters. Ah. Ah. I glare at them as I run. Blurin, who was running beside me, looked at me and the thugs in turn, but we didn't stop glaring at each other. You've been on a roll lately, haven't you? We're your senpais, okay? Senpai my ass. Do you really think that's going to scare me off? If that's the case, I wonder what you've been watching all these years. Silence reigned in the room. The only sounds were the sound of running footsteps and the sighs of the kingdom's people, who seemed to be saying, not again. After a 10-second silence, Tung uttered a pressured voice. The goal is the rescue squad quarters. There is only one winner. Sabotage, agitation, shortcuts, anything goes. This is not a fight. You understand that, right? Yes, of course. This is. I looked sideways at Tong, who was running closest to me, and sucked in a lungful of air. I unleashed a no-motion sidekick at Tong, but I guess everyone was thinking the same thing, because all six of us kicked at the same time, interrupting each other. The timing of the kicks was wrong, and they were both blown away at the same time by the kicks to the abdomen, but they quickly got up and started running separately. Blurin, who can't fully grasp the situation, is pacing left and right in a panic, but I give him a thumbs up and shout. If you skip out while I'm not looking, no food for you. Gwa. With a shocked Blurin at my back, I kicked the ground and ran from the scene, looking at the thugs running ahead of me. As you would expect from someone who has been given a black uniform, his legs are not those of an ordinary person. But then again, so am I. I'm not going to lose. If I lost to these guys with my legs, it would be no shame at all. If I'm going to do this, I'm definitely going to win. I made up my mind to do so, and started running to catch up with the thugs in front of me. So, is there anything else you should say? I'm sorry. I had just barely won the battle against the tough guys in the rescue squad, but what was waiting for me was Rose, who was giving me a cold stare that would make even the Grim Reaper run away barefoot. The six of us who had reached the rescue squad were immediately captured by Rose, and were currently being forced to sit on the ground. Seriously, you lots. I can't believe you're fighting over something this trivial. I don't care if you're making noise, but how many times must I tell you not to bother the people around you? Are y'all bird for brains that you can't understand a simple rule? Leader. With all due respect, I don't think it's right to lump me in with this monster in human skin. That's right, Inigo. Please don't lump us in with these herbivore skin super creatures. Shut up. Rose grabbed me by the face and lifted me up with one hand, and the screams of Tong and I echoed through the deserted forest. Seeing us like that, Alec and the others only looked down, their faces turning pale. You know what will happen to you. If you do the same thing next time, don't you? Yes. I was released from the iron claw and dropped to the ground. Tong and I barely responded as we stumbled around on the ground. After looking down at us and sighing in disbelief, Rose nailed Alec and the others as well, and then turned in the opposite direction of the rescue squad quarters. Alec also wondered, and asked Rose. Leader, are you going somewhere? I've been summoned to the castle. I'll be back by nightfall. Had Lloyd-sama called her? Maybe I'm being self-conscious, but most of the times Rose has been called to the castle, I've been involved, so I'm a little curious. As the pain receded from my face, I got up normally and Rose, who was about to head for the castle, suddenly remembered something and turned to me. Ah, right. Yusato. Yes. We're going to have a mock battle tomorrow, so get ready. That's all I have to say. So don't skip the training. Rose ignored me, her face stiff and unable to move, and went straight to the castle. Tomorrow? Isn't tomorrow too soon? If you had told me a week or so before, I could have prepared for a lot of things. I can't even make fun of this. I feel sorry for you, seriously. Well, hit it and shatter it. Worst case scenario, it might really shatter, but good luck. Don't die, Yusato. From the looks of it, it looks like Inigo is looking forward to it. You guys think it's someone else's problem. Receiving the sympathetic glances of the thugs, I walked unsteadily to the training ground to tell Nia about tomorrow's mock battle with Rose. On the way there, I spotted a blue blob laying down in a big heap. Oh, Blurin. Q. Noticing me, Blurin wakes up with a bang and runs towards me with great vigor. He reveals anger in his eyes and launches a physical attack on me, but I catch it head on. Moo 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 moo. Grrrrrr. I back away slightly, but I still catch it completely, and I apologize for leaving Blurin behind earlier. Haha, I'm sorry for leaving you here. You've worked hard today, and I'll have more food as a way of apologizing. Gaffu. I smiled at Blurin, who sat there sniffling, thinking that was good. I'm not sure if he did what I told him to do, but I'm heading to the training grounds while casting a healing spell on his exhausted body. I'm sure Nia, Ferrum and Nak will be at the training grounds. That's not fair. You used some sort of weird technique to interrupt me. Are you even human? Ho 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 ha. You idiot. Precisely because I'm a demon that it's unfair. Stupid. What did you say? When we arrive in sight of the training ground, we see the strange sight of Nia and Ferrum lying in the middle of it, with Nak watching them with his forehead pressed down. Nia and Ferrum are not unconscious, they are just too exhausted to move while collapsed, but instead they are cursing each other. Needless to say, it's a very surreal scene. Oh, Yusato-san. I was just about to call for you. Nak, what the hell happened here? I asked Nak, who had rushed over to me, how he got into this situation and why. Then, with a subtle expression on his face, he began to explain how this happened. No, well, at first we were just running around the training grounds as usual, but then Ferrum-san and Nia-san started fighting and started competing with each other to see who could finish their quota faster. Oh, I see. They fought, but they understood that fighting was not allowed in the rescue squad, so they tried to settle it in another way. They were doing what we were doing earlier. But why is it that Ferrum is down? I'm not sure that Nia can match Ferrum's physical strength, even if I were to look at it favorably. Nia aside, why is Ferrum on the ground too? Apparently Nia-san casted some kind of strange purple magic on Ferrum-san. Ferrum, who didn't notice it, got hit by it and lost to Nia-san. Okay, I kinda get it. So Nia really didn't want to lose. Ferrum should also notice. Restraint spell is not that hard to understand. For now, I can't watch, so I touch the backs of the two still slumped over and cursing each other, and apply healing magic. Yusato, listen to me. I defeated this unsavory demon race. You cheated, you bastard. Damn it, losing to you. Sigh. I didn't know what to make of the big smile on Nia's face and the half-crying Ferrum. I'm sighing, but at the same time I'm smiling. Yeah, we're kind of similar, aren't we? For now, I'll let Nia know about the mock battle with the leader while I'm at it. Nia. Humph, what? If you're going to praise me, it's fine if you overreact, okay? The mock battle with the leader is set for tomorrow. Nia froze with a piquant smile on her face. I know how you feel, but I have to accept it. You have to be prepared for a lot of things in a fight with Rose. It will be painful, that's for sure. I'm so frightened that I'm shaking. However, somewhere in my heart, I still want to show Rose, my mentor, how much I've grown. Also, I hate to lose. It's the only strength that hasn't changed since the original world. Looking back, this may be the first time I have faced Rose head-on. I've been spanked before, and we've yelled at each other before, but that doesn't apply to fighting. That's why I'm terrified of the idea of fighting Rose. But at the same time, a sense of elation was welling up in me now, wanting to know how much of my power could get through to Rose. Nia, don't look like you're in despair. It's not like I'm going to die, you know. After breakfast, on the way from the rescue squad to the training grounds, I spoke to Nia, who was giving off a gloomy aura of despair. It's not the same. With someone who has higher strength and healing capabilities than Yusato. Knowing you so well, I can only despair. Well, if you're asking me if I can win a head-to-head fight, I'd say no. And if I were to use some trickery, it would be of no use either. The more I thought about it, the more I couldn't do anything about it. There it is. The simplicity of the combat method makes it hard to know how to win. She's fast, she can poke well, she can avoid, it's really outrageous, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. You should tell that to the people who have fought you before. I'm sure they'll all say, as if you can say that, dot. Rose and I have different degrees of that. It's not that I hadn't been thinking about it before today. I've been thinking about how to deal with Rose and how I can use Nia's magic to stop her from moving. After all that, the conclusion I came to was, I've stopped thinking about how to fight. What? No, I thought about it before I went to bed, but since none of the strategies seemed to make sense, I concluded that it would be best to just be me. Oh wow, that's a new way of using that muscle brain of yours. The difference in ability was obvious from the start. If that's the case, then let's give it all we've got before we get blown away. As I made up my mind to do so and was walking forward, I noticed two figures approaching from the castle town. The smaller figure was Amako, and the one with her hood pulled up tightly over her eyes was Flynn-san, the girl who had trained with Kazuki and Senpai the other day. She's here. Yusato. Ah, come to think of it, you said you were coming to the rescue squad before. But I didn't expect her to come today of all days. From the looks of it, she didn't use any precognitive magic, so it's probably just a coincidence, but... Today hey. Why are you here, Flynn-san? Amako asked me to come. Did that bothered you? No. I thought that you were avoiding me. Ah, that's because Yusato has worked hard to acquire that ability, and I thought it was very selfish of me to avoid you based on my common sense scale. Removing her hood, Frana-san made an apologetic expression. That's why I came here today to apologize. I'm sorry, Yusato. Oh, don't apologize. I'm not that bothered either. She is a disciplined, yet serious person. It would be awkward if I made her apologize, so I decided to change the subject. Anyway, why are you with Amako? I heard that you asked her out. Flynn-san and I see each other quite a bit. Yet, we're both from faraway countries, and we're both alone. More than anything, it's easy to talk to her. When you think about it, Flynn-san, the daughter of the chief, and Amako, who was a time chanting of the beast tribe, are in a slightly similar position. It seems like an unexpected combination, but they have a lot in common, don't they? Amako seems to be happy to have a friend. Yusato, are you training now? What? Yeah. Can I watch? I'll try not to get in the way. I'll have to check with the leader about that. Today, all the members of the group except for me and Nia went for a morning run, so I thought there would be no one to watch the game? Was what I thought, but if they want to watch us fight and train, that's fine with me. But I'll have to check with Flynn-san beforehand. I don't want to shock her by showing her a shocking scene when we've finally resolved our differences. Flynn-san, we're about to have a mock battle with the leader. And I'm planning to do something that's beyond common sense, so I recommend you don't watch. This guy is so blunt. If I showed her the fight between me and Rose, Flynn-san would be more than confused. While Amako looked horrified, Flynn-san, instead of being surprised by my advice, smiled calmly and put her hand on my shoulder. Don't worry. I've heard from Kazuki, Suzuan, and the people of the city how great you can be. I believed it and accepted it. I'm not going to be foolish enough to think of you as common sense anymore. Flynn-san. Besides, Kazuki's been praising you so much. That alone is reason enough to believe. He's too good. Then it would be uncalled for to say any more. Where's Amako? I'm coming. I'm a little scared, but I'm interested. Amako seemed to be coming to see the show as usual. Unexpectedly, there were two more spectators. Rose would be waiting for us at the training grounds. I don't want to make her wait too long, so we should head there as soon as possible. In the center of the training ground, Rose was standing there with her back to us. She had green hair and a spotless white uniform. She still exuded a disturbing atmosphere, but when she noticed that we had arrived, she turned to us. Oh, you're here. Yes. I stood at the edge of the training area with Nia, who was stiff with fear and nervousness. Behind me, Amako and Flynn-san are looking at Rose with a defensive look. And, the ones at the back. They want to observe. Do you mind? If not, I can send them off. No, I don't mind. Amako and Kazuki's fellow elf. Wasn't it, Flynna? If you want to watch, do it away from here. Unless you want to get involved. ALRI. I understand. Let's go, Flynna. Oh, yeah. Involved? Wait, are we getting involved? Flynna-san muttered as if wondering, but Amako immediately guessed and pulled her hand to leave. It's going to be a battle of unknowns for me as well, so I'll feel safer if you two move away from me. After confirming that the two of them had moved to a remote location, I faced Rose, who was silent with her arms crossed. Are you ready to go? Yes, I've done my prep work in the morning. I see. When I got to know her, she had a tremendous presence. It's partly because I'm mentally convinced that I can't win, but even without that, I can't help but feel that any attack will be met with a swift counterattack. You know what this mock battle is about, right? To see how good me and Nia are right now. Is it? yet. But today, I was able to confirm. One more thing, no, I was able to determine. Determine? What are you trying to find out about me? Rose gave me a biting smile as I puzzled over what she meant, and uncrossed her arms. You don't need to worry about that right now. All you have to do is fight me with everything you've got. Don't let your guard down, okay? Because the moment you do, I'm going to reap your consciousness. Ha, you seem to be underestimating us a lot. I'm going to do it like I'm going to blow you up, and I'm going to do it with that in mind. Was what Nia said. Hurrah! Oh shit, my mouth moved on its own reflex. Rose smiles belligerently, and Nia on my shoulder half screams and slaps my cheek with her wing. I smile awkwardly too and look at Nia on my shoulder. I guess there's no turning back now. Let's do this together. Don't you mean let's force me to go with you? Why do you like to push yourself so hard? Nia, restraining spell on my fist. I'll do my best to outrun the leader's attack. If an attack is about to hit you, use your energy to avoid it. Mew, don't be absurd. I turned away from Nia, who was shaking her head, and deployed my gauntlet and took a stance. She thrusts her right arm, which is the starting point of her defense, forward and draws her left fist back. My right leg is half stepped out, as is my right arm, and I am half armed, ready to respond immediately to any attack. This was the stance I had developed during my journey. Rose is still staring at me without making a stance. The boy who was whining and whining about training not so long ago has become much more presentable. That's all thanks to leader. No, it's not. You've surpassed the ordeal I put you through. That ordeal was too unreasonable, though. For me, they were all so irritating that I questioned my sanity. Sigh, you still love to talk a lot. After a few seconds of silence at my words, Rose covered her right eye with her palm and said that. In the next moment, I feel the air change with my skin. After overcoming so many hardships in his journey, this little shit has certainly grown stronger. Each word is laden with weight. Sweat comes to my face, even though the battle hasn't even started yet. Not wanting to miss Rose's every move, I stare into her eyes and see that she has lowered the palm that was covering her right eye and is shooting at me with hawk-like sharp eyes. However, I did praise you for having grown stronger after the journey, but don't think I won't be any less lenient on you. Meaning? You know what I mean. A moment later, Rose's figure, which she had been watching so closely, disappeared and appeared in front of me with her fists raised. Let's see what you've improved on right here. The fist swung at me with a sound of wind. That was the signal for me to begin my fight to the death, which I was sure to lose. It was the fist of speed that had been pounded into my body dozens and hundreds of times before I set out on this journey. But now that I had gone through so many training sessions, I was able to completely catch the movement of that fist. Fuh! I took a half step back to avoid the fist that was closing in on my abdomen. The next moment, however, a backward kick with centrifugal force comes at me, trying to reap my neck. While my smile twitches at the kick that is clearly trying to reap my consciousness, I crouch down to avoid the follow-up attack. Don't let your guard down. Ack. I came to my senses at that word and looked up to see a fist being thrust out with unusual force. The impact went through my body, and my feet left the ground as I was blown away. Gah! I was blown away about 5 meters and landed on the ground. I smiled as I unclasped my arms, which I had held up as quickly as I could. If it had been me before, I would have been knocked unconscious without being able to block even the second blow, but now that I've grown through my journey, I can handle it. Before, I would have been killed by this, but not now. Yes, you're right. It looks like you've at least able to prevent this. Inwardly, I'm really scared, but I don't show it, and smile. I'm not sure if it's because I'm a little scared, but I'm not afraid to say so. But seriously, what kind of monstrous strength does this fellow really have? Yusato, I think I want to go home. Nia, I'm counting on you. I can't do it this time Come on. First my vision suddenly shakes and next thing you're being blown away. Why am I caught in the middle of this monster battle? Look over there. This is such a shock that Flina is trying to cancel it out by casting an illusion spell on herself. I'm not going to distract myself from Rose even if Nia is speaking as quickly as Alphizan. Okay, now you come first. If you don't, I'll blow you away as fast as I can. You don't have to tell me that. Nia, let's go. I'll give you blood and everything when I'm done. Aha, fine. Oh my god. You just want me to go right, then let's do it. Nia finally gets motivated and grants me a restraining spell on both of my fists. I'm coming with everything I've got. Yes. I hold up my purple patterned gauntlet and squeeze my fists as I unleash my healing flying fist. A new technique that combines the binding spell and the healing flying fist, I call it Restrained Flying Fist. Healing Punch. Ah! With a dull thud, a fist-sized magic bullet was released at high speed. At the same time, as if chasing a magic bullet, I also ran towards Rose to aim for a follow-up attack. Rose's expression was one of admiration as the magic bullet approached her. Interesting use. She caught the healing flying fist with her palm alone. The magic power flashed, and the restraining spell that had been granted was stretched across Rose's arm. I already knew. I know, man, but still, at least work a little or something. I know you can take it. I approached Rose, who saw the pattern running down my arm, and slammed my healing restraining fist into her with all my might. When she noticed the pattern on my fist, she put her hand on her chin to compare it with the pattern restraining her arm. I see, so the magic that stops movement can also be used through you. Look away. It's a good application, but the downside is that it's fragile. As soon as she said that, Rose put a lot of pressure on her arm and shattered the magic pattern with force. Are you kidding me? Even Nia should be able to use the restraining spell to increase her restraining power. No, I can't waver right now. I forced my nearly stiffened body to move and attack Rose. Ora! There's no more waste in movement. In the beast tribe, the attacks that were able to incapacitate the beasts were easily fended off. My fists and kicks were easily bounced off by her hands and arms, and I didn't feel like I could break through at all. It was as if she was telling me that I could avoid you if I wanted to, though she didn't say it out loud. The only thing that occupied my emotions was frustration. Is my current technique not enough to hit the target? I can't get past Rose's defense with my gory and logical fighting style. One more push is not enough. If only there was that much of a change in my movements. What are you daydreaming about? Perhaps realizing that I was lost in thought, Rose met my right fist head-on. She also grabbed my left fist, which I had thrust out in agony, and naturally put me in a position where we were in a contest of strength. It's not going to come off. I've been thinking about this a lot, but what kind of arm strength does this person have? Damn, you. Oh, you're going to compete with me? That's fun. I didn't mean any of that. It's not that I'm not a fan of this kind of thing. The weight of the increased pressure and the load on her arms made me scream out to Nia. Nia! Cast a restraining spell on. I'm already doing it. You, so you're saying she's already bound by the restraints and she's still comparing forces with me. She's also fast. Her arm strength, including the restraints, is more than even with me. And she doesn't seem to be taking it seriously at all. Seriously, how do I fight? Author's note. Q. Why did you bring in Flana, who you didn't originally plan to have appear now? Somehow. When I think about it, every opponent I've ever fought has given me some sort of breakthrough. The wicked dragon was a body degraded by hundreds of years of sealing. The curse of Samaria was an attack by Nia's magic. Karen, the dragon person of Mirak, has taught me to combine physical technique and defense and evasion of my gauntlet. The leader of the 2nd Legion of the Demon King's army, Koga, I used my healing fist to penetrate his defenses. There is no such thing as an unbeatable opponent. I'm sure I can give Rose a run for her money. Hi. I've been thrown around with a tremendous amount of force from a contest of strength which made Nia scream and frowned as I glared at Rose, who was about to swing her fist down at me in midair. It's impossible to avoid fists when you're stuck in the air, but I've got this gauntlet. Healing burst palm. Ah! In the end, she was able to barely avoid my healing palm from my right hand gauntlet. I almost got hit with a real aerial combo. Ague. This. I fell to the ground from my back, but jumped up in reaction to hitting the ground, and threw 3 healing magic bullets while falling back. Even in the face of the healing magic bullets to buy time, Rose does not lose her composure. Ha, we think alike, don't we? The next moment Rose's right arm blurred, all the healing magic bullets that went towards her were drowned out. They've been cancelled out by the same healing magic bullets as me. Don't tell me, leader also has healing magic bullet. It's not that surprising, right? It's faster to throw it than to release it normally. True. I think it's just you guys who think this way. I simply didn't have the talent to launch magic, but now I'm faster at throwing it. Moreover, she is shooting it faster than me releasing it, isn't that crazy? In the moment when leader's right arm is shaking once again, magic bullets are coming at us with great speed. Nia. Concentrate on my left arm and its resistance to blows. Yet. The spell pattern of resistance is covered on the left arm that is not attached to the gauntlet's hand. With this, I can prevent Rose's attacks with both arms. Now it's just a matter of how many of my attacks go through. I clenched my right fist tightly and unleashed it at Rose, but it was easily knocked down. If you keep doing the same thing over and over again, your fist will never reach me no matter how many years pass. Tisk. In return, I swung down with a hand sword that shattered her shoulder, but she caught it with her left arm, which contained a spell of resistance. The sound of the magic pattern cracking is heard from my left arm, but Nia immediately recasts the magic. So that's your second magic. There's no way you'd use the same hand so many times. Mugiku, what's going on if it breaks after it's healed? I was able to prevent the attack, but this won't keep Nia around for long. We have to go on the offensive. I tried to step into her blind spot, but was forced to defend myself with my left arm as an elbow flew at me from the side, slamming into me to block it. Damn it. I was forced to retreat without question, and the next moment when I looked up, Rose had grabbed me to hold me down by the chest of my clothes. From the looks of it, there's a limit to the attacks you can take with that magic. Ugh. This is it. I'm completely outmatched in my initial attack. When I want to strike, I'm crushed before I can do anything and am forced to be on the defensive side. Trying to remove the grip from my collar, Rose's restraints don't come off so easily and I can only scream in agony. I'm going to use a little of my strength, so bear with me. Nia. Get away from me. USA. The moment I pulled Nia away from me in a spur-of-the-moment decision, Rose let go of my collar as if to push me away, and hit me with a side kick with centrifugal force. I was barely able to defend myself with my gauntlet, but the spell of resistance cast on Nia was shattered in an instant, and the impact I couldn't take blew my body wide open. Ugh, Gwa. My vision shifts in the blink of an eye. This is bad. If this continues, I will crash into the trees outside the training grounds. I don't want to play human pinball right now. Frowning at the intense pain tormenting my body, I slam my right fist into the tree to counteract the impact. Q-o-o-o-o. I managed to hit the ground while crashing into the trees that grew around the training ground. Immediately, I applied healing magic while breathing heavily. How far was I blown away? I can't see the direction of the training ground because it is surrounded by trees. Moreover, how hard can that monster disguised as a human kick? If it wasn't for me, you'd be in big trouble. Cough cough. Phew. It was painful to even breathe, but I was alive and well. Thanks to Nia's magic paired with the gauntlet, I'm not seriously injured. Small injuries can be quickly healed with healing magic. My heart is still unbroken, I can still fight. Oh, shit, it's been a really long time since I've been blown up like this. I've been beaten up by Rose many times as part of my training to learn evasion, but I guess she took it easy on me. And now, she's attacking me with more force than before, if not with all her might. That means I've grown up enough for her to use that much power. But I don't like the idea of being beaten up like this. I can't just sit here and take a beating, and I'm not so innocent as to give up at this point. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do everything I can to try. What I do will never change. I've always found a way to make the most of my time in battle. As I stood up, nearly fully recovered from my healing magic, I heard something that sounded like a breeze coming from the direction where the training grounds would be. What is it? I get a bad feeling about the unidentified sound. I was stunned by the sound of something falling from above me, weaving its way through the trees. No, 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 no. Are you kidding me? Several trees were pulled out from their roots. The unreasonable and unrestrained range of the attack made even me scream and hold up my fist. I was actually curious about how strong Rose, Yusato's master, was. But I didn't think that she was strong enough to let Yusato do nothing and beat him to a pulp. That was the healing magician I had first tried to rely on in this kingdom, Rose, the head of the rescue squad. The person Yusato trusts and fears the most. Hey Amako. I heard a gargantuan sound that I can't believe came from kicking a human just now. And I think we should stop the fight. Flynna, who had just witnessed the sight of Yusato being kicked away by Rose and disappearing into the woods, shook her voice and pointed into the woods. I think he's fine. Now wait a minute. You heard that too, right? It sounded like ga-ba-boom. That's not a sound you want to hear coming from someone. I'm not sure how much damage she's done, but I'm pretty sure he's using his gauntlet to protect himself, and I'm sure Yusato has softened the impact. That's not the point. I wasn't able to follow it with my eyes, but I knew Yusato could hold that much. Oh my god, my definition of human is about to collapse. Humans can move like that? Suzune also moved in a perverted way, but when it comes to Yusato and Rose, there's an inexplicable irrationality. I chuckled at Flynna, who was holding her head and mumbling to herself. Well, anyone who doesn't know Yusato would be like this. No, to be honest, I'm just being calm instead because Flynna next to me is more surprised than I am. Speaking of which, have you stopped casting illusion magic on yourself? I've been doing it myself, and it's been empty. I've been shown more unrealistic sights than my own illusions. Ah, I see. When Yusato and Rose started to fight, Flynna saw a scene so shocking that she thought she was being shown an illusion and cast an illusionary spell on herself, but the result didn't seem to be very good. Wait, if Amako isn't too surprised, does that mean Yusato has done the same thing many times? Yet, he's always being so reckless. Aren't you worried about? Of course I'm worried. But I understand better than anyone that he's not the kind of person to let that stop him, having traveled with him. I believe in Yusato. Besides, he's not the kind of person who would break so easily. Haha, otherwise he wouldn't be able to resist my illusion magic in that bare state, right? What am I talking about? Well, it's fine. Realizing that Yusato had done something wrong, I turned my gaze to Rose. After kicking him with unusual strength, Rose is staring at the edge of the training area, deep into the woods. About time. After muttering this, Rose put her hands on a nearby tree and pulled it out with force. What? It's not just Flynn who is speechless, but me as well, because the behavior is so out of the ordinary. Pull the tree out, time to throw it. After shattering the tree with her bare hands until it was just the right size, Rose grabbed the splintered log with one hand and threw it carelessly. The tree was thrown into the forest where Yusato couldn't even be seen, and after a few seconds or so, Yusato's scream and the high-pitched sound of something being popped with an iron could be heard. I couldn't believe it, but it seemed to be throwing in anticipation of Yusato's position. Hey, Amako. I'm going to ask you one more time, are you sure Yusato is okay? He might not be okay after all. Perhaps I had underestimated her a bit. I've often heard that disciples resemble their masters, and Rose was no exception. No, if anything, she was someone who acted even more outrageously than Yusato. That evil spirit demon devil, even that's full of shit. She shattered the logs that were raining down on her with her fists as she pushed straight for the training grounds. Thanks to her, there was no time to rest. So, when I realized I was almost hit by the log, I quickly released my healing burst palm and accelerated to roll sideways and dodge. In the meantime, I kneel on the ground and try to breathe on the spot to assess the situation. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to use my healing palm here. It's a technique that can be used for evasion, defense, and recovery, but it's also very useful to deal with attacks that you can't move fast enough. But there's no point in using half-hearted evasion in front of Rose. In the meantime, she can dodge the healing palm, but the follow-up attack will come with tremendous reaction speed. Release magic. Wait, can't we put this to good use? If the acceleration of the release of magic power can be used for emergency evasion, it may also be used for acceleration when attacking. As the logs were falling around me with great force, I lost myself in thought. If I can find one possibility, all I have to do is pull it together. In the first place, why am I assuming that the healing burst palm is a technique that can only be used by palms? In addition to its incomparable firmness, this gauntlet given to me by Falgasama also assists me in manipulating my magic power. I'm sure I can use the healing burst palm from the arm, back of the hand, or fingers covered by the gauntlet. I focused my attention on the gauntlet on my right arm and released magic power from the side of the arm covered by the gauntlet in the same manner as the healing burst palm. Whoa! With the same sound of popping air as in the bursting palm, magic power bursts from the side of my arm, nearly throwing me off balance. It's not impossible. I'm not sure if it's because I'm not used to it, or if I'm not able to adjust the power, but this is more than enough for now. The corners of my mouth naturally rose. There was a glimmer of hope in what had seemed like a hopeless battle. Yusato dash. When I looked up at the shout from above my head, I saw that Nia, in her owl state, was descending towards me with tremendous force. Immediately, I caught her with both hands and she jumped on my shoulders, revealing her anger. You little! Stop throwing me around when you're in danger. I can take care of myself too. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right, you've been fighting with me too. I was taken aback by Nia's words for a moment, then smiled. Nia, let's go. What are our chances of winning? There's no point in trying anymore. I've come up with a new way to fight. I've named it the Healing Accelerator Fist, the third method of combat. At least make it the Healing Speed Fist. It's so lame it's not even funny. I think it's cool. It seems that Rose has also stopped throwing the log, as if she has confirmed that Nia is flying towards me. It's a quirky idea, and I'm sure she can't attack Nia in a way that might involve her. Come on, let's go all out. I won't spare any energy either. I'm going to give Rose a run for her money, regardless of how much magic I have left. Determined, I set off in the direction I knew Rose would be waiting for me. Author's note. Healing Acceleration Fist. This is a new fighting style derived from the Healing Burst Palm. In simple terms, it is the Kamehameha theory. Rose's fighting style this time around was gruesome to say the least, crushing Yusato's attacks with her spinning elbows, grabbing him by the collar and restraining him before delivering an unavoidable body-crushing kick. It's not the first time I've had to use a new technique on the spot. The accelerated healing. And also healing acceleration punch. This is an application of the healing bursting punch that gives me a change in my movement. If I can utilize this, I should be able to reach Rose with my fist. Clenching my fists tightly, I ran as fast as I could through the woods to reach the training grounds. I look up to see Rose waiting for me with her arms folded. I'm going to give it everything I've got. Nia. I get it already. My left arm is resistant to blows. I concentrated the restraining spell on my right arm with the gauntlet on it and approached Rose. When Rose saw me, she had a somewhat dumbfounded expression on her face. I thought you would have a plan, but you're just going to barge in like you did before. Nope. As soon as I was about 10 steps away, I squeezed my right arm back and at the same time burst the magic power from my elbow. After gaining tremendous acceleration, I added a step to my momentum and slammed my accelerated right fist into Rose. I retreated a few meters, only to be stunned by the arm, and Rose looked at me with wide eyes. I'm not like I was before. This time, I'm going to accelerate just a little bit. This is the Healing Acceleration Fist. It's a technique that uses the impact of a system-enhanced bursting fist to create instantaneous acceleration. It consumes a huge amount of magic power, but now is not the time to worry about magic power, so I use it with all my might. Haha, interesting. Let me see more. You don't need to tell me that. I was inwardly scared by Rose's ferocious smile that would make a child cry if he saw it, but I was more than happy with the solid response. I try not to let my inner joy show on my face, and I burst out my magic power from my elbow again to get closer to Rose at once. Even if I swing my fist like this, it would be easily dealt with, but now my punches can literally be accelerated by only one step. Healing, accelerated fist. I see, that's how it works. Rose was surprised by the sudden acceleration of the fist, but she avoided the fist that slipped through her defense with a light gesture, and at the same time, turned around and threw a powerful back kick. I can't avoid this. If I eat it I'll be blown away. If that's the case. This time, I released magic power from the side of my gauntlet and forced myself to push to the side. Oops. I managed to just barely avoid the spinning kick and get a little distance from Rose. The attack is still blocked, but I feel a different kind of touch than before. You were using a similar technique earlier, does that mean you applied it? Yes. It would have been easy for you to deal with me if you had attacked normally, so I forced a change in my movements. So that's acceleration that can be applied to movement, attack, and evasion? Looks like you're pretty handy. I can tell from fighting her that she really doesn't have half the insight or anything. She immediately notices what Nia and I are doing, and I didn't expect her to understand the mechanism of the healing acceleration fist so quickly. Ha, you're the kind of guy I can't predict what you're going to do. Are you really a healing magician? I'm the one who wants to say that. What kind of physical abilities do you have? From my point of view, I doubt either of you is a healing magician, let alone a human being. I thought about the application of the accelerated healing fist based on the previous attack and defense, while ignoring Nia's distracted words. Seeing me thinking, Rose twists her mouth in amusement and doesn't move from her spot. You're not going to attack me. Do you want me to attack you? No, not at all. When I answered immediately, she smiled and crossed her arms to see what was so funny, and continued to speak as if teaching me. I don't have time to think about it when I'm facing a superior enemy, one that's really trying to kill me. But now, it's allowed. Think about it, Yusato. What do you need to do to fight a superior opponent like me? What should I do? What do I need to find out? If you can figure that out in this situation, you can deal with anything on your own. On your own. As Rose's apprentice, I was on my own. That meant a lot to me. Well, if you don't understand that, I'll just let you understand it with your body. Think hard. It should be an absolute bonus that she's gonna make me understand it with my body. Healing acceleration fist gave me instantaneous acceleration. Now it's just a question of how to deal Rose's blow. The defenses can be exceeded but avoided with dismay. Moreover, Rose will respond quickly, so you can't show the healing acceleration fist again and again. Since we're going to do this, I guess we'll have to hit her with an attack she can't avoid. What I have is less than Rose's physical ability, less than Rose's reflexes, less than Rose's amount of magic power, and Falgasama's gauntlet and the techniques that apply them. And also Nia's magic. The first half of was so miserable that I almost fell apart, but this is my current situation, so I can't help it. What it lacks in strength, it makes up for in other strengths. Nia, I'm going to do something pretty crazy now, will you follow me? What are you talking about crazy now? Nia, on my shoulder, raises her wings in dismay. I'm your familiar. If you want to do this, I'll go along with you as much as you want. Thank you. Let's go, then. Preparing myself, I turned my gaze toward Rose. What? You give up? I chuckled and held up my fist to Rose, who said it as if it was a joke. Hey? You still don't know me, do you? I'm a very competitive person, leader. That's why, no matter how strong you are, I'll always get up and fight you. Rose's eyes widened. She showed slight agitation, but in the next moment, she let out a smile. Ah, that's why. I've been convinced of this for a long time now. Well, I'm glad it was you who found me that day. Rose muttered quietly and lowered her hand, the expression underneath it was a fierce smile that was somewhat happy, yet even scared. Show it to me, Yusato. I'll beat your full strength head on. Then I'll go beyond it. I activated my healing acceleration fist from my right arm held as if I were drawing a bow, and used rocket-like acceleration to flesh Rose out in one fell swoop. Healing acceleration fist. I slammed I fist straight into Rose with all the acceleration I could muster, but she defended me with her arm. But this time this punch is different. I immediately burst the magic from my fist and pulled my arm back at high speed with the momentum. I burst the magic from my elbow as before and slammed my fist into Rose again. Rose's smile grew even stronger as she flicked her right fist with her arm, almost without pause. If you can't do it fast enough, can you do it with your hands? That's fine. I'll take you up on it. Ooh. Rose moved back as she dealt with the fist, and I accelerated and slammed my fist forward without sparing any magic power consumption. Still, her guard doesn't waver in the slightest. Not yet. This is a series of attacks without pausing for breath that can only be made successful by accelerating the magic power in 2 stages, drawing the fist and slamming it. If I had to name it, I'd call it the Healing Rapid Strike Fist. It's a terrible technique that can be used in conjunction with Nia's restraint magic to put the opponent in a state of intermittent restraint, but the cost is great, a large amount of magic power and a large load on the right arm that is being overworked. Not yet. I accelerated the gauntlet further and swung my fist. My right arm screams from the strain of the movement and fatigue, but I didn't care about that and moved forward, slamming my right fist into it. I'm not stopping yet. There's no way I'm going to stop. A broken arm or a torn muscle is no reason for me to stop. Not yet. At this moment, I have to show it. I have to show you how much I've grown. I've been trained by you, and I've come back stronger than ever. You can say that it's ridiculous to get serious in a mock battle, but it's okay. This battle means a lot more to me than a mock battle. It's not over yet. It can't end. Every time I shook my fist, it brought back memories of my training with Rose so far. It was tough. It was hard enough to kill me. I might have died once before I even knew it. It was already an unbelievable hell. However, it gave me a reason to be in this world, as I was confused about what to do in this other world. They gave me a place to stay called the Rescue Squad. I was able to make strong and trustworthy friends. I was just an ordinary high school boy with a competitive streak, but I was able to grow up to this point because of my mentor, you. So, that's why in order to repay that debt of gratitude, I slammed my right fist, which had been accelerated with all my might, into Rose's arm. As if to scoop it up and break her guard. Here. I burst magic power from my fist and pulled it back faster than Rose can move. Finally, I pried her guard open. The only thing left to do was to strike the body that seemed so far away. I let out a roar and unleashed an accelerated fist with a burst of magic power. Aura! A fist at top speed. But just before it hits Rose, her hand, which reacts with unusual speed, grabs my wrist. That was close, but... No, not yet. I haven't shown her everything I've got. I put my left arm on the gauntlet and shouted with all my might. Accelerate the punch. This is the true blow. I unleash all the remaining magical power in my body from my fist at once. Healing punch. Wah dash. The moment a dull sound like a cannon sounded from my fist, Rose's body retreated backwards with great force. I've been looking at Rose, who has retreated, gouging the ground with the residue of healing magic from her abdomen, and I fall to my knees, exhausted and lacking in magic power. Hoo ha ha, I finally dealt a blow. I'm not sure if it's because I made her behave unreasonably, but my entire right arm is in extreme pain. I don't have the magic power to use healing magic, so I hold my shoulder with my left hand and endure the pain. I got most of my magic power from the restraint spell, too. Rather than a technique that only thinks about beating up an opponent like that with a gauntlet, it's not even close to being gruesome. Ha ha ha, guess I have to seal this, just like the continuous fist technique. I replied to Nia's words without effort, and looked at Rose fearfully. She puts her hand on the part of the fist that was directly hit by the continuous fist and looks down silently. Hey, Yusato. I'm kind of scared. That's odd, I'm scared too. Is it possible that I've offended her? Is it because I used a physical technique that has nothing to do with healing magic? No, wait, it was an accident, it was never my intention. Hoo ha ha ha. Hey. Rose suddenly burst into laughter and Nia and I let out a pathetic scream. While brushing her hair up, she looked up and shifted her gaze to her own palm as if she was deeply moved. Who would have thought that I've been attacked? I haven't been hit since, him. Him? Who the hell is that? What kind of monster would be able to hurt a human-sized space monster like this? Ugh. Oh, no, Yusato. My vision wobbles. I was so weak that I couldn't tell if it was the intense pain running through my right arm or the lack of magic power, and I almost collapsed on the spot, but just before I fell to the ground, Rose supported my body. Seriously, it seems that the lack of forethought has not changed over the years. Rose muttered in a dumbfounded, yet somewhat happy tone of voice, and cast a healing spell on me. In my fading consciousness, I made eye contact with Rose, who was looking down at me. Yusato. You've become stronger. You've surpassed even my expectations. I couldn't get the words out. I can still speak, but I don't know how to put these feelings into words. Not caring that I couldn't say anything anymore, Rose continued to speak. You've done well to get this far. You are a full-fledged healing magician that I recognize. After hearing that much, my consciousness fades away. Rose was saying something else to me, but I couldn't catch it all. But one thing I do know is that I am truly recognized as a healing magician of the rescue squad. Hey! Oh, you're finally awake. When I woke up from my consciousness, the sky was already the color of sunset. The first thing I saw was the familiar ceiling of my room and the orange light coming in from outside. At any rate, I looked around and noticed that Amako was looking into my face with concern. Yusato looks so normal when he's sleeping, doesn't he? Wait a minute, don't make it sound as if I look weird when I'm not sleeping. How can she say to someone who wakes up from sleep? I felt half the shock of being hit by Rose hit me in my spirit. For now, I should wake up and check my physical condition. Thanks to Rose's healing magic, all the pain and fatigue in my body have been cured. My magic hasn't fully recovered yet, but I can walk well enough. What happened after that? Nia was resting in her room, and Flynn went back to the castle with a somewhat enlightened look on her face, and then Rose said she was going to the leader's office to talk to Yusato later. Flynn-san. No, I won't say it. Anyway, the leader's office. After that mock battle, maybe it's important to talk about it. Oh, that's right. Speaking of important talk. Amako, I might have to go to Lukvis in the near future. Discussions in Shikoku, including the kingdom of Lingle. Lukvis was chosen as the place for that meeting, and that I might be heading there. Hearing this, Amako put her hand on her chin and thought about it, as if pondering a bit. I'd like to follow you, but we're going to have an important discussion at it, so it's probably best if I don't go. I'll ask if you can come with me when that discussion comes up. I'm sure Kiriha and the others would love to meet you. Well, I still don't know if I'm going to get that offer or not. I'm not sure if I'll ever get the chance, but I think it's quite likely. At any rate, I gave Samaria a letter as an emissary, so it wouldn't be surprising if he ordered me to accompany him as a bridge to the meeting. Hey, Yusato. How was your fight with Rose? My fight with Rose, hey? I crossed my arms as if thinking for a moment, then said what I was thinking. I'm still not as good as the leader. I feel frustrated, but I'm also a little happy because my master is even more amazing than I imagined. I can say with certainty that Rose was completely responsive to my attacks from start to finish. The last blow I applied was only equivalent to a surprise attack, but I don't think the same technique will work anymore. I'll have to train harder. It was nice to be recognized by Rose as a full-fledged fighter. But now that I've reaffirmed the magnitude of my goal of strength, I feel like I need to work even harder. How can you say that after a match like that? Well, it's just like Yusato to be like that. Ha ha ha, what's so typical of me? Was I being too stoic? Laughing at Amako's words, I shifted my gaze to the scenery outside, which was slowly beginning to darken. Today had been a short, yet very long day for me. In my first head-to-head fight with Rose, I was able to find out what I was missing and how to fight in a new way. To tell the truth, I was fighting with a lot of fear, but I can say that this fight was very meaningful for me. Author's note. A few of Yusato's techniques that he used in this fight can be found below. Healing Acceleration Fist. This is a technique that uses the gauntlet to temporarily accelerate a person. It can be applied to attack, evasion, and movement, but it consumes a lot of magic power. Healing Speed Fist. This is the second forbidden technique, after the Healing Fist, in which the fist is accelerated twice, once when it is released and once when it is withdrawn, forcing the speed of the fist to increase. This is the second forbidden technique after the Healing Fist. Continuous Attack Accelerated Healing Punch. This is just a series of healing punches, shouted on the spot. The battle with Rose. It was a fruitful experience for me, and I learned many lessons. The difference in ability between me and Rose. The establishment of a fighting style using the Healing Accelerated Fist. If you only look at the result, it was just that I got beaten up first after being held back, but I certainly felt that I made progress. Well, let's go see the leader. Soon after I woke up from my stupor, it was time for dinner. Since it was a good opportunity, I invited Amako to dinner as well, and we spent dinner time in the cafeteria, which was now bigger than when I arrived, and could be called the rescue squad's only resting time. But before dinner, Amako, Nia, and Ferrum had a little quarrel. Or something like that. I was a little surprised to see them doing something like that. I was relieved that Firm and Amako got along well, although I was a little shaken by Amako, who had used her precognitive magic to anticipate their moves and had struck them back, but I managed to remonstrate with the sullen little fox and the half-crying demon and monster. What is this? I'm your guardian or something? I muttered to myself as I walked down the corridor leading to the leader's office after dropping Amako off. Her personality is similar to mine in some ways, and I can't help but care for her. In addition, I heard about the nature of dark magicians from Koga and found out that Ferrum has been living alone, so I'm worried, or maybe I'm feeling sorry for her. Emotion-driven magic, hey. To me, dark magic seems to be a very unstable magic. In other words, dark magic is the manifestation of one's own negative emotions in the form of magic. Ferrum is an armor of reversal, born of loneliness that no one can touch. While Koga is a restraint that binds the animal nature that only finds joy in battle. So how is Ferrum's magic now? Now, she's not alone. I'm ashamed if I'm the only one who thinks so, but if she thinks so too, then... When Ferrum's magic is restored, will her dark magic remain the same as before? Or... Oh. I was so engrossed in my thoughts that I almost ran into the door of the leader's office. I'll put aside what I've been thinking about for now. From now on, I have to switch my attention to talking with Rose. Leader, this is Yusato. Yeah, come in. Excuse me. After answering, I entered the leader's office. Rose, who was sitting by the window looking out, looked back at me and sat down in her chair, crossing her arms. You sit down, too. It's a bit of a long story. Hey. I sat down in the chair that had been placed so that I was facing Rose. It's going to be a long story, is it something important? First of all, you know that I was summoned to the castle yesterday, right? Yes, is it something to do with me? Yes. You may have heard about it, but it was decided that a meeting between the four kingdoms of Lingle, Samaria, Helio, and Nirvana will be held in the magic city of Lukvis in the near future. As the representatives of the kingdom of Lingle who will be heading there, the knight-errant Sigurth, the resident magician Welsi, the heroes Suzune and Kazuki, and you have been appointed. The decision was made sooner than I expected, but I guess I'm going to. It's not surprising, since I'm the one who gave Samaria the letter. I guess I'll need to be the bridge to the other side. When will you be leaving? We've already sent word to the countries that the talks will take place. We'll be leaving in a week at the latest. A week? That's less time than I thought. It would take a long time to get from the kingdom of Lingle to Samaria by carriage, so they might have taken that into consideration. Lloyd-sama says he won't force you to go if you refuse. No, I will go. I'm the one who gave the letter to Samaria, so I'm going to take responsibility until the end. I can't just throw it away halfway. Besides, I'm sure Senpai and Kazuki will go, too. If it was just me, I would have been worried, but with the two of you, I'm fine. Rose nodded in response to my answer. Then I guess you can't call yourself a rescue squad anymore. Hey? What does that mean? I was about to ask a question when Rose threw something at me. As soon as I caught it, I saw that it was a cloak with a white hood that I hadn't seen for a while. Oh. It's fixed. It's a good thing I asked to repair it as soon as possible. There's no way you're going to wear an inappropriate cloak to a meeting. Nodding at Rose's words, I sleeved up the uniform. Glad to feel the familiar comfort, I asked her about her words earlier. Thank you for fixing it for me. So, what do you mean by the title? It means exactly what it says. You're not just a rescue squad from today. I'm getting even more clueless. I'm no longer just a rescue squad? What does that mean? I'm called a member because I belong to the rescue squad, and if I'm no longer a member, then that means I'm going to be moved from the rescue squad to some other place? Horrified at the thought, Rose smiled, as belligerent as ever. Actually, I've had a hunch ever since I trained you as a chick. No matter how much you were abused, you were stubborn enough to stand up. You little brat did not break down no matter how many times you're abused and bounce back at me. Am I really being blamed? Or am I being praised? It's a strange situation for me to be praised for being stubborn and cocky, though you say it with such joy. When I first saw you, I thought you were just some kid from nowhere, but when I opened my eyes, I realized you were one hell of a guy. Please don't make it sound as if I was a bad guy to begin with. There's no way a normal kid can withstand my training. Why should I be treated like a terrible person by the person who put that training on me? That's why you're the best choice. Rose's smile deepens at my confusion. I wait for her next words while being engulfed in a different atmosphere than before. Yusato-ken. From now on, I'm appointing you as the vice commander of the rescue squad. What? The words were so sudden that my mind went blank. After a few seconds or so, I finally recognize her words and my thoughts stop again. Vice commander. I didn't even know there was such a title until now. No, in the first place, I hadn't even thought that there was a rank other than leader in the rescue squad. What? So surprised you can't even speak. Isn't that too sudden? It's not like there's a deputy commander, you're suddenly. Oh? I told you before the mock battle. I said I would assess you. As a result, you've exceeded my expectations. You did say you'd assess me, but there was no way I was going to think that meant assessing whether or not I was worthy of being vice commander. Seeing me in a complete panic, Rose smiles in an amused way, but she doesn't seem to be making fun of the words as a joke at all. She's really going to appoint me as the vice of the rescue squad. I've been planning to do this since the beginning. From the moment I started training you. I told you. You're going to be my right-hand man. You did say that. But I thought it was a joke. But, I don't think I'm the right person to be the vice commander. I'm sure there's someone more fitted, and they'll surely try to overthrow me immediately. Sigh, seriously. With a dismissive smile, Rose got up from her chair, walked over to me and slammed a pin into my forehead. I felt like I was going to fall over as stars popped in my vision from the powerful blow, but I held on and looked up at Rose. Do you think I'd appoint someone unworthy to be my vice commander? Of course I chose you, Yusato, because I thought you could handle it. I would. Besides, Alec and the others approve of you more than you think. If you still can't believe it dash. She stops speaking for a moment there and raises her fist in front of me. Try to make them admit it. Just like you did with me. The title of vice commander is too big for me. But on the flip side, it means that Rose thinks highly of me enough to entrust me with such a title. To be honest, even now that I've been told face to face like this, I don't know if I'm worthy of being vice commander. But, I don't think it's like me to dwell on it forever after being told this much. I accept the position of vice commander. Okay. Rose nodded in satisfaction at my words. She sat down on the chair in the leader's office and leaned her body against the backrest. From now on, make sure you behave in a manner that does not disgrace the title of vice commander. You may return. Yes. Realizing that I was once again the vice commander, I bowed to Rose and was about to leave, when I suddenly remembered the words Rose had said to me during today's battle. I never thought I'd be attacked. Not since. He was the one who attacked Rose, who could not be touched without unleashing a one-time hidden gem called the Continuous Healing Fist. How could I not be concerned? I lowered my hand on the door and turned around to ask her about it. I have a question for you. What is it? Who was the person who attacked the leader before me? I see Rose's eyes widen slightly at the question, and I think I've lost it. Is there some reason for this? No, it was an opponent that could attack Rose. In fact, even the assumption that it is a humanoid creature might be wrong. There is even a possibility that it had a body even bigger than that wicked dragon. After a few dozen seconds of silence, Rose nodded and finally opened her mouth. Let's talk about this for a bit. A somewhat grave tone. The atmosphere was completely different from what she had been used to, and she was inwardly confused. That thing that attacked me was a demon. Are you saying that you were wounded during the war with the Demon Lord's army? No. It was before the Demon Lord awoke from the seal that we faced him. Before he woke up from the seal? Isn't that before the rescue squad was created? Not caring that I couldn't keep up with her thoughts, Rose continued to speak. The man's name is Nero Argento. He is a mage who rules the wind. And... She broke off there and after meditating once, she gazed at me with her strong-willed ship's eyes as if to shoot me and said those words. It's also the name of the man who scarred my right eye. Nero Argento. After hearing that name from Rose, I left the leader's office. No, to be precise, Rose didn't tell me any more. I lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling and muttering the name of the mage who had scarred Rose's right eye. The scar on Rose's right eye had been bothering her for a long time. As well as the fact that she occasionally held her hand over her right eye as if it was a habit, somewhere in the back of my mind I had been wondering why she, who could use healing magic, had left a scar on her right eye. And that. The name reminded me that the fire-controlling 3rd Legion commander that Arc-san fought in Hinomoto, the land of beasts, claimed to be that man's apprentice. I fought with Koga, so I wasn't able to see him fight, but I heard that the leader of the 3rd Legion wore flames like armor, and had overwhelming firepower and strength. The fact that he has as his apprentice a person who is powerful enough to rise to the rank of Legion commander does not mean that I can measure his strength. I wonder what happened to him. When she revealed Nero Argento's name to me, I had the feeling that Rose was a little different than usual. I guess we'll wait for her to tell us. As I left the leader's office, Rose told me that she would tell me everything eventually. It's not that she hasn't made up her mind to tell me, it's more that she doesn't want me to get upset and interfere with the upcoming meeting. If that's the case, I should stop thinking about it and focus on what's in front of me. Suddenly, I look at the repaired troop uniform hanging on the wall. You can't even see the original damage, and it looks the same as it did before, but now that I'm the vice commander, the weight of being the one standing on top of the group suddenly hits me when I put my sleeve on it. Expectations from Rose. Anxiety about myself. The weight of the title of Vice Commander. I feel crushed by it all, but I'm determined to carry it on. Author's note. After the hellish training, the battle against the Demon King's army, and the difficult and painful journey, the prologue for Yusato has finally come to an end. It's already been a week since I became the Vice Commander of the rescue squad. For a while, I was expecting the group of tough guys who didn't approve of me as Vice Commander to attack me by surprise, but contrary to my expectations, they were positive about me taking over as Vice Commander. On the other hand, it was Ferrum who pounced on me. I can't accept that you'll be standing over me. You monster of a human. I forgave her with a flick to the forehead, but she was still unconvinced and attacked me every day after that. I began to wonder if this is what it feels like to be a rebellious older brother with a younger sister. No, I'm an only child, but... Yusato-san. Oh, it's you, Nak? Don't just stand there, come sit down. The night before we left for Lukvis for the meeting of the Four Kingdoms. After dinner, I was sitting on the training field for a change, looking at the night scenery, when Nak came out of the dormitory and called out to me. I let Nak sit next to me for now, and then asked him what he wanted. So, what's up? You're going to Lukvis tomorrow, aren't you? That's right. In case you are wondering, Nia is going to be staying this time. She wanted to go, but Rose said that there was a problem with taking Nia to the meeting because of her ability to charm and magic, which might make the other party distrust her. Though I never intended to let her use such abilities. Nia is going to spend her days in training with Ferrum while I'm in Lukvis. Something about spiritual training and evasion training with her. It seems to be a lot of fun, but Nia and Ferrum looked at me like it was the end of the world and asked for my help. Well then, can you tell Kiriha and the others that I said hello? They were very helpful to me when I left Lukvis. If you happen to see them. Okay. I'll be sure to tell him you said hi. When I get to Lukvis, I plan to meet Kiriha and the others in my free time. I'll have a lot of stories to tell them too. I'm sure Kyu and Satsuki will be very interested to hear about it. I wish you could have been there, though. After assuming the post of Vice Commander, I went to the castle and asked Welsi-san if I could take Amako with me, and she gave me permission more easily than I expected. After I told Amako that, I suddenly thought that I could take Nak with me, but Nak of all people, refused. I'm actually tempted to go too, but there's Mina there in Lukvis. Ah, that girl. Do you still have a hard time with her? A winsome girl with striking red twin tails who used to torment Nak. However, from the way Nak talks about her, it seems that Nak doesn't hate Mina, but simply doesn't want to see her. Did something happen with her after I left Lukvis? It's not that I'm not good with her. I had a chance to talk to her a little bit before I left Lukvis, but instead of apologizing to me, she just said, "You're the one who's always dwelling on it." It's true that I'm in the wrong too, but the way she reversed that situation was actually refreshing. And then what happened? Did you guys just quarrel and break up? For the most part, yes, but then she said something about coming to see me after she graduated from school. I have no idea what she wants, even though I'm already separated from my parents. I see. Ho ho, this. I smiled and patted Nak on the shoulder, nodding along. Well, Nak. You're kind of dense, aren't you? Excuse me, are you serious about that? How could Yusato-san of all people say that to me? Hey. He answered immediately in a rather serious tone of voice. I was confused by the unexpected response, and Nak laughed at me, waving his hand to the side as he spoke. First of all, it's impossible. She's training in magic to get revenge on me, and she's going to come here after she graduates from the academy, right? No matter how you look at it, she can't possibly have such a maidenly idea. She just can't stand the fact that she's always losing to me, that's all. Oh, is that so? That's right. She's hated to lose since she was little. I see. So she can't stand to lose. I'm not sure I understand. I can't fully grasp the relationship between Nak and Mina, but for now, I understand that Nak and Mina are like rivals. Anyway, I'll tell Kiriha and the others about you. Thank you. Don't thank me, I've been wanting to tell Kiriha and the others about you too. There are people I want to meet in Lukvis, but I'm not going there for fun. As one of the representatives of the Kingdom of Lingle and as the Vice Commander of the Rescue Squad, I have to make sure that I fulfill the mission I've been given. Oh, that's right. While I'm in Lukvis, could you feed Blurin for me? I've asked Nia and Ferrum to do the same, but I'm a little nervous because they can be a bit ditzy. Leave that to me. After that, it would be nice if you could let him exercise and stuff. No, it's too much to ask for that. Blurin will move when he's motivated, but he's a bit of a pain in the ass, so it's a long time before he'll move. I've been given permission for voluntary training too, so I'll exercise with Blurin. Are you sure? That guy might mistake you for me and put you on his back. When I asked him that, he smiled in annoyance and said, in case of emergency, I'll call for help from the people around me. I stood up, inwardly happy to see his growth, as he had never relied on those around him in Lukvis. Well, I think I'll get an early night to get ready for tomorrow. Well then, let's go back to our quarters. Brushing the leaves from my clothes, I stood up and I walked to our quarters. I'm going to leave here early tomorrow morning, so better make sure I don't oversleep. Early morning the next day. I was able to wake up without oversleeping, so I grabbed my luggage that I had prepared beforehand, and after saying goodbye to Rose, I went to pick up Amako. Nia, who had transformed into an owl, was hiding in my luggage and was trying to follow me. Even I, who was carrying my luggage, didn't notice that she was lurking, but she met the wrong person. When I greeted her, Rose thrust her arm into my luggage and immediately caught Nia from hiding. When I asked her how she'd managed to snuff her out, she simply replied with a short hunch. It was a moment that made me realize that the sixth sense is even more supernatural than magic. After such a commotion, I left the rescue squad's dormitory in a bit of a hurry, and headed to the city to pick up Amako as planned. It had been a long time since I had worn the uniform of the group, and I was deeply moved by the feeling of this is it after all as I walked through the city in the morning mist. Good morning, Yusato. Good morning. Looks like you didn't oversleep and woke up. I teased Amako about that as I returned her greeting, and she looked up at me with a slightly miffed expression on her face. I'm not that much of a kid. Haha, I know. Although small in stature, this girl is as strong as an adult. Or even as mentally strong as an adult. But even so, she occasionally responds in a way that is appropriate for her age, like now. Where's Nia? She's at home. In the meantime, she'll be training with the leader. Really? The image that comes to my mind is the one from just a few minutes ago, where Nia was caught by Rose as she tried to follow me, and was dragged to the training grounds with Ferrum, who somehow got caught up in it. I want to protect her, but it's impossible with Rose as her opponent. After that, I headed for the castle gate with Amako, exchanging idle chit-chat. When we reached the castle gate in about 10 minutes, we saw several familiar faces and knights gathered in a large carriage. Senpai, Kazuki, and then Sigurd-san and Welshi-san. When I saw the four of them and the knights, I raised my hand and exchanged greetings with them. Since there was no battle involved, Senpai and Kazuki were wearing clothes similar to their normal clothes, unlike when they left for the trip. So the journey is already familiar to you too? Yes, we are. It's not like we've been traveling for months on end. We've been through it once, and we're not as nervous as we were the first time. Senpai and Kazuki replied to my question. In fact, the trip is something I'm familiar with as well, so I think I'll be able to leave much more relaxed than I was at the beginning. I shift my gaze from the two of them to Welshi-san. Welshi-san. Are we leaving soon? Ah, good morning, Yusato-sama. We're just getting ready to leave now. Well then, it looks like we arrived at just the right time. When we were told that everything was ready, the five of us, me, Senpai, Kazuki, Amako, and Welshi-san, entered the carriage. Sigurd-san and the knights are going to escort the carriage with their horses. Man, it's kind of the same as when we first set out on our journey, isn't it? It was us 5 people, including Welshi, at that time too, wasn't it? Ah, you're right. I nodded at the words of Senpai and Kazuki. Then, perhaps remembering that time, Senpai let out an emotional exhale. Compared to that time, I feel like we've grown up too. Well, it was only a short while ago, though. Well, I'm sure we've had such a dense journey that we feel that way, too. When it comes to Yusato, it's probably more accurate to say that he's mutated rather than grown. You make it sound as if I'm changing from a human to a different creature. I give a twitching smile to Amako, who interjects next to me. I'm sure I've grown, but not to the point where I look different. It's not like it's another creature, it's more like a new creature called Yusato. Finally, my name is now the name of my species. Yusato-kun, I think that's possible. One family, one species, one super being. There's something about that. That makes me smile. It's like a one-of-a-kind thing. I can't understand why you feel that way, but if the subject is me, it's completely ruined. Is Senpai really following me? No, I could tell from the smile on her face that she meant what she said. Looking at my slumped shoulders, Welshi-san and Kazuki laughed as if they were troubled. Haha. But what's different from that time is that the purpose of this time is a meeting, right? Ah, yes. The fact that I'm aware that I'll be able to leave earlier than last time, that's going to change my mind and stuff a lot. The previous trip to hand over the letter was expected to take a long time, but this meeting will allow us to return to the Lingal Kingdom in a relatively short time. The meeting itself will begin as soon as the representatives of each country have gathered, so it won't take more than a week from the time we arrive at the latest. If there is an accident or something, though, the schedule of the meeting might be delayed a lot. Oh, that's right. I'll tell everyone about the meeting while I'm at it. As I was thinking about this, Welshi-san approached us. Rose has given me a general idea about the talks, but I don't have a good grasp of what I need to clarify. Will there be an explanation for that as well? Your role in the meeting will be to meet with the representatives of the kingdoms you have each visited. Sigurd-san and I will be running the meeting, so please don't worry about that. Besides the face-to-face meeting, is there anything else we should be doing? Kazuki-sama and Suzune-sama, as the heroes of Lingle Kingdom, and Yusato-sama, as the vice-commander of the rescue squad, please behave in a manner befitting your titles. The meeting will probably be attended by the powerful people of each kingdom. Powerful people? That's those who are in the same position as Sigurd-so in our country, and also have the ability. If you've been to each of these countries, I'm sure there's someone you can think of. Kazuki and Senpai nodded, as if someone had come to mind with Welshi-san's words. The most powerful person in Samaria, the country I went to is Fegnis-san, but that person was probably a problem before he came here. He lost the curse that he had been protecting, and on top of that, he found out that he had been helping the magician in his evil deeds. What he was trying to do was unforgivable, but unlike the magician who was acting out of self-interest, he was acting for the sake of the kingdom of Samaria. If Fegnis-sama's family hadn't been distorted by the existence of magicians, he might have been a genuinely good person who cared about his country. Yusato. Hey? Oh, sorry. I was just a little zoned out. I seemed to be in a daze, lost in thought for a bit. I smiled back at Amako, who had approached me with concern, and listened to what Welshi-san had to say. One of the purposes of this meeting is to make friends with the people who will stand shoulder to shoulder with us in the battle against the Demon King's army. I see. It's not like we can immediately trust each other after being asked to fight together for the first time, right? It's true that we need to meet beforehand. But I wonder what kind of people will be there. I get a little excited when I hear that it's someone from the kingdom. I laughed at the same old senpai who said that happily. Senpai, please don't ask me to fight a duel out of the blue. I'm not going to do that. What do you think I am, Yusato? No, it's just a precaution. I can't predict what senpai will do, you know. I don't want you to say that, Yusato-kun. Hey, Amako, you think so too, don't you? Yeah, I don't think Yusato should say that. Ooh, here Amako went with senpai. I can't hide my upset at this unexpected betrayal. As I was about to open my mouth to at least argue, Welshi-san and Kazuki, who had been listening to our conversation, spoke up first. Yusato-sama has an image of doing terrible things if you take your eyes off him for a moment. Like when he was trying to forcibly acquire the enhancement. I'm sure that Yusato does things that you wouldn't normally think of. That's the great thing about Yusato, though. Aside from Kazuki, who smiled and praised me, I never thought that I would be in a situation where I would be pushed into a corner in this situation. As I was wondering how I should argue after being told so much, Amako shifted her gaze from me to senpai. But Suzune also does unexpected things in a different direction than Yusato, so in the end, it's either one or the other. Amako. Oh, sure. She forgot herself when she was with Flina. Kazuki-kun. Suzune-sama is just as much of a mess as Yusato-sama, you know. Even Welshi. I'm going to be dissed by this trend. As if to drive home the point, Amako, Kazuki and Welshi-san in that order retorted her, and senpai slumped her shoulders in shock and depression. After struggling for a few seconds, senpai turned her gaze to me and smiled coolly for a change. I see. Yusato-kun and I are the same. That means you and I are avec, right? I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying because you're spinning theories so much. I'm sure you'll be able to understand what I'm talking about. Her shoulders slumped as she heard me say something completely absurd. It's a good thing we left the Lingle Kingdom, but I'm sure I'll be exhausted from all the retorts and stuff until we get there. My friend who was in the same class as me in the original world said that traveling is fun on the way to the destination. I think they're right. Arriving at the destination is important, but watching the scenery change, the flora and fauna change along the way is also very enjoyable. And in the short time it takes to reach the destination, talking with friends is one of the pleasures. That's what I thought until about this morning. Senpai. Enough, please stop trying to hug Amako under the guise of sleeping. Currently, I'm lecturing my senpai in front of her, who is sitting upright in the carriage. For the past few days, senpai didn't listen to my repeated advice and went into action to use Amako as a hug pillow by feigning sleep. Each time, Amako avoided her, but she never gave up, so I decided to give her a sermon even though I was very reluctant to do so. I had to give a sort of lecture. You're being very unfair, Yusato. Where's the proof? Isn't the current crime enough for you? However, even so, senpai continued to remain stubbornly silent. This was despite the fact that everyone present had witnessed senpai's crime. Humph, I have a habit of hugging the fox girl next to me when I'm sleeping. It's one of the 10 secrets I've kept hidden with a will of steel. How pinpoint of a habit is that? It's almost as if you've already confessed to it. Ah, I hope Usato-kun will take responsibility for making me talk about my secret. Senpai. Please feel how I feel when you expose my secret without permission and demand that I take responsibility. Why is she so imposing when she's made to sit on the floor? How can she look at me as if she expects something from me? And really, a will of steel. Kazuki and Welshi-san are laughing, and Amako is looking down at Senpai with the coldest eyes ever. I know that no matter what I say, she's going to resist, so I sigh and turn my gaze to Amako. She nodded head and spoke to Senpai with a hint of embarrassment. Suzune, if you were honest with me, I would at least consider sleeping with you in my arms. Inyakamai Suzune, admit that I tried to cuddle Amako while I was awake. Oi, where's your will of steel? How loyal to your desires are you, this girl? Your will is not steel anymore, it's more fragile than tofu. To Senpai's graceful admission, Amako tilted her head adorably and made a gesture of thinking, then showed a smile that she rarely showed. I've given it a lot of thought, and from today on, Suzune and I will be sleeping about 5 people apart. The best smile since we started traveling. I didn't say I'd do it for you, just that I'd think about it. You're schemed against me. Well, it's true that Amako only said she'd think about it. She was talking to me, as if she was really shocked that Amako had tricked her. Usato-kun, Amako lied to me. I think it's a perfectly legitimate decision. No, even with such a pained expression on your face. Here, you don't have to sit on the floor anymore, please stand up. I reach out my hand and make Senpai stand up and sit on the seat. Having regained her composure, Senpai crossed her arms and spoke to us as if nothing had happened. Well, it's been 3 days since we left, but traveling by carriage isn't so bad, is it? It's hard to believe that we just had an exchange like that earlier, with your attitude and words. Well, a carriage ride isn't so bad. Are you going to continue with that act? It's not a bad thing that Senior is still as energetic as ever, so let's keep talking. The journey after we left Lukvis was on foot for us. When you think about it, traveling in a carriage is nice and different. Me and Senpai were on horses, but it's pretty nice to be able to relax somewhat rather than holding the reins by yourself. It may seem a bit of a waste to travel without moving, but it's still comfortable. It's very natural. As we were talking about the vehicle, Welshi-san, who had been silent until a moment ago, looked up and spoke to me. Usato-sama. I'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Yeah sure, what is it? Thank you. She looked somewhat distressed, but what was the matter? I'd like to ask you about Falga-sama. What? You want to know about Falga-sama? When I showed my gauntlet in front of Lloyd-sama before, she was very interested in them, so I knew what to expect. Surprised by Welshi-san's words, Kazuki next to me tilted his head. Falga-sama is, I believe, the divine dragon. That protects Miyaraki that Usato went to, right? Yeah. Remember the one I told you about before, the person who's going to prepare the hero's weapon for you and Senpai. Falga-sama's existence is a closely guarded secret, known only to the royal family of Miyaraki. I've told Kazuki, the person who will receive the hero's weapon, but what does Welshi-san want to ask? Can you please arrange for the Queen of Miyaraki to have an audience with the divine dragon? What? An audience? You mean you want to meet with Falga-sama, right? While everyone except Welshi-san was unable to speak in surprise, she had a thoughtful expression on her face. It's never for personal gain, sir. No, I understand that because it's Welshi. But I want you to tell me why you're asking Usato-kun to do this. Of course, I'll tell you. Welshi-san, who looked around at us with a somewhat nervous expression, took a breath and then opened her mouth. Kazuki-sama and Suzune-sama may know this, but we magicians working for the kingdom are researching the art of returning those who have been summoned to our world. Those summoned to your world, you mean us, right? Yes. When we summoned you, we used a scroll written in an ancient book of the kingdom to activate the summoning technique. A scroll. There was something fantasy-like about the word. With a name like that, is it some kind of paper that contains magic or sorcery? A scroll is a piece of paper that contains magic or sorcery. It is a technology that is now as obsolete as sorcery, but a scroll with the technique of summoning the hero was found deep in the great library of this lingual kingdom. We, or rather Senpai and Kazuki, were a little surprised because we didn't know about this how to summon a hero. However, the fact that a scroll for summoning a hero was found in the kingdom of Lingle was kind of strange. Looking sideways at Senpai, she murmurs with some glee, scrolls are a fantasy too, aren't they? Even during serious conversations, Senpai is still the same. I regained my composure and posed a question to Welshi-san. Are those scrolls still in place? When the summoning was activated, the scroll was burned up along with the old book. Afterwards, you were all summoned. So it's as we know it from there. Yes. While Senpai and Kazuki were training as heroes in the kingdom, I was taken away by Rose to the rescue squad instead of being abducted. And had to spend my days in training. So, what does this have to do with the time we were summoned and Falgasama's story? I'll be honest with you. We, the magicians of the kingdom, are unable to find a way to return you to the other world. We were speechless as Welshi-san said this with a sad face, but we were also shocked to hear her say it as if she was trapped to this point. We've lost too much technology to allow you to return to your home world. Too much has been lost? What does that even mean? Before I can ask that question, Welshi-san utters the words in a mumble. A few hundred years ago, that is, before the Demon Lord and the previous generation of heroes were fighting, humanity was engaged in a bitter territorial war. Can we call that a war? Welshi-san nodded at Senpai's words. Before the Demon King and the previous heroes fought, when there was no common enemy of mankind, the Demon King's army, the humans were fighting each other? It's not something I don't understand, but I'm really glad that Senpai and Kazuki weren't summoned to that era. It was a time when it was commonplace to plunder other countries' lands, cultures, and magic systems in order to take them in and make them your own power. It is said that magic was used at a much more advanced level than it is now. That's exactly why 1 out of 5 people were able to handle system enhancement, which has few users nowadays. Really? That much? That's what was written in the literature, but I think it's almost a fact. In any case, it was a harsh era where battles never ceased, so the quality of warriors must have been suitably improved. 1 out of every 5 warriors had a magic proficiency or system enhancement. It's too dangerous, that era. I can't imagine it very well. However, the era of humanity's battles came to an end with the rise of the Demon Lord's army led by the Demon King. Because humanity had no choice but to unite in the face of the powerful Demon Lord's army. I had a vague idea, but the Demon Lord's army at that time was such a powerful opponent. Yes. But ironically, having a common enemy in the form of the Demon Lord's army allowed the nations that were fighting each other to unite. It's similar to the present day in terms of uniting to fight against the Demon Lord's army, but the individual strengths are too far apart then and now. I can't really say it's the same situation. After the Demon Lord was sealed by the previous generation of heroes, a peaceful world without fighting continued until the current era. In those long years, we have lost a lot of technology. Is that like sorcery? Yes. And scrolls, too. These were technologies that were used in many wars. But as the war ceased and the days of peace continued, the techniques that were passed on faded away, and eventually there was no one left to pass them on. So, if there is no one to pass it on, it will eventually disappear. When it comes to magic, you have to spend a lot of time learning it. Summoning heroes is a lost technology in this day and age. It is very difficult to restore it or to find a way to analyze it and return it to your world. However, it was at such a time that I learned that Usato-sama had met the divine dragon that lives forever, Falgasama. No way, the reason why you want to meet Falgasama is... Yes. I was wondering if he could help me find a way to return you to your world, or if he could lend me his wisdom. Falgasama is a divine dragon who has lived for a long time, and he knows a lot about magic. He might also know about summoning heroes. As I was thinking about this, a determined Welshi-san bowed deeply. I am well aware that this is an impossible request. However, I have a duty to return everyone who lived in the peaceful world to the original world. For that purpose, I will do everything in my power. I knew that Welshi-san was concerned about the fact that she had summoned us. Maybe even if we said we didn't care, this person would feel responsible for getting us involved. Unlike Senpai and Kazuki, I rarely had the chance to talk to Welshi-san, but even I can tell that she is a very kind-hearted woman. If she told me this much, I couldn't say no, could I? I understand. I will try to negotiate with the Queen of Mirak, Norn-sama, to see if I can meet with Falgasama. Yes, thank you very much. However, we may not be able to meet right away. The battle against the Demon King's army is imminent, and Falgasama is in the middle of building weapons for Kazuki and Senpai, so it can be done after we finish the battle against the Demon King's army. I can wait as long as you can advance the research of the return technique that was about to stagnate. I should send a hootbird to Leona-san when I return to the kingdom of Lingle. I can't just send a letter to the royal family myself, you know. But a return ceremony. I look at Kazuki and Senpai and shake off the thoughts that come into my head. It's up to me to decide whether I want to return to my world or not. It's not something that should be considered on the basis of Kazuki and Senpai. However, I can't remain optimistic forever. Usato-kun. Yes. No, you're just staring at me in a daze. I guess you finally found me attractive, hey. If you're embarrassed after saying it yourself, you shouldn't have said it. I should try to get in on Senpai's joke once in a while. Yes, I think it's very attractive that you're energetic and humorous no matter what the situation is. So, is that a compliment, or are you calling me an airhead in more ways than one? It's both, isn't it? Amako is pretty harsh too. I chuckle at senpai who is depressed by Amako's words. I feel kind of grateful when I think about the fact that we can laugh like this because of the times we live in. If we had been summoned in an age of constant strife, senpai and Kazuki might have been forced to fight as beings just for the sake of fighting. Thinking about that, I felt a chill in the bottom of my heart. What would have happened to me if I had gotten caught up in that? I could be treated as useless and discarded, or I could be sent off to war as a pure healing magician. Either way, it's certainly no more laughable than it is now. No, wait. A few hundred years ago, it wouldn't have been unusual for healing magicians to fight like me and leader. It was a time when magic of a higher standard was more widespread than now. The way of healing magicians might have been completely different from what it is now. When I muttered this, everyone's gaze gathered on me except mine. That's a funny joke. Yusato. No, it's not. Yusato-kun. It's just a quirk. Unfortunately, we have not been able to confirm any such references. What's with this total retort? I didn't realize that even a sliver of hope would be smashed. Flustered, I squeeze out the words. I isn't it too much to deny it altogether. Haha. I heard that healing magicians back then were considered much more important than they are now. In the midst of battle, there was an overabundance of injured people that could not even be compensated by the degree of recovery magic possessed by the individual, so magic users who could exert immense healing power like healing magic were valued. I see, I was settled in my original role of healing people in a straightforward manner. As I was giving a vague response to the unexpectedly decent answer, Amako put her palm on the back of my hand. Hey, Yusato. Do you think a healing magician can become like Yusato or Rose with normal training? Yeah, sure they can, if you train like crazy. No, right. No, they can't. Why am I being gently admonished by a girl younger than me? Amako nodded her head in satisfaction at my words. The healing magician who did something out of the ordinary is Yusato, okay? Yusato should admit that he is a healing magician who has done something out of the ordinary. No, but... So you're going to move around inhumanly from now on without admitting it? Amako's expression twitches as she tilts her head adorably. No way, this girl is serious. And she's saying it with the intention of really telling me off, not making fun of me or anything like that. I was almost crying with a different kind of emotion. Author's note. It was a rather dangerous time before the previous generation of heroes was summoned. This time, it was a bit of an explanation session. After traveling in a horse-drawn carriage, we arrived safely at the magic city of Lukvis. This is the second time I've visited this city, but not much has changed since before. However, I still felt a bit deeply moved when I thought that Kazuki and Senpai had started their respective journeys from here. Unlike last time, we'll continue to take the carriage to the center of the city. I'm not sure yet if the discussion will start immediately, but I would like you all to be prepared. I nodded at Welsh-san's words. I've met with people of high status many times in the course of my travels, but I'm still not used to it. I should make sure I'm well groomed just in case. As I was adjusting the collar of my uniform, I noticed that Kazuki was looking at the scenery outside the carriage. Looking out of the corner of his eye, I saw the scenery of the city of Lukvis. This place is still full of children, isn't it? So is every other country I've visited on my travels, but this place is distinctive enough, isn't it? The kingdom of Nirvana I went to was the complete opposite of this place. It was kind of a place with a lot of meaty people. Come to think of it, Kazuki had told me very little about the Nirvana kingdom. He did tell me that they had some sort of tournament in the arena though. I think Kazuki had a tournament or something like that. Yeah. The king said, if you want to get what you want, you'll have to win it by force. So I had no choice but to participate. They have a very aggressive king, hey. Haha, he's not a bad person though. And that's why I was able to train my sword skills. However, if Kazuki's words are correct, the meat and muscle-filled Nirvana Kingdom soldiers are the complete opposite of the average healing magician. With the exception of me and Rose, they will recognize me as a common healing magician and treat me as such. I'm a little worried that I'll be taken lightly in that case. Be aware that you're out of the norm, hey. I remembered what Amako had said to me. Now that I've become the vice commander, I'm here carrying the sign of the rescue squad on my back. There was no way that I could do something that would damage the name of the rescue squad. Okay, I've decided. During the meeting, I'll try to behave with the leader in mind. I couldn't act like I was being licked by the students like the last time I came to Lukvis. As I was making up my mind to do so, Welsh-san, who must have heard my muttering, called out to me. Yusato-sama, I thought I heard a very disturbing murmur just now. It's just my imagination, isn't it? No, I meant exactly what I said. I have a position as the vice commander of the rescue squad. I'm sure it's not good for the lingual kingdom that I'm underestimated because of my appearance, behavior, and attributes as a healing magician. Yes, that's true, but there's no need to refer to Rose-sama. I understand. It's true that the leader is a terrifying person to say the least. But because she is such a person, it's just right this time. Yes, the aura emitted by that demon leader is something that would intimidate most opponents. Normally, it would unnecessarily deflate them, but this was the perfect time to meet her. If you want to be ridiculed, don't let it happen. Show it by your presence, not your words. I know they're afraid of my imitation of Rose because of the way Amako and the others reacted to me before I entered Hinomoto. I don't agree with people making fun of me just because I use healing magic, right? I think it's fine. I agree with you. It's important to make a first impression at a gathering like this. And there's also the matter of Usato-kun's portrait that I spread as an article. It's also a chance to dispel the rumors about the portrait of the nobleman. The alternative is to spread the word that you're scary, but it's better than being a nobleman. Okay, let's give it a try. During the meeting, I brushed my bangs up with my left hand, like Rose, and sharpened my gaze with a thin smile. I look up, my back against the wall of the carriage, my legs crossed, with the image of Rose in my mind. I'm going to stay like this as long as I can in Lookvis. Phew, I don't think I'll get licked this way. I knew the atmosphere would be scary too. Yeah, that's fine. You don't look like a healing magician. I don't know if that's a compliment, but thank you. I thanked Amako lightly and looked at Kazuki, Senpai, and Welshi-san. Kazuki and Senpai react with admiration, but Welshi-san is immensely impressed. Ooh, you really do look like Rose-sama. People can change their atmosphere so much. Wow, a wild Usato-kun is also quite. It seems to be quite popular with Senpai and Kazuki. But as for me, I can't stay like this forever, so I quickly relax my shoulders and talk to Welshi-san, who is still in raptures. Should I stop after all? Usato-san's behavior itself isn't bad, but what should I say? I was surprised by the way he changed. The atmosphere was really similar to Rose's. Well, that's how much the leader has trained you, right? Rather than imitating her, it might be more correct to say that he naturally acquired her own style. It's just that your mental structure has become closer to Rose's. I thought I heard Amako muttering something, but I didn't hear anything. I thought it might have been me, so I dared not go through with it. As we were talking, the carriage came to a stop, probably having arrived at the center of the city. Looking around at the scenery outside, we too lightly cleaned ourselves up before getting out of the carriage. This is nearby, we could see the school building of Lookvis, and in front of a building no less than the one next to it, the carriage we had come in and a carriage that appeared to belong to another country were parked. I could also see other people who didn't seem to be students from Lookvis. The meeting will take place here, in the great library that Lookvis is so proud of. When you say library, do you mean we'll be discussing this in a place where books are laid out? No, we will be meeting in a large hall that has been built for the meeting. This place was originally designed for that purpose as well. An exclamation of admiration escaped from Welshi-san's explanation. I had never set foot in this place before, but now that I have it in front of me, it's huge. As I was looking up at the large library, Sigurd-san, who served as my escort, was talking to Welshi-san. Welshi. Oh, excuse me. Everyone, for the time being, I'm going to inform Dean Gladys, who is preparing the meeting place, of our arrival, so please stand by here. A guide will be here soon, so please head to the inn first. Yes. Also, the meeting itself will start the next day after the Four Kingdoms are assembled, so it might be a good idea for Amako-san to meet the people she wants to meet before then. Yes, thank you. Welshi-san. After smiling kindly at Amako who said that, Welshi-san headed towards the Grand Library with Sigurd-san. They were probably going to discuss the arrangements for the meeting. Well then, do you want to go see Kiriha and the others after you drop off your luggage? Yes. I'll do that. I nodded and decided to wait with Senpai for the pickup to come. Since the knights were carrying my luggage, I was too lazy to talk to them, so I tried to talk to Senpai, who seemed to be wary of the surroundings. Senpai, what's wrong? No, it's just that I found a carriage with Com Helio's emblem engraved on it. I know it's not coming, but I'm a bit wary of it. That doesn't sound like the usual Senpai. There's only one person that comes to mind when I think of Com Helio, but could it be him? Vigilance? Which means... Oh, Suzuan. It's Suzuan. Gee, this voice is... I turned my head in the direction of the voice to see the disgusted expression on Senpai's face. From that direction, I saw a red-haired boy of about the same age, accompanied by several knights guarding him, waving to Senpai as he ran. Why are you here? Prince Kyle. Hey, you don't have to give me an honorific. Just feel free to call me Kyle. Alright. So, Prince Kyle, why are you here? Oh, Senpai is drier than I thought. Is it possible that she's back to the way she was before she was summoned? In spite of her apparently cold attitude, Prince Kyle begins to speak with enthusiasm. Let me answer your question. That's because I'm also in this meeting for the fight against the Demon King's army. No, I'll tell you the truth. It was also to meet you. I see. So, I thought I turned down your confession. If I had given in to that kind of setback, my sister would have killed me mentally a long time ago. This is not the same thing as... I don't know what to say, but I feel like he's not listening to you. So, where is this healing magician? I'm sure he followed you along, right? Senpai looks at me in a reserved manner. I'm not sure if I should mention myself or not. I want to go see Kiriha and the others as soon as possible. Sigh, oh well. Wrinkling my brow and crossing my arms grimly, I move next to him. I'm Yusato, the healing magician. What? So that's you standing there like a lost cause until just now. I didn't have you in my sights at all. Let's see how similar you are to the sketch. Prince Kyle froze when he saw my face. Of course, now I'm giving off an air that would frighten my traveling companions. Suzuan, what is it? This man has a physiognomy that looks like he's taken care of a few people. That's my Yusato-kun. You're breaking the common sense of healing magicians. I'm not going to say anything, because I know what they're going to say and I'm not going to be happy about it. But even so, I don't know if he's trying to compete with me, but he sticks his finger at me, his voice trembling slightly. Are you really a healing magician? Of course I am. As you can see, I can handle healing magic. Ho, it's true. I showed him the healing magic in my palm, and he gave me a twitchy look. Looking at the expressions of me and Senpai alternately, Prince Kyle, who had started biting his nails and mumbling something, was spoken to by the knight of the guard who was waiting behind him as if to admonish him. Kyle-sama, you can't do this kind of thing too. He's only a healing magician, it's bound to be a sham. No, that's not what I meant. It's not that I'm asking you to fight a duel in a place like this. Don't worry. I am a prince, and defeat is not an option. Hey you, healing magician. Shaking off the restraint of the knight guarding him, Prince Kyle jabs his finger at me. At that moment, the knights notice a woman approaching from behind, and their faces turn pale. The woman, whose face somewhat resembles Prince Kyle's, comes up behind him and says, My name is Kyle Lark Com Helio of the first prince of Com Helio. I, Kyle Lark Com Helio, have challenged you to a dot. You fool. If you do no. I slammed a clean low kick into Prince Kyle's leg, knocking him down with great force. The red-haired woman, who looked a little older than us, pulled up Prince Kyle's chest as he slumped on the ground, straightening the cloak that stretched from his shoulders. What the hell are you doing? Oh, sister? This is... Sister? The woman who looked down at him with a doll-like neat face was certainly similar to Kyle-sama. You have already embarrassed yourself by confessing to your benefactor, Hiro-sama, in the middle of the kingdom, but now you want to say something to the rumored healing magician. The woman forced Prince Kyle to stand up, and he opened his mouth while slumping. Sister. As a man, I'm challenging this guy to a duel. Has there ever been a time when you were just one man? How dare you? How can you say such a terrible thing, sister? You don't even know you're saying a terrible thing. Prince Kyle was shocked as the woman tilted her head with a puzzled expression. No, I was genuinely wondering what you were saying, since you've publicly stated that you have multiple lovers in your home country. Oh, no, that's... Sigh. She let out an exasperated sigh and continued to speak. There's no way that your level can beat him. Why are you asserting that? On the contrary, how can you think that you can beat him? Look at him, does he look like an ordinary healing magician? You don't see that, do you? This is what's going to happen. You'd be knocked down with one finger. What is this? Is this some kind of new kind of spiritual training? I'm afraid of my own face, but it's hard for me to be ragged on for it. I've just announced to Senpai that I'm not going to do it again except during the meeting. This is not good for my mental health. Anyway, does she know about Prince Kyle's sister? Senpai, did you know that he has a sister? I knew he had an older sister and a younger brother, but they were in another country when I visited Com Helio, so I didn't see them face to face. So it's the first time you've met them. However, I feel a little bit sorry for Prince Kyle, who is being abused by a character that even Senpai didn't expect. In the first place, it is doubtful that he can even be included in the framework of a magician. The rumors about him are all true except for the trivial articles that you have spread with your vague actions. That's a lie. If you think it's a lie, go ahead and fight him. The go-ahead came in a very natural way. Our Prince Kyle is also confused. Oh, so, you don't mind? Yes, it's fine. As long as the other side agrees to it. The person who seems to be Prince Kyle's sister looks at us sideways. I can feel something in her gaze that seems to be guessing at us. But I feel sorry for such conv. It's such a shame that the first prince of our honorable kingdom of Helio would have to give up his right to the throne due to a serious mental injury. You just leaked your true feelings, didn't you? You almost called it convenient, didn't you? Yes. You can't fool me there. Prince Kyle has been completely turned into a retorting machine. She seemed like a more serious person, but apparently not so serious. If you do not succeed to the throne, Helio will be mine. If you suffer a serious psychological injury at this time, you won't have to kick down the road to discuss it. Don't you have any love for your brother? Yes, I do. My only brother, Bren, who will turn 3 this year, is so cute and adorable. I'm one of his brothers. Prince Kyle's words were met with a shrug from the woman. I really want to leave this place, but I can't, so I decide to call out to her. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the first princess of the kingdom of Helio, LNAudioBooks Helio. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you with. I'm Usato Ken, Vice Commander of the Rescue Squad, Kingdom of Lingle. As you may know, I am the hero Inyakamai Suzun. I am also the hero Ryusen Kazuki. She, Princess Naya, looked at us in turn as we introduced ourselves, and smiled with satisfaction. I apologize for the trouble that our short, shallow, and foolish brother has caused you. Short, shallow, and even foolish. Next to Princess Naya, Prince Kyle is feeling terribly depressed. She makes it look like she's covering up for her brother, but then she slams in the abuse. Let's use this as a reference. I'm really sorry. For the otherworldly people who were summoned along with the heroes, and at that point they should be respected as much as the heroes. My brother is still just an ignorant child, so I hope you can forgive me. No, please don't be so odd. Because Prince Kyle didn't do anything to me in the first place. I can't afford to be so awed by the royalty. Even if they don't intend to make an issue of it, it's still a big problem for everyone around them. Are you really going to forgive him? If you're not careful, it could have turned into a problem that could have caused a crack in the trust between you and the Lingle Kingdom. Yes. So it's unforgivable. Hey. I don't mind if you punch him in the face for being such a jerk. No, you don't have to go that far. Oh, don't worry. I won't make a problem of it. Why are you trying to make the assumption that I'm going to hit Prince Kyle? That's right, sister. Why are you stubbornly trying to make him hit me? This woman is a dangerous person with a low profile. And she's not even listening to me half the time. While Prince Kyle and I were distracted, Princess Naya said the following words with a slightly overactive reaction. Oh, Usato-sama. What a generous heart you have. I'm very impressed with the warmth that you have shown to my foolish little brother who persistently followed a woman around and then tried to challenge you to a fight without knowing his place in the world. I'm deeply impressed. You are the best friend of the hero and the best apprentice of the rumored leader of the rescue squad, Lady Rose. You don't have to go that far. I wonder why I can't be honestly happy. Is it because she knows what I know, or because she says things that make me happy? But I know she means what she says. But there's something about it that makes me feel uncomfortable, like when I talk to Lucas at Samarial. Princess Naya shifts her gaze from me to Senpai and Kazuki. This is the first time I've met Suzun-sama face to face, but what a brilliant person. Kazuki-sama, too, can tell at a glance that you are a very strong person. I am honored to meet you all in this way. Is that so? Haha, it's kind of itchy. In contrast to Kazuki's normal embarrassment, Senpai noticed something and gave a twitchy smile. Here I also realize the true nature of the uncomfortable feeling I had just had. I have a suggestion for you, but meeting you here is one of fate. Can you give me a few minutes of your time after this? Well, what kind of time? I just want to talk to you for a while. Of course, we won't take too long and we'd like to treat you as well as we can, what do you think? I made eye contact with Senpai, who was probably aware of Princess Naya's intentions here, and nodded once before replying to her. It's a nice offer, but we have other plans, so I'm going to decline this time. If you could, please invite us another time. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. There will be plenty of opportunities while the meeting is taking place, and we can talk about it then. Yeah. I suppose so. With a drawling nod, she smiled thinly and grabbed Prince Kyle by the collar of his neck. Then we'll head back. The next time we see each other will be at the meeting. I look forward to working with you then. Kyle, you have a sermon waiting for you, so please be prepared for it. Oh, sister. Please don't come here and lecture me. Princess Naya left the scene, dragging Prince Kyle behind her as if to say no questions asked. As I watched her go, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Senpai, Kazuki. That was the one who came to pull out, wasn't it? I suppose so. It's not strange, given the national style of Helio, but I didn't expect the princess herself to come so blatantly. I'm used to being recruited, but I didn't expect it to go this far. Yusato, you might want to be careful with the Nirvana Kingdom. Those people are more like martial artists or gladiators than magicians, and I think they'll definitely like Yusato. I'll keep an eye out for them. I don't know what it is, but in my mind, I pictured Daeditsu-san and the others who had an arm wrestling match in the hidden village. What a horrible prediction, but I don't want it to become a reality. After watching Prince Kyle being taken away by Princess Nea, a person came to show us to the inn immediately, a person who was closely related to us. What can I say, this reminds me of the first time I met you. Hafa-san. Me too. Yusato-san. Hafa-san, the magic eye user we met in Lookvis before. I had thought that it would be someone from the academy, but I didn't expect someone I knew to come, so I was betrayed in a good way. I've been instructed by the headmaster to show you around, and I'm very happy to see you again. I see. Dean Gladys did. I would have liked to go say hello to her, but she's probably busy right now, so I'll just go see her when the time is right. As I was making that decision in my mind, Hafa-san, who looked around at us with his purple-lit eyes, opened his mouth. The last time I saw you was about a few months ago, but I was surprised to see how much you all have grown to look so different. That much? Yes. Despite the differences between the three of you, each of you has such a distinctive magical power that makes you feel your individuality strongly. It makes us feel our individuality strongly, hey? Senpai has a strong interest in Hafa-san's words. You can tell our personality and individuality from our magic power. Yes. After the fight with Yusato-san, I decided to understand my own magic eye more deeply, and as part of that, I found out that what I can read from the flow of magic power is not only the movements of the opponent. When you fought in the past, you were able to read their movements by looking at the flow of magic power, but now you are able to see something else, is that right? The flow of magic power differs from person to person. By observing it, I can get a rough idea of my opponent's character, and whether they fight mainly with magic or with weapons. In other words, you can tell what kind of strategy your opponent is going to use before you even fight them. It's not completely clear, though. I felt my cheeks twitch as Hafa-san nodded at Kazuki's words. I think I've fought a few battles against other people during my travels, but I think it's pretty hard to fight when your opponent knows your hand. As I was shivering unbeknownst to others, Senpai approached Hafa-san with a somewhat curious look on her face. What kind of magical power did mine grow into? It's subjective, if you don't mind. Alright, let me see. Suzune-san's magic power can be compared to a wolf that is ready to move at any time? It always seems to be in a state where it can draw magic power from zero to the limit in an instant. Is he referring to Senpai's new fighting style, the Magic Armor Thunder Beast mode? It's a special fighting technique that raises Senpai's magic power and physical ability from zero to the extreme. It's amazing that the magic eye can tell so much just from the flow of magic power. When I heard the word wolf, Senpai smiled and looked back at me. It's a wolf, Yusato-kun. Isn't she mistaken for a dog? Yeah, Suzune is dog-like. Should I bite you guys? Gao. I was shocked and threatened. As I soothe Senpai, she turns her attention to Hafa-san, who is watching Kazuki's magic closely. It's a little difficult to describe, but Kazuki is like a surface of water where there are no ripples or sounds at all. There is also a surprising lack of disturbance in the magic power. It's the quietest and most artistic flow of magic I've ever seen, and that's not an exaggeration. Artistic is kind of. Kazuki had mastered the manipulation of magic power, and his skills were probably reflected in his magic power. In fact, his manipulation of magic power is not uncommon. Yusato-san's magic power is... Hafa-san looks at me and puts his hand on his chin. Waiting for his words with a bit of trepidation, I tilted my head in annoyance. You have a strange magical power, don't you? You show a quiet side like Kazuki-san, but at the same time, you have a powerful side like Suzune-san. It's as if you have two opposing sides. Two opposing sides. Is it something to do with my mentality? I'm not aware that I'm switching between the two, but I'm the same person when I'm interacting with Senpai and when I'm interacting with the tough guys in the rescue squad. I'm just being me, but maybe it's unconsciously taking form as magical power. Well, Yusato wouldn't be crazy. He can change so much that you'd wonder if he has a split personality. Amako, I don't have a split personality. It's just something I do when my emotions get the best of me. Isn't that a problem? I can't help it, it's true. As I'm having this conversation with Amako, I notice that Kazuki is talking to Hafa-san. You've softened your mood, haven't you? Is that so? Yeah. I feel like you're smiling more naturally than before. Hafa-san nodded happily as he looked forward to Kazuki's words. After you all left on your trip, I've been talking to Kiriha and Q more often. Oh, really, Kiriha and Q? I'm ashamed to say that I've been avoided by my classmates until now, so it's been a long time since I've had friends to talk to properly like this. Well, it was my own fault. Before we left Lukvis, Hafasan was a person who was feared by the students of the school. The reason for this was his fighting style, where he would completely break the hearts of his opponents by using a lot of dangerous rapid-fire attacks in battle. I myself was always smiling to at least manage my physical appearance, but it seems that it was actually the cause of the people around me being afraid of me. Haha. But you know, smiling is difficult, isn't it? Do you understand? Yusato-san. I understand very well. Yes, I do. I also had an experience when I tried to smile at Kiriha and Linka, but they were scared of me. I'm still slightly concerned about that. I nodded deeply to Hafasan, who turned to look at me. They're a bit alike, Hafa and Yusato. They're both mainly in physical combat while using magic, right? In other words, Hafasan is also a muscle brain. Oi you little fox, don't be so rash as to treat Hafasan and me like muscle brains. I'm only going to hit you as a result, and I'm thinking pretty hard about it. As I stared at Amako with a blank stare, Hafasan, who was walking in front of me as if he had arrived at his destination, stopped in his tracks. Looking in front, we could see a large white building in front. An exhale of admiration escaped from me as I looked at the inn, which looked like something a person of high status would stay in. Now, this is the inn where you will all be staying. It's pretty big. It's where we'll be staying as representatives of the country. We can't prepare a half-hearted accommodation. By the way, there is also an inn nearby where people from the other 3 countries stay. If I look in the direction Hafasan indicated, I can indeed see a building similar to the inn in front of me and the knights of other countries gathered in front of it. For now, we know where we're staying. Oh, and there's a training ground in the back, so if you want to train, you can use that. Oh, is it? If that's the case, I'll take your word for it and use it. I didn't expect it to include a training ground. I hadn't even entered the inn yet, but my opinion of the inn had just skyrocketed. After we were escorted to the inn, we placed our luggage in the rooms assigned to each of us, and then gathered in front of the inn again. I asked Kazuki if he wanted to go with me to Kiriha and the others, but he said he didn't want to bother us if we came with too many people, so we decided to go our separate ways. Hafasan seemed to have other work to do for Gladys-san, so we parted ways right then and there. Me, Senpai and Amako headed to Kiriha and the others' house as planned. Senpai. I'll tell you now. Please behave yourself. Why not? As we neared the house where Kiriha and the others lived, I gave a nudge to my somewhat exuberant senpai. It's obvious, isn't it? Listen here. No matter how much Satsuki misses you, it's only as an object of observation. In other words, it's like an elementary school student who loves a puppy she finds on her way home from school. I don't think there's any malice in that analogy, is there? But, Yusato, Satsuki is a feline beastman, right? As a beastmaster, you can't make that mistake, can you? Please don't misunderstand me, senpai. You're in the puppy position. Yusato, I'm going to cry you know. It's not a bad thing for senpai to try to communicate with others, but it's not good to make them feel uncomfortable. In fact, Q is a little uncomfortable with senpai. As she glances at us and tries to imitate crying, she finds a nostalgic and somewhat old house in her line of sight. It shouldn't have been that long ago, but I'm starting to feel nostalgic. Maybe it's because too many things have happened since then. Nodding to Amako's words, we were about to walk to the house where Kiriha and the others lived, when the door of the house opened vigorously and Kiriha, a girl with rounded beast ears similar to a weasel's, came out from inside. When she spotted us, she gave us a surprised look and then waved at us with a smile. I thought I saw a familiar presence approaching, but I guess it's you guys. How have you been, Kiriha? Good, of course. I knew from your letter that you were able to save my mother, but I didn't expect to see you so soon. Now that we're talking here, why don't you come inside? Kiriha urged me to go inside the house. As I sat down on a chair at the table, I saw Kiriha looking up at the stairs leading to the second floor and calling for Q and Satsuki, so it seemed that they were also in the house. It was Satsuki, the feline beastman, who immediately responded to Kiriha's voice with the buzz of a bell. Wow, Suzune. Nice to see you again. Tell me all about your stories during your trip. I'll tell you as much as you want. If it's for you. Satsuki said as she ran down from the second floor, to which senpai replied with a straight face. Kiriha, who was making tea for all of us, looked at me anxiously. Yusato, Suzune is looking at Satsuki with a straight face, is she okay? Worst case scenario, me and Amako will stop her. Impossible. I think Yusato is the only one who can stop Suzune. Why should I be told that I'm the only one who can subdue senpai who's running amok? Well, that's okay. While paying attention to senpai and Satsuki, who sat facing each other, I greeted Q, who came down from the upper floor with a sleepy sigh. I'm sorry to bother you. Q. Oh, you're surprisingly quick to come over here. Sitting next to Kiriha, Q propped his elbows on the table. Kiriha tilted her head in agreement with his words. I'm glad to see you guys too, but what's going on with you today? Does it have something to do with the meeting of the four kingdoms that's going to take place here? Yes, it does. We're here today as representatives of the kingdoms. When I answered Kiriha, she sighed in admiration. A letter, then a meeting. That's a lot of work for you. I wouldn't take such trouble if I were you. Haha, I have a certain responsibility too. I scratched my cheek troubled, and Q smiled as he crossed his arms. Well, that's why we're taking a break from school. Well, in a way, thanks to you guys, we're able to enjoy our vacation away from our studies like this. If you're so bored, why don't you go work outside? No. I was so busy studying that I didn't have any free time at all. Q hurriedly said to Kiriha, who glared at him. What can I say, he still can't get over his sister Kiriha. I'll beat Q out later. I'm glad Amako seems to be doing well. Have you been in any danger since then? I think you've been in far more trouble, but I'm fine. Besides, thanks to you Sato, my mother is better now. I had zombies attacked us, dragons attacked us, and others. Oh, haha, you've learned how to joke while I haven't seen you around for a bit. It's a joke, right? Amako tilts her head while smiling, and Kiriha, her expression twitching, turns her gaze towards us in confusion. I heard about the commotion in your home country from my parents. I heard that there was some kind of serious trouble. Kiriha's parents' house is a kind of hidden village, where Linka's grandfather lives. Had the two of them already been informed of what had happened in the Beastman country? Well, we got caught up in a bit of a commotion. It's not like there's a civil war in your home country or anything. What the hell is going on here? Q also seems to be curious. It seems that Kiriha and the others don't have any detailed information, but is it okay to tell them? It's a story that has something to do with the two Beastmen, too. I decided to explain as briefly as I could why Amako's mother hadn't woken up in the past 2 years, and why there had been a civil war in the Beastman country. When they finished listening to the explanation, a complicated expression appeared on their faces. I've never been to my home country, but I guess Amako's mother was bedridden for that reason. But I'm glad you're feeling better. Amako. Yeah. Amako nodded with a happy tone in her voice. But you know, if we hadn't been able to stop the chief, the Beastman tribe might have ended up fighting with the humans. I'm really glad. Kiriha mutters somewhat seriously. From the perspective of Kiriha, who goes to look this, it must have been an unnerving story. I spoke as cheerfully as I could. It's a temporary position, but someone I trust is organizing the Beastman nation as the new chief, so I don't think that will happen in the future. I see. I think of Hayate-san, who is still working hard in the Beastman country. If Hayate-san hadn't been on my side at that time, the fight to get Amako back would have been much more difficult. Thinking again that I was really glad he was on my side, I decided to tell him about the other requirement of my visit here today. That's right, there's one more reason why I came here today. What is it? I'd like Amako to stay here with us while we're here. No problem. The reason is the same as before, right? Yeah. Amako is fine with that, right? Yeah. Amako nodded, and I was relieved to hear it, but now Q approached me. So, what are you going to do, Yusato? Are you going to stay here too, like before? Actually, I'd like to do that. But this time I have to stay near the meeting place, so I'll stay at the inn that Dean Gladys prepared for me. I see. As for me, I would have preferred to stay here, which is similar to the rescue squad, but I have to prioritize the mission I've been given. I didn't want Amako to feel overwhelmed while she was here, so I was hoping that Kiriha and the others would take care of her. Now that I've accomplished my goal for the time being, I guess I'll head back to the inn for today. Well then, I'd better get back. You're leaving? Yeah, I've got people waiting at the inn. It's not good to leave Kazuki waiting by himself, so let's get back early. I get up from my seat and look at Amako. Amako, don't cause too much trouble for Kiriha and the others. I'm not a child, and I won't cause any trouble. Haha, I guess that's true too. I chuckled at Amako, who looked up at me and miffed. Well, I should bring Senpai, who is having a nice conversation with Satsuki, back home. Senpai? Hey, Yusato-kun. No. I haven't said anything yet. You were going to say that you want to stay with Kiriha and the others, weren't you? I can already tell when looking at Senpai's face. As expected of Yusato-kun, you know me very well. I think it's easy to see why you would think that if you saw your actions. But Yusato-kun? No. Even Satsuki-chan still wants to talk to me. What, you're leaving Suzune? Well, I guess it's goodbye then. What can I say, little kids can be cruel sometimes, can't they? I feel a little sorry for senpai and make her stand up, but she still resists. You Usato-kun, I'm your posterity. Please for the rest of your life. Okay, I understand. Please give up on staying here. What did you just find out? I smiled at Kiriha, who was laughing at the shocked senpai, and at Q, who was distracted, and left their house, a little mentally exhausted. Author's note. In a way, Usato and Hafa are like each other. After leaving Amako in the care of Kiriha and the others, senpai and I walked through the city, attracting the attention of the surrounding students as we made our way back to the inn where Kazuki was waiting for us. As we were about to enter the hotel, thinking that the sun was still out and it was bright enough to take a walk around the city with Kazuki, we spotted a carriage with a familiar coat of arms on the main street where the inn was located. What's the matter, Usato-kun? Perhaps wondering at me stopping in my tracks, senpai also looked at the carriage in front of her gaze. What's wrong with that carriage? That has the crest of Samaria engraved on it. Samaria is the kingdom that Usato-kun went to before, right? Yes. The coat of arms that I saw several times when I visited Samaria. Seeing a carriage with that engraved on it approaching us, senpai tilted her head. But still, there are so many guards. There are about 3, no, 5 times as many as us. That's true. Maybe there's a minister or someone of high rank inside. I had a little bit of an improbable imagination, but let's hope that's not the case. Senpai noticed my condition and put a hand on my shoulder, looking worried. You're acting strange. Are you okay? Why yeah, I'm fine. It's just that I had a scary imagination. Oh, yeah. I faked it for the time being, but I couldn't help but be concerned about Samaria's carriage, which was already closing in on us. But if there are so many guards, it means that there are quite a few important people here, right? Oh, maybe the princess and king that Usato-kun said he rescued are on board. Ha ha ha. That can't be true, can it? Who, maybe. By the way, Usato, why are you so uncharacteristically upset? It's plausible. The father and daughter who personified that unconventional could do it. As I prayed, watching the carriage cross in front of me, my eyes were drawn to the knights escorting the carriage. Sky blue, knights. Knights clad in beautiful sky blue armor. In addition, all of those guarding the perimeter of the carriage were female knights, and there were about 20 of them. When I was interested in the group, which I had never seen in Samaria, I saw the shadow of someone peeking at me through the window of the carriage door. Then, suddenly, the carriage came to a stop. At this point, my chills started to accelerate. Line up! The dignified voice of the knight who seemed to be the leader echoed, and the sky blue knights lined up around the carriage. The person who was pulling the reins of the horse carefully and slowly opened the door of the carriage, and the person ahead of him was someone too familiar. Yo, Usato. I hope you're well. It's me. The person who gave me a thumbs up with an onomatopoeic sound was the king of the Samaria kingdom, Lucas Word Samaria himself. I almost fainted at his unexpected appearance, but I gave him my best shot. Why are you here, Lucas-sama? You're the king of Samaria, right? The king? What do you mean, Usato-kun? My cheeks twitch so much that even I can tell. Senpai next to me is also in a state of shock at the unexpected appearance of the king. Lucas-sama, on the other hand, has a look of triumph on his face. Hey, you're asking a funny thing. The only reason I'm here is because I couldn't find a replacement for Fegnis in time. And besides, I thought it would be easier to proceed with this matter if I came myself. What the hell? What is it with this way of speaking that seems to make sense, but makes me feel like there is another agenda? And since I'm responsible for Fegnis-san's case, I can't interfere badly. Oh, and I assume this beautiful woman is the hero. It's nice to meet you. I am Lucas, Lucas Word Samaria, the king of Samaria. It's my pleasure. I'm Inyakamai Suzuan, a hero. Ha 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 ha, no need to be nervous. If you're a friend of Usato's, you're like a friend of mine. Even Senpai is baffled by his personality, which is very different from Lloyd-sama's. After nodding vaguely at Lucas-sama's words, she immediately turned around and spoke to me in a hushed voice. Usato-kun, you're so friendly and so dandy. You're making me shudder. So you're aware of it. But don't worry. This is the default for this person. As we were conversing in hushed tones, Lucas-sama, who was watching us, shifted his gaze from us to the inside of the carriage. The carriage is too big for Lucas-sama alone, but I've convinced myself that it's because he's the king, but is there anyone else besides him? Oh, sorry. Can't wait, right, then feel free to go see him. Yes. Father. The next moment, a girl jumped out of the carriage. Perhaps she was too vigorous, but she caught her foot on the edge of the carriage and lost her balance. Ah! My body reflexively moved. Before she slammed into the ground, I moved in front of her and caught her with as little impact as possible. As I took 3 steps back, letting the impact pass, I saw the sky blue knights on either side of me, already moving to help her, looking at me as if they were dumbfounded. Noble. Ahem. I'm sure I heard a disturbing voice from among the knights guarding me just now. No, it doesn't matter, I took it in my stride and checked to see if the light blue-haired girl, Eva, was injured. She had a surprised look on her face in front of her. Are you hurt? Thank you very much. I let Eva stand up, who was about to fall. Thank God she doesn't seem to be hurt. What is this development? You never triggered any such event when you were with me. I'll let Senpai go through a bit. When I turned my gaze from Senpai who hadn't swallowed the situation back to Eva, she grasped my right hand with both of hers as if to wrap it around her and smiled like a flower. It's been a while. Yusato-san. Yeah. It's been a long time, Eva. I'm really glad to see you. Ah. Eva was taken aback for a moment, as if she had realized something, but the next moment her cheeks were dyed and she smiled shyly. Hehe, I didn't get the name wrong this time. What is it, this feeling that appeals to my heart? I feel like I can get back what I lost in the rescue squad. It can't be, my heart? What is she, Yusato-kun? Haha. I'll introduce you to her. This girl is... Oh, don't worry. I've been practicing my self-introduction. I was brought back to reality by Senpai's voice, and Eva confidently said with great enthusiasm. Even though I had a slight bad feeling about this, I let Eva walk in front of Senpai and she began to introduce herself falteringly with a slightly nervous look on her face. Nice to meet you. My name is Eva. You're the hero, Suriam-san. I feel like I've seen this before somewhere. But the difference is that she didn't mispronounce my name, she chewed it. Senpai on the other hand was called by a name that sounded as if she had bitten off more than she could chew, frozen in shock with a half-smile on her face. Oh, I bit myself. That. Suzune-san. I'm sorry. As Eva panicked, the rebooted senpai opened her mouth while her eyes glazed over. Do not mind it. It is nice to meet you. Robotic. The smile returned to Eva's face when she replied in katakana. As I was holding my forehead next to senpai, I heard the sky blue knights behind Eva talking about something. I listened carefully and found that. Haim-sama, right there. You have to be more gung-ho. You must divert his attention. Is this the so-called famous love triangle? This is the city where the students gather, the place where I returned to my forgotten youth. I immediately shut out the voices of the knights, and there was no chance for me. I couldn't hear the muffled voices of the sky blue knights. I can't hear the disappointment in their voices. I can't believe the group of samuraians came with the parent and child. Lucas-sama suggested that we take them to the library near the inn, and we ended up riding in Samaria's carriage. Inugami-senpai was sitting next to me, and Eva and Lucas-sama were facing each other. While I felt like I was being interviewed, the carriage slowly moved forward. Oh no, I didn't expect you to save my daughter twice. Ha ha ha, such an exaggeration. Yeah. I guess I'll have to thank you in some way for this. No, I just accepted it, so there's no need to thank me. Don't be shy, I'd love to have it. No please, it's fine. By all means, take it. Why do you want to sell me a favor? Why do you insist on not accepting it? Lucas-sama and I looked at each other. I'm sure he has some sort of agenda. Specifically, it's related to Eva, who is now tilting her head curiously in front of me, and there's a big possibility that she'll try something. Phew, you two are good friends. Father and Yusato-san. Right, Suzune-san? Yes, I guess so. Now that senpai, who always has a lot of energy even when meeting someone for the first time, is being pushed aside, I have no choice but to ask Lucas-sama to talk to her. For now, I'll put off my thank you and ask how Lucas-sama and Eva came to this meeting. Lucas-sama, why did you come to this meeting? I'm sure one of the reasons is that you couldn't prepare a substitute, but I don't think that's a good enough reason for the king of Samaria to come. Yes. You're absolutely right. There are 2 reasons why I'm here. 2? As I wondered, Lucas-sama held up his index finger and began to tell me the reasons. The first reason is because of the members gathered for the meeting. You mean the representatives of the 4 kingdoms? Ringle, Kamhelio, Nirvana, and Samaria. There's not much that's wrong with these 4 kingdoms, but that's nothing to worry about. But when they meet in the same place for talks, there are bound to be differences in consciousness. A difference in consciousness, hey. The kingdom of Ringle is trying to seriously prepare for the battle against the Demon King's army. The kingdom of Kamhelio is trying to go into battle to lend strength to the heroes. And the kingdom of Nirvana, which is trying to fight against the Demon Lord's army with only pure fighting spirit. All of them have the same will to fight against the Demon King's army, but they will always differ in some way. The kingdom of Ringle is defending its own country and surrounding areas. The kingdom of Kamhelio is for the sake of the heroes they believe in. The kingdom of Nirvana is purely for fighting the Demon King's army. I'm not sure how to put it, the goals are certainly the same, but they differ in some way. In order to guide them well, we need a role that encourages the story to proceed smoothly. And that would be you, Lucas-sama. Exactly. Supposedly, Lloyd is spending all his time working on the battle against the Demon King's army. In such a situation, there's no way he can manage a meeting with a group of apparently unimportant people. It has to be someone with a certain amount of position, power of speech, and trust. You've been thinking hard about the meeting, haven't you? But isn't it actually quite a challenge to make Lucas-sama decide to come here? No, even though the sisters and brothers of the kingdom of Kamhelio were certainly people with strong egos. Thank you very much, Lucas-sama. As for me, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have to do this much, don't I? Yes. So what's the reason for the other one? If that's the first reason, are the rest of the reasons really that serious? When I was preparing myself for this, Lucas-sama, who had relaxed his shoulders, gave me a pleasant smile. The rest of the reasons are Eva's social studies. My body relaxes with a gasp. I didn't think that was the reason, but I know it's a unique opportunity for Eva, who has never known the outside world until now. I understand your concern. But there's nothing to worry about. I've got a team of knights that I've selected to guard her. With them, Eva will be safe. You mean the Sky Blue Knights outside? Yes. I had them form a squad to replace Fegnus. Aside from their own individual abilities, they are incomparably strong in group battles. I think I might have overheard the murmurings outside earlier. Only Sky Blue. It's true that when I caught Eva, she reacted and moved instantly. From that speed, Eva would have been saved by the knights even if I hadn't gone to help her. They all are very interesting people. They teach me a lot of things that I didn't know. Really? What kind of things do they teach you, for example? Perhaps intrigued, Senpai asked, and Eva looked up at the ceiling of the carriage and held up her index finger. That's right. Like how to keep a big fish from escaping, the basics of hunting, and how to cook. They're really teaching you a lot of things, hey? Yes. Everyone is so kind. But big fish and hunting, hey? It's kind of a noisy thing for a princess to learn, but I'm sure Eva is happy because everything is new to her. Unaware bride training. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. I was just a little shaken by Samaria's giftedness. While I was puzzled by the shivering senpai, I looked at the scenery outside. What? This road is near the inn where we're staying. Lucas-sama. Our inn is somewhere around here, so would you mind if we dropped off here? Yes, of course. At Lucas-sama's instruction, the carriage stopped and the door was opened. I get out of the carriage with senpai and turn to Lucas-sama and Eva. Thank you for driving us here. Eva and I will talk to you again when we have more time. I'll see you around. Eva. Yes. I waved goodbye to Eva, who nodded happily, and started walking with senpai down the road leading to the inn. In the middle of this, without warning, senpai clenched her fist and turned to face me. Usato-kun. What's wrong? With such a loud voice. Usato-kun, I think I've found my biggest rival in this world. Hey? Good luck with that. Yeah, I'll do my best. I definitely will. I turn around to face forward, wondering why senpai is so full of motivation. As far as I could confirm, I was able to meet the representatives coming from Samaria and Kamhelio. The rest is the kingdom of Nirvana that Kazuki mentioned. I've heard that they seem like martial artists, so I should be careful not to get tangled up with them. Author's note. Senpai who is loved by the gods of comedy and Eva, loved by the gods of romantic comedy. After reuniting with Lucas-sama and Eva, we met up with Kazuki at the inn and rested until Welsi-san and Sigurd-san returned to prepare for tomorrow. I wasn't physically tired because of my travel experience, but I was mentally tired. After all, I had met Prince Kyle and Princess Nia of Kamhelio, Lucas-sama, and Eva all in one day. I needed some time to sort out the information. But as I was gathering my thoughts in my room, I was greeted by a voice that said, Usato-kun, I'm here to play. Like a high school boy raiding the room of his classmate's friend, senpai invaded my room. I was taken aback by the fact that senpai was the same no matter where she was, but I also realized that I might have been too nervous with an important meeting in front of me, so I suggested that we invite Kazuki. So the three of us gathered in one room, and until the sun went down and Welsi-san, Sigurd-san and the others arrived at the inn, we were chatting about trivial things. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will explain to you the details of the meeting that will take place tomorrow. And now, after a rather unfamiliar and opulent dinner, me, senpai, Kazuki, and Welsi-san were gathered in a room lined with pre-prepared chairs and tables to explain the plans for tomorrow's meeting. Today, the representatives of the Kingdom of Calm Helio, the Kingdom of Nirvana, the Kingdom of Samaria, and us, the Kingdom of Lingal, are all here. With all the participating countries present, it has been decided that the meeting will take place tomorrow. Although I had relaxed somewhat, I still felt nervous when I heard that a serious meeting was going to take place. As I told you before, this meeting is also meant to be a meeting between you and your representatives, so please behave in a manner befitting your titles. Yeah, we understand, right Usato? Yes, of course. I'll be in commander mode at tomorrow's meeting. I agreed with Kazuki's words, and smiled with an air of grumpiness between my eyebrows. Then Welsi-san gave a twitching smile and nodded her head. Senpai asks her a question. How long do you think the talk will be? The talk will end depending on what they are about. Probably won't be over in a day. The number of reinforcements that will join each kingdom in fighting the Demon King's army. The number of reinforcements that will join each kingdom in fighting the Demon King's army, the expected burden and damage caused by that, and other details must be discussed and decided in detail. I see. It certainly won't be the end just by asking for help, will it? We also have to think about what happens after the battle with the Demon King's army. I thought to myself that it was rude but a bit unexpected to see Senpai mumbling and pondering like that. Ah, you're looking a bit like the student council president right now. You were also the student council president in the original world. It's turned into a complete dead setting now, isn't it? I don't know. I can make use of the student body president setting if I really try. Even though she's wearing a catsuit, I was sure that she was actually the cool beauty student council president. Nowadays, she's a cool beauty, lol, even though she's a comical, emotional, and fun senpai. Ha, I'll keep talking. So, it was suddenly decided today, Usato-sama. Yes. In the middle of the meeting, they want you, who has experience fighting alone with the leader of the Demon King's army, to explain the situation at the time of the fight. What? In a meeting where each country is represented, I'm going to explain the situation when I fought with Koga? I'm not used to speaking in front of a large number of people, so this was an incredibly difficult task for me. That's exactly what the student council president, Senpai, would have done for me. We offered to provide an explanation, but the two representatives of Nirvana and Calm Helio kingdoms insisted on hearing it from Usato-sama's mouth. I'm sorry. Oh, please don't apologize. But I'm not allowed to talk about what happened in Hinomoto. The land of beasts. This was because the civil disturbance that had occurred in Hinomoto was something that could have become a major incident that could affect the human realm if it was not handled properly. If it was brought to the attention of people who represented the country, rather than people who didn't have a deep knowledge of beastmen, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't change their attitudes towards beastmen into something radical. No, we explained it in the form of stopping the Demon King's army's attempt to ask for cooperation from the beastman race. Then it seems to be okay. I'm not lying. It's true that the Demon King's army, Koga, and the others negotiated with Jinya-san, the chief of the beastman tribe, in order to ask for his cooperation. The process is that we ended up fighting Koga after we moved to stop them and to help Amako, but the process is complicated, but the result is true. Usato-sama's explanation is not about what led up to the fight with the Legion Commander, but about his incredible combat power. To be honest, only Usato-sama, the Knight Arc-san, and Rose-sama are the only ones who have experience fighting a demon race with Legion leader class abilities. Rose too? Could it be the demon, Nero Argento, who has damaged her right eye? No, that's not something to worry about now, is it? But as a healing magician, should I be the one explaining everything? Isn't the perception of healing magic still the same in other countries? No need to worry about that. The kingdoms of Samaria and Calm Helio also recognize you, though in different ways. And the kingdom of Nirvana will probably be fine. What? Why? Only the Nirvana kingdom's wording seemed a bit strange to me. The Nirvana kingdom is, how should I put it, a group of people who rely on their arm strength in both good and bad ways, so I think Usato-sama will be fine. She gave me a big smile. Kazuki was nodding his head in agreement, and I wondered if the representatives of the Nirvana kingdom were the kind of people who could tell your fighting strength just by looking at your muscles. Or are they the kind of people who would accept a fist fight? That's easy to do. Or not. That's not the right thing to do. I'm a normal civilized person, even if I can look like Rose. I can't be so savage as to decide everything with my fists. Oh, but don't worry. The representative is a very cheerful person. Ha, ha. While giving a vague reply to the information that I wasn't sure if I should be relieved or not, I was growing anxious about tomorrow's meeting. In the early morning hours of the day of the meeting, just after the sun had come up, I was doing my daily training to drown out the tension of the meeting. It wasn't exactly my usual training, as I was preparing for an important meeting, but I could forget my anxiety and nervousness by moving my body. What I didn't expect, however, was that there was someone else using the training grounds this early in the morning. Humph. Nuh-uh. Hooray. There is one skinny man who has been training against the targets in the training ground since a while ago. In the right hand is a hatchet, and in the left hand is a circular shield made mostly of iron. From the sidelines, the man who was manipulating the weapons with tremendous speed and power looked like a man of considerable ability. And just now, he was using a club and a spear. What caught my attention most of all was the fact that his fighting style varied greatly depending on the weapon he was handling. As I was running around the training grounds, wondering who else was training, I suddenly heard a voice calling me. Hey, there, boy. I turned around, wondering, and saw the fearless-looking man who had just been swinging an axe at a target waving his hand at me. At any rate, he seemed to have called me, so I headed towards him. The man, who was in his early 30s, was at least a head taller than me, and his body, which looked slender from a distance, seemed to have been worked out quite a bit. I spoke to him, wondering about his short-cut hair and the cut on his cheek. How can I help you? I was just wondering if you were training here like me and I just had to talk to you. Are you a student of Lukvis? No, sir. I'm from the kingdom of Lingle. Oh, from the kingdom of Lingle. The man with a hand on his chin and a thoughtful expression on his face. I'm not sure who the man in front of me is, but I'm wondering if he's a knight from another kingdom? I don't think he's going to be as physically exhausted as I am before an important meeting. Well, that's all right for now. My name is Hyde, and I'm from the kingdom of Nirvana. My name is Yusato Ken. Yusato? I see, so it was you he was talking about. Yes. Oh, no, don't worry about it. More importantly. Excuse me. Whoa. He slapped me lightly on both shoulders and arms. I was a little confused by the unmistakable sense of intimidation, but Hyde-san immediately withdrew his hand and gave me a big smile. I think I can get along with you. Yes. He gave me a mysterious muscle understanding, but I wonder what it is. It's a personality I've never met before. I heard that he was from the kingdom of Nirvana, but I wondered if Kazuki and Welsi-san were really right. If you look behind Hyde-san, you'll see the weapons he was handling earlier all in one place. Just from what I can see, there appears to be quite a variety of clubs, spears, halberds, swords, and hatchets. You can handle so many weapons. There's a lot we can handle, but the ones we're not skilled with are far from top-notch. But our fights are supposed to be about taking the other guy's weapons at times. If you let your body learn how to handle a certain weapon, you can predict the enemy's attack and immediately treat the weapon you took as your own. I see. I hadn't thought of that. I didn't realize that if you know how to handle a weapon, you can figure out what to do with it when your opponent is using it. Well, I mainly handle axes and shields. Unlike swords, axes aren't as flowery, but they have their good points. Do you mind if I tell you about them? Yeah, sure, I don't mind. With such a glint in his eyes, I couldn't help but nod and let him say, may I speak? I had no choice but to nod my head. After nodding in satisfaction, Hyde-san moved away from me, picked up his hatchet and shield from the ground, and swung them lightly. It's strong, heavy, and yet it doesn't have much to do with spilling the blade. It's better than a sword in continuous combat. Yes, it's true that the axe is heavier with each blow, and if the user's strength is combined, it can smash the opponent's entire defense head-on. In fact, it would even be more terrifying if the blade were to spill out. Yeah, I understand. He understands. He reminded me of Karen and told him honestly, but he seemed very happy with the response. But, you see, the weapon of a skilled axeman is not power. It's about hooking them. Hook. That's the part. Hyde pointed to the sickle-shaped part of the short-handled axe. By hooking the opponent with this sickle-shaped return, you can seize the weapon, block their movement, and stop them. In this way, he slammed the handle of his axe against the shoulder of the target, hooked the return, pulled the target with all his might, and struck it with the edge of the shield he held so tightly. The target was cracked in half by the tremendous blow. You can use it as a springboard for your next attack. Just because you avoided the blade part doesn't mean you dodged. If you hit him in the shoulder, you can break his stance. If you hit him in the wrist, you can drop the weapon. If you hit him in the knee, you can make him fall. The neck is out of the question. So when you're dealing with a skilled axeman, you need to not only avoid the blade, but also take precautions afterwards. I hadn't thought of that before. You're not a threat when you're wielding force. A true user is more focused on reliably taking away the opponent's fighting strength than on power. Before I knew it, I found myself listening to Hyde-san's words. Although I never use weapons, their countermeasures and such are quite useful. Some of the soldiers in the Demon King's army used axes, so it's quite informative. Seeing me listening earnestly, Hyde-san, who had lowered his shield and axe to the ground, let out a lively laugh. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've had such a young man worth teaching. All the newbies these days don't even try to know anything other than the weapon they're handling, seriously. How are they going to fight in a real war when you don't know your opponent's fighting style? But they're going to fight on the fly against a weapon they've never seen before. Hyde-san. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if this guy is an instructor or something in the Kingdom of Nirvana. The explanation was easy enough for me to understand, and more importantly, he had an easy personality that made me feel less distant from people from other countries. It's about time. Hyde-san muttered, looking at the slightly slanted sun. Sorry for interrupting your training, Yusato. No, it's been a meaningful time for me as well. I'm glad to hear you say that. I should get going, what about you? I'm going back to the inn. Hyde-san nodded at my words and started to walk towards the exit of the training ground, but on his way, he turned around and waved. Then I'll see you at the meeting, young healing magician. Hyde-san walks out of the training ground with a lively laugh. Based on his last words, did he know about me? Did he know that I was a healing magician just from my name? I wondered about Hyde-san's words, but returned to the inn where there was water to wash away the sweat I had worked up. After meeting the mysterious Hyde-san during my morning training, I dressed myself well and headed to the great library where the meeting was to take place. I saw Senpai and Kazuki in their new outfits as I walked through the library under the guidance of Welsi-san. I'm the same as usual, but Senpai and Kazuki's outfits are proper. Unlike me, who is dressed in the group uniform that symbolizes the rescue squad, Senpai and Kazuki are dressed in white. Cloaks stretching from their backs and right shoulders, and light armor with ornaments. They also wore light armor with ornaments, and boots that made it easy for them to move. There seems to be a difference between men's and women's costumes, but both are very cool. Yap. And the overall color is similar to Yusato's uniform, so there's a sense of unity. But if it's all white like this, it's going to be pretty noticeable. Kazuki chuckles as he puts his hand on his cloak. It certainly looks like the three of us would stand out quite a bit if we were lined up. As we're talking about this, Welsi-san, who's leading us, turns around. It would look very picturesque with all of you lined up. Is that so? Yes, it's true. We will soon be arriving at the auditorium where the meeting will take place, so please prepare yourselves. Oops, it's surprisingly close to the entrance. It's called the Great Library, so I thought I'd have to go up some stairs or something, but I guess not. After a little bit of walking, I saw what seemed to be the entrance to the auditorium, just as Welsi-san had said. At the same time, I saw several men and women standing there with their backs to me, looking at me. When Kazuki saw them, he gave them a nostalgic smile and ran up to them. It's been a long time. Chief Warrior. Oh, it's Kazuki. How have you been? There were two men and a woman. When I saw the face of the man who turned around at the sound of Kazuki's voice, I was in awe. He is much taller than me, and has a very fearless face. No, but you're still thin. Eat meat, meat. Haha, I think I eat more than most people. Oh, and I'd like to introduce you to some of my friends I told you about before. Yes, I should also greet them as a representative of Nirvana. He then looked over and noticed me, smiled, and raised one hand as if he was greeting a friend. Oh, it's been a while since our morning training, Yusato. Once again, I'm Hyde, the warrior chief of the Nirvana Kingdom Warriors. Please take care of me today. What? Not only Senpai, but even those who seemed to be Hyde-san's subordinates on the other side let out a dumbfounded voice. How could I have predicted that would happen? Why am I meeting the representative of the Kingdom of Nirvana before anyone else? In the Kingdom of Lingle? Author's note. Training fools are drawn to each other. This was Hyde-san, the fresh muscle of Nirvana. In case you are wondering, I used my own image to describe the use and fighting style of the axe. The Nirvana Kingdom Warriors, the warrior chief, Hyde-san. How is the representative of the kingdom training so hard early in the morning for an important meeting? I thought he might be the representative's bodyguard, but he was completely different. I was so dumbfounded that I couldn't even speak, but Hyde-san was smiling cheerfully like a child who had successfully played a prank. A petite woman with orange hair in a ponytail, who seemed to be his subordinate, was talking to him. Chief Warrior, do you know him? Yeah, when I was working out in the morning. There was a boy who had been running at a pretty good pace for a long time since sunrise, so I called out to him. Well, at first I didn't think he was the healing magician I'd heard so much about. I didn't think he was a representative of the Kingdom of Nirvana either. And then I was pierced by the gaze of my friends who said, "What is this guy doing in the morning?" At Hyde-san's words, a small woman gave a shocked look. Hey! We have a meeting and you've been training as usual. Ha ha ha! Don't fool me by laughing. I told you that today is a really important meeting. Don't tell everyone, Helena. I know that today's meeting is a very important one that will affect the future of the people living on the continent. Isn't that what you want to say? So you know what I'm talking about. The woman called Helena lost her momentum in front of him as she calmly replied. Hyde-san looked at her, crossed his arms, and nodded his head. If we are going to have a meeting, we need to be somewhat prepared. That's why I've spent the morning warming up. The flow of the conversation was obviously strange just now, wasn't it? Why are you suddenly talking about warming yourself up? In your mind, does the meeting mean going to the battle? Hide-san laughs cheerfully, but the woman called Helena holds her head. As I watched the exchange as if it were someone else's problem, Hide-san's gaze turned to me. Kazuki, you were right, he and the other hero are just as solid and strong as you are. Because, you know, they're both. Of course. That's kind of embarrassing. Yusato-kun. I nodded vaguely at Kazuki's words, while Senpai was honestly pleased. Not to mention the two heroes, Yusato is even better than me when it comes to physical abilities. That's nothing short of reassuring for an ally to fight with. No, I'm still inexperienced as well. However, even if I'm superior in physical ability, it doesn't mean that I'm stronger than him. From the training scene in the morning, I intuited that this person was someone who fights with skill, not strength. In other words, just like Leona-san, he is the type who can skillfully manipulate magic and weapons to gain an advantage in battle. The most troublesome point was that he was familiar with all kinds of weapons, so he could deal with attacks that he had never seen before. When I was thinking calmly and not getting carried away by the praise, I noticed that Helena was looking at me with an incredulous expression. Why you repraising him that highly? He looks so normal to me. I don't think he's normal just by his looks though. Look at him, he's dangerous in many ways. The muscles, especially in the arms and legs, are out of this world. This is indeed a training technique using healing magic invented by Rose of the Rescue Squad. It's no exaggeration to say that it's beyond the realm of human beings. Hide-san looked at my arms and legs and said something like that. Does he have some kind of magic eye? I'm soberly curious, and Helena-san asks him a question, tilting her head. Every time I think about it, how come you can grasp the muscle structure of others when you don't have the magical eye? If you're my subordinate too, you'll naturally be able to see. No, I don't like it. Wait, he doesn't have magic eyes. What a special skill. I don't know, I kind of want it. Time is running out. We're on our way. Representatives of the Kingdom of Lingle, meet me at the meeting. You guys, let's go. Understood. Haha. Hide-san laughed briskly, flipped his cloak and walked to the meeting place, and Helena-san watched his back, let out a sigh and followed him. We were stunned for a while by the representative of the Nirvana Kingdom who left like a storm, but then Senpai thought of something and clapped her hands. The eyes that look at muscles, that means muscle eyes, right? Yusato-kun. Welsi-san, Kazuki, shall we go too? Ari. We went past Senpai while she's muttering about something. Feeling a little tired from the raging developments, we stepped into the venue where the meeting was to take place. The venue for the meeting was a large space similar to an auditorium. Tables and chairs resembling round tables were set up in the large room. We sat down in the seats that Welsi-san had asked us to sit in, although we were a bit reluctant to sit in what looked like a large hall. After that, Sigurd-san arrived and we, the representatives of the Lingle Kingdom, all gathered together. It seemed that we were the last to arrive, and the representatives of the other kingdoms had already taken their seats. Lucas-sama of the Samaria Kingdom and two sky blue knights who seemed to be his bodyguards waiting behind him. Princess Nea and Prince Kyle of the Kingdom of Kamhelio, and their 4 escorting knights. Hide-san, the warrior chief of the Nirvana Kingdom's warrior corps, and 2 warriors, including his subordinate Helena. The guards brought by the 4 kingdoms, including the Lingle Kingdom, were gathered in front of this grand library. When I think of the elite from each of these kingdoms gathered here, I can't help but feel a little excited. Now that all the representatives of each kingdom are here, we will begin our meeting. Although it is presumptuous, I, Welsi, the mage exclusive to the Lingle Kingdom, will be facilitating the meeting. My gaze is drawn to Welsi-san, who stands up with a document in her hand. Perhaps she's used to this kind of thing, but she conducts the proceedings with a behavior that doesn't make me feel nervous. Since this meeting is also called a face-to-face meeting, I would like the representatives of each kingdom to introduce themselves first. Then, do you mind if I start first? When Welsi-san said that, Lucas-sama was the first one to raise his hand. The gazes of the people in this meeting were all focused on him at once, but he still had a relaxed expression on his face. I'm sure my presence is the most questionable thing about you. Lucas-sama looked around at all of us before opening his mouth. I am Lucas Word Samaria, ruler of the Kingdom of Samaria. For various reasons, Knight Chief Fegnus has been relieved of his duties. Since no one has yet been found to take his place, I have decided to attend the meeting myself. I'm the king, and I'm attending this meeting without prior notice, but my intentions are the same as yours. I'm looking forward to working with you. Lucas-sama said, and sat down in his seat. After a moment of silence, Princess Nea of the Kingdom of Kamhelio stood up. My name is Nea Lark Kamhelio, the first princess of the Kingdom of Kamhelio. I am standing here as a representative on behalf of my father. I am aware that I am inexperienced as a person in charge, but I am standing here now because I want to help in any way I can in the fight against the powerful forces of the Demon King's army. Princess Nea, who had finished speaking with a bit of nervousness, sat down with a look of relief, but her expression turned tense as Prince Kyle, who was standing next to her, stood up vigorously. I am Kyle Lark Comhelio, the first prince of Comhelio Kingdom. Gentlemen, I do not like to waste time. Therefore, things should be simple, clear, and easy to understand. Suddenly, Prince Kyle jumped up and down with a strange scream. As I looked on, Princess Nea, who had grabbed Prince Kyle by the neck and forced him to sit in his original seat, bowed her head in some panic. I apologize for my unworthy brother. I'm letting him attend due to his position, but you can think of him as an ornament. Oh, sister. Shut up. How can you call them gentlemen in front of all these people? How much more embarrassment do you want to put me through? Why is Prince Kyle here? No, I can say the same thing about me, who is probably the lowest in position to say that. After all, he had to be there as a prince, didn't he? Ha 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 ha. In the slightly loose air, I hear a lively laugh from one of the round tables. If you look over there, you can see Hyde-san laughing with his arms crossed in your field of vision, while Helena is in a panic behind him. The prince of the kingdom of Comhelio is a man of courage. Yes, young people have to be as daredevil as this. After saying that, Hyde-san stood up and began to introduce himself in a clear voice while looking around at the people sitting at the round table. I'm Hyde, the warrior chief of the Nirvana Kingdom Warriors. I'm the warrior chief of the Nirvana Kingdom Warriors, and although I may seem a bit out of place following the king, princess, and prince, I'd like to talk with you as a representative of my country. With that, the three kingdoms' introductions were over, and it was our turn as the Lingal Kingdom. As I took a small deep breath to keep myself from getting nervous, Sigurd-san stood up and began his introduction. I'm Sigurd, the Knight Commander of the Lingal Kingdom Knights. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Lingal Kingdom Knights for agreeing to this urgent call for talks. I expect that when this meeting comes to an end, we will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder as comrades fighting together. I don't know now, I can introduce myself, but now I'm starting to feel very anxious about having to talk at length about my fight with Koga. As a matter of fact, I think I've forgotten some things since a while ago. I can assure myself that I haven't forgotten anything, but a strange feeling of frustration is gnawing at the back of my mind. Maybe I forgot to put on my uniform. No, that's not it. I have the bracelet that transforms into the gauntlet. I've been imitating Rose for a while now. What am I worrying about at this point in my life? I've gone through so much trouble to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. It's not possible to be careless. Yusato-kun. Yes. We're done with me and Kazuki, so we'll finish with you, Yusato-kun. What? I was so absorbed in my thoughts that a tap on my shoulder brought me back to myself. Before I knew it, Senpai and Kazuki had finished their introductions, and all eyes in the meeting were focused on me. Lucas-sama was smiling at me as if to say, hey, what's the matter, Yusato? Princess Nea and Hyde-san were looking at me with great interest, and Prince Kyle was glaring at me with the same regret as yesterday. In such a chaotic situation, I hurriedly stood up, straightened my back, and said the words I had been thinking about again as loudly as I could. I'm Yusato Ken, Vice Commander of the Lingal Kingdom Rescue Squad. I'm a young man who was just recently recognized as the Vice Commander, but I'm looking forward to working with you today. At any rate, there should have been no problem. I was fed up with my bland, overly normal greeting. Even so, I sat down in my seat and tried not to let it show on my face. Then, Senpai next to me spoke to me in a whisper. Yusato-kun, are you nervous? Yeah, I can't get used to it no matter how many times I experience it. But, Yusato-kun, it's going to be tough after this. Yes, it is. I'll have to explain in front of all these people that I fought with the Demon King's army, the 2nd Legion Commander, and Koga. To be honest, it would have been better for me if Welsi-san and Sigurd-san had made it simple, but Princess Nea and Hyde-san wanted me to explain it myself. It's not that I can't speak, but it's a lot of work. Explaining the battle with Koga? Wait. In this meeting, I have to tell everyone here about the battle with Koga, right? That means I also have to explain how I fought Koga and how I defeated him. Which also means I have to explain to all these people the forbidden art of healing magic with physical force, the rapid healing fist. The meeting has already started, so there's no turning back now. What should I do? I couldn't help but turn pale as I realized this fact now. Author's note. It was Yusato who was too preoccupied with the meeting to notice. In fact, if you were to ask me how to beat Koga, I'd say, what? When you hear it from the side. As I realized that I had to explain about the rapid healing fist in the meeting where the representatives of each kingdom were gathered, I was thinking hard about what I should say as I listened to the meeting that had started. I could tell them, but would they really believe me? If I didn't show them, wouldn't they call me a liar? No, I'm aware that I've done some pretty bad things as a healing magician. But, I didn't think I'd have to expose myself to that in public, so it's tough. I've been thinking about it for a while now and trying not to show my upset with Rose's performance, and I've been trying to keep my composure by folding my arms and silently continuing to look directly in front of me. In the event of a battle against the Demon King's army, the strength that Samaria can provide is then the amount of supplies needed to prepare the fighting force. What kind of equipment do the demons have, and what kind of physical capabilities do they have? While I was doing this, the meeting was progressing moment by moment. We have a general understanding of the situation, but the forces that will be assembled against the Demon King army will be considerable. What are the forces that can be brought out from each kingdom? The supplies to maintain it. And then there's the most important thing, the war potential of the Demon King's army and the physical abilities and magic of the individual demons. Sometimes we exchange information and opinions. While the representatives here were holding talks, there was one person in particular who caught my attention. Chief Warrior Hyde, don't you think we should first discuss the main force of the Demon King's army? That is also important, but the first priority is to solidify the ground strength of our soldiers. When the main force of our side and the main force of the Demon Lord's army face each other, we should prepare for the battle situation so that our side can maintain the advantage. But perhaps sensing that the conversation between Hyde-san and Princess Nea was about to develop into an argument, Lucas-sama interjected as if to break the flow. It's also important to share information about the Demon King's army, the one we're fighting against. With that in mind, may I ask Knight Commander Sigurd, who overcame the invasion of the Demon King's army twice, if I may speak with him? Of course. Lucas-sama, who is probably the most familiar with this kind of situation among all of them, is supporting me to make the meeting go smoothly as he explained to me the other day. Thanks to Lucas-sama, Welsi-san, who had been so nervous, is now able to relax her shoulders and act as a facilitator, so I'm really glad that he's here. Hey, Yusato-kun. Yes? What's up? In the middle of the meeting, Senpai spoke to me in a hushed voice. I tilted my head at her somewhat subtle expression. You've been glaring at Prince Kyle, who's sitting across from you for a while now. Did he do something to you? Hey? I didn't mean to. I replied in the same tone of voice as Senpai, and when I looked at Prince Kyle, he was pale as he glanced at me. I was still pretending to be Rose, so from Prince Kyle's point of view, it meant that I had been glaring at him the whole time because I was in a bad mood. I'm sorry about that, I'll have to make a proper apology later. Well, don't worry about him. Yusato-kun, are you okay? Are you nervous? No, it's more like I'm nervous. Yusato-sama. As I was about to reply to Prince Kyle's dry seniority with a wry smile, Welsi-san called my name. I turned around, thinking that I would be blamed for wasting time talking at an important meeting, but judging from the apologetic look on Welsi-san's face, it seems not. Yusato-sama, may I ask you to explain about the battle against the Demon King's army and the 2nd Legion commander in the Land of Beasts? Yes. Time goes by so fast. While reaching a point of resignation, I spoke to Senpai and Kazuki, keeping my voice low so that only they could hear me. Kazuki, Senpai. Yes. What's wrong? Yusato. When they look at me, I open my mouth with a bit of hesitation. I might reveal something ridiculous now, so please smile gently when I do. What the hell are you going to do? What's really going on? I smiled with some resignation at the two who dexterously interrupted me in small voices, and stood up, looking around at the people in the meeting again. No matter how you look at it, Lucas-sama is grinning at me. Princess Nea is looking at me with great interest, and Prince Kyle is looking unfaithful. Hyde-san looks somewhat excited. No matter how I think about it, I feel like I'm going to be discouraged by these people, but I still organize what I'm going to say in my head before I say it. From now on, I'll explain about Koga Dingle, the commander of the Demon King's army's 2nd Legion, with whom I fought in the Land of Beasts. If this happens, I have no choice but to be resolute. I'll be honest with them even if I'm taken back a bit. As I was making up my mind to do so, Prince Kyle raised his right hand from the seat facing me and spoke up. I want you to wait a moment. First of all, as a prerequisite, did the healing magician there really go to the Land of Beasts? Instantly, Princess Nea's clenched fist swung down on Prince Kyle's head. I apologize for my repeated rudeness. Oh, sister. Because that's right. You don't even have any proof that this guy went to the country of the Beastmen, let alone the commander of the Demon King's army. The fact that Yusato-sama went to the Land of Beastmen is proven by the Queen of the Floating City Miyarak, Norn Elad Miyarak-sama, right? In addition to that, why can't you see why Lucas-sama and Chief Warrior Hyde, who are present here, don't point out the questions that even you can notice? Prince Kyle returned to his seat with a frustrated look on his face. In fact, if you ask me for proof, all you have to do is get a sentence from Hay-8 with his hootbird who signed the contract at Hinomoto. Well, let me get back on track and resume my explanation. Let's see, when I went to the Beastman country, I encountered Koga, the commander of the 2nd Legion, who had already asked for help from the Beastman tribe. As it was, I explained what had happened in the Beastman country, albeit roughly. Of course, I'll leave out the civil war and such, but I'll tell the story of how I came to fight Koga. In the middle of this, Princess Nea asks me a question. What kind of magic did he have? Dark magic. After all, dark magic is a rare magic, both in a good way and a bad way, and not only the representative but even the knight who was in charge of the escort revealed his agitation. Its ability is to wear a black belt composed of magical power that can be used as both a weapon and armor. The commander of the 2nd Legion, Koga, wore it and challenged me to a match with his tremendous physical ability. So what did you do? Of course, I fought back. I wasn't losing in terms of physical ability, so I think I was able to compete with him. No, wait, that's weird. I replied to Lucas-sama, and Prince Kyle interrupted me again. Next to him, Princess Nea held her forehead. No, for once my question is a valid one. Why are you competing against a legion leader with your physical abilities, let alone a demon? Sigh, Kyle. Princess Nea looked dumbfounded, but she still tweaked her appeal. But Lucas-sama, who heard my reply, only laughed pleasantly. Ha ha ha, you're still the same. It's still fresh in my mind that you knocked down our Night Chief with a single fist. Look at that. Lucas-sama also said this. What? You just revealed the fact that you knocked down the Chief Knight of Samaria? Lucas-sama, you're not amused, are you? No, this guy has a bit of a mischievous side to him, so I'm sure he'll at least try to make a reckless move just to take a break from the meeting. Back to the topic at hand. My impression of the battle was that Koga's abilities were quite impressive. Magic that can be used as both a weapon and a shield for any distance, and extraordinary physical abilities. I don't think there was any way to fight him properly except in close combat. So you're saying that we should bring him into melee combat? I nodded at Hyde-san's words. Yes. But the main problem was that Koga was the best at close combat. In addition to that, his own magical defense was so robust that he could easily prevent even my full-force attacks. Prince Kyle looked like he wanted to say something, but Princess Nea silenced him with a glare at that. Now that I think about it, it's foul to overlap the sashes and prevent them from attacking. From the hardness of that sash, it looks like it won't let magic or swords through, which is not in its nature. So, did you defeat the 2nd Legion commander? We were also wounded quite deeply, but we were able to repel him. That time was really tough. It was the first time I had received an attack that could penetrate my body without any thought. I won't have to explain how I defeated it if I explain so much. The main subject was to explain the fighting ability and magic of the 2nd Legion commander, Koga, so there was no need to explain how I defeated him. With that in mind, I was about to end the conversation when Hyde-san, who had his hand on his chin, opened his mouth in distress. How did you defeat the 2nd Legion commander? From what you've told me, he was quite an opponent, wasn't he? Hyde-san's statement made my shoulders shake with guilt. As if he was suspicious of my reaction, Prince Kyle opened his mouth exuberantly while paying attention to Princess Nea next to him. Maybe you didn't really fight them off, did you? Kyle. No. I'll tell you what. I honestly don't believe a word you're saying. You're telling me that you're going to take on a legion leader with nothing but your physical strength, and you're going to beat him? That's not really true, is it? He smiles and turns to me. As for me, I was prepared to be told that, so I wasn't too upset, but I was more worried about Princess Nea, who was becoming more and more swarthy next to me. Didn't you just run away in front of the 2nd Corps commander and the like? That's enough. Just as Princess Nea next to him was about to raise her palm expressionlessly, Lucas-sama's voice interrupted Prince Kyle's words. Prince Kyle was taken aback by Lucas-sama's sudden words. If you think about it from a common-sense point of view, as he said, it would seem ridiculous that a mere human, even a healing magician, would fight on even terms with a demon race that has physical abilities and magical power that surpasses that of humans. Yes, I suppose it does. But you see, I've seen Yusato fight right in front of me. That's why I understand why he can't put into words what he's fighting. His fighting is, shall we say, so beyond the scope of our common sense. After looking around at the people in the meeting, Lucas-sama gives me the same strong-willed look he gave me when we first met. I don't know all the details of his journey after he left my country. But one thing is for sure, Yusato-ken is not a man to run away when faced with an opponent to fight. Isn't that right, Yusato? Yes. What the hell am I doing? I wanted to hide my eccentricity, so I gave Lucas-san a lot of trouble. I have to be sincere in this situation. I should have behaved in an appropriate manner as the vice commander of the rescue squad and above all as Rose's disciple. Feeling utterly embarrassed by my immaturity and shallowness, I prepared to tell him everything. I used a technique called the Rapid Healing Fist in fighting off the 2nd Legion Commander Koga. Healing what? Princess Naya tilted her head at the technique with the name healing. The others besides her, especially Senpai who hadn't heard of it before, looked up at her with a bit of excitement. There's something I should tell you in explaining this technique. I'm not treating healing magic as a technique to heal people, but as a technique to subdue an opponent without injury. How do you use healing magic? Hyde-san asks, and I tell him honestly, without getting upset. I put healing magic on them, hit them, throw magic bullets, and try to blind them with magic bullets. It is also possible to work with a user who can handle magic and restrain the opponent. Blinding? Magic? Restraint? Princess Naya, who was trying to think seriously, muttered in confusion, but frankly. We hadn't even gotten to the point yet, so we let the conversation continue. Let's get back to the topic of the healing fist. This technique is the most dangerous of all the techniques I use, so I usually try not to use it, but in the fight with Koga, I had to use it out of necessity. So it's a dangerous move to use healing magic. Yes, it is. I wondered what kind of response I would get. It's a technique that even I, the person using it, was surprised by. If Shay-san here heard the principle of it, she would probably faint. I took a small deep breath and explained about the healing fist to the people who were looking at me. Rapid healing fist. It's a technique where you intentionally unleash systemic enhancement, make it directional, and then strike the opponent in close proximity in succession. Outburst of systemic enhancement. Bang! Hyde-san, rising from his chair with vigor, exclaimed in astonishment. I'm not sure if the rest of the group understands the danger of what I'm doing, but they can't hide their surprise. The expression on the face of Welsi-san, who is especially at the edge of my vision, is incredible. It is a technique that can only be successful with the aid of a specially made gauntlet. Without it, I'd probably be gone from the elbow up by now. It's brilliant that you can perform systematic enhancement at that age, but even so, intentional outbursts, etc., are not the idea of an ordinary person. In fact, considering the dangers of systemic enhancement, it's not surprising that something like that could happen. Rather, Leona-san lectured me a lot. I should also be prepared to be lectured by Welsi-san, whose eyesight is going to faint after this. Did that technique get through to the 2nd Legion commander? Princess Naya, who was the first to regain her composure here, asks me that. Yes. After slamming into him 7 times, he finally broke through the defense, so I slammed my fist into his flesh and knocked him out. I was able to fight him off, but in the end, we ended up splitting the pain. With my rapid healing fist, I was able to drive Koga into a faint. However, in the end, the fight ended in a way that was missed. Ha ha ha. Hyde-san's laughter sounded in the silent meeting. Surprised, I turned my gaze to him and saw that Hyde-san was nodding his head in a deeply emotional manner. Lucas-sama is right, this is truly beyond the scope of common sense. I didn't think that you had done something far beyond my expectations. That's absolutely outrageous, the Lingle Kingdom's rescue squad. Ha, ha. I couldn't keep up with Hyde-san's cheerful tension and could only reply vaguely. Then, Hyde-san turned to me and smiled. While you're here, would you mind if you showed us your healing strikes? Hey. Because I can't really imagine what it looks like from a verbal description. If you don't mind, I'd like to see it in action. Hyde-san seemed like an excited child when he said that. I couldn't help but nod my head, my cheeks twitching. Author's note. This time, it was Prince Kyle who was doing nothing but interjecting, but the questions he had were natural for someone who didn't know anything about Usato or the rescue squad. Well, about half of them were personal grudges or something, lol. The meeting of the 4 kingdoms was held in Lukvis. The first day of the meeting came to an end, and I was quite tired mentally. It was because of the presence of the representatives including Lucas-sama, and more importantly, because I, who was not used to such an important discussion, was constantly nervous. And so, Usato has to show off that disturbing technique. A disturbing technique? Yeah, I guess you can say that. After the meeting, I was about to go to the training grounds we used earlier in the day to get some sleep when I ran into Amako, who was about to visit the inn we were staying at, so we went straight to talking about the meeting and a bit of complaining. We were talking about the meeting and complaining a bit. We're going to see how powerful it is, right? How do I do that? I just aim it at the target and fire it normally. I wonder if a normal target can withstand. I mean at the time I will use a weaker version of it. If I really hit them in succession, I'll lose my magic in no time. I'm going to take it easy, that's for sure. But first, I'll probably be questioned by everyone today. That's Usato's fault for hiding it. That's true, but it's easy to imagine Senpai's pursuit, but the problem is Welsi-san, who understands the danger of system enhancing. She was looking at me with her eyes during the meeting. I'm sure she'll have a lot of questions for me later. She looked at me as if she was having an auditory hallucination. But I think it was a good opportunity. What? To be aware of the gap between you and the people around you. Well, I'm just reopening the door. Yes, I learned to reopen my mind at today's meeting. I was allowed to be stubborn and not admit that I'm not human, because I'm from the rescue squad, but as the vice commander of the rescue squad, I can't be so selfish. When you change your position, your consciousness changes. As Nornzama said, that's exactly right. I think of Nornzama, who protected the place called Mirak as a queen despite being tormented by sleep and fatigue. But if Usato were to reopen the door, I think that would be a bit scary. Wait, what do you mean by that? I've always been a bit of a self-effacing person, but if I don't, I'm sure I'll be able to come up with some new tricks. This little fox, what does she think I am? No, as expected, I won't make a technique worse than the rapid healing fist just because I've reopened my mind. Besides, I've been all about healing punches lately, so I've been thinking of some application techniques for healing magic bullets. Like what? Healing accelerated bullet, a speed-oriented healing magic bullet combined with accelerated fist. A healing magic bullet that bends by applying the magic manipulation of the basket, or a healing remote bullet. It's a technique only possible with the gauntlet, but I think it's quite useful. Oh, that's right. I'm also thinking of practicing rapid-fire magic bullets like the leader used to do. As for its use, the healing acceleration bullet is a magic bullet that can be used to instantly heal an injured person at a distance. The healing remote bullet is a magic bullet to accurately heal an ally in a crowded battle. Both of these techniques are based on Gauntlet's power, but they seem to be moderately useful. Even though it's a healing magic bullet that bends, it can only bend once at best. It's not a bad idea to use the Gauntlet to compensate for the fact that I originally didn't have the talent to release magic bullets, but if I think that I can freely change the direction of something that's going straight for once, it's quite different. As expected, it's impossible to bend a healing flying fist in principle, so it's safe to say that I'll be able to use it in the form of a healing flying fist for power and a healing magic bullet for hit power and speed. Yes. So it's a technique to take the opponent by surprise and a technique to make a direct hit even from through the shield. Hey! Hold on. No, I did think that it could be used like that in combat, right? But it never occurred to me to think of that first. As my cheeks twitched at the discrepancy between me and Amako, I heard the sound of someone's footsteps approaching from behind me. Oh, there you are. I turned around to see Kara-san, the teacher I met here before, and Hafa-san, whom I met again yesterday. I'm not sure why the teacher Kara is here, but the school is closed for talks today, so she's not lecturing or anything. I look at Amako, who has her hood pulled up tightly over her eyes, and then I look at Kara-san and Hafa-san. It's been a while, Kara-san. Hafa-san hasn't seen you since yesterday, right? Ah. And it hasn't even been half a year since then, but you've grown up so much you look different. I don't have to let Hafa-san's magical eye check you out to see that. Oh, I see. I wonder if he has the same muscle eyes as Hyde-san? I'm not sure how much I've changed my appearance from before the trip to now. I'm not sure if it's just me thinking that, or if I'm growing taller or something. I'm a little bit happy if that's the case. I was going to come and see you, but I didn't expect you to come to me. I've been hearing about your activities since we left Lukvis. Since you're here, I thought we should meet and talk. Hafa also apologizes for making you show us around on your day off. Hafa-san shook his head when Kara-san told him that. No, there's nothing to do but self-discipline even on a holiday anyway. Rather, talking with you Sato-san is a good stimulus for me. I think you should look at something other than training a little. Selfishly, I have this kind of nature. What can I say, the more we talk, the more I think I'm going to hit it off with Hafa-san. After sighing at Hafa's annoyed smile, Kara turns to me. I heard that you became the vice commander of the rescue squad. Congratulations. Thank you. Well, there are still some things I'm not used to, but I'm trying to act like a vice commander. I'm sure you'll be fine without being so conscious. From the time you were in Lukvis before, you had an atmosphere that reminded me of something, or should I say, Rose. Oh, is that so? I don't know if I should be somewhat embarrassed or make a subtle expression. I'm not sure what to make of this. Kara-san shows a pretense of concern for the time as I have an ambiguous expression on my face. At any rate, it's good to see your face. You're leaving already. With the meeting, we teachers have a lot of work to do. We have to get back soon. What about you, Hafa? I think I'd like to talk to you Sato-san for a little while longer. All right. Just to let you know, as a teacher, don't bother him too much. Of course. Seeing Hafa-san nod, Kara-san said her goodbyes and then left the training grounds. The only ones left are me, Hafa-san, and Amako, who has been mute since just now. What is this annoyance that Kara-san mentioned just now? After seeing Carla off, I sat down on the grass again and Hafa, who was also sitting next to me, called out to me. Oh, Yusato-san. How is Nak-kun doing? Nak? He's doing well as a rescue squad. That's good to hear. As a matter of fact, I'm a little relieved that he's safely in the rescue squad, because I've been wondering about Nak-kun myself. Perhaps Nak was struggling to complete his training right now. As I thought about Nak, I suddenly thought about the girl who would still be in Lukvis. Mina, what is she doing now? Mina Lyarcia? She's... What should I say, Did something happen to that girl? No, not really. Hafa-san looks somewhat uncomfortable to say. She doesn't seem to feel like she's involved in anything. Are you saying that she's become even rougher than before because she lost the match with Nak? No, if anything, she's become unthinkably more serious than she used to be. What? I remembered her as a girl with a piercing personality, but I wondered if she had changed her mind after the battle with Nak. Or is she trying her best to get revenge on him like Nak said before we left? I've often seen you practicing magic and running after school. I couldn't believe my eyes at first, but after thinking about it again, she herself, like Nak-kun, may have finally moved on forward. Hey. So the events in Lukvis had affected not only Nak, but Mina as well. My first impression of her was terrible, but there might have been circumstances between Nak and Mina that I didn't know about. I've seen Mina training quite a bit, so if you're lucky, you might run into her, Yusato-san. Even if I did meet her, I wouldn't know how to talk to her. From Mina's point of view, I'm the one who sent Nak to the rescue squad. When I thought about it, I was the one who created the reason for Nak to go to the rescue squad. Furthermore, we both made a terrible first impression on each other, so I'm sure he wouldn't take kindly to that. I don't think he's going to attack me, but I've had enough of being abused by people in the rescue squad. Anyway, Yusato-san. Yes. As I was thinking about this, Hafa-san suddenly stood up and called out to us. Me and Amako look up at him curiously, and he smiles the same childlike smile that Hyde-san did in the morning. If you have some time to spare, would you like to do a little sparring? No, you can turn me down if you can't. Haha. I see, so that's why you came to see me. I'm not going to have time to do anything but strength training when I get back to the inn, and if I go back to the inn and Welsie-san is there, she's going to lecture me. Okay, excuse over. Well then, let's do it. But it's only sparring, so make sure you don't get hurt. Of course. I don't want to get angry with Kara-sensei or the headmaster, either. It was a proposal I could not have wished for. I can learn from Hafa-san's method of fighting that accurately exploits her opponent's weaknesses. Now that I've understood through my travels that not all opponents can be penetrated only by strength, I might be able to gain something from fighting with him. Hey, we really are a lot alike, aren't we? Amako smiled with a somewhat dumbfounded sigh. While smiling at her, Hafa-san and I walked to a corner of the training grounds. The teamwork with Hafa-san was a series of surprises for me. I hadn't underestimated the power of his growing magical eye, but I hadn't expected him to be able to detect my new fighting style at first sight. I was also taken aback by the new fighting techniques he used. In the past, he had used his magical eye to read his opponent's movements and always attack first, but what he used today was the opposite. He read his opponent's movements, let him launch an attack, and then hit him with a powerful counter-attack. It was a technique that was only possible because Hafa-san was able to see his opponent's initial movements completely, and he was unable to respond to it at first sight. Yusato-sama, are you listening to me? Yes. I'm not sure if I'm escaping reality, but the glaring voice of Welsie-san brings me back to my senses, and I raise my voice. After finishing sparring with Hafa-san, I was scolded by Welsie-san in the inn in a normal way. I'm sure you can understand why I didn't want to tell you, but I wish you had told me beforehand. Sigh. You are in a way different from Kazuki-sama and Suzune-sama, you are developing new magical possibilities. And no, I'm not praising you. Pioneering new magic is. I'm sure that the technique of deliberately unleashing systemic enhancement was too dangerous and no one would have done it. As I was reflecting on the fact that I hadn't told him beforehand, Kazuki, who was listening to the sermon beside me, called out to me somewhat happily. Haha, you're just like me. Yusato. Hey? Oh, I guess so. Me too, me too. You all are really too sharp. Suzune-sama is also. Sigh. As Senpai raised her hands in agreement, Welsie-san sighed as if she couldn't stand it. Kazuki-sama's magic manipulation is only a technique that has mastered the basics, so it's not necessarily dangerous, but Suzune-sama is in a way the same as Yusato-sama. It is a technology that allows you to wear the properties of the lightning system itself like armor and use it to assist your movements and even attack. While it is powerful, it is a technique with many dangers that can even harm its own body if it is handled even slightly incorrectly. Isn't that what you're training for, to prevent that from happening? That's not the point. I want you to have a little more of a sense of danger. I've seen it before, for a brief moment, but it was still a dangerous technique. I've heard that the former army commander that Arc-san fought in Hinomoto used a similar technique, so I know it's something that requires a lot of skill and experience. Welshi-san's shoulders dropped at the swallowing senpai. Sigurd-san, who had been watching our exchange quietly, opened his mouth to her. Calm down, Welshi. It's true that Suzune-sama and Yusato-sama's techniques have a dangerous side to them. However, if you make them completely your own, the two of you will become even stronger. That is certainly true, but your concern is painfully understandable to me as well. But isn't the best thing we can do right now is to encourage you to move on, not to stop you? Yes. Welshi-san nodded at Sigurd-san's words and turned to me. I'm sorry for imposing my selfish consciousness on you. But I beg you, please do not use dangerous techniques alone. There is always a reasonable price for strong power. I'm sorry too. I would like to consult with you as much as possible from now on. I knew from the start that Welshi-san was worried about our safety. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm going to do it. It's the same with my own power. Just as in the case of the Kurha fountain in Mirak, or the runaway Karen, there is a price to pay in order to gain powerful power. The same is true of my own power. As I was thinking this, Welshi-san, relieved by my words, continued to speak. I'd like to change the subject, but while I'm at it, I'd like to tell you about our plans for tomorrow. When you say tomorrow, do you mean about the meeting? Yes. First of all, tomorrow's meeting will be an in-depth discussion, unlike today's, so Kazuki-sama, Suzune-sama, and Yusato-sama do not need to attend. Perhaps it will be a more in-depth discussion of the topics we discussed today. I'm not sure if I'll be able to give a clear opinion if I'm there, so Welshi-san and Sigurd-san have taken care of that for me. Next, it has been decided that tomorrow afternoon, after the meeting, an exchange game will be held at the training grounds to both exchange information and ascertain our strength. An exchange game? What's that? It's a combat training session between the best players from each kingdom. They will be attacking targets made with magic, sparring, and doing joint exercises with their units. Aren't they taking their own sweet time? The battle against the Demon King's army is imminent. Kazuki uttered this somewhat anxiously, but Welshi-san shook her head. It is necessary because it is now. Even if we fight together, we still don't understand how other countries fight. If we can't work together when the time comes, there is no point in these talks. Indeed, the fighting style of the warriors of the Nirvana Kingdom was completely different from the knights of the Lingal Kingdom. I'm just as impressed as Kazuki. Then, Welshi-san's gaze turns to me. So, you all have to use your magic in front of the three kingdoms. Does that mean me too? Yes, you will be using Yusato-sama's healing technique called Rapid Healing Fist against a target. Will the target hold? I remembered what Amako had said to me during the day, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy. However, Welshi-san smiled at me as if to reassure me. Please don't worry. They have prepared a target that is several times more powerful than the one that you all destroyed in Lukvis before. I heard that they have applied multiple layers of immobilization magic to prevent it from being pulled out easily, so please don't worry. Yusato-kun. Now you can do it without hesitation. Why do you look so happy, you? While I was troubled by Senpai who gave me a thumbs up, I felt a little more motivated. I'm not trying to destroy it, but I'm curious to see how powerful the Rapid Healing Fist is in its current state. Ah, well then, Yusato-kun, Kazuki-kun. Yes. What is it? As if she suddenly thought of something, Senpai called me and Kazuki. She seemed to be in a good mood and said the following words. Tomorrow, if you don't want to go to the meeting in the morning, why don't you and I do a little training? Like a rehearsal for this afternoon. Training for the three of us, huh? We've only done magic-related training before, but it would be nice to do something different this time. Kazuki muttered, seeming to be on board with Senpai's suggestion. I don't mind training either, I don't mind it at all, but what is it? I have a bad feeling about the way Senpai is looking at me. Yusato-kun, trusting in your reflexes, I have a request. What is it? Would you be willing to have a little mock battle with me tomorrow? What's mock battle with Senpai? Isn't this the flow of the story where you have to have a mock battle with Senpai in Magic Armor Thunder Beast mode? The morning of the next day. When the meeting was being held in the main library, Kazuki and I were doing preparatory exercises while exchanging light conversation at the training ground near the inn. So, what kind of format is the mock battle going to take? As expected, we can't do anything that extreme since we have the afternoon ahead of us. What should we do? Does Kazuki have any good ideas? So you guys did not think of that? I put my hand on my chin and asked Kazuki for his opinion while my shoulders slumped as he pondered. After comparing my appearance with his, Kazuki pondered for a while and then smiled as if he had come up with something. I guess so. How about a game of tag where the first one to touch me wins? I'm not sure I can win a game of tag with senpai. I don't want to be told by you, Usato-kun, who has all the physical abilities. I'm not sure I'd be able to outrun you if you came at me full speed in Thunder Beast mode. Kazuki nodded at me and my senpai's reaction and said, they're both the same. In the first place, what kind of mock battle are you having with me? Are you practicing your Thunder Beast mode? Yes, I guess so. To be honest, there's hardly anyone in the castle who can handle my speed. Kazuki-kun can fight evenly with his magic, but there's too much damage to the surroundings. So you chose me? Well, I'm confident that my reflexes are better than most people's, so I don't mind. I won't know if I can handle the speed of senpai until I try. Okay, I understand. Let's try it once for now, shall we? The format is, as Kazuki suggested, in the form of a game of tag. How about if I can touch your right shoulder 3 times, I win, and if I can outlast you for 3 minutes, you win. Sounds good. Let's do that. If I can prevent senpai from touching me for 3 minutes, I win. It might be a little tough, but I'm excited about it. Oh, and if my hand slips and goes in the wrong place, I hope you'll forgive me. And laugh it off. Geez, I'm kidding. So don't look at me like you lost sight. Senpai was getting impatient with my rather serious cold stare. After such an exchange, senpai and I faced each other at a corner of the training ground. Kazuki is there as the referee, so there's no need to worry about our surroundings. The time limit is 180 seconds, and if either of you two move, it counts. You two may begin at any time. I nodded at Kazuki's words and shifted my gaze to senpai. She is unarmed, as she only needs to touch me 3 times. I take a stance, watching her every move. Feel free to do so. Yeah, I'll let you. After all, this is the first time I've been close to you like this. I'm going to go for real, so as not to waste it. The next moment when I recognized that senpai's whole body was shimmering, senpai's hand was placed on my right shoulder. Stunned, I looked at senpai in front of me and saw that he had a smug face that was no less than Kanoko's. That's my first. You can never be too careful, Usato-kun. As expected. Senpai wears lightning for a moment and distances herself from me. It's much faster than I expected. It's not that I couldn't follow it with my eyes. I tense my own cheeks, and fully awake, I deploy my gauntlet hand on my right arm. May I use my gauntlet hand? I don't mind, as long as you can get away from my hands. Fine. Again, I take a stance to draw my right arm against senpai who has been moving at high speed for a moment, clad in lightning. I know that the target is the shoulder. The moment I recognize the shadow that I caught faintly in my vision, I release my accelerating healing fist to the right side and accelerate to the left side. I missed. Again. I leapt further backwards at senpai who was chasing me. As a matter of course, the moment the hand of the pursuer approaches me, I change direction in the air with an accelerated fist shot to the side and dodge the hand, but her fingertips slightly touch my shoulder. Damn, another failure. You're still too fast, senpai. Wait a minute, you were obviously moving stranger than I was. You slid sideways in midair without warning. Senpai said that to me while looking at the fingertips that touched me in a complicated way. It was quite frustrating because I had planned to avoid it completely before senpai got used to the healing acceleration fist. Healing acceleration fist. It's a movement method that uses the outburst of systematic enhancement. I'm starting to think that's already a different technique from systematic enhancement. If I had to name it, I'd call it system blasting. Saying blasting sounds kinda disturbing. If you think about the process of blasting, you can't go wrong with blasting. Well, that's okay for now. I prepare to draw my right arm again, and put magic power into it so that I can make a healing acceleration fist. Now, while we're talking, how much time is left? One more touch and you'll win. Either I have to get used to your speed, or you have to touch me. Interesting. Then let's get more aggressive. Lightning shines in my field of vision. Instantly, the 3 electric shocks released by senpai towards me are closing in. That's too naive. I reacted immediately, and without moving from the spot, I dispelled all of them with my gauntlet hand. At the same time, I bent down to dodge a hand that reached out from the side and she let out a cry of surprise. What? Alright. It was a successful evasion. You can't avoid it as long as you can see where you're aiming and the slightest movement. I was so happy, but then I came back to myself. Senpai didn't move away from me, but reached out with her hand, still covered with lightning. But I've already taken that into consideration. With the momentum of my crouch, I thrust my fist into the ground and unleashed his magic. HNNGH. Kia. The resulting shockwave of magic power hit Senpai's leg, causing her to lose her balance. This is an improvised technique that I just came up with, the healing rolling fist. This is a haphazard technique that uses a fist that hits the ground as a starting point to unleash a system enhancement outburst and unleash a shockwave of magical power that can knock the opponent over. But I probably won't have a chance to use it again. Fahahaha. I've got this match. While keeping the fallen senpai in sight, I backstepped as fast as I could and ran away as fast as I could. I couldn't help but let out a high-pitched laugh like a villain, but senpai responded with a smile of full happiness. As I know, you are the man I expected. Mew. It's not good that I tried to make you last the full 2 minutes. If I'm going to beat you. As soon as she said that, senpai was clearly covered with more electric shocks than ever before. In the end, the dazzling blasts of electricity bounced off the ground, illuminating the training ground even brighter than it would have been in daylight. In all likelihood, she was in full-on mode and shouted at me, her cheeks twitching. I should have just gone full power from the start. Oh oi, let's time. I'm coming, Yusato-kun. As it is, she disappears from sight, and tremendous pressure is coming from all directions. I don't know what to do, but it looks as if senpai is too fast for me and I'm altering myself. Yeah, as if I'm going to get away with this. I prepared my gauntlet to overcome the onslaught of senpai. Rather, senpai is completely excited and enjoying herself. Ah, I couldn't escape. I relax my shoulders as I lie down on the field by the training ground. The result of the tag game was that senpai won. As expected, it's impossible to run away from senpai who is in full power. It only lasted about 5 seconds. I know you say that, but I was pretty close too. I only had a few seconds left to put on the electric shock. But it's only a few seconds. I was defeated because I couldn't get through those few seconds. It was a very nerve-wracking game, even though I still had magic and physical strength to spare. I felt like I had gained a different experience from Rose's training, where she would unleash attacks that I couldn't avoid. Well, you two were both amazing. Senpai 1 was able to use electric shock for a much longer period of time, wasn't she? At Kazuki's somewhat excited words, senpai smiles embarrassedly. In my own way, I tried to devise various ways. The amount of time I can stay in the lightning beast mode is gradually increasing, but it's still not enough to be used in actual combat, so I only activate it for a moment or suppress its output. Suppressing the output, hey? So you only clad yourself in lightning for a moment to save time, so you could move fast many times in a row. Yeah, that's right. Now I feel like I'm cutting and putting it on to make it work. My healing acceleration fist is also a technique that uses not a small amount of magic power. If I ask senpai for tips on how to save magic power, I might be able to handle it better. Yusato. What did you do with that? What's that? It's the technique that knocked my senpai out of position. Could it be that you were just punching the ground and shaking it normally? Oh, I'm curious about that too. I was so surprised when he suddenly lost his balance. No matter how hard you work out, there's no way you can punch the ground and cause it to shake enough to knock someone over. I have no special circumstances to hide, so I explained to them about the healing rolling fist. How can you come up with such a technique on the spur of the moment? I'll tell you this because I've actually been hit by it, but I think it's a technique that can definitely upset a defenseless opponent. It's hard to watch your step in the middle of a fight. It seems that the healing fist is more troublesome than I thought. I'll have to think of a use for it next time. Healing rolling fist. Or maybe we can call it healing tumble fist. I've been thinking about it for a while now, but senpai don't have a half-bad naming sense. I respect you. Ehehe, is that so? Actually, I was thinking that Nia might rag on me if I used rolling fist. No, as far as I'm concerned, tumble fist isn't such a bad name, but from now on, I'm going to name this technique healing tumble fist. Tumble fist is too direct, and there's something cool about a change of pace. Oh, Yusato-kun. I'd like to know if there's anything you'd like to share with me. As for me, I'd like to hear your faults and advice. Oh, and some praise dash. Yusato-sama, would you like some water? Yes, I would. Thank you, Eva. I get a glass of water from Eva next to me. I take a sip of water, take a breath, and look at senpai again. I was just thinking from my point of view, but I think your movements are a little monotonous and easy to understand. I guess you're right. If you go too fast, you'll end up like that. What's the matter? The older man tilted his head, looked at me and Eva alternately, pondered for a few seconds, and then spoke up. Why is Eva here? With that comment from senpai, I finally noticed Eva's presence next to me. I didn't notice her on the contrary because she was there as a matter of course. Oh, I guess you're right. Eva, how long have you been here? About before Yusato-sama and Suzune-sama had their match. I didn't even notice you were talking to me, but you're a natural. And you've been here for quite some time. Even though I regained my body and soul from the curse with Lukvis, The only thing that hasn't changed is the fact that I'm still around. I really feel like I'm there when I notice. That's amazing. I didn't notice it either. So, Yusato, is this the princess of Samaria that you were talking about before? Yeah. Eva, this is my friend Kazuki. Ah, it's nice to meet you. My name is Eva Erd Samaria of the Kingdom of Samaria. You must be the hero Kazuki. Yusato-sama has told me that you are his best friend. Oh, so you are my best friend. That's somewhat embarrassing. This time he was able to say it correctly. Kazuki nodded happily at Eva's explanation. Feeling slightly embarrassed that she remembered what I had said about Kazuki in Samaria, I turned to Eva, who had successfully completed her self-introduction. Oh, the fight you two just had was so amazing. I couldn't see you at all because you were so fast, but I could tell that you were kind of amazing. Oh, yeah, thanks. I don't know what it is, but I can't help but flinch at this girl's straightforward words. As I was returning her thanks with a vague expression, Senpai called out to Eva. Are you alone? No, there are knights nearby. So she didn't go out alone, but with her escort. I was relieved to hear that Eva hadn't slipped out on her own. As I was feeling relieved, I spotted a suspicious sky-blue figure looking at me from near the entrance of the training grounds. Princess jumping into the whirlpool, you're so brave. Youth is strength. A casual gesture of kindness to a tired gentleman. The princess is perfect. I didn't see anything. I didn't see more than one sky-blue knight looking at me. I told myself that and turned to Kazuki to change the subject. Kazuki, let's resume your training. Eva, do you want to watch from here? If it's not too much trouble. Senpai and Kazuki, do you? Of course not. I don't mind either. Thank you Kazuki-san and Suzune-san for. With the new addition of Eva, the training resumed in a lively atmosphere. Having first played a game of tag called Mock Combat with Senpai, it might not be a bad idea to try a different combination next time. Yusato. Would you like to accompany me to my sword practice? Oh, it's okay if you are tired. I'm fine with my physical strength. I can't use a sword, is that okay? You can fight the way you're good at, Yusato. I don't mind you using that gauntlet. Then I'll use it without hesitation. Rather, in normal use, this is just a hard gauntlet, so it's like a shield. I'm not sure how good of a swordsman Kazuki is, but I'll take it as seriously as I did with Senpai. Author's note. The healing tumble fist is a bit of a ranged attack. The morning training was unexpectedly heated. When I started playing tag with Senpai and hand-to-hand combat with Kazuki, the format was such that we naturally took turns to train the basic areas that we wanted to develop. Still more. The mock battle with Kazuki, which was the first of several today. I stepped to avoid his wooden sword slash and fired a palm strike. He avoids it with minimal movement, and then tries to slam the hilt of his wooden sword into my midsection. I immediately grab him with my gauntlet and try to counterattack, but before I can do so, Kazuki hits me in the shoulder, forcing me to retreat. You finally strike a blow with a painful physical attack. I guess I'm still not as good as Yusato in simple combat. That's not true. I've been on the edge myself since a while ago. In fact, that is the situation I'm in. In addition to the fact that Kazuki's movements are incredibly solid, he is also incredibly focused during combat. Perhaps it's because he has Sigurd-san as his teacher, but his fighting style is very similar to that of a knight like Arc-san, and even simple swings, thrusts, and cleaves are powerful, and combined with the pressure, they are uniquely difficult to avoid. If I hadn't been through the fight with Rose, I'd probably have got a decent hit. Kazuki. It's almost noon, let's cut it short for the afternoon. Is it that time already? I'm finally just getting used to Yusato's moves. Haha, let's do it again next time. Yeah. I could say the same thing to Senpai, but Kazuki has been able to adapt to my movements in this short time. I'm happy as well because I was able to help the two of them through the mock battle, but I feel like I need to work harder. I made up my mind that I would continue to train without fail, and headed for Senpai and Eva, who were observing with Kazuki. Good work, Yusato-kun, Kazuki-kun. Good work. Nodding at the words of Senpai and Eva, Kazuki and I also sit down on the field next to where the girls are. We have some time before the afternoon exchange game, so we can eat lunch and change before then. As I sipped the water Eva had offered me, thinking about my future plans, I noticed that there were more people in the training area than before. Hey, were there really this many people? There should still be some time before the afternoon exchange game, but no, it's more like students. Yusato-kun, I just realized something. What have you noticed, Senpai? Just a moment ago, though. Probably a bunch of students who heard that we were training here gathered here. Oh, I see. If you look closely, you can see that they seem to be excited to see Senpai and Kazuki. Well, I don't have to tell you about Eva, but Senpai and Kazuki are real beauties. I can understand why they are the talk of the town. Well, not like anyone's gonna notice, me? Why are those two staring at me like that? Hi. He looked at me. Scary. When they saw me looking at them, they turned blue and got scared. What is this? Yusato-san. What's up, Eva? I turned my head towards Eva and she spoke to me happily with a twinkle in her eye, feeling unsure of what to say. I've always thought that you are very brave when you are fighting, Yusato-san. You're just like the ogre I saw in a book the other day. Thanks. My cheeks twitch, but I barely manage to keep a smile on my face. This girl is saying that to me with 100% good intentions. It is not only Lucas-sama but also me who will not allow you to disregard it. I thanked her with tears of blood in my eyes, and she gave me a smile as bright as a flower. Seeing this, Senpai also turns to me. I also think you are brave and like a real ogre. Yusato-kun. Senpai, there are things you can and can't say. Whhhyyy. Senpai grabbed my collar with a puzzled expression as I spat out the poison with a smile on my face. Oh, I didn't know I looked so scary when I was fighting. Kazuki, who couldn't bear to see me so depressed, calls out to me. Maybe it looks like a scary expression because Yusato keeps his eyes fixed on you to make sure you don't miss a move. Well, you have to watch your opponent's movements whether you're defending or avoiding them. The wrinkles between my eyebrows and the look on my face. Either way, I'm sure there's nothing I can do to change the impression I get from the students here. No, I had a feeling that they had been avoiding me since I came here before, so it was too late now. I was even more depressed when I came to that conclusion myself. After finishing the morning training, we parted ways with Eva and headed back to the inn. As we parted, I felt a little uneasy about the way the Sky Blue Knights were talking to Eva, but I decided not to think too much about it because I had to concentrate on the exchange game in the afternoon. After putting on our group uniforms and having lunch, we headed back to the training grounds where the exchange game was to be held. Have Welsh-san and Sigurd-san already arrived ahead of us? Apparently so. They said we'll be the first to show our skills, so they'll call us then. Senpai's gaze turned towards the training ground. It was the place where she and Kazuki had just been engaged in a mock battle, but while they were some distance away, 5 black targets had been set up that hadn't been there before. Are those the targets we're going to hit? Looks like it. It's a different color than the white ones we used to hit with magic. It looks like the only thing that's changed is the color, but I guess it's stronger and everything is different from the target we know. Phew, that's a good arm. You shouldn't overdo it too much. That said, Yusato-kun. In order to gain the trust of other countries' soldiers, we have to show them our abilities to some extent. That's true, but... Senpai, you're awfully uptight. Well, maybe you're a little elated because there's something you can put your real power into. I'm not the only one who feels that way. Anyways, while we were trying to watch the situation at one of the training grounds until the exchange game started, a red-haired woman, Princess Nea, came over to us. So all of you have arrived? Yes. Is Prince Kyle here? Senpai asked somewhat warily, and she turned around and tilted her head. My foolish brother seems to have gone off somewhere on his own again. That's quite a brother you have. Prince Kyle, what a free spirit. Heartlessly, Princess Nea looks tired. I'm looking forward to today's exchange game. Oh, Princess Nea is going to participate as well. No, it's not that I don't have the skill to fight myself. I'm just a spectator because I'm the representative here. From the way she said it, she sounded like she could handle a certain amount of fighting. It's amazing that a busy member of the royal family can be both literate and skilled. I've only been doing the physical side. Yusato-sama, I apologize for my foolish brother's rude behavior the other day. What? Oh no. I don't mind, because the question he had is a valid one. I was flustered by Princess Nea who suddenly bowed deeply to me. Prince Kyle's comment the other day was thorny, but I'm sure it was a legitimate criticism. As for me, it was only because of that criticism that I realized how naive I was, and I would rather be grateful. Still, Princess Nea didn't raise her head, as if she couldn't get over it. Even if that's the case, I'm certain that he made the statement to humiliate you out of personal grudge at the important occasion of the meeting. Please, hit me once, beat me up, or use me as a test subject for your healing fist. Why are all the punishments got to do with hitting? If you would forgive me, I'll take any punishment my brother has given you. Hey? Can you hear me? Hello? Are you sure you're not trying to pin the blame solely on your brother? If you listen carefully, you'll see that she's upgraded from one punch to the next. Having said all she had to say, she put on a sullen face that was different from the sad one she had earlier. To be honest, I think I might have made a bad impression on Com Helio because of Kyle, so I thought it would be better if I could at least be uncommunicative during this meeting. Aren't you being too frank? Since you all seem to be aware of our intentions, I thought I'd go ahead and not hide it. That's right, I've blurted it out. I wondered what she was really saying with her expressionless face. When I casually looked next to me, I saw that Senpai and Kazuki were in a state of shock. Why is it that the women I meet are, with high probability, all disappointing people? So, you won't use me as a test subject for your Rengeki fist? I won't. I see. It's a shame. I thought I could use this opportunity to correct that nature. I felt guilty for Princess Nea, who looked really disappointed, but as expected, I couldn't point my fist at someone. Rather, the only creatures I can point that thing at would be Koger, Rose, or some other humanoid, monster-like being. How much do you hate Prince Kyle? It's not like I really hate him though. He's my younger brother, and I'm just being harder on him than my father and mother spoiled me. Even Senpai felt sorry for Prince Kyle's treatment and asked her about it, but the answer she got was surprising. If you think about it, if you really disliked him, you wouldn't be lecturing him or talking to him, right? Suzune-sama. Kazuki-sama. Yusato-sama. The preparations are ready, we are ready to go. When Welshi-san called our names, I turned my gaze to the center of the training ground. There, I saw the black target I had seen earlier and the figure of Welshi-san. I see you are ready. I apologize for taking up so much of your precious time. No, we're glad we got to know your personality as well. I also feel like I was able to relax and talk to people for the first time in a long time. Everyone, please do your best in the exchange games. Finally, after showing a smile that wasn't a fake one, Princess Nea bowed and left the place. After seeing her off, we walked over to Welshi-san. Princess Nea is an interesting person, hey. I was panicking when she talked about the Rengeki fist to Prince Kyle, though. Is it still a technique that shouldn't be aimed at people? The magic itself is healing magic, right? I nodded at Kazuki's words. It's healing magic, but it's too powerful. I wonder, the more I hear about it, the more I wonder what kind of technique it is. Ah, yes. What about the order? Order. The order in which we're going to perform the moves. It's not like we're all going to do them together, so let's decide now. That's true, too. It would be embarrassing to get into a mess over who would be the first to do it. I was trying to think of what number would be best, when Kazuki spoke up. Then why don't we just do the same thing we did before? The last time you came to Lookvis, you had a chance to hit the target with magic, right? The first one was Senpai, the second one was me, and the third one was Yusato, though in a different form. Oh, I like that. How about you, Yusato? I'm okay with that too. There was no need to play rock paper scissors. So finally, we arrived at Welshi-san's place. Everyone's here. Let's get right to it, but at the beginning of the exchange game, I'd like the representatives to watch Suzune-sama, Kazuki-sama and Yusato-sama's techniques that we had to demonstrate on short notice the other day. Yes. I've prepared some tools, such as a wooden sword, would anyone like to use it? No, I'll be using my gauntlet, so I won't need them. I'm going to use only magic too. When Kazuki and I replied, Senpai, who had shown signs of thinking for a while, clapped her hands as if she had come up with something, and pointed to about 10 wooden swords. Okay, here are the wooden swords. I'll let you use them all. What? All of them? I can't. Yes, that's fine, but... Suzune-sama, please don't be too reckless. Of course not. As soon as I answered that, Senpai, who was holding 10 wooden swords full of them, stabbed them one by one into the ground about 10 meters away from the black target. Senpai, what in the world do you think you are going to do? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure she's going to do something we can't expect. I nodded at Kazuki's words and watched the situation for a while. If I look around, I can see that there are a lot of people gathered here. Lucas-sama, Eva, and the Sky Blue Knights. There's Princess Nea, Prince Kyle who's holding his head in agony as if he's been hit with a hammer, and the knights guarding him. Hyde and Helena and their muscular-looking warriors. And then there's Sigurd-san and the Knights of the Kingdom of Lingle. While the other teachers and students of Lookvis were watching, Senpai who had finished inserting all but one of the wooden swords into the ground turned to Welshi-san and us. Welshi, can we start now? Yes. Just to be sure, please don't do anything reckless. Nodding at Welshi-san's words, Senpai now turns his attention to us. Yusato-kun, Kazuki-kun. It's gonna happen for a moment, so don't miss it. Yes. After saying that, Senpai turned her body towards the black target and took a stabbing stance with the wooden sword she had left at hand beforehand, and gushed the magic of lightning into her body. As soon as the atmosphere in the training hall changed, the figure of Senpai disappeared with a violent lightning. Hey! The next time I heard someone's voice, the change had happened. The first change was that the wooden sword pierced the target, which was supposed to be strengthened, with a strong sound. But there was no sign of her, and as soon as the powerful sound of electric shocks resounded again, all the wooden swords that had been stuck in front of the black target disappeared, and in the next moment, several wooden swords were stuck in the target, leaving behind a residue of lightning that burned it to a crisp. Yes. It's a success. Sliding on the ground, Senpai appeared in front of us, and when she saw the still burned target, she looked at us with a smug expression on her face and snapped her fingers. The next moment, a powerful lightning bolt was released from the 10 wooden swords, and in almost an instant, the black target was reduced to charcoal. And just like that. It's too gruesome for words. Moving at very high speed, thrusting a wooden sword, internal discharge? What is that? How can you come up with such a technique? This is the 10 thunderbolt thrust. And she even came up with a really cool name for the technique. I can forgive you just for that technique name. I really respect you. However, the people around me were not only unimpressed, but also seemed to be speechless at the sight of Senpai's outrageous series of attacks. As if she didn't care about such gazes, Senpai came back to us and tapped Kazuki on the shoulder. Kazuki-kun, take care of the next one. Yes, I've been entrusted. She swapped places with Kazuki and moved up next to me, talking to me in a good mood. What do you think? It was only for a moment, wasn't it? Yes, as expected of you. It was very cool. You can praise me more. The more you praise me, the more I'll grow. No comment. I looked past Senpai and over to Kazuki. Just as he was standing in front of the target next to the one Senpai had turned into charcoal, he was increasing his own light system's magic power. Senpai did something so spectacular. Then I'll have to do something as great as you. More than 10 magic bullets flew out from both of Kazuki's palms and floated up into the air. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Not only the delegates, but also the people from the academy who deal with magic gasped at Kazuki's extraordinary manipulation of magic power without hesitation. My power is dangerous. But it can be handled in any way you want. The moment Kazuki raises his hand, the magic bullet is fixed in midair with a snap. Pierce the target. The magic bullets shot out with high-speed rotation with Kazuki's command, penetrate the target as if they hit tofu. But it doesn't end there. The magic bullet does not disappear even after it penetrates the target, and it floats up into the air again. It's unfinished, but I'm going to strengthen the system. The magic bullets that floated up into the air coalesced and transformed into a spear-like shape. Seeing the spear stopping in midair while emitting a divine glow, Kazuki, who had raised his palm, lowered his hand. The spear, which had fallen in synchronization with Kazuki's hand movements, pierced the target and burst with an intense light. There was nothing left behind, only a gaping crater of sorts. Just like with Senpai, everyone here was in a state of shock. It's no wonder, since the target, which would certainly have been strengthened more than the last time, has been destroyed twice in a row. But in Kazuki's case, it's not just the charcoal that's gone. Both Senpai and Kazuki are too gory, but I think they're as good as it gets. Now that I think about it, after this, I have to unleash my Renjiki fist. In these circumstances, I think it's a good idea for me to make some changes. TL note, I've changed the healing continuous fist to healing Renjiki fist because there's just too many meanings to the word Renjiki imo. With the mock battle on the way, the two heroes, Kazuki and I, were going to demonstrate our abilities in Yusato's technique, the healing Renjiki fist that defeated the leader of the Demon King's second army. I used a wooden sword to strike the target with a super continuous attack, and at the end of the attack, the lightning magic contained in the sword burned the target to the core. Kazuki attacked with a series of magic bullets from his masterful magic manipulation, completely annihilating the target. Both of them were overly powerful and easily destroyed the target, which was supposed to have been strengthened since the last time. After me and Kazuki-kun, it was Yusato-kun's technique, the healing Renjiki fist, which in some ways must be of equal or greater interest to us. Yusato, do your best. Yeah, I'll try somehow. After exchanging high fives with Kazuki's raised hand, Yusato made his way to the third and final target. I mean, I should have high-fived you too. I was so happy with the success of the technique that the thought completely escaped my mind. Healing Renjiki fist, hey. I've only heard the principle of the technique from Yusato, but I couldn't quite picture it. Now we can finally see it. As I lined up with Kazuki-kun, who had returned here, I thought about the healing Renjiki fist. Last night, when I asked him to explain this technique to me at the inn, he replied, "This is not appropriate magic for a rescue squad. It's a crazy move that involves striking an opponent over and over again with the impact created by an outburst of magic while in close contact with them. And since the shock wave is released while the fist is squeezed, the impact will be immeasurable." When I listened to him, I knew that the technique was certainly not one that should be aimed at humans. But to put it another way, he was such a good opponent that you had to use it. Yes. Yusato also said something like he didn't want to use it as much as possible. The second legionary commander of the Demon King's army, Koga Dingle. Black Knight. No, a demon race that deals with the same dark strain as Farum. A person who has the same physical build as Usato-kun and is evenly matched with him is surely an opponent that me and Kazuki-kun would have a hard time dealing with. While I was lost in thought, Usato-kun started his preparatory exercises. Well, Shi-san, are there 3 targets in total? No, I've prepared 5 in total, just in case. However, one of them has been ruined. And is no longer usable. Oh, why? Before you arrived, Prince Kyle mistook it for a training target and fired magic at it. The target itself is unharmed, just sooty and dirty, but we're lowering it in case there's some sort of flaw. I see. If it's Prince Kyle, I think he could do it. Or rather, he'd hit the target with magic while Princess Nea was out of sight. That's going to piss her off. But Usato seems to be taking an awfully far away distance. Ah, you're right. The distance that Kazuki and I were in front of the target was about 10 meters, but Usato-kun was looking at the black target as if he was staring at it from about 30 meters away. Is he going to make a run for it? What is that healing magician trying to do? Prince Kyle. I turned at the voice from behind me to see Prince Kyle approaching casually. He immediately looked at Princess Nea and bowed his head apologetically, as if he had come too soon to be stopped by her. This is a skill that he explained so exaggeratedly at the meeting. I wanted to see it with my own eyes as closely as possible. Do you mind if I take a look from here? No, as you wish. I don't mind either. Unlike Kazuki, who responded with a smiling face, I was a bit dismissive. I was not in the mood to welcome him, because he looked like he was going to yell at him if his technique was not good enough. He's doing prep work to try to destroy that thing with his bare hands? Even my magic couldn't scratch that thing. Haha, Usato will be fine. I can vouch for his abilities. Oh, I see. As expected of Kazuki-kun, who replied cheerfully, Prince Kyle averted his gaze somewhat awkwardly. I'm sure he was confused by the straightforward words of the man with the maximum trust in Usato-kun. It's not that I doubt the words of the hero, but I still don't believe in that healing something fist. I don't know what it means, and the principle of the outburst of systemic enhancement that my sister told me about is too messed up. I can't help but understand that feeling. The technique of daring to unleash systemic enhancement. I named it systemic breaking for now, but it is a very dangerous technique. If you were to use it in the flesh, your hand would explode, and you're doing it without a care in the world, even though you have a gauntlet. His skills must be in the same unexplored territory of magician as mine and Kazuki's, right? Let's do this. Usato took a stance. Kazuki's voice brought me back as I looked at Usato-kun. He had deployed his gauntlet that covered all the gaps in his right arm and was poised to draw it. Everyone in the training area, as well as me, paid attention to Usato-kun's behavior. The moment he slowly brought his stance forward, he accelerated without warning. With the sound of something popping. He's gone. Prince Kyle seemed to have lost sight of him, but I, who was specialized in speed due to my lightning beast mode, could see his movements. At the moment he started running, magic power erupted from his gauntlet that he had pulled back, and he accelerated rapidly. Perhaps it was the healing Rengeki fist that he had mentioned in the morning training. He did it with every step he took on the ground, reaching the black target at an unusually fast speed. Healing Rengeki fist! He shouted, and as he passed the target, he slammed his fist, which was made even faster by the Rengeki fist, into the part of the target that hit the upper half of the body. At that moment, the target burst into pieces, and his fist was swept away without any resistance. Ha! He skidded to a stop on the ground and turned back to the target, letting out a dismayed cry. The black target that had been struck by his healing fist was blown to pieces as if the upper half of its body had exploded, leaving it a hideous sight. You're still surprising me. Wow, Usato, you're amazing. Warrior Chief, what's a healing magician again? My eyes did not deceive me. Ha ha ha. I didn't doubt you, but this is too much. The people of Samaria, Nirvana, and Helio were all shocked by the sheer power of the healing strikes. The students, perhaps because of their previous reputation, were saying things like, it's back and it's worse. Wait, what? That's not healing magic. I don't think it's even considered a healing magic factor. Prince Kyle, who was watching nearby, also seemed to be confused. But in a way, Kazuki and I had expected this to happen, so we felt proud. Healing Rengeki fist. I didn't expect it to be such an incredibly powerful technique. As well as the name of the technique, I guess. But that wasn't how you explained it yesterday, was it? Oh, by the way, it was supposed to be a technique that strikes an outburst of magic power repeatedly at close range, but that looks a little different. As I said so, Usato-kun comes back to me with a somewhat awkward expression. But he's holding the remains of a black target, what's wrong with that? He was sweating profusely and approached Welshi, who was letting her mind wander. Welshi-san. Excuse me. Why yes. I'm sorry, I was being absent-minded. Why are you apologizing? That was not a healing Rengeki fist. What? Me, Kazuki-kun, and Welshi's questioning voices leaked out. Seeing his reaction, Yusato's face turns even paler, and Welshi-san asks. What does that mean? I mean it's true, isn't it? I was thinking of hitting the black target with an accelerated state and then using healing Rengeki fist upon impact. But the target was softer than I had imagined, and it didn't seem to be able to withstand it, and it almost broke with just one blow, so I don't know if I can call it a Rengeki fist. Welshi-san. Oh no. Welshi's about to turn white. I hurriedly put my hand on her shoulder to bring her back to herself, then followed up. Well see. Fortunately, the target was still there, right? We can just use that to do it again. Hey. Yes, that's right. It's still okay, it's fine. It shouldn't interfere with the progress. You can do your best. After saying that to convince herself, she once again speaks to Yusato-san. You're sure that wasn't a healing Rengeki fist, right, Yusato? Yes, it wasn't. I thought it was a good opportunity to unleash a serious technique, and if I were to show it, I thought to do it with all my might. Oh, you haven't gone all out. Certainly, looking at the technique he had just used, he would rarely be able to use it in battle. Now that he's mentioned, he wasn't being serious this whole time? But I didn't think that I would be able to create something like a new technique unintentionally. New technique? The technique you just used. It's a high-speed move using healing Rengeki fist to enter the stomach at once, slam the fist, and hit the magic outburst at the same time as the impact. If I were to name it. Putting his hand on his chin, Yusato-kun pondered for a few seconds before opening his mouth with a look of pride. A one-hit healing punch. The third form of healing fist, instant fist aka healing Shunjiki Ken. Or something like that. Wait, it's an inner technique, a form, and it's filled with many other elements. I can't forgive Yusato-kun just because of the cool name of the technique. But then again I have no idea what I can't forgive about him though. So it's basically a different version of the healing Rengeki fist. Next time, I'm not going to rearrange it. I don't want to cause any trouble for Welshi-san, after all. Yusato-kun nodded at Kazuki-kun's words. However, how could he easily destroy the enhanced target with a technique that he had created by accident? For the grown-ups like me and Kazuki-kun, using magic can make you feel soft, but the breakage caused by Yusato-kun's technique isn't like magic, but it could be said that he was forced to explode by his arm strength. At any rate, I'm looking forward to seeing what a real healing Rengeki fist looks like. A few minutes later, a spare black target was set up, and Welshi informed everyone in the training hall that he was going to demonstrate the healing Rengeki fist again. He moved in front of the target once again, and unlike last time, he approached the target without taking any distance. As declared, this time he seemed to move directly to the healing fist without any assistance. Alright. Taking a small deep breath, he grabbed the shoulder part of the black target with his left hand and lightly placed the part covered by the gauntlet on his abdomen. He put his left foot forward and lowered his hips, his eyes as sharp as a hawk. The people in the training area were quiet as well. Healing Rengeki fist. At the moment when Yusato-kun muttered, a sound as if something was going to burst from the gauntlet that was closely attached to the target. It seems that the impact from the outburst of magic power is not an ordinary one, and the target has been cracked by just one blow. It's not the end of the story, however, as he fixed the target, which was about to be blown away, firmly with his left hand, and then, with his head down, he relentlessly struck the target with an outburst of magical power. I see, defensive penetration by a series of blows concentrated on a single point. So that's what you call a healing Rengeki fist? Certainly, with a technique like that, even a demon race wouldn't be able to get away with it. Prince Kyle, who is near me and Kazuki-kun, seems unable to utter a word. The healing Rengeki fist was a powerful move, but the healing instant fist is even more so. When the seventh impact struck the target and split it in half, Yusato-kun finally lowered his right fist. The target that had been hit by the seventh impact was still better than the first one. But it had still turned into a cruel sight. The whole thing was covered with cracks, and the part that had been impacted all the time was not even in its original form. What can I say, it was a shocking technique in many ways. In the still silent training area, Yusato-kun comes back to us, scratching his cheek as if in trouble. Phew, I'm glad my magic power held up. I should practice adjusting the amount of magic power or something after all. Yusato-kun. What is it? But, as well as the fact that he had beaten Prince Kyle's courage, I was most happy that he had grown up and felt that he was fighting alongside me and Kazuki-kun. That's why I, as a senpai and his friend, would like to send you some words of encouragement. After all, you are a man who will never betray my expectations. Hey? Oh, thank you. He's embarrassed. That you Sato-kun? Phew, if that's case, I'm going to try and make a good impression. With you Sato, we're 100 times strong. Wait, maybe even 1,000. Hey! Why are you sighing there, you Sato-kun? Author's note. Excerpt from chapter 168. As expected, I won't make a technique worse than the healing Rengeki fist just because I reopened it. It's only been a day, but it was Yusato who immediately came up with a badass move. About the instant fist. I'm sure you've heard of it. I've been thinking about it since I wrote, but I think I'm going to jump as a reaction to hitting the ground soon. I thought I knew exactly what I had done. It is completely my fault that I made unnecessary arrangements and performed a new technique that I didn't expect, and I knew that I would get that kind of reaction from the audience when I performed the healing Rengeki fist. Having consumed a lot of magic power in the earlier demonstration, I sat down on a chair in a resting area prepared in one of the training grounds and rested my body while watching the exchange games of the various kingdoms. 3RD form. It didn't matter if I was influenced by the atmosphere of the place or not. Healing blink fist, a one-hit, head-on healing punch. Thinking about it again, if the target hadn't been broken by this technique, I could have continued with the Rengeki fist. It's a big burden on the amount of magic power, but this technique must not be directed at living things either. As I was wondering how Nia would react if she knew, a voice called out from behind me in the rest area. Yusato, I'm here. Amako. Yes. Amako came to visit me, probably to watch the exchange game. She sat down next to me and spoke to me with a subtle expression on her face. What can I say? Yusato is a person who weaves techniques out of instinct. Earlier, to put it mildly, I don't think that's a technique that should be used by a human, let alone a magician. It's that severe. Amako, who sat down next to me, put her hood back on and turned to me. Kiriha and the others were surprised, too. How did they react? Exclamation. I mean, I think that's the reaction of most people who saw it. I knew it. I've been avoided when I've been here before, but now it looks like I won't even be able to attract people. In case you are wondering, Suzune and Kazuki were words of awesome, and cool. Well, their techniques were cool. So yeah. Senpai's 10 thunderbolt thrusts were menacing but super cool, and Kazuki's precise manipulation of magic using light magic was stunningly brilliant. I nodded my head as I recalled their techniques, and then I asked Amako one thing that caught my attention. What about me, by the way? Dangerous, scary, frightening dash. Don't say anything else. My heart can't take it. I don't think that's unreasonable. Unlike Suzune and Kazuki, Yusato's physical impression is too strong. It's this difference in treatment. Didn't this, in a way, instill a false perception of healing magic? Speaking of which, where are Suzune and Kazuki? They're playing an exchange game. They're each playing hand-to-hand with representatives from other countries. Kazuki is interacting with the Knights of the Kingdom of Comhelio, and Senpai is interacting with the Sky Blue Knights of the Kingdom of Samaria through hand-to-hand combat in different formats. In particular, I was intrigued by the movements of the Sky Blue Knights guarding Lucas-sama and Eva, with whom Senpai is currently engaged in a mock battle. How should I put it, there was no waste in their movements. They showed no signs of wavering, even in a battle where they were forced to fight in close quarters. If you can fight against Senpai, even if it's many against one, you can't doubt their abilities. Everyone, do your best. Heim-sama is watching us. UE. The electric shocks are dispersed and coming right at us. In a formation of shoulder-to-shoulder contact, the girls bravely head towards Senpai while dispersing the power of the electric shock, emitting a tremendous spirit. Looking in the same direction as me, Amako looks at me with a subtle expression. Hey, Yusato. Those people are. They're people who fight in unity, bound by a firm vow. Let's put it that way. At times, spunk and perseverance can be a better weapon than anything else. So, it's amazing that they are able to take the blitz of Senpai and charge at them. Is that it? Is the emphasis on protection and durability to protect Eva? Samaria is a country that knows about magic, so maybe that sky blue armor has special powers. After thinking that much and checking my physical condition once more, I slowly sat up. Well then. Are you going? Yeah, as expected, I can't just sit around and do nothing during an important exchange game. I'm also here as a representative of the rescue squad. I need to get involved with the people of the other kingdoms, even if it's just a little bit. Also, I have to learn what the people I'm going to fight with are wearing and what their armor looks like. My mission is to save those who are injured on the battlefield. If I make even a split-second mistake in judging friend or foe, I'll end up letting lives die that could have been saved. I don't want to have that experience again. So I have to do what I can now so that I don't regret it when it happens. I leave Amako and enter the training ground where the exchange is taking place. As I was doing some light preparatory exercises, I saw Hyde-san watching a mock battle between warriors who seemed to be his subordinates and the knights of the Lingal Kingdom. Noticing my appearance, Hyde-san calls out to me in a friendly manner as usual. "Oh, Yusato. Are you feeling okay already?" "Yes, I can't say that I'm fully recovered, but I'm starting to feel more comfortable with my magic." "I see. But don't overdo it. You're important to us, too." I was surprised by Hyde-san's words, which showed his trust in me, and by extension, in the rescue squad. What can I say, he's a person who throws straightforward words at me in a good way. The knights of the Lingal Kingdom are all very well grained. Perhaps it's because they've gained experience fighting the Demon King's army, but they're more than equal to the people in the troops I'm leading. Hearing Hyde-san's words, I turned my attention to the battle between the knights of the Lingal Kingdom and the warriors of the Nirvana Kingdom. The knights fighting flexibly as if complementing each other, and the warriors shouting and fighting wildly but powerfully. The battle seemed to show the characteristics of each kingdom, and as Hyde-san said, they certainly seemed to be competing against each other. It was the right decision to come to this meeting. What? It's true that I was able to give my subordinates a good experience, but above all, I was able to confirm the abilities of the heroes and the rumored rescue squad. That's already more than enough for me. Looking at the exchange game, Hyde-san muttered to himself. It would be a shame for me too to waste this opportunity. I bowed my head to Hyde-san, who was standing next to me, to ask for a favor. Hyde-san, would you mind if I asked for a mock battle with you? What? Oh, no, if you can't, you can refuse. No, you're more than welcome, but... You're not in the best of shape, are you? That's a relief. He's accepted. As Hyde-san said, I've consumed a lot of magic power, so I'm far from my best in that respect. But the physical and mental aspects are fine. Besides, if I miss the opportunity to have a mock battle with Hyde-san now, I'm going to regret it a lot later. Ha 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 ha. I see, if that's the reason, I can't help it. Okay, let's do it. He laughed happily without paying attention to his surroundings, and after tapping my shoulder forcefully, he told his subordinate, Helena-san, who was waiting near him, that he was going to have a mock battle with me. Helena, I'll fight him now. It'll only be for a little while, but I'm counting on you to do the rest. Wait a minute. I've been listening to you talk, but please don't get too heated, okay? You're really out of control when you get carried away. Don't worry about it. Who do you think I am? I don't understand why you're so confident. Helena-san's shoulders slumped, and I felt kind of bad for offering him a hand-to-hand match. It's not a good thing that I did, even if she was willing to accept it. Even though he is originally a warrior chief, he is a representative of the country, and I had asked him to fight. Still, that's more than enough to make it worth doing. Maybe, but Hyde-san will fight a battle that is heavy on technique, not easily surpassed by brute force, like Leona-san of Mirak. But that's fine. It's not a matter of winning or losing, it's what I can get out of this that's important to me. Well, I suppose I should use the armor from the training grounds. We move to an area that no one is using, but Hyde-san only has a circular shield in his hand that he rents out at the training grounds. Doesn't he use a weapon? As I was wondering if he was going to use a weapon, he put on ochre-colored magic power and swung his right foot up and slammed it powerfully into the ground. While I was surprised by his sudden action, something like a handle came flying out of the ground in front of Hyde-san. Here we go. Hyde-san pulled the handle out of the ground in front of him. The tip of the hilt then turned into a blade, which transformed into a spear-like shape. What? It's just a special earth-based magic. It's a simple magic that allows you to strike magic power into the ground and manipulate its shape and strength to a certain extent. Oh, and of course, it has a blade pull. Is it the same as using magic to make weapons like Leona-san does? Perhaps it is basic for skilled people like Leona-san and Hyde-san to change the shape of their magic and use it in battle? After re-gripping the spear in his hand to check its condition, Hyde smiled at me, still surprised. What you want is to fight with me, who is familiar with all kinds of weapons, right? Then I thought it would be better if I used my magic. You went that far for me. It doesn't matter if you are from a different country or what kind of magic you have, if you have a strong will and want to be strong, I will always show you the way. That's my role as a leader. After saying that, Hyde-san held up his shield. I'm already prepared, but what about you? I'm ready to start, too. I unfolded my gauntlet and took up a stance as usual. I can't use the magic-consuming healing Renjiki fist much. If that's the case, I can revert my fighting style back to what it was before. As I pay attention to Hyde-san's movements while creating a healing magic bullet in my right palm, I see him swinging his right hand with a spear in a big swing in my field of vision. Hey! He threw the spear at me. I was taken aback by the sudden attack, but I leaned my body to avoid it, and this time he held up his shield and rushed at me. It's not a small thing, but the impact is not insignificant. The impact was not small, but it still prevented the attack itself. From here to the healing punch. You're still inferior in physical ability. Then how about this? Hide-san pushes his shield into the ground and stomps his foot, dang. He stomped his foot, grabbed the handle that came out of the ground, and swung it up from below. I barely avoid it, but my heart goes cold when I see the weapon that appears. An axe. I couldn't see it because it was hidden by his shield. Almost a seamless weapon creation. Even though it was still not in its full potential, the battle strategy was too irregular. You're not paying enough attention to your feet. Ashi dash. The moment I was distracted by the axe, the kick that Hide-san released hit me directly in the leg. He took advantage of this and slammed his shield into my torso, and then lifted me up and threw me away with great force. What the? I adjust my stance in midair and unleash a healing flying fist. I'm not sure if he was expecting me to attack while being thrown away, but Hide-san held his shield in surprise. A high-pitched metallic sound echoed as the healing fist struck the shield. Ha ha ha, that's intense. The healing flying fist was spotted at the first sight. While trying to keep my composure, I tried to approach Hide-san as soon as I landed. In response to me, he threw his circular shield to the ground and created a new sword with magic. Come on, come on. Yes. 2 weapons, one with an axe and the other with a sword. It seemed unbalanced, but it was extremely troublesome simply because he had twice the number of moves. Jump into a blind spot without hitting each other badly. After activating my healing Renjiki fist once and accelerating all at once, I deflected the sword in Hide-san's left hand with my gauntlet and then slammed the palm bottom of my left hand that was covered with healing magic. Ha! The bottom of my palm is blocked by the handle of his axe before it hits, but I still push Hide-san's body out of the way with all my might. The sword Hide-san was holding was released from his hand due to the impact, and stabbed into the ground in front of me. He retreats lightly, and I feel a faint touch on him. It was a palm strike, but it must have been somewhat powerful. Then, while I'm at it, I'll follow up with. There's something I've learned from my time with you. I'm sure you have the ability to compete with the young heroes. With a downcast look on his face, Hide-san throws away his recessed axe. Now unarmed, he slowly rises from his kneeling position, a grim expression on his face. But you see, for better or worse, you only focus on the person you're fighting. You still do. The moment he uttered this, I noticed a trace of magic emanating from the sword that had just been thrust in front of me. When I noticed it, it was too late, and something like a cylinder came up from the ground at my abdomen with tremendous force. He manipulated the ground with the magic in his sword? How is that possible? Caught off guard, I give up on evasion and put my gauntlet on the defensive. As I prepared for impact, I strained my abdomen and the column stopped just before hitting me. It stopped. No, Hide-san stopped it. It was a completely unconscious attack. If he has earth magic, I should have been able to assume, but I couldn't because, as Hide-san said, I was only concentrating on his movements and not on my surroundings. When I was depressed and feeling sorry for myself, Hide-san walked over to me with his big toe and spoke to me after taking a big breath. Yusato. You're strong. Extremely so. What? Thank you so much. I couldn't help but thank him loudly as well. Hide-san nodded in satisfaction at my reply. But you have by far the least interpersonal experience with a magician. Or should I say, in your case, you have had some interpersonal experience, but the person you were dealing with was too extreme. Maybe so. Thinking back, I feel like most of the people I fought had a special fighting style. Like Karen-san in his runaway state, he just let his arm strength and huge amount of magic power do the work, and it didn't have anything to do with technique. Some magicians are good at remotely activating them, as you just did, and some are good at laying them out from a distance. Perhaps now you will always have to be on your toes when dealing with them. Yes. Keep an open mind. That's one of the things you're lacking. You're paying too much attention to your opponent's movements and not enough to the rest. In the hand-to-hand combat just now, you were so focused on my weapon that you didn't pay attention to your feet, or you were so focused on me moving you back that you didn't notice the sword with the magic in it. Hide-san's words reminded me of the injuries I had sustained in the fight with Koga. The attack where I was pierced in 3 places at the same time, my shoulder, stomach, and leg. I had been too distracted by Koga's movements, and I had received that attack as well. Well, it's good that I spoke so highly of you. I was also easily dealt a blow. It's not cool at all. Warrior Chief. It's very uncool to hit a teenager by surprise. You're so annoying. I know that better than anyone. I'm not sure if she was watching us play, but Helena-san was shouting at us, and Hide-san shouted back. She said I was hit by a blow, but it was well defended, and I wouldn't call it a blow like that. I was rather curious to see how strong Hide-san was when he got serious. Considering that he was skilled in using a wide variety of weapons, and could also fight using the terrain due to the earth system, he seemed to be quite strong. Well, Looks like we still have some time, do you want to continue? Of course. I nodded strongly at Hyde's words as he picked up his shield and created a halberd from the dirt. I'm finding things that I couldn't see before, things that I was lacking. In the beginning, I was worried about a lot of things, but I'm glad I came to this meeting, I think from the bottom of my heart. Author's note. Hyde was a magician of the Earth system. If you think about it, it's a useful magic that can be applied in many ways, such as breaking down the opponent's foothold or even restraining them. Today's exchange game was a very fruitful event for me. Through the hand-to-hand combat with Hyde-san, I was able to learn what I was lacking and how to deal with various weapons, which clarified my issues for the future. I also met with the Knights of the Kingdom of Helio and the Sky Blue Knights of Samaria, but as I expected, each of them had their own unique fighting style, and I learned a lot from them when I met them. The night after the exchange match. After dinner and a meeting of sorts, I lay down on my bed at the inn and thought about what was said in the meeting earlier. So the meeting will be over tomorrow, hey. If nothing happens, the meeting will end tomorrow. If there were any obstacles or conflicts, the meeting would have been extended by a few days, but since the sense of crisis against the Demon King's army in each kingdom was higher than expected, and Lucas-sama assisted in making the meeting go smoothly, it looks like we'll be able to finish the meeting earlier than expected. In a situation where the Demon King's army could attack at any time, it was desirable for us to be able to finish the talks quickly. As I was thinking about this, the door to my room was suddenly knocked on. Is it Kazuki? Or is it Senpai? No, it can't be. If it's her, she'll be shouting, USA to kun, like some primary school trip where you barge into your friend's dorm. Tilting my head, I put my hand on the doorknob of the room and opened it. Hey, Yusato. I'm here to play. A person who was too unexpected appeared in front of me, and I reflexively closed the door and slapped my cheeks hard. What was that? Was I dreaming? I felt like Lucas-sama came to my room dressed in a rough outfit. I even heard an auditory hallucination that he was here to play. After taking a deep breath, I slowly opened the door and saw Lucas-sama with a big smile on his face. Hey, Yusato. I'm here to play. What are you doing here, you? Lucas-sama smiles at me like a child who has successfully pulled off a prank. This is a traditional technique that only royalty is allowed to do, it's called a secret surprise. There is no such traditional technique. Oops, don't worry. I've brought my own guards with me. I don't think that's the point. Why is this person so carefree? No, thanks to Lucas-sama, the meeting is proceeding without a hitch, which I'm really grateful for. Speaking of which, how's Eva doing? Oh, if it's her. As I tilted my head, I could hear the conversation in the hallway through the open door. Good evening. Suzune-san. Let's deepen our friendship. She's playing with Suzune right now. Oh, I see. Why is it that I can easily imagine Senpai being purified by Eva's innocence? At any rate, I invite Lucas-sama into the room while inwardly sending a cheer to Senpai, who will be pushed around by Eva, and Eva, who is trying to get along with Senpai. Please, come this way. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so odd. I'm the one who barged in. No, even without that, you're a king. I pull the table and chairs out to the center of the room and encourage Lucas-sama to sit in the chair I've prepared. I decline as well, then sit down in the chair across the table from him. First of all, let me give you my thoughts on today's exchange game. To put it simply, I'm relieved to see that you are still the same. I don't think. No, I am the same as ever. In the past, in front of Lucas-sama, I subdued a few knights with healing magic bullets with my bare hands, and even though it was my first kill and with Nia's assistance, I sank Fegnis-san, the strongest knight in the kingdom. The reason I came to visit you today is because I wanted to discuss something with you. If you want to talk, you can come. During the day. It's a little more complicated than that on this one. I can't do it in the presence of uninvolved people. Can't do it in the presence of uninvolved people. So you're saying this is about me? The only things that come to mind are the curse of Samaria, the previous heroes, or Eva. And then there's Fegnis. You may have a few things in mind, but what I want to talk about is Fegnis. What's he doing now? He's in jail. He's calmed down more than he did after the incident, but he still won't open his mouth. In jail, hey? It's not hard to see why, considering what he's done, but the look on Lucas-san's face as he talks about it is somewhat sad. Indeed, he has committed a crime. Even though he knew about the existence of the curse, he overlooked Eliza's disappearance, and to top it off, he sacrificed Eva and tried to bind you to Samaria. Yes. For Samaria's sake. That was Fegnis-san's purpose. But I, too, was on a serious mission, and more importantly, I didn't want Eva to be sacrificed, so I destroyed what he had protected and freed the souls of those who had been cursed and bound for hundreds of years. I certainly shouldn't allow that. But at the same time, I still consider that guy to be a friend. Even if he betrayed me or cheated me, I can't change the memory of how he helped me to rule my country. I thought it at the time, but Lucas-sama and Fegnis-san were really best friends. That's why, while I was shocked at the fact that he betrayed him, I couldn't help but hate him somehow. Yusato. I'd like to ask you who was involved at that time. Can I forgive that guy, Fegnis? It's not an easy question to answer, so after pondering for a while, I chose my words as best I could and replied. If I may say so, he had his own beliefs. No matter how twisted his means may be, I'm sure that what he was trying to do was not for personal gain, but for the sake of the people of Samaria. That's why I think you should exchange words with each other. Regardless of whether you forgive or not. It is too irresponsible to say that they should just talk and make up. Even if Lucas-sama forgave Fegnis-san for his actions, the people around him might not. But even so, nothing can start until we talk about it. I haven't forgiven him for sacrificing Eva, but if he wants to take the right path after talking with Lucas-sama, I'll accept his decision without saying a word. Yes, you're exactly right. The truth is, I should have known it myself, but I just couldn't bring myself to act on it. Maybe I just wanted you to give me a push, you know. Oh, from me. Yet, after all, only a limited number of people know the whole story of that incident. I wanted to hear your answer, since you know everything. As if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, Lucas-sama smiled and leaned back against the backrest. As a matter of fact, I told Eva the same thing you did. What did she say? What does father think? That's what she said to me. She didn't hold a grudge against Fegnis from the beginning. No matter how little it is, but there's more to him now than that. Well, that might be true. Eva now has access to the outside world that she was not allowed to know for over a decade. Everything she sees may be full of things she doesn't know, so it should be so much fun that she won't have time to hold a grudge against anyone. In the first place, I couldn't imagine her, a kind-hearted person, resenting people at all. It was worth it to sneak out and come here, wasn't it? What do you mean by worthwhile? I didn't say anything clever. No, you didn't. I've been talking to you as a friend, and it's given me the courage to step forward. Before Fegnis-san was thrown in jail, was Lucas-sama consulting with him? If so, I'm glad I was able to help him, though I'm not sure I can replace him. Well, I'm sure you'll be restless if I stay too long. I'd better get going. Ah, yes. Lucas-sama sat up, and I stood up as well. Probably, after the meeting is over tomorrow, all the kingdoms will be busy preparing for the battle against the Demon King's army. Samaria, which lacks a key member of the Night Order named Fegnis-san, will be especially busy. Lucas-sama. If there's anything I can do, I'll help you as much as I can, so don't overreact. Yes, then you can take over for me. When you're ready to leave, please start from here. I had a feeling that the conversation was going to get complicated, so I stood up first and walked up to the door of the room and put my hand on the door. He said it in a very light-hearted way, but his eyes were serious. Seriously, I can't let my guard down. I pulled the door open, breaking out in a cold sweat, just in time to see Eva holding up her hand as if she was about to knock. Yusato-san. Eva. You've come to call Lucas-sama, right? Why yes. Suddenly our eyes met, and Eva and I stepped back a bit, looking away. Then, Senpai who may have come with her, held her mouth and shivered as if shocked. Don't tell me this is the kind of event where your eyes unintentionally meet when you open the door and you're both embarrassed. I'm sorry. She spoke so fast that I couldn't catch half of it. I regained my composure thanks to Senpai and moved to the side to allow Lucas-sama to pass. Eva. I'm going home first, what do you want to do? Well, can I stay at Suzune-san's place? What, at Senpai's place? I quickly looked at her and she gave me a thumbs up with a fresh smile. However, if you look closely, you can see that her knees are trembling. What on earth could be making her so shaky? Or did Welshi-san give her permission? No, she's surprisingly careless, so I'm sure she would have given me permission before coming here. Yeah, I don't mind. Suzune, take care of this girl for me. Yes. But I think you should have an escort, just in case. No need to worry then. They're lurking in a position where they can protect Eva at any time. When you say they, do you mean the Sky Blue Knights? They're hiding in a position where they can protect. I casually look around and find a few figures peeking at me from around the corner. Princess has a second friend after Yusato. Don't cry. We are the princess's bodyguards. You can't protect the princess with tear-stained eyes. Hold on, me. I don't think they're hiding when I can see some of them from the corner. I thought they were suspicious because they weren't wearing any armor, but from the faint sound of his voice I could immediately tell they were the knight in Eva's guard. I wondered if he had noticed my appearance and was lurking. Lucas-sama, who had shifted his gaze to the escort, nodded as if to say that he would leave the rest to me. That's what I'm saying. Yusato, you don't have to worry about the escort. Oh, I see. Eva. I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow before the meeting starts. Have fun, but make sure you don't bother Yusato and the others. Yes. She replied happily, and Lucas-sama nodded in satisfaction, then left with another guard who had been waiting nearby. Yusato-kun, what are you going to do now? What I'm going to do is go back to the room. No, 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 the long-awaited Eva is in front of you now. It's true, though. As I was wondering what to do, Eva, who had been watching our exchange, called out to me. If it's not too much trouble. I'd like to hear about your travels and stuff. Travel stories, hey? There's no shortage of topics to talk about, I like that. How about you, senpai? I don't mind at all. Oh, let's invite Kazuki-kun, too. The more people we can talk to, the more fun it will be. Then let's go call Kazuki. At this hour, I don't think he's asleep yet. With that in mind, after inviting Eva and senpai into the room, I went to call Kazuki. I was thinking that it's not a bad idea to get together like this to deepen our friendship. I feel like I had a lively time last night. Eva was going to stay in senpai's room, so the four of us, plus Kazuki, decided to talk about our trip until it was time to go to bed, but it turned out to be quite noisy. Senpai had to deal with Eva's outbursts of Suzune-san is such a fun person, or you know a lot of difficult words, from Eva's mouth, she would react as if she was being blown away by nothing. Kazuki and I watched them interacting with each other and laughed smilingly despite our dismay. I hope that the time we spent together, me, Kazuki and senpai, will be a good memory for Eva. And now, as we were about to witness the third meeting, we were facing the end of it. This concludes the meeting of the four kingdoms. To the representatives of Samaria Kingdom, Nirvana Kingdom and Kamhelio Kingdom, thank you very much for attending the meeting. The end of the meeting. It means that the four kingdoms present here have been able to fully cooperate with each other through the discussion. Battles are always frightening, but it is always reassuring to have someone to fight with and help you. In addition, as a healing magician of the rescue squad, I am quietly prepared to not let the lives of those who fight with me be lost. After Welshi-san's words, the meeting ended and was dismissed on the spot, but everyone didn't go out immediately, but instead exchanged a kind of farewell greeting with their respective representatives. So, Yusato. We may meet again soon, but please take care of us then. Likewise, I look forward to working with you, Hyde-san. I exchanged a few words with Hyde-san, who spoke to me first, and then we shook hands. Although it was only for a short time, I learned a lot from this person. I will continue to train myself so that I can make good use of it in the future. I made up my mind as I watched Hyde-san turn his back to me and leave with a wave of his hand. Hey, healing magician. Yes. The one who approached me was Prince Kyle of the Kingdom of Kamhelio. He looked at me with a grumpy expression, but Princess Nea, who was standing next to him, slammed her elbow into his side and let out a distracted scream. Oh, sister. What are you doing all of a sudden? No, I thought I'd preempt you before you do something rude. This is absurd. I haven't done anything yet. Yet. Princess Nea, we'll get to that. I admonished Princess Nea, who tilted her head and lowered her voice. This unfamiliar irrationality reminds me of Rose, but in her case, I guess it's limited to her brother, Prince Kyle. I'm sorry you had to see that. No, I don't mind it. On the other hand, I could say that I was used to it by now. We, the royal family, cannot go to the battlefield, but we sincerely hope for the victory of the Lingal Kingdom and the safety of Suzune-sama, Kazuki-sama, and Yusato-sama. Thank you very much. Actually, when I came here, I was a little anxious to see Suzune-sama and Kazuki-sama, the two heroes, and Yusato-sama, the rescue squad. Is that so? It's impossible for sister to be anxious. She elbowed Prince Kyle again, who was about to say something, and turned her attention back to us. Rumors are just that, rumors. It doesn't matter how famous they are or how many compliments they receive, you can't know their character or true nature until you meet them. I see. I'm not a factual to rootless article, but rather a handsome, aristocratic-looking altered sketch that's been circulating. I can't help but feel uneasy. Yusato-sama, in particular, seemed like a very scary person at first, but when I looked at him up close, I could see that he was forcing himself to look scary, so I quickly changed my perception of him. Oh, you knew that? Yes, I did. Kyle didn't notice it at all, though. It seemed that Princess Nea knew that I had deliberately put on a scary expression. Now that she knows, it's kind of embarrassing. So Princess Nea knew when I unintentionally glared at Prince Kyle during the meeting? When all is said and done, please come and visit us at Kamhelio. We'll do our best to make you feel welcome. With that, Princess Nea smiled and turned to Prince Kyle who was standing next to her. Kyle. You have something to say, don't you? Yet. Prince Kyle, who had taken a step forward while paying attention to Princess Nea, spoke with the same sullen expression on his face. Hey, healing Magicai. No, Usato. You're a mess for sure. I'm not even sure if you're human anymore, but I'll leave it at that for now. For me personally, I'd rather they just leave it there. Glancing once at Princess Nea, he continues to speak. I'm not going to let you beat me. About what? I'm not going to lose to you because of my magic, my pride, or anything else I have as a prince. Yuha. For some reason, the rivalry was ignited. I think Prince Kyle and I compete in too many different fields, but I wonder if it's uncouth to say that. That's all I have to say. Don't die before I beat you. See ya. With that, Prince Kyle left without waiting for Princess Nea. The remaining girl sighed as she watched Prince Kyle leave as if running away. I see that he's finally turned his attention to something other than pleasure. I hope this will help him grow up a bit. I'm sorry about my brother until the very end. Now, I look forward to seeing you again. With that, Princess Nea left the scene, following Prince Kyle. Maybe it was just my imagination, but her words and actions when she mentioned Prince Kyle seemed to be somewhat kind. I guess it's his sister after all. I had heard from Princess Nea the other day that she didn't dislike Prince Kyle, but she too seemed to be concerned about his reckless behavior. I'm an only child, so I don't know if that's how siblings are supposed to be. Now that we've exchanged words with Hyde-san, Princess Nea, and Prince Kyle, let's go to Lucas-sama for the last time. Last but not least. Where is Lucas-sama? I'm here. I turned around at the sound of Lucas-sama's voice approaching from behind me and quickly bowed my head. Lucas-sama. I'm sorry. I was going to ask you from here. Haha, don't worry about it. I was going to ask you before the other delegates got together with you, but, well, you've become quite popular. I'm more of an icon than a popular person, though. Lucas-sama laughs happily, and I twitch a smile. It's not that I'm a popular person, it's just that I'm kind of an idiot. There were many things that I did too flamboyantly in this meeting. However, in hindsight, I think it was excessive, but it was enough to show the rescue squad's ability as healing magicians. If I had shown off my abilities half-heartedly on that occasion, they would not have believed in my abilities as a healing magician of the rescue squad. When I'm running on the battlefield, they might not have asked for my help. I don't have to tell you, the Kingdom of Samaria will do everything in its power to help you. I also have something to protect. In order to not lose that again, we must do something about the threatening Demon King's army. Lucas-sama. I nodded to Lucas-sama, who said that with a serious expression. I've already told Suzune and Kazuki this, but don't die. Yes. Because you are the man who will eventually follow in my footsteps. Yet. Wait a minute, that's different. When I look up, I see Lucas-sama with an evil smile on his face, and a sky blue knight behind him, pointing something that looks like a magic tool at me. Okay, I took it. Did you get it? Of course. Lucas-sama. Well done. I was momentarily taken aback by Lucas-sama and the sky blue knight giving me a thumbs up, but the next moment, the magic tool played an exchange between Lucas-sama and me, and I immediately came back to myself. Is this a recording tool? No, 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 no. I know that Samaria is a kingdom that is known for making magic tools, but can they even make something like that? Oops, Usato. I've prepared this for the meeting, so don't destroy it. Of course, I've got permission from Welshie-san. You've conspired, haven't you? I meant what I said to you, and I meant it. But since you seem to be in a hurry to die if you don't do this, I've created a reason why you should survive at all costs. The rest is just insurance to push you into a corner in case of emergency. The words and actions themselves were very flattering, but the fact that I heard him say to push me into a corner in a very low voice ruined it for me. I didn't know what to do, so I couldn't move. Lucas-sama flipped his palm and left with a big smile on his face, along with his knight escort. I'm getting into a lot of trouble at the end of the day. Should I consider that I have more reasons to leave alive, or did I give Lucas-sama a nasty hand? Well, I can't be mad at him because I know he was thinking of me. But I'll definitely do something about that recording someday. After the meeting in the Four Kingdoms, we went with Welshie-san to the headmaster's office where Gladys-san, the headmaster of Lukvis Academy, was. Gladys-san seemed to have been busy during the meeting, so we were finally able to meet her today after the meeting. At a seat at a large table in the headmaster's office, the headmaster was sitting and looking around at us as if she was somewhat nostalgic. It's only been a few months, but each of you has grown so much. Dean Gladys, did you also watch the exchange game the other day? Of course. Suzune wore magic power, Kazuki excelled in magic manipulation, and Usato was a little unclear, but it was immediately clear that each of you had grown much more than before. Why am I the only one who you don't understand? As I tilted my head, Welshie-san nodded her head in agreement and spoke to Gladys-san. Usato-sama's techniques are not as easy to understand as those who are familiar with magic, so it's not unreasonable. Indeed, Usato's technique was incredible for a magician, right? Yes. It's something you can't imitate, just like me and Kazuki-kun. Yes, it is. Are we agreeing on something now? And Gladys-san is the one pulling these strings. I know you're referring to the application of the outburst of systemic enhancement, but to me, Kazuki and Senpai's technology seems more amazing. And anyway, I'm glad the meeting went well, aren't you? Yes, I am. Now we can also concentrate on preparing for the battle against the Demon Lord's army. Now that the talks are over, tomorrow we'll be going back to the Lingal Kingdom. When that happens, we have to prepare for the battle against the Demon King's army, which could come at any time. We, Lukvis, will assist you as much as we can when the battle occurs. At any rate, the threat of the Demon King's army is not only for the Lingal Kingdom, but also for this place. Lukvis is a city located in the neighboring country of Lingal Kingdom. If the Lingal Kingdom is defeated and taken over by the Demon King's army, the Demon King's army's next point of attack will be directed at Lukvis. No matter how good the kingdom is at magic, it can't even fight in Lukvis, where the percentage of children is higher. Lukvis will be responsible for carrying and delivering supplies from the allied kingdoms. In that case, we will organize the supplies to be sent and send them through Hootbird, so you can leave it to us. Thank you. As a matter of fact, I have other things that I need to get around to, so this is very helpful. One thing I was wondering about, do you evacuate the students who live here in case of a battle? Yes. In the event of war, students will be evacuated or sent back to their parents' homes. Still, we teachers have to protect this place because for some of the children, there are reasons why they can't leave or they have nowhere to go. There's no guarantee that the demons that got separated during the battle won't attack us for supplies. You never know what might happen in a battle against the Demon Lord's army. The opponent is not a target like the one we faced the other day, but a living, breathing creature that thinks and acts properly. So, it's not surprising that they would act in unexpected ways. As I was nodding to Gladys-san's words, she suddenly remembered something and called out to me with an expression on her face. Usato, how is Nak doing at the rescue squad? I thought for a moment why Gladys-san, but Nak is also a former student here. It was not surprising that she would be concerned about him. I was surprised, but I told her about him. If it's Nak, he's doing well. He's probably being trained by our leader right now. Ha ha ha. Is he fine? Ha ha ha, it's totally fine. The leader also takes it easy on Nak, you know. As you can see, Nak is still a child, so he can't train at the level of me and the others, so Nak is trained at a few levels lower than us. Me in the beginning? There was no holding back. I'm relieved he's doing so well. I couldn't do anything for him when I was in Lukvis. As I recall, you couldn't intervene because of the nobility issues, right? Yes. Gladys-san nodded at Senpai's words. This is a place that, unlike other kingdoms, is built on the support of nobles and influential people, so the teachers could not intervene in the affairs of the nobles Nak and Mina. If the school side were to cause a problem, it would develop into a credibility problem, so Gladys-san probably couldn't even offer Nak a helping hand. But you don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm leaving the academy. He was much more grown up when he visited here than he was before. He still is, isn't he? Of course he has. In fact, I'm sure he'll grow even more from now on. His life as a rescue squad had only just begun. There will certainly be more rigorous training ahead, but I am confident that he will be able to overcome it. Gladys-san smiled reassuringly at my words. Nak has grown a lot, but there's another girl who's growing just as much as he is. Is that Hafa-san? You could say that Hafa is too, but this is a different girl. Another girl? If it's not Hafa-san, then no, Hafa-san said something about that girl the other day. Is it Mina, by any chance? Yes. Mina Lyaja is also striving for a new goal right now, after her match with Nak. I heard from Hafa-san that she had a change of heart as well. I can't imagine what her impression was back then, but if Gladys-san and Hafa-san are like that, it must mean that the girl is really making an effort. Even it. I was curious as to why Mina was making the effort. Is she simply preparing to fight the reunited Nak, as Nak talked about in the rescue squad, or is she genuinely pursuing strength? I'd like to hear what she has to say if I get the chance, though I'm sure she'd give me a very unpleasant look the moment she sees me. After visiting Gladys-san, I decided to take a quick stroll around the city of Lukvis with Amako, who joined us later. I've been training and meeting with people all day and haven't had any free time, so I thought it would be nice to take a break and enjoy the city of Lukvis. How are Suzune and Kazuki doing? Kazuki's off to check out the great library, while Senpai is playing with Eva. Kazuki seemed to have some books that he was interested in. Before the meeting, I took a quick look at the books in the grand library, and they all seemed to be difficult. There were all kinds of thought-provoking titles like Getting to the Root of Magic and Lost Technology, gained peace. I don't read technical books, so I think it's great that I can accumulate knowledge while having fun. Is Suzune with Eva? Yes. We're going back to our respective countries tomorrow, so she came to say hello one last time. We've got some time, so we decided to have tea and go. Had. I was invited too, but I had promised to walk around the city with Amako first, so I prioritized this. I was glad that Eva got along well with Senpai. Being the same age and a girl, they would have different things to talk about. Senpai was also damaged by Eva's innocence, but she seemed to be enjoying herself. So, I guess it's okay. How did it go for you? I've been having a normal day. I helped Kiriha with the housework, took care of Satsuki, and woke up Q when he didn't wake up in the middle of the day. I see. I can't help but understand Q's desire to coast through his days off. Sometimes when school's not in session, I tend to sleep until midday. Then, in the afternoon, you realize that you've wasted half your day off and regret it, and that's the sequence of events. It was kind of a normal life, but it was fun. That's good to hear. It was a good decision to leave it to Kiriha and the others, after all. Yes, it was. What's up? I look in a certain direction and notice Amako, who is worried about something. I follow her gaze as she looks at the end of the alley with a somewhat surprised expression on her face, and it's a place I remember too. So this is where you and Nak first met. The square at the end of the alley where he had fallen wounded. There, a girl was practicing her magic. Mina, a girl with bright red hair and twin tails, noticed me on the street and gave me a disgusted look, as if she had encountered a demon. Yusato. Is that the face that looks like you've encountered an ogre in the city? Amako, first of all, let me tell you that there are no ogres in the city, okay? Why are you looking at me and tilting your head? Are you trying to tell me that I'm the ogre himself, oi? While I was doubly shocked, I noticed a grim-faced Mina beckoning to us. To be honest, I was expecting her to avoid us if she saw our faces, so I was a little surprised and headed with Amako to the square where she was. However, when we finally got to Mina's side, we couldn't start a conversation. She was twirling the ends of her own hair and glancing at me, but there was no sign of her talking to me. Even if I wanted to talk to her, I didn't know what to say. At any rate, I don't have much contact with this girl to begin with. Nak is doing well, right? No, I didn't hear that. I tried to intervene, but was immediately rebuffed in a snippy manner. However, she did respond when she heard Nak's name, so it wouldn't be difficult to continue the conversation. Well, anyway, do you remember me? A monster like you, how could I forget? Besides, you didn't even move like a human yesterday. About the exchange game. In the morning, I was fighting with the hero. It's a mystery how you can accelerate in an unnatural position, and most of all it's a mystery that you're a healing magician doing it. She's quite direct. Hey. What? Am I a mystery to you? And the little fox behind me, don't agree in a small voice. It's not I understand. No, I totally do. I've been wondering about this for a while now, but there are traces of soot and a burning smell in the square we're in. From this smell, did Mina use magic here? You've been training here. Is that bad? No, it's not bad. But why here? I can't use the training area I usually use, so I'm just using this place today. Oh, I see. The exchange game was held yesterday at the training field, so it's not usable right now because it's in the middle of maintenance. I was wondering why they were training in such a small place, but it made sense. Now that I was satisfied with the situation, Mina started talking to me. Nak said you're doing well. Oh. What did he say about me? Is that what you wanted to hear? I'll be honest with you, it's about my impression of Nak. I'll tell Mina what Nak had told me before we left Lukvis. I heard that he's not too bad with you. He's as sweet as ever. I wish he'll just hate me. Mina muttered with a somber look on her face. I questioned her words and actions, which were different from her previous image, and asked her what was bothering her. Do you regret it? What you did to Nak? Mina falls silent. I heard Nak say something like, it's my fault for being so cautious, but at least he didn't seem to think so. If he didn't, he wouldn't have closed his mouth with such an expression. After about a dozen seconds of silence, Mina finally opened her mouth. Come with me for a minute to talk. What? I don't mind, but what do you want to talk about? It's about Nak and me, and I know you're wondering about it. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious, but what is? It's a bit abrupt, isn't it? She sat down in a gymnastic position in the shade of a nearby tree, as if she was already planning to talk. Did you hear that Nak and I were childhood friends? Yeah, Nak told me about it. Yeah. Then I guess I don't have to explain why that guy was put in Lukvis. Nak was originally supposed to be awakened to water magic, but instead he was awakened to healing magic. Because of that, he was treated coldly by his parents and was thrown out of the house and put into Lukvis, right? Looking back on it now, I think it's a terrible story. This is how it is now, but I used to play with Nak when I was little. I can't imagine the relationship you have now. Yet. But I do remember that. We had fun. Surprisingly they're quite close, hey. But when we first visited Lukvis, Nak, the guy we were supposed to be playing with, was in such a mess. Is there a reason for that too? We used to be close enough to play together, but about a year before I entered Lukvis, I suddenly stopped seeing him. You can't see him anymore. They wouldn't let me see him at the mansion. His parents encourage me to play with his sister rather than him, and they treat him like he's not there, which is creepy. Was he under house arrest? It's pretty bad to say, but like putting a lid on something that stinks, maybe Nak's parents were desperately trying to hide the fact that they didn't have the powers they wanted. Then I happened to overhear that Nak was going to be placed in Lukvis. So you're in Lukvis, too? Mina nodded her head. The hand that grasped her dressing gown seemed to have more strength in it. When I was sent to Lukvis Academy, Nak was like a shell. You can learn magic in the best environment at Lukvis Academy, but he just looked down and looked like it was the end of the world. That's right, it's like he was kicked out. It was only then that my father finally told me why Nak was put in Lukvis. From Nak's own point of view, there would have been no hope. Still, I tried to talk to him many times, but he was scared of everything around him, even me. That was irresistible to me at the time, and I didn't like it. You don't like it? Just because I woke up to healing magic doesn't mean I did anything but just accept my current situation. Maybe Nak had given up at that point. The moment his magic wasn't water-based, he was treated coldly by his parents, who were the closest thing to him, and in the end, he was kicked out and sent to Lukvis all alone. At the age of just under 10, it is not surprising that he's emotionally devastated. As I was thinking about this, Mina's voice became a little hoarse, as if she remembered that time, and she continued to speak. If you had made a solid effort in Lukvis, even healing magic would have been appreciated. I'm sure you'll be able to find something that will help you. Even then, Nak gave up on everything and didn't even try to move on. You didn't look down on healing magicians. At least, that's what Mina seemed to be when she was abusing Nak. My question made Mina shake her head. For me, it didn't matter if Nak was waking up to healing magic or not. I just wanted him to get up. But no matter how many times I tried to get him to do so, he just kept looking down and wouldn't look at the hand I held out to him or ask for help from anyone. I couldn't stand him, so I went to. I got so irritated with Nak for not doing what I wanted that I started to get violent with him. Somewhere along the line, it became the norm for me, and even though it wasn't really what I wanted to do, I found myself at a point where I couldn't go back. So that's how you ended up in the situation where Nak was abused. Does that mean that what I was doing for the best of reasons at first gradually deviated from my purpose and became distorted? When I was silent, Mina smiled at me as if she was mocking herself. There's no way I can honestly apologize now. What I've done was so terrible. I wish I could give solid advice at times like this, but Nak and Mina's relationship isn't something that can be managed with advice that comes to mind on the spot. But even so, the reason why she announced that I would go to the Lingal Kingdom with Nak after graduating from the academy was probably because she wanted a reason to see him again. So you're saying you are going to visit Nak in the Lingal Kingdom after graduation? You heard from Nak. Even has no other reason to show his face. Oh, there's also a reason why I'm frustrated that I'm still losing to Nak, so I'll meet him when I'm stronger. Yeah, I see. Is it possible that you are quite worried about being defeated by Nak? Even if you take that out, maybe this is her way of coming to terms with it, but I don't know. You're clumsy, aren't you? Shut up. I know that better than anyone. I chuckle at Mina, who frowns and removes her gaze from me. I guess Mina was trying to move on, just like Nak was. As I was thinking this, she stood up, dropping the dirt and leaves, and opened her mouth without looking at me. I feel a little better after talking to you, who had nothing to do with it. You talked to me because if I told anyone in the school, they'd start weird rumors, so I thought you, an outsider, would be perfect. I was surprised to find out that she was so easy to talk to. What a gutsy kid she is in many ways. I may have misunderstood this girl. When I was training Nak, I thought she was a child who was abusing Nak for no reason, but there were some differences between the two of us before we got there. I'm not going to say anything too clever, but I'll try to say what I can. I'm not sure if I've said everything I wanted to say, but I'm going to call out to her as she's about to return to her training. You can't erase the things you've done to Nak. But it should be different from now on. I continue to speak to Mina, who shakes her shoulders slightly without looking at me. You and Nak are still kids, and you have a long life ahead of you. If that's the case, then I think it's a good idea to take some time to come to terms with it. The amount of time they had been at odds with each other was negligible. They should have more than enough time to make up for it. And unlike Vegnus, who committed the crime, Mina can still start over. Mina rolled her eyes at my words and smiled somewhat dismissively. It's true, master and disciple have similar sweet personalities, don't they? Well, Nak is my apprentice, you know. It's only natural for us to resemble each other. I've often been told that I look like Rose too, though. Mainly in terms of mood and face. If you think about it, there is a possibility that Nak will eventually look like Rose? No, I'll try not to think about that. Thanks, for sticking around to talk about it. And, I'll let Nak know about this it. I know. I'll keep it from him. Right. Well, I'm going to go back to my independent training it. Relaxing her shoulders as if relieved, Mina turned her back on me and walked to the center of the square. I couldn't stand in her way, so I left and went back the way I came. It was an unexpected encounter, but I think it turned out to be a good one. With that in mind, I turned down an alley and Amako tugged on the sleeve of my troop uniform. Now Yusato, your speech just now sounded like an uncle. Guha. The moment I turned around, a strong blow was struck from Amako with the weapon of words. I've been trying not to worry about it, but it's not working. What was that? You've got a long life ahead of you. What is a 17-year-old telling a 5-year-old girl about her life? Seriously. To be honest, halfway through the conversation with Mina, I had the urge to fall back on the spot. I regained my composure and spoke to Amako. Well, what are you going to do after this? We'll tell Nia and the others about it later. Okay. What do you want? I'll buy you anything you want. What? If you say so, I'll indulge you. Wow, what a dazzling smile. I'm almost crying from happiness at how strong you've become. As I was walking down the street, checking my hand, I saw a woman with light blue hair, Welshie-san, running towards me from the end of the street. Hey Welshie-san! What's going on? Tilting our heads, Amako and I ran over to her. She had her hands on her knees and was breathing hard. She must have been running as fast as she could, because she was so out of breath that she couldn't even speak. Welshie-san, are you okay? This is bad. I cast a healing spell on Welshie-san, who seemed to be out of breath. This panic is not normal. I have a bad feeling about this, but Welshie-san, who had calmed down her breathing, spoke up with a grim expression. We have just received a message from the Lingal Kingdom by Hoot Bird. They have confirmed a shadow that looks like a scouting party of the Demon King's army near the border. Hey! I couldn't react to Welshie-san's words for a while. What I remembered was the scenery of the battlefield filled with killing intent and fear. I have to run through that place again. I clenched my fist unconsciously, and Amako's hand came to rest on mine. I quickly look at her, and she's looking up at me as if she's worried about my safety. Amako's gaze makes me even more determined. It's starting all over again, isn't it? The end of my peaceful life. What comes next is a battle against the Demon King's army, a battlefield where death is a constant companion. Author's note. After writing this story, I realized that Mina is a character that people like and dislike very differently. The story about Nak's past and Mina's relationship with him reflects a little more of the setting than the book version. Please don't worry about this, it won't affect the main story. Since this chapter is a kind of preparation period, there were no major battles involving life and death. Instead, the focus will be on the new characters and the ones who have reappeared. Author's note. And here it is. This time, it's from Koga's point of view. I'm ready to march. After receiving the news from my subordinates, I, with the title of Commander of the 2nd Legion, responded to the call from the Demon Lord. However, the only corps commanders who gathered were me and the newly appointed corps commander, a woman. It looks like you're ready to march. Yes. I kneeled down and bowed to the Demon Lord who sat on his throne and looked down at me. In front of this person, I feel like I'm not even a living being, but a being of a different rank. The Demon Lord then turned his gaze to the woman next to me with distinctive light purple hair. 3rd Legion Commander Hanalomia. You've just been appointed as the Legion leader, is everything all right? Of course. I'm doing my best to fulfill the Demon Lord's expectations in my role as Legionnaire. The person who answered that was a woman named Hanalomia, who was appointed as the commander of the 3rd Legion to replace Amira. She was a soldier who had originally belonged to the 3rd Legion led by Armora, and she showed no signs of wavering even in the face of the Demon Lord. In the last battle, dozens of people set up a large-scale illusion to deceive the eyes of the human side, and in addition to taking 30% of the burden of the illusion, he went to the battlefield with a sword in his hand in a state of magical exhaustion, and survived almost unscathed. That outrageous behavior seems to have caught the eye of the Demon Lord. Then, shall I ask you to confirm the composition of our forces? Understood. Second Corps Commander, do you mind? I nodded at Hannah's words. I could do it myself, but I think it's better to leave it to Hannah, who's good at explaining things. First of all, the foundation of the battle will be the infantry troops and the troops that will use the demons as a fighting force. As for demons, how many species can we use? The flying dragon wyvern. The glow wolf, a demon as ferocious as the grand grizzly. The demonic monsters created by Dr. Hulk, the Bardnak, and their large individuals. In the rear troops. Hannah explained the composition of the troops in a fluid manner. The demon lord, who had been listening to it silently, nodded one and put his hand on his chin. As of now, the forces we can prepare can be said to be sufficient. If we want more strength than this, it will be a fetter on our side. Koga, Hannah, I'm amazed that you've been able to put together an army this far. At the demon lord's words, Hannah and I bowed our heads more deeply. What I've done is only to improve the overall quality of the soldiers and make them less likely to die on the battlefield. It was Hannah and Hulk who applied the demon to the battle. I did a lot more than that, but I think I did a good job. As I was feeling a sober sense of accomplishment inside, the demon lord opened his mouth to us without changing his expression. As you know, I can't move here. No, we demons are still alive thanks to the demon lord, so don't worry about it. I quietly replied to the demon lord's words. The land where we, the demon race, live is decaying. There were few nutrients left in the soil that was supposed to grow crops, and the food we could eat was limited. We, the demon race, who live in such a land, could be said to have been in poverty until just a few years ago. However, that impoverishment has improved somewhat since the demon lord's resurrection. Originally, the demon race that was not supposed to be able to fight is now able to fight. That alone can be a reason for me to swear allegiance to you. The demon lord who had been resurrected from the seal had applied his magic to the dying earth and brought blessings to it. It is because of this that the demon race has survived until now, but on the contrary, it has become a wedge that binds the demon lord to this place. In fact, as long as the demon lord is in this castle, the benefits will continue, but if he goes to war, the land inhabited by the demon race will return to the decaying land it was before. Only the legion leader and the demon lord's entourage are informed of this. Even though it is known that the earth is blessed by the demon lord's grace, we can't leak the information that the demon lord is stuck in the castle. Right, hey. It's a tough world, isn't it? The only thing we can do is to see our compatriots off to battle. It's a feeling I never experienced a few hundred years ago. The expression on the demon lord's face did not change as he said this, but the tone of his voice seemed to be full of melancholy. Normally, the demon race should seek the cooperation of other races, especially humans, but the discriminatory mindset held by humans and the impression of the demon king's army, which committed tyranny hundreds of years ago, will not allow that to happen. It's as if the bill for their mutual avoidance and hatred of each other has now come due. This is why the demons chose the path of invasion. It's not that they chose it, but rather that it was the only way left to them. We'll prepare for the eventuality. You guys can fight and win as much as you want. Ha! I respond to the demon lord's voice. From my point of view as the leader of the demon lord's second army, there's no doubt that the demon race is at the edge of a cliff. However, they are not inferior in terms of war potential. In fact, in terms of the abilities of individual demons and the quality of their soldiers, they overwhelmingly outperform the humans. Shit. He dodged it. Just get beaten up. Go ahead and pass out. With the exception of that guy who just popped into my head, demons are basically superior to humans in terms of magic and physical ability. I'm not trying to be careless, but no matter how many people you have on your side, if you combine them with the power of the demons, you're going to have the upper hand. And you don't have to worry about the strength of your forces. At any rate, the strongest man in the demon lord's army, excluding the demon lord himself, is. You're here. The moment the demon lord said that in a small voice, the large door behind him was quietly opened. When I turned around, there stood a man clad in tattered robes. He had bushy blonde hair and stubble, the horns and brown skin characteristic of the demon race. A black armor is attached to his shoulders that can be seen through the gaps in the robe, and he is equipped with a long sword in a scabbard at his waist. I couldn't tell who it was at first glance, but when I saw the sword, I realized who it was. Nero Argens, commander of the First Legion. I know I'm late, but I'm here in person. The man who kneeled in front of the demon lord, Nero Argens. He is a swordsman who is known as the strongest in the demon lord's army, and until now, he had been forced to recuperate from his injuries before the war. After a moment of silence, the demon lord opened his mouth to Nero, who was meditating and quietly hanging his head. Nero. Is your wound healed? My magic sword, its brilliance has not diminished. Now that I have reached a new level in my training, I vow to be your blade and cut through all obstacles. The edge of the demon lord's mouth twisted into a small smile at the quiet, yet powerful declaration. Then there is no need for many words. You may go to the place where you are to fight and fulfill your sworn wish. As you wish. He stood up and bowed deeply, then turned his back on the demon lord and walked back the way he came. Hana is taken aback by what could be seen as disrespectful behavior, but for me, the interaction between the Demon King and Nero is something different. Finally, the first 3 Legion leaders are here. The first Legion commander, Nero Arjans. The second Corps commander, me, Koga Dingle. Third Legionnaire, Hana Lomia. Although there were a few replacements and absences, the Demon King's army can finally go into battle at full strength. Koga-kun, do you know about the wound of the first Legion commander Nero Arjans-san? After the call to arms, I left the hall where the Demon Lord was, and I decided to meet Old Man Nero for the time being, so I followed him as he walked through the castle, but Hana, the third Legion leader, somehow popped up. Her question, anyway, was met with a subtle expression at the way she called him. Hey, why use the word you? We're the same corps commander. See, I'm older than you, right? Besides, we have the same position, so I thought we should get along. Oh, really? I walked around the castle while being distracted by Hana's unique sense of distance. I feel like Amira was and still is only spitting venom at me, but I'm super surprised that she's so different. By scars, you mean Old Man Nero, right? Yes. I've heard that he was seriously injured before the Demon Lord's resurrection and was recuperating, but the reason why he was injured so seriously has not been revealed. First Legion Commander, Nero Arjans. A warrior who had been active since before the Demon Lord's revival. Is it understandable that I'm curious about the reason for such a serious injury to him? Old Man Nero was badly injured fighting against humans before the Demon Lord was revived. Against a human, that old man. In addition, the elite troops that the old man was leading were also wiped out, leaving only one disciple, Amira. What did he fight? It's a healing magician. From the kingdom of Lingle. Hearing this, Hana's face lit up with surprise. She must have been surprised to find someone she didn't expect. I was gobsmacked when Amira told me about this. I'm not sure if I know everything, but in that battle, Old Man Nero was badly injured in the right shoulder, and the other side's healing magician lost one of her eyes. So the battle ended in a draw. This healing magician is... I'm sure you're thinking of a healing magician right now. It's Rose of the Rescue Squad, infamous to the Demon Lord's army. Amira might know the story of that time, but that girl is stubbornly refusing to tell me anything more than that. The only people who know what happened at that place and what kind of battle took place are Old Man Nero himself, Amira, and the Demon Lord. Even so, the old man is a monster enough without recuperating. At any rate, even I can't stand him at all. I don't doubt his ability. Even before the Demon King's resurrection, he was famous as a warrior with extraordinary strength. After the Demon King was resurrected, I had a chance to play hand-to-hand with Old Man who visited the castle once, and even though he wasn't using his dominant hand, I was beaten to a pulp. It was quite a shock at the time to have my nose so spectacularly broken, and then not even be able to get my teeth into him. So, what about you? Me? You survived the last battle unscathed, right? And you did it while your magic was depleted. When I asked that, Hana waved her hand to the side as if it was outrageous. No, I didn't actually do much. I'm more of a support magician than a fighter. The only thing I can do is create illusions. Then how did you survive? I went into battle with too little magic power to understand, and I just used what little magic power I had to deceive the opposing knights and make them fight each other. Well, I wasn't the one fighting, so it was pretty easy. She smiled as she revealed her awesome fighting skills. She's the kind of person who will use basically anything to keep herself alive. She is not a frontline fighter, but rather a rearguard, and she fights in a way that her opponents do not like. If Amira is a passionate and honest swordswoman, then Hana is a cold-hearted and cunning illusionist. While I was shivering, Hana continued to talk about her time on the battlefield. But in the end, I fainted for no apparent reason. When I woke up again, I was carried away by my allies and defeated. Well, you were depleted of magic power, weren't you? Then it can't be helped. No, that's not it. The next moment, the ally next to me was enveloped in a green light and blew towards me. I got caught up in it and fainted. Fainting, green light, and being blown up. What is this? It feels so nostalgic. I knew the healing magicians of the Lingle Kingdom were crazy. That's why he's the guy. Author's note. It was the appearance of Rose's fated opponent, the swordsman Nero Arjans. The new commander of the 3rd Legion is a character that is suited for logistical support. The other commanders love to come forward, and as a result, they are positioned this way.